Chapter 1. Ding, student card. Rejecting gambling and drugs starts with me. Xiang was suddenly jolted awake, as if struck by an electric shock, springing upright on his bed. His heart raced furiously, as though it sought to burst forth from his chest. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, instantly adorned his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and soaking his pillow. He gasped in terror, his hands instinctively reaching for his neck, feeling the warmth of his skin, confirming that his head and body remained united. Xiang's eyes widened as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. The familiar layout of the room greeted him, unmistakably his own home. But how could he possibly be here? He recalled vividly that he had just died. The thought sent a shiver coursing down his spine. At that moment, a sudden, excruciating pain assailed him without warning, engulfing his consciousness like a tidal wave. Xiang felt as though his head were splitting open, as if countless steel needles were mercilessly piercing his brain. He moaned in agony, clutching his head tightly, his fingers nearly embedding themselves into his scalp. As the pain intensified, fragmented memories began to surge into his mind like a tumultuous tide. Finally, when all memories settled into place, Xiang slowly released his grip on his head. He gasped for air, his shirt thoroughly drenched in sweat. After a considerable time, he murmured, as if awakening from a dream, "So, I have actually come back to life tonight. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a living, breathing person like him." When one is oppressed to the brink of desperation, even the most docile of souls can muster the courage to fight back. Thus, in this lifetime, he swore never to trust that woman, Yi Xiao, or the man behind her, Wu Hailong, ever again. Every drop of blood they owed him must be repaid with double the suffering. At this thought, a flicker of cold, dark light suddenly flashed in Xiang's eyes. That light was akin to lightning in the night, brief yet blinding, instilling a sense of dread. Yi Xiao, Wu Hailong, wait and see. This time, I shall ensure that you pay dearly for your misdeeds. He growled through clenched teeth, his voice low but brimming with such intense hatred that it seemed to transcend time and space, reaching the very hearts of those two culprits. As Xiang contemplated his revenge, it felt as if something new had entered his mind. With a mere thought, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into it, and he found himself in an expanse of blinding white, a space vast and boundless, its edges impossible to discern. What is this? A spatial ability? He pondered. But how could I have acquired such a thing? Could it be the result of that black dwarf star? Will there be any side effects? He gazed up at the sky, where a crimson sun bathed the surroundings in light. Yet, rather than feeling joy, he was consumed by thoughts. First, I have been reborn. Second, I possess a spatial ability. How could an ordinary person like me come into contact with such phenomena? He steeled himself against the unease swelling within. Whatever the case, there's no point in overthinking it. For now, I must focus on understanding how to survive in this new life before seeking vengeance. Let me first experiment with how to use this spatial ability. With that, Xiang directed his gaze toward his home. He began to release his consciousness, and with a mere thought, a mobile phone materialized in the space. Following that, the television, refrigerator, washing machine, and other household items were swiftly gathered into the spatial realm. With another mental command, these items reappeared in his home once more. Of course, not all objects could be drawn into the alternate space. For instance, he found it impossible to retrieve the sink embedded in the wall. It appeared that he could only collect items within his line of sight. Xiang mused, what about plants? How would that work? He then shifted his attention to the greenery in his home, and a bird of paradise appeared in the alternate space. It seems plants are unaffected. I just wonder how long they can be stored. He took an apple, took a bite, and casually tossed it into the alternate space. Xiang raised an eyebrow. It seems animals could be worth a try as well. If that's the case, then perhaps even people could be included. He contemplated whether there were limitations based on the objects he could perceive. This would require further experimentation, a gradual exploration. Caressing his chin, Xiang thought, if that's the case, I could amass a vast amount of resources. With a clear plan forming in his mind, he recalled that he was a freight driver, responsible for transporting goods between logistics parks. He had visited numerous logistics centers, warehouses, and factories in the vicinity, and he knew precisely what materials resided within them. Moreover, his kind heart often led him to assist dockworkers with unloading, familiarizing him with the placement of goods. The logistics city of Langia, funded with 50 billion yuan, was completed in November 2064, prepared to welcome the grand e-commerce battle of Double 11. If he could deplete these resources, he should be able to sustain himself for a considerable time. In addition to the nearby Walmart and Sam's Club warehouses, one is truly untroubled by the necessities of life. Regrettably, there is no time to visit the neighboring province of Yueban-Donglai, where it is said that the quality of goods is exceptional. Alas, what a pity. Reflecting on this, Xiang could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Not only are resources necessary, but a sturdy dwelling is also essential, one that can withstand the cold and fend off the invasion of enemies. To Xiang, everyone besides himself is regarded as an enemy. However, at present, his foremost priority is to amass wealth. After all, who would not wish to live well in the aftermath of an apocalypse? To purchase items previously untried and unfamiliar, and to construct a secure refuge. Everything demands financial resources that Xiang's life has been relatively comfortable, as his parents passed away early, although they left him without a house. They did bequeath a modest inheritance of over 3 million that coupled with his frugal habits, eschewing smoking and drinking. He has managed to save money. Yet now, a mere 3 million is woefully insufficient, relying solely on this sum. He would not survive long once the apocalypse descends. Casting a glance at his residence and recalling the vile deeds committed by Yi Xiaoxiao and Wu Hailong in his past life, Xiang felt a wave of nausea. It seems prudent to dispose of this house, convert into liquid assets, and then seek out a more suitable location that Yi Xiaoxiao still holds some utility. Thus cannot be touched for the time being, while with Wu Hailong, to kill him now would be to grant him an undeserved reprieve. Besides, the apocalypse has not yet arrived, and murder is still a crime. He has no desire to find himself imprisoned, as that would thwart his plans for survival in the impending doom. Suddenly, Xiang recalled that around October 13, the Federal Reserve is expected to lower interest rates. Heralding a rare bull market, the A-shares are poised for a significant surge, which could present an opportunity for speculation. Resolute, he swiftly engaged with a brokerage firm to purchase a substantial quantity of stocks from publicly listed companies, selecting several that were showing green indicators, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. With a plan forming in his mind, he felt a measure of relief that it had been a long time since he had basked in the warmth of the sun. So he decided to take a stroll. The Xiang International Community, governed by the Emperor Group, spans over 800 acres, boasting a total construction area of 1 million square meters, a floor area ratio of 2.0, and a greenery rate of 38. The community comprises various types of buildings, including multi-story, small high-rise, garden villas, and row houses, accommodating approximately 7,000 households and over 20,000 residents. It proudly occupies a prime location and is currently one of the largest and most prestigious communities in Langia City. The architectural style of Xiang International embodies a French charm, infused with elements of neoclassicism, presenting a community that is dignified, grand, noble, elegant, and romantically solemn, reflecting the essence of French aristocratic living. The amenities include standard-level tennis courts, basketball courts, badminton courts, and a lavishly crafted French-style commercial street that traverses the community, providing unparalleled living and commercial facilities. Within the community, the design features 2 elevators serving 4 households, connected by a corridor linking 2 buildings. Stepping into the elevator, Xiang pressed the button for the first floor and awaited the descent. As the elevator passed the 12th floor, a woman around 30 entered, holding the hand of a small girl approximately 4 or 5 years old. Upon entering, the little girl playfully winked at Xiang, who smiled back and winked his left eye in return. Wan, what did your teacher teach you today? The sun shines brightly at noon, and sweat drips. At that moment, the elevator stopped on the 10th floor, and the doors opened to reveal a Labrador and an elderly woman with a mix of black and white hair. The woman held a dog leash in her left hand, while her arms were crossed over her chest. However, the leash was not attached to the dog's collar, and the Labrador bared its sharp teeth, emitting a low growl as it bounded into the elevator, startling the woman, who screamed and hurriedly lifted the little girl. The elderly lady bent down, patting the Labrador. Come here, don't be rude. Come here. She then embraced the Labrador, saying, There's no need to be afraid, my dog doesn't bite. Isn't it common sense to keep your dog on a leash when you take it out? The woman retorted. It may not bite, but it certainly frightens people. What a lack of manners. Look at you making such a fuss at just a little dog. Is it really that alarming? The elderly woman replied, stroking the Labrador's head. If that's your stance, then I would argue that your child startled my dog. Is that even a sensible response? Your child is not a little dog. It's a big dog. A Labrador. Has it been registered? Who do you think you are? Whether my dog is registered or not has nothing to do with you. Enough. Stop the bickering. Xiang interjected, stepping forward. In public spaces, dogs must be leashed. You have failed to do so, and there's a child present. What if it scares her? Here's what we'll do. You should wait for the next elevator. Seeing the man in the elevator take a stand. The elderly lady, realizing her fault, said nothing, rolled her eyes, and dragged the Labrador out. The elevator continued its descent. Thank you, the woman said. No problem. It's utterly outrageous how some people let their dogs roam without a leash. Indeed, what if it were to bite an elderly person or a child? Uncle, thank you for helping my mommy. The little girl chirped sweetly. Xiang fell a moment of darkness. Don't call me uncle. Call me brother. Be cautious when you go out. Avoid dogs that aren't leashed. If it bites the child, that would be troublesome. Okay, we'll do our best to steer cleared. As the elevator reached the first floor, Xiang bid farewell to the mother and daughter, parting ways. Stepping out of the building, Xiang was greeted by a serene scene filled with human joy and comfort. The elderly residents of the community sat together, some playing chess, others engaged in card games, while a few exercised, visibly leaning against trees that had begun to bend from their impacts. Many children frolicked throughout the community, their faces alight with delight and satisfaction. They chased and played along the pathways, the flowers of the nation. Who knows how many will remain after the apocalypse? Xiang had never considered disclosing the information about rebirth after the apocalypse, for he understood the monumental impact such news would carry, not to mention how to convince others that this rebirth is indeed real. Even if the information about the apocalypse were accepted, societal order would collapse instantaneously. He still wished to enjoy a few more days of good living. Furthermore, he was not yet fully prepared to face the impending doom should this information reach government authorities. He would be the first to be captured for research that he certainly did not wish to be treated as a lab rat. Everything is fate, whether one can survive lies in the hands of destiny. Strolling through the community, Xiang admired the well-maintained greenery, with low-lying lawns spread across the landscape. He plucked a blade of dogtail grass, sat on the grass, crossed his hands behind his head, and lazily reclined, absorbing the warmth of the sun while listening to the laughter of children, gradually closing his eyes and becoming immersed in the tranquility. After a brief moment of rest, Xiang was initially lost in a serene dream. However, suddenly an unusual dampness was felt around his feet. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and unease, directing his gaze downward. To his astonishment, the very Labrador he encountered in the elevator was now before him. It stood firmly on 3 sturdy legs, its right hind leg raised high, striking a peculiar pose. More unexpectedly, a warm liquid flowed incessantly from its elevated leg, accurately splattering onto Xiang's shoes. Witnessing this scene, Xiang lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the Labrador, aiming squarely at its abdomen. The tremendous impact elicited a pitiful wail from the unfortunate dog. Startled, the Labrador scampered away, tail tucked between its legs. Xiang, seething with anger, stood up and glared at his soiled shoes. As he vigorously shook his foot to rid it of the liquid, he searched for the culprits, the elderly lady and her Labrador. When his gaze locked onto the elderly woman, the pent-up fury within him could no longer be contained. He shouted at her, "It's your dog again! How dare it urinate on my shoes?" Was that intentional? In response to Xiang's accusation, the elderly woman showed no sign of remorse. Instead, she widened her eyes and defiantly retorted, "Humph! Who told you to kick my son? Besides, those shoes are meant for walking. What difference does a little urine make? I must express to you that the youth ought to possess a modicum of compassion, for dogs are indeed humanity's most loyal companions. Should you harm my son, do not be surprised if I hold you accountable. Upon uttering these words, she placed her hands firmly on her hips, adopting an imperious stance. Are you truly that foolish? Do you not understand the necessity of a leash when walking a dog? Or is it that your intellect has not fully developed? Xiang retorted without hesitation. Yet, the elderly woman exhibited an unreasonable obstinacy, her hands still on her hips, her eyes wide, and her voice raised. I will tie my dog if I wish. And if I do not, that is entirely at my discretion, that I shall do as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions? Before Xiang could respond, she interrupted again. What do you mean, what? You, a young man, do not even know how to respect your elders and cherish the young. Is it truly so amusing to argue with an old woman? The elderly lady continued her tirade. Moreover, my dog is of a gentle nature. There is no need for fear, that Xiang scoffed. I care not for your dog's temperament. A dog must be leashed when taken for a walk. Furthermore, your son has urinated on my shoe. Do you intend to extort us over a puddle of urine? I assure you, that will not happen. If you have money, go purchase a villa. Do not linger in this neighborhood. The elderly woman replied disdainfully. Just as Xiang prepared to unleash further verbal assaults, he was oblivious to the Labrador that had stealthily circled behind him. Perhaps the earlier kick had pained it. The Labrador suddenly opened its jaws, displaying its sharp fangs, and lunged at Xiang with wild ferocity, its eyes filled with rage, as if intent on devouring him. As Xiang opened his mouth to speak, he felt a gust of wind from behind that sent a chill down his spine that he quickly turned, only to find the Labrador charging at him. He hastily sidestepped, yet still felt the teeth of the beast sink into his calf. With a swift kick, he broke free from its grip. The elderly woman, realizing her dog had bitten someone, quickly began to argue. My dog is gentle. It merely likes you. Look how much it adores you. Xiang could no longer suppress his fury. Grasping a sturdy stick, he swung it towards the Labrador, exclaiming, I will show you what gentle means. The Labrador yelped and retreated into the distance. The elderly woman hastily intercepted Xiang, unjustly asserting, my dog is well-behaved and gentle. Had you not provoked it, it would not have lunged at you. Furthermore, you have harmed my dog. You shall be held accountable. Xiang, unable to contain his indignation, strode forward and slapped the elderly woman across the face. What nonsense are you spouting? His hands moved like a tempest, each strike accompanied by a fierce wind, forcefully landing upon her visage in an instant. Her previously wrinkled cheeks swelled alarmingly. She widened her eyes, filled with terror, her body trembling involuntarily as she clutched her arms tightly, as if that might alleviate her fear. The dog, too, had retreated far away, unwilling to approach Xiang again. Yet Xiang was not finished. He abruptly seized a handful of the elderly woman's thinning hair, yanking her head forcefully towards him. Leaning close to her ear, he hissed menacingly. You wretched old hag, I have only just been released from confinement. If you dare to report me, I shall gladly return for another 2 days. But mark my words, once I am free again, I will ensure your entire family meets their end, leaving not a single soul alive. Upon hearing such threats, the elderly woman was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. She stammered incoherently, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please, I beseech you, spare my life. Humph. Xiang tightened his grip around her neck, whispering ominously, I know where you reside. I trust you will not be so foolish as to test my patience. The elderly woman, already ashen with fright, could only nod vigorously, unable to form a coherent response. Xiang's gaze shifted elsewhere. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and killing them would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. He resolved to allow them to linger a while longer. After all, when the real end times came, there would be ample opportunity to deal with them. With this thought, a chilling smile crept upon his lips. As he observed the crowd gathering around, he feigned concern, assisting the elderly woman to her feet. My dear lady, how careless of you to fall. Allow me to help you, but please do not attempt to extort me. The elderly woman fervently shook her head, forcing down her dread. In this world, there are still many good people. Xiang, with a beaming smile, navigated through the throng and made his way out of the community. Feeling the pain in his calf, Xiang recalled that he had yet to attend to the dog bite, He rolled up his pant leg to inspect the wound. It was not severe, and the durability of his jeans had absorbed much of the impact. He needed to hurry to the hospital, so he limped into a cab bound for the Langia City People's Hospital. Registration, emergency.24. What? 24 yuan? Seriously? For what? I've not even been seen yet, and they're charging me 24 yuan. This hospital is truly profiting off the sick, Xiang muttered under his breath, pushing open the door to emergency room number 6. He was greeted by a woman seated at the desk. She appeared to be in her late 20s, clad in a medical coat, her legs crossed comfortably. Her attire suggested a harmonious blend of stockings and high heels beneath her coat. While it was difficult to discern her figure, her striking beauty was undeniable. With long, straight black hair cascading to her waist, a heart-shaped face that was quite alluring, her skin glowed with health, and her demeanor was graceful. Her lips were naturally tinted red, her brows perfectly shaped, her face like a silver basin, and her eyes sparkling like apricots, truly a vision of beauty. Noticing his presence, the doctor donned a mask and inquired, "What seems to be the problem? Where do you feel unwell?" Taking a seat in the patient chair, Xiang lifted his gaze, noting that the doctor's chest bore an ID badge, Langia City People's Hospital. Name, Xiaolan Department, General Surgery Position, Chief Physician. Seeing the man fixated on her badge without responding, Xiaolan feigned annoyance. "What are you staring at? I asked you where it hurts." "Oh, right, I was bitten by a dog." Xiang replied awkwardly. "Was it today? Where exactly?" she asked, motioning for him to show her the wound that it was just now on my calf. Xiang said, revealing the injury for her inspection. "It's manageable. The wound isn't large, but it requires immediate attention. Here is the informed consent form regarding rabies and its corresponding treatment measures. Review it and sign if there are no objections, and I will prescribe medication. Once you retrieve it, I will treat your wound and administer the rabies vaccine." Xiang took the form from Xiaolan, glancing over it briefly before signing. "Off you go to pay, and then return for your medication," Xiaolan instructed as she collected the signed document. Shortly thereafter, Xiang returned with the vaccine. "That I must inform you that the rabies vaccine requires a total of 5 doses. On day 0, day 3, day 7, day 14, and day 28. Today, October 12th, you will receive the first dose. You must return on October 15th, 19th, 26th, and November 9th to complete the remaining injections that I will be here for consultations during that time." Xiaolan explained as she administered the vaccine into Xiang's left upper arm. "All right, thank you, Dr. Xia." Xiang calculated that he would be able to complete the vaccinations just before the impending apocalypse. "Do you know my surname?" Xiaolan inquired. Xiang pointed at her. I just saw your ID badge." Xiaolan raised her hand to cover her chest, recalling the earlier gaze from Xiang, her cheeks flushing again beneath the mask, though Xiang remained unaware that Dr. Xia, as the chief physician of general surgery, "Why are you stationed in the emergency room? Shouldn't you be on rotation?" "Isn't at the old lecture. The director, who scheduled me here." "Why am I telling you all this?" Xiaolan replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. She waved her hand dismissively. "The injection is done. You may leave." Xiang crumpled the payment receipt and tossed it into the trash as he said, "Goodbye, Dr. Xia. I shall return." Xiaolan watched as he walked away, muttering to herself, "What an odd individual." Xiang sauntered out of the hospital, feeling as though a miraculous vaccine had alleviated the soreness in his legs and back, allowing him to ascend 5 flights of stairs effortlessly. Surely, it could not be merely the sight of the enchanting Xiaolan that had inspired such vitality. Indeed, it was certainly not the case. Xiang, ever the pragmatist, contemplated potential misfortunes. Xiaolan was a surgeon, well-versed in trauma surgery, which could prove invaluable. Lacking any means of self-preservation, should an unfortunate event arise, I would require a physician's assistance. Yet I ponder whether Xiaolan could be of service, and if her expertise aligns with my needs. Furthermore, with my newfound spatial abilities, I could amass ample supplies and comfortably accommodate several women. As he walked, he compared Xiaolan to Yi Xiaoxiao, concluding that Yi Xiaoxiao was utterly inferior, and wondered how he had ever chosen her. Without contrast, one cannot discern the truth. Previously, he had measured potential partners by conventional standards, but now he aspired to loftier ideals, no longer fixated on the notion of marriage certificates. The existence of civil affairs bureaus seemed uncertain in the future. Amidst a sea of choices, he desired only a select few, preferably those with depth, as he mused. Xiang gestured toward his head. Acknowledging the comparison was indeed valid. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a doctor was an absolute necessity. This was not merely a matter of superficial attraction. With his resolve firm, Xiang turned to leave. Occasionally chuckling to himself that moment, a grumbling protest emanated from his stomach. What should I eat? Xiang hailed a taxi back to the Xiangshi International Community. The area boasted an array of dining options, catering to every craving. Although he had not suffered as acutely as others, his lifestyle had been frugal, relying on fast food, pre-packaged meals, and canned goods. He had not savored a warm meal in ages. Now, with the apocalypse yet to descend, it was time to indulge. What purpose does money serve? After a month, it transforms into worthless paper. Better to seize the moment and treat myself to something previously untried. Michelin 3 stars? I wouldn't even consider 8 stars. This had been Xiang's former mindset. After all, who could afford a meal that cost several months' salary? Today, however, he decided to indulge and entered a Western restaurant. Xiang closed the menu and instructed the waiter, "Please bring me your finest dishes." "Certainly, sir," the waiter replied. Watching the waiter depart, Xiang absent-mindedly touched his nose, uncertain of what to order since he had never sampled such fare before. "Well, I'll eat whatever arrives." Dishes began to arrive. Avocado salmon tart, fish roe, black truffle scallop puff, foie gras, sous vide beef tongue, baked camembert, escargot, French wild mushroom soup, baked prawns with prosciutto, pan-seared 9 Wagyu beef with seasonal vegetables, lychee chantilly cream, cilantro cookies, and a bottle of to Lafite Rothschild Bordeaux, red wine. Xiang gazed at the exquisite array of dishes, marveling at their delicate presentation and generous portions that, well, it has time to eat. I might as well enjoy it while I can die. It seems I'll need to focus on Chinese cuisine when stockpiling food in a few days. Xiang began to savor each bite, yearning to indulge heartily, but the portions were disappointingly small. Just as he speared a snail with his fork, contemplating whether to place it in his mouth, he overheard a heated argument from the adjacent table. "I refuse to date an engineer, especially a scoundrel like you. Just settle the bill and leave. How am I a scoundrel? I haven't done anything." Do you know how to determine if a man is a scoundrel? By flirting with every woman he meets? No, it's simpler than that. If he can breathe, he is a scoundrel. What about those who don't breathe? Dead scoundrels. With that, Xiang erupted in laughter, inadvertently spitting out the snail he had just tasted. What a peculiar scene. He turned to observe a chubby young man and a slightly plump girl engaged in the exchange. The young man protested, "Then I'll just hold my breath," a stubborn, defiant scoundrel indeed. "Please don't break up with me. I'm willing to listen to you," the chubby young man pleaded weakly. "Let us do a little test. If you pass, we break up." The young man nodded. "All right, if one day I were to die, and you had to sleep with your ex-girlfriend to save me, would you do it?" "She wouldn't agree to that, If she wouldn't agree, that means you still think about her, but she doesn't want you, right? You owe me 800 yuan. The young man pouted, pulling out his phone. No, I wouldn't sleep with her ex. Pay notification. 800 yuan received. You wouldn't sleep with her? So, you plan to watch me die? Then I'll sleep with her. You know I cannot accept infidelity. I feel like no matter how I answer, I'll be wrong." "No worries. Let us change the question," the girl suggested casually. "That if I became a man, would you still love me?" "A man?" The chubby young man pondered. "You hesitated, then I would still love you. But you know I don't accept homosexuality." "Then I wouldn't love you anymore?" The young man queried. "That's so? You're merely enamored with my alluring figure, not my soul." "You owe me 800 yuan. The young man sighed, yet his hands continued to move. "No. These questions are far too difficult. Pay notification. 800 yuan received. Who could possibly answer these? So, you find it challenging to be with me now, do you?" The girl feigned tears covering her face. The young man quickly retrieved a tissue and handed it to her. "That is not what I meant. You think I'm too dramatic, don't you?" The girl swatted the tissue away. "Not at all. Am I more dramatic than your ex?" No. She was more dramatic. In what way?" Before the chubby young man could finish, he was interrupted. "Scoundrel, are you still reminiscing about your ex? Break up with him." With that, the girl swiftly grabbed her bag and exited the restaurant, leaving the young man stunned. After a moment, The young man also attempted to leave, only to be informed that he had yet to settle the bill. How much? Good day, sir. The total is 8,888 yuan. The young man's hands trembled upon hearing the amount, his face a mask of despair that, can I pay in installments? Sir, this bill does not support installments. If you lack funds, we can assist you in contacting your family for assistance. Alternatively, if you truly have no money, we may have to call the authorities. Having overheard this, Xiang finished the last piece of beef tongue on his plate. He waved to the waiter, put it all on my tab. How much in total? Xiang's gesture was not without reason. It reminded him of his own past self, once so timid and uncertain. Everything had changed now that he drank deeply from his glass of wine, bidding farewell to his former self. Sir, your total, along with this gentleman's, is 38,888 yuan. Good heavens, a single meal cost 30,000. After settling the bill, Xiang approached the chubby young man, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Come, I'm still hungry. Let us go eat something more. Without waiting for a response, he led the young man to a nearby noodle shop. Boss, 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles, extra spicy. What should I call you? Xiang casually inquired. Big brother, my name is Wang Xingxing. Don't worry, I'll repay you for covering my bill, the young man replied timidly. Xingxing, what are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Big brother, what is your name? Xiang. Xiang, why did you help pay for me? No particular reason. Xiang, you're not gay, are you? Wang Xingxing shrank back in his seat. Xiang was utterly speechless. Oh, you really think I would be interested in you? So, you do have a thing for me. I'm not what you think I am. I would go to such lengths that Xiang slapped his forehead, exasperated. Let us just eat, talk while we eat. With that, he handed his chopsticks to Wang Xingxing before mixing the chili powder into his noodles. That girl mentioned you're an engineer. What kind of engineer are you? Wang Xingxing lifted a strand of noodles and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, I'm a senior mechanical engineer responsible for the research, development and design of mechanical products, and I possess a smattering of knowledge in various areas. So, do you also repair things? Assembling mechanical parts and refurbishing equipment? Yes, essentially I can manage that. After all, this is my profession. Ah, I see, Xiang remarked, stroking his chin, resolute in his thoughts. Such a person would be an invaluable asset, even in the apocalypse. It would be wise to nurture his potential. Xiang then swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the girl from earlier. She is someone I met on a matchmaking website. I thought it was about time for me to settle down, so I invited her out for a meal. Wang Xingxing shyly replied. Xiang, observing Wang Xingxing, who was a few years younger than himself, reflected on his own unmarried status. Lamenting the disparity in perspectives between individuals at his age, he was still preoccupied with video games. Is today your first meeting? Yes, it is indeed our first encounter. Wang Xingxing swallowed another mouthful of noodles and pondered. Do you think I truly made a mistake? Should I reach out to her again? Perhaps I should send her another 800. Xiang sensed that Wang Xingxing had yet to experience the harsh realities of life and felt compelled to redirect his thinking during this formative phase. After all, a young sapling must be nurtured to grow straight, lest it become a towering tree. The thought of imparting some wisdom to him filled Xiang with excitement. Let me tell you, my friend, a man must treat himself well and broaden his horizons. Not sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. If you own a fish and it dies, you would feel great sorrow. However, if you have a pond full of fish, would you lament the loss of one? Even if you were a delicate flower, someone who cares for you will nurture you well. Those who do not care will only let you wither. A woman who spends money on you may not necessarily love you, but a woman who refrains from spending on you certainly does not love you. That a woman who incessantly seeks to spend your money loves you even less. The 1,600 you gave her earlier will yield nothing in return. If spent on yourself, it brings boundless joy. That if spent on your brothers, it earns you countless brotherly bonds. When a woman genuinely wishes to be with you, she will not concern herself with the integrity of a box of Swiss rolls. Men, there are countless types of women out there. That a woman who truly loves you will treat you like a son. Moreover, if a woman lacks a home, a car, or savings, what is the point of marrying her? Do you wish to drift aimlessly together in solitude? A family is a place of love, not a realm of reason. Marriage is akin to a second birth for a young man. Do not rush, as it is a lifelong commitment. Choose wisely and do not settle. A woman who loves you will not bombard you with questions. She will patiently endure your moods, caring only about your well-being. That a person who truly loves you will embrace all your flaws. All women share a common desire. They seek a man's physical presence, while men must strive for independence. When you have money, be sure to indulge yourself with things you enjoy and savor good food. When the urge to travel strikes, embark on spontaneous journeys. Money is meant to be a reflection of your worth, not merely something to be spent on others. Thus, when your salary arrives each month, prioritize enhancing your inner self and investing in your personal growth, rather than saving to spend on women. That a man who desires something will not voice it. For that which is easily obtained is of little value. That if a woman loves a man, she should proactively buy for him, rather than asking if he wants it. To inquire signifies a lack of genuine affection. You notice she didn't even offer to pay, which led to your embarrassing situation. That is a clear indication of her indifference. That a woman who truly loves you will strive to overcome all obstacles for your sake, as all you seek is her attitude. Those with genuine intent require no instruction. Those lacking such intent cannot be taught. Setting aside facts, can she truly bear no blame? Ultimately, you alone shoulder the burden. Xing, you must agree with me, Xiang exclaimed passionately. Wang Xing sat in stunned silence, momentarily unable to process the flood of insights, sensing that perhaps Xiang's words held a kernel of wisdom. Xing, do you dine around here? Is your home nearby? Yes, I reside in this community, specifically in building 17. Xiang pulled out his phone. Let us connect on WeChat. I'll share more useful insights with you later. By the way, my phone number is 186. Please save it. He then ravenously finished his bowl of noodles, wiping his mouth. Chinese cuisine truly is delightful. All right, it's getting late. You should head home. There is no need to pursue matchmaking. Trust me, visit the Xiang Ruoshui Leisure Club down the street a few more times. After a lifetime of labor, one deserves some enjoyment, Xiang advised. After your experience, let me know how it went. In truth, Xiang had never been to a foot massage parlor. He often heard others rave about it, but was unsure of its merits. He thought it would be interesting to let Wang Xing experience it and share his impressions afterward. Wang Xing watched as Xiang departed, tightening his grip on his phone as he searched for the address of Xiang Ruoshui, gritting his teeth and turning toward it. That night unfolded into a sleepless one. Xiang booked a room in a 5-star hotel, strolling leisurely towards it while reflecting on the earlier conversation. Having indulged in too much chicken soup, he felt the need for a dose of duck soup. But rather, it was a declaration of independence. That he finally understood why some individuals succumb to brainwashing. Merely contemplating such ideas was exhilarating. That it seemed he would need to delve deeper into practical applications, lest he be unable to impart wisdom to Xing in the dead of night. Xiang lay on the plush bed of the 5-star hotel, enveloped in exquisite comfort. The mattress was delicately soft, akin to floating on clouds. The air was infused with a refreshing fragrance, instilling a sense of tranquility and relaxation, and he quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Xiang awoke, having fallen asleep swiftly. Yet his rest was far from peaceful. He frequently stirred, haunted by dreams of a throat-slashing incident. Instinctively, he touched his neck, resolving never to repeat the same mistakes. To survive in the apocalypse, one must be thoroughly prepared. Xiang called the hotel front desk, requesting pen and paper to draft a comprehensive plan. First and foremost, he needed potable water and food. The provisions must be ample, as relying solely on Sam's Club and Walmart would not suffice. For a more comfortable existence, the diversity of food items must also be considered. Xiang twirled the pen in his hand. Naturally, he also had to ponder storage capabilities. His thoughts shifted to an alternate dimension where an apple, bitten into, floated solitary in the void. In the next moment, the apple materialized in his left hand, and he took another bite. The flavor within this alternate space remained unchanged, maintaining the same freshness as yesterday. It appeared that food placed within this realm was instantaneously preserved. Thus, concerns about storage were alleviated. Next on the agenda was a safe house to endure the impending collapse of humanity. A sufficiently fortified shell was essential as a sanctuary. The structure must be reinforced, constructed from high-strength materials capable of withstanding bullets, artillery, and other forms of assault. Who could predict whether others would possess such dangerous items in the aftermath? High-rise buildings were certainly out of the question. What if someone demolished a load-bearing wall after construction? That would be absurd at a villa in a no-man's land or the countryside. It was a possibility, though time was of the essence. Furthermore, there were still some accounts to settle within this community. It seemed the only viable option was to purchase a standalone villa for renovation. The third phase of construction in this community was nearing completion. He would check if any suitable properties were available. Additionally, he needed to contact construction and security firms. Previously, Xiang had interacted with Lidu Security Company and Haishi Security Company in Langya City. Both firms catered to the elite of Langya City and offered services for constructing and renovating safe houses. Lastly, energy was critical. Survival was impossible without it. Oil, coal, and natural gas are non-renewable resources that, even if given to him, he could not refine. With temperatures plummeting, heating became a major concern, necessitating primitive methods of warmth. Coal and firewood were essential for heating. However, it is still necessary to reserve some gasoline and diesel as secondary energy sources, just in case. Having energy also requires supporting facilities, generators, air purification devices, and oxygen machines, among others, are essential as well. Fourthly, medicines are crucial. In the event of illness, effective treatment must be secured at a glint of cold light flashed in Xiang's eyes. Yi Xiao, your time has come. The list of medicines still requires careful consideration. I only know 2 people connected to the pharmaceutical field, and Yi Xiao is not one of them. I fear she may lead me astray, and the secrets of the alternate space cannot be divulged to her. The only other option left is Xiaolan. It seems I must inquire thoroughly during my next visit. What else is lacking? In terms of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, both food and shelter have been meticulously planned. Surprisingly, clothing, which takes precedence, is the easiest to resolve. I can simply purchase it from a brand store when the time comes. As for transportation, Xiang inscribed the character for transport on paper, tracing it several times with his pen. Ordinary vehicles will certainly not suffice. Only specialized vehicles can be considered. Xiang has yet to finalize his thoughts on this, so it must be set aside for now. The most critical aspect remains weapons. He has no desire to become the subject of the online adage. While neighbors stockpile food, I hoard arms. My neighbors are my granary. Butterfly knives, 3-edged military daggers, tactical axes, acquiring such items is feasible. Yet he does not wish to engage in a conflict where he must resort to a bayonet fight. One could call a caution, but to speak plainly, it is merely cowardice, unless he possesses absolute strength to crush his adversaries. Preserving his life is the priority. Recurve bows, compound bows, crossbows, these are worth considering, as security companies do sell them. Purchasing a few for covert operations is certainly not a mistake. Alas, if only there were an equality device among all beings. After all, firearms are swift beyond 7 paces, yet within that distance, they are both fast and precise. It is said that one can procure firearms from the domestic black market. Black market, as they call it. Sounds appealing, but how can an ordinary person gain access? Should I venture abroad? Xiang frowned in contemplation. It is indeed challenging to procure such items domestically. Going overseas for a zero-cost purchase sounds enticing. Yet one must wonder how to return afterward. It would not be surprising to be subdued and knocked out on the spot. If firearms cannot be obtained, one cannot resort to using a spear tipped with filth to pierce someone to death. It appears a trip to the land of the bear is necessary. Xiang resolved quietly. Enjoying the breakfast delivered by a 5-star hotel, he watched the morning news in China. On October 13th. Local time, the Federal Reserve announced a reduction of the benchmark interest rate target range by 100 basis points, marking the first rate cut of the year. Over the past 3 years, the Federal Reserve has raised rates 13 times. With the benchmark rate climbing to 8.25-8.5, the Federal Reserve Chairman Komodo stated that the 100 basis point cut is a robust action, asserting that the Fed does not perceive this rate cut as delayed, but rather as a timely measure. The American economy is in good condition, with stable growth and declining inflation, Komodo affirmed. Reflecting on this round of rate hikes, some American experts contend that the Fed's actions have not only caused significant upheaval in international financial markets, but have also failed to alleviate the living cost crisis faced by the American populace. A spokesperson for the Chinese news office, Wang Jian, remarked, The rate cut will push the US dollar into a downward trajectory. The dollar index recorded its largest monthly decline of the year in September. The continued devaluation of the dollar will benefit other major currencies, as the Federal Reserve enters a rate-cutting cycle. It will primarily influence the People's Bank of China to implement a more relaxed monetary policy. Simultaneously, the Dragon coin has recently experienced a round of appreciation, significantly alleviating the pressure on the central bank to maintain exchange rate stability, thereby laying the groundwork for the central bank to adopt more monetary policy tools. The appreciation of the Dragon coin will attract foreign capital back into Dragon coin assets, which is favorable news for the currently sluggish A share market, likely promoting a substantial rebound. Upon seeing this news, Xiang was filled with elation. It suggested that the stocks he purchased could soar, that he pulled out his phone, his trembling hands opening the trading website. And indeed, as expected, all the stocks he had acquired were surging, particularly those in the sunset industries he had invested in, which were experiencing a rebound from their lows. Xiang immediately contacted the securities company to sell off a portion. He was aware that the A-share market would continue to grow for a while. However, he also understood that this was only temporary. To avoid being trapped, he needed to sell within a limited time frame, 0.5 days. He had to sell the remainder within 5 days. Ding! Payment notification from Xfu Bao, 60 million yuan. Indeed, standing at the forefront of opportunity, even a pig could take flight. In this information age, transactions are remarkably swift. Xiang excitedly gazed at the string of numbers on his phone. With this money, he could begin to acquire some essential items. He would need these, as the monetary value of currency would likely diminish following the apocalypse. Society might revert to a primitive barter system. Before descending, Xiang did not forget to tear up his plan and flush it down the toilet. He decided to visit the sales office to see if there were any suitable villas available, preferably a standalone unit. Resolute in his decision, Xiang made his way to the Xiang International Sales Center. "Good day, sir. Welcome. Is this your first visit?" A saleswoman greeted him with a professional smile. "That we currently have available units in small high-rises, tall buildings, and a newly completed standalone villa area in Phase 3. Upon hearing standalone villa, Xiang's eyes lit up. "That I want to see the villas." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me. You will need to provide a 20 million yuan proof of funds at the front desk." Xiang promptly presented his balance. The saleswoman was taken aback, her mouth agape at the string of numbers. Her professional smile transformed into one tinged with delight. "Sir, please follow me. I will introduce you. This area consists of the newly completed standalone villas in Phase 3, located on the south side of the community, with no obstructions around. Since they are all furnished, I will take you to see the ready-to-move-in properties. The entire villa has been designed by the renowned French designer Billy team, with 3 floors above ground and 2 below. The floor area ratio is approximately 0.15. The underground level allows direct access to the community's underground parking lot. Of course, you may also park your vehicle in your own yard. The interior architecture features a modern European style, with a usable area of around 1,000 square meters, comprising 7 spacious bedrooms and 5 functional rooms. You are now entering the living room, which boasts a height of 7 meters. That's enough. "I want this one," Xiang interjected, interrupting the saleswoman. His mind was made up. The terrain here is flat, with a broad view, making it an easy area to defend. "Very well, sir. This villa is priced at 70 million yuan. Let us return to the sales center, and I will provide you with the purchase contract. You may choose to pay in full or allow us to assist you with a loan." The corners of the saleswoman's mouth could barely contain her joy. Securing such a significant sale would yield her a handsome profit. "Let us proceed with the loan," Xiang replied without hesitation. As he had no intention of repaying in this apocalyptic scenario, who would pursue repayment? "It's not like the old days when a house could be lost, but the mortgage remained, sir. This way. Please. Our sales center facilitates rapid loan processing. Applications submitted today will be approved and disbursed on the same day, with a down payment of 10% and repayments commencing on the 12th of the following month. Please provide your personal information, and we will handle everything for you." Xiang signed the contract without further ado and promptly transferred 7 million yuan. "Sir, all arrangements are complete. Here is your purchase contract and invoice. Please keep these safe. This is the key to your villa, so carry it with you." Xiang accepted the documents and turned to leave the sales center. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was witnessed by Yi Xiao on the second floor. Li Xiang? Isn't he out running errands? She pondered. When did he return? What is he doing here? Yi Xiao was aware that everyone visiting the sales center was there for the newly launched Phase 3 villas. Xiangshi International's Phase 3 employed a new model, selling ready-to-move-in properties. Those coming to purchase were typically affluent individuals, alleviating concerns about unfinished projects. AS for Yi Xiao was on the second floor of the sales center. It was because the second floor housed Long Ji's office, and she was there to secretly meet him. Darling, what's wrong? Long Ge grasped Yi Xiao's hand, following her gaze downwards. However, he could only see Li Xiang's back. Oh, I told you to call me Xiao when we're outside, that I think the person who just walked by was Li Xiang, but I'm not entirely sure because he usually isn't home at this time. I'm a bit worried. What is there to fear? Long Ge waved his hand dismissively. Even if he discovers us, what can he do? Observing Yi Xiao's furrowed brow, Long Ge added, fine, I'll make a quick call to check. He then picked up the desk phone and dialed the front desk downstairs. Who was just looking at the house? Who accompanied them? Have her bring the information up to me. After a short while, the saleswoman brought Li Xiang's personal information upstairs. Long Ge, here's the information you requested. Has the deal been finalized today? Long Ge casually inquired as he perused the documents. This, the saleswoman joyfully responded. Yes, we just closed a significant transaction for one of our standalone villas in Phase 3. Xiao. Take a look, it really is this Li Xiang. Long Ge turned to Yi Xiao and remarked. How could this be? Yi Xiao stared in shock at the capital verification report, rendered speechless. How could he possess so much? Yi Xiao fell silent, glancing at the saleswoman. Noticing this, Long Ge waved her off, saying, All right, you may leave for now. A different light flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes, a blend of greed and regret. If only I hadn't been with Long Ge and had married Li Xiang instead, all this money could have been mine. She mused, Xiao, how could someone who drives have access to such wealth? He can't possibly have stolen or robbed it, right? It's not like he won the lottery. Long Ji's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao lost in thought, Long Ge nudged her gently. What is it? I was asking where Li Xiang got all this money. Don't you know? How would I know? I've been with him for so long, and he has never revealed that he has this much money. Yi Xiao thought bitterly. If I had known he was this wealthy, I wouldn't be with you. I should have just secured Li Xiang for myself. Why was I pretending to be reserved? Long Ge urged, you should go out and ask him, find out what is going on. Don't think about leaving me to return to Li Xiang. Your primary task now is to uncover the source of his money. Understand? Long Ge hinted, you know my methods. Besides, you two are supposedly a couple now, but if he discovers you're fooling around behind his back. Well, at Long Ji's words, Yi Xiao shivered in fear. Even if Li Xiang could forgive her for her infidelities, she wouldn't be able to escape Long Ji's wrath. She was acutely aware of his ruthless nature. After all, one must possess certain skills to operate in the world of high-interest loans. That I understand, Yi Xiao said, stretching her neck. That I will figure out, but not right now. If I go out now, and he sees me, it would be over. Long Ge, seeing her hesitation, pulled her into his embrace. Xiao, think this through. You can't go back now. Why not go with the flow? Let us partner up and extract all his money. Yi Xiao stumbled into Long Ji's arms. Yes, I understand. I was just taken aback by the situation earlier. She blinked. Good, as long as you understand, Long Ge replied. Why Yi Xiao leaned her head behind Long Ge's, her eyes betraying a hint of subtle mockery and disdain, as if concealing countless secrets and schemes. Meanwhile, Wu Hailong, with a profound demeanor, gazed into the distance, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Wu Hailong turned Yi Xiao's face toward him, and they shared a knowing smile, their expressions shrouded in deep suspicion and detachment, as if ready to escape this entanglement at any moment. Li Xiang could never have imagined that a mere capital verification report would create a rift between the two. Yet neither dared to voice this tension, even as it hung palpably in the air. Thus, two individuals, outwardly united yet inwardly estranged, donned their false masks, navigating the murky waters of their relationship within that office. After leaving the sales center, Li Xiang took a taxi to Li Duan Security Company. Alongside Haishi, Li Duan stood as one of the premier security firms in Langya City. While not the top in the nation, It certainly ranked among the best in China. Seeking other companies in different cities seemed impractical at this juncture. After all, local enterprises wield significant influence in Langya. They asked for why he approached two security firms. He aimed to amalgamate their strengths, hoping they could collaboratively devise a nearly perfect shell. After all, 3 heads are better than 1, and with 2 companies plus himself, they would have enough ideas to explore. Upon entering Li Duan Security Company, Li Xiang explained his purpose to the receptionist. The female receptionist ushered him into the reception room and served him a cup of tea, after savoring a second sip. A robust man with a resolute gaze, broad hands, and a steady stride entered the room. Dressed in a loose-fitting dark t-shirt that hugged his well-developed chest, he exuded a powerful physique, complemented by rugged work pants and heavy military-style boots. A black leather bracelet casually adorned his wrist. Although his attire lacked extravagance, every detail conveyed resilience and practicality, perfectly matching his muscular build. It was undeniable that such a figure instilled a profound sense of security in a security firm. "Good day, sir. I am the manager of the security department, Deng Taiyue. May I inquire your surname and how we can assist you?" Deng Taiyue asked as he sat across from Li Xiang. Li Xiang set down his teacup and replied, "You may call me Li. I am here to discuss transforming my house into a safe haven, one that can withstand an apocalyptic scenario. Money is not an issue. I require the highest level of security." Deng Taiyue's eyes brightened at this revelation. Although he had encountered clients seeking to build safe houses before, it was rare for someone to demand the highest standards right off the bat. In China, where resources are abundant and citizens live in peace, few believe in the apocalypse. In contrast, many affluent individuals abroad, particularly in the United States, invest substantial sums in constructing war bunkers akin to doomsday shelters. After all, the wealthier one is, the more one fears for their life. Even among the common populace, some spend years building their own shelters, often driven by a fear of potential threats. Li Xiang, however, was genuinely aware of impending doom. "Mr. Li, our Li Duan Security Company is the leading security firm in Langya City. Whatever your requirements, we will surely meet them," Deng Taiyue assured him. "I plan to renovate the villa extensively, not just the house, but also the surrounding ground, both above and below, must be solidified and constructed to the same specifications. But let us not rush this. I am here to gather information today, and I intend to visit Haishi Security Company afterward." Li Xiang suggested, "Manager Deng, why not accompany me there?" Deng Taiyue, not wanting to lose a potential client, readily agreed. "Certainly, Mr. Li. Please ride in my car. I will take you there now." Li Xiang joined him, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of Haishi Security Company. There stood a woman with a distinctive aura. Her physique was well-proportioned at around 1.7 meters, neither excessively slender nor overly stout. Despite the passage of time leaving its mark on her, she still exuded a healthy and graceful beauty. "What brings you here today, Manager Deng? It's rare to see you," the woman remarked. "Yiting, don't tease me," Deng Taiyue replied. Li Xiang, puzzled, asked, "Manager Deng, do you two know each other?" "To be honest, Mr. Li, she is my ex-wife, and we are now divorced," Deng Taiyue confessed. Li Xiang smirked slightly, but chose not to comment further. "What do you want here?" "You're not welcome," Yiting said nonchalantly. Li came in my office just now. He intends to construct a safe house, Deng Taiyue explained. Yiting perceived this as Li Xiang's attempt to compare the two companies, yet she was curious about any further demands he might have. "I would like the two of you to collaborate in building the safe house. The project must be completed within 20 days. The entire villa needs to be reinforced, and you may choose the materials for the walls and floors. But my only stipulation is that they must be of the finest quality." "Impossible. I refuse to work with him," Yiting scoffed. "Moreover, that timeline is far too tight that I will pay the full amount to both companies." Li Xiang insisted. "That won't do. It's either me or him. Take your pick," she countered. "I'll add more money," Li Xiang declared boldly. Yiting's face immediately brightened with a smile. "All right, boss. Please continue to eye in the interior. I require the construction of an insulating layer, followed by the establishment of a fireplace, along with the installation of underfloor heating designed to provide warmth throughout the entire residence. The windows must be fitted with the finest bulletproof glass available in the world. Additionally, the foundation of the house must be reinforced. The door should be replaced with ones made of materials equivalent to those used for bank vaults, and surveillance systems should be installed to eliminate any blind spots. A security system is also necessary. Furthermore, beneath the villa, a facility for processing and filtering sewage must be constructed, connected to the municipal underground pipeline, with 2 intelligent valves installed. The current electrical grid connection should remain intact while an independent power supply system is established. Ventilation ducts must be properly filtered. Deng Taiyue and Xin Yiting attentively listened to Li Xiang's various requests, occasionally taking notes. That should suffice for now, Li Xiang remarked, feeling parched. If you have any good suggestions, please feel free to share, Deng Taiyue inquired. Mr. Li, if an independent power supply system is necessary, have you considered installing a set of solar panels? I have connections for this. The current solar energy conversion systems have achieved a conversion rate of 50, far surpassing what was previously possible. Solar energy. The sun is obstructed. How can we utilize solar energy? That would be a sheer waste. No need for that. Arrange for 20 generators for me, and we will generate power directly from them. 20. Can we possibly utilize that many? Chen Yiting exclaimed in surprise. You need not concern yourself with that. Just proceed as I instruct, Li Xiang insisted firmly. Very well, Mr. Li, I have estimated that if construction is required on the surrounding ground and underground, relevant approvals from the authorities will be necessary, but you need not worry about that. Additionally, all materials will be of aerospace-grade quality. The estimated construction period is approximately 20 days, costing around 100 million. Chen Yiting stated. Li Xiang asked, is this a combined cost from both of your companies? Yes. Each of our companies will contribute 40 million, and an additional 15 million will be required to expedite the construction, with the remaining 5 million serving as a fee for working with this big oaf, Chen Yiting muttered. This woman certainly knows how to make money swiftly, Li Xiang mused. However, it is a commitment I must honor. Very well. How should the payment be structured? Li Xiang asked cheerfully. A down payment of 30, which amounts to 30 million, will be due at the start of construction, followed by another 30 on the 10th day of construction. The remaining payment of 35 will be due 1 month after completion, with the final 5 as a warranty deposit to be settled a year later. Li Xiang promptly transferred 30 million to the account of Haishi Security Company. As for how they would distribute the funds, he was unconcerned. Li Xiang casually inquired. Do you have any handy weapons available? Deng Taiyue replied. What kind of weapon does Li desire? For someone who is establishing a safe house and has just paid 30 million. Deng Taiyue was exceedingly courteous. Weapons and equipment suitable for survival in an apocalyptic scenario. This was indeed the right person to ask, as Deng Taiyue specialized in this area. He then presented his tablet to Li Xiang. Here are our basic offerings, including cold-resistant clothing, heat-resistant suits, tactical vests, tactical backpacks, tactical gloves, tactical flashlights, and more. As he spoke, he swiped through the images on the tablet, showcasing each item. For close combat, we have multifunctional entrenching tools, outdoor daggers, batons, hatchets, machetes, triangular military daggers, and pry bars. We also provide police stun batons, and rest assured, all are sourced through legitimate channels. This stun baton is less effective than the newly acquired pig prod I have, Chen Yiting scoffed. Deng Taiyue scratched his head. Indeed. The current regulations stipulate that the voltage of stun batons must not exceed safety limits, while there are fewer restrictions on agricultural prods. For ranged weapons, we offer traditional bows, compound bows, light bows, and recurve bows. For someone inexperienced, what would you recommend for ranged weapons? Li Xiang inquired. Well, we have something Deng Taiyue indicated on his tablet. Take a look at this, a compound crossbow equipped with a 6x scope and night vision capabilities. It is user-friendly. What about firearms? Can you provide those? Li Xiang asked. I is joking. Where in the country can one still obtain firearms? They would have been apprehended long ago, Deng Taiyue replied without a hint of embarrassment. However, our company has a shooting range. If you're interested, you may practice there, but we absolutely do not sell firearms. However, Li Xiang was skeptical of his words. How could such a large security company not have access to firearms? That seemed implausible. Nevertheless, he was indifferent, as he had already resolved to make a trip to the land of the bears in a few days. The regulations abroad are undoubtedly more flexible than those at home. Moreover, it is fortunate that domestic management is strict. Otherwise, with the current societal tensions, one can only imagine the chaos that might ensue. Li Xiang inquired. Does your company offer training in security matters? Deng Taiwei replied, certainly, we provide theoretical knowledge on security concepts, management, technologies, and emergency response. Stop, stop, stop. What I want is not theory, but practical training. Do you understand? Li Xiang interrupted, eager to halt Deng Taiwei from continuing. No problem. We first implement emergency response plans, familiarize ourselves with and utilize outdoor equipment. We also have specialized instructors responsible for teaching basic self-defense and grappling techniques to enhance personal safety. Additionally, we can conduct physical training. And if you deem it necessary, you may go to Yuting for training on how to respond to potential dangers in apocalyptic scenarios. Their company is more specialized in that regard. Professionalism indeed speaks for itself. Li Xiang mused inwardly. For apocalyptic equipment, I want everything. Prepare 20 sets of each item. Li Xiang selected items one by one on the tablet. Additionally, I require an extra 3,000 crossbow bolts with sharp tips. Based on what you have mentioned, along with the corresponding training, please draft a plan for me, Li Xiang instructed. Very well, however, this portion of the cost will be approximately 3 million. Deng Taiwei rubbed his hands together. You need not worry about the expenses. Once the safe house is completed, I will pay you along with the construction fees, Li Xiang replied. Fortunately, he had gained substantial startup capital through stock trading. Otherwise, sustaining such expenses until the end of days would be impossible. After a long day, Li Xiang had not eaten a single bite. After bidding farewell to Deng Taiwei and Chen Yuting, he took a taxi to mansion in the city center. Speaking of mansion, it is the premier private dining establishment in Langya City, accommodating only 10 tables of guests daily. Mansion is independently located in the city center, its exterior resembling a magnificent garden palace. With a wide array of exquisite dishes that epitomize luxury and sophistication. With the impending apocalypse, it would be wise to indulge in some fine dining to quell the emptiness in his stomach. Yesterday's Western cuisine was rather mediocre. While it was exquisite, it lacked substance. Outside the restaurant stood a hostess clad in a resplendent qipao, her attire a light blue silk adorned with intricately embroidered lotus patterns. As she gracefully approached Li Xiang, the hem of her qipao swayed gently, exuding an indescribable Eastern charm. Good day, sir. May I ask if you have a reservation? My surname is Li, and I made a reservation yesterday. Li Xiang replied casually. The qipao-clad beauty slightly bowed and gestured for him to enter. Ah, Mr. Li, please come in. Upon entering, Li Xiang was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming regal ambience, a long chandelier crafted from Swarovski crystals. Spanning several meters, harmonized with the wall adorned with 35 meters of seamless chrysanthemum Su embroidery. The private room Li Xiang had reserved was named Birdsong and Floral Fragrance, with the entire wall covered in genuine peacock feathers. In this luxurious and intimate setting, Li Xiang comfortably settled into a chair, observing as one qipao-clad beauty after another presented an array of dishes on the table. Sir, here is your reserved dish. Buddha jumps over the wall with eel, yellow lang chine crab with silver skin, rose peony shrimp balls, and taishir snake soup. Indeed, this is the epitome of Chinese luxury. Each dish was meticulously plated, showcasing exquisite colors that were a feast for the eyes. However, the portions were somewhat lacking. Fortunately, having learned from yesterday's experience, I knew that high-end restaurants seldom provide sufficient food, so I cleverly ordered a variety of additional dishes. Xiang mused to himself. This is the Kunlun abalone. Braised fish maw, huadiao yellow fish, and wagyu fried rice you ordered. The waitress respectfully listed the dishes one by one. After all the dishes were served, Li Xiang sighed. The money was well spent, as he gazed at the splendid array of dishes before him. And he began to feast heartily. Indeed, one could argue that the high price of the meal was justified. It was simply delectable. Having experienced the apocalypse in his previous life, savoring such exquisite food, now made Li Xiang feel that his life had been worth it. Observing Li Xiang devouring his meal, the beautiful waitress in qipao stood by, utterly astonished, as patrons of Igongguan were typically mindful of social etiquette and rarely behaved in such an uncouth manner. Witnessing Li Xiang's voracious appetite made her involuntarily swallow hard. However, Li Xiang was entirely indifferent to the opinions of others. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, even a loaf of bread could lead to bloodshed. Despite China's abundant resource reserves, Who would dare venture out to seek food in the extreme conditions of a frozen apocalypse? Not everyone possessed the courage to scavenge for supplies. Some would rather starve than step outside their homes. Conversely, others would recklessly violate rules and invade others' homes. Murder and pillaging were rampant. In such times, notions of etiquette, shame, and dignity, civilization itself would crumble. After all, those who survived often bore blood on their hand. Xiang had merely fortuitously amassed a large stockpile of supplies in his previous life. Once he had feasted to his heart's content, he departed with a nonchalant grace, leaving the qipao-clad beauty in awe. This meal cost him a staggering 100,000 yuan. Having dined, it was time to meet Yi Xiao. Xiang called Yi Xiao, arranging to meet her at the entrance of the community. Xiang, you're back? Yi Xiao had arrived at the community gate before him. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts. Carrying the LV bag he had given her, her lips adorned with a striking rose-red lipstick, it appeared she had dressed up with care. When adversaries meet, tensions run high. Xiang barely suppressed his murderous intent, wishing to see Xiao fall lifeless before him. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the turbulence within. Not yet. He could not kill her. In his previous life, she had thrived under his protection, enjoying abundant food and clothing during the apocalypse. It would be unwise to let her die before the end of the world. The brutal nature of humanity in the frozen apocalypse and the collapse of social order, the cold and despairing circumstances, would ensure that if she were to perish, it would not be in vain for Xiang to have been reborn. Xiao, you're still alive? Xiang mocked, while Xiao seemed unfazed by the harshness in his tone, believing he was deliberately distancing himself due to newfound wealth. Shall we take a stroll through the supermarket? As she spoke, Yi Xiao casually linked her arm with Xiang's. She remained oblivious to the change in Xiang's attitude after his rebirth. While Xiang was unaware that Yi Xiao had seen him purchasing a house that day, sure, Xiang said, discreetly withdrawing his arm. They exchanged idle chatter. Xiang, I actually saw you today at the Xiang International Sales Center, Yi Xiao remarked. Initially, Xiang had not intended to disclose his newfound wealth to her, but he was taken aback. He immediately associated this with Yi Xiao and Wu Hailong, suspecting they had met secretly again. She must know about his villa purchase. Such news would be hard to conceal. Whatever, he thought, it was no big deal. Why, Yi Xiao continued. How did you end up buying a house there? Don't you know how expensive those properties are? Where did you get the money? Faced with her barrage of questions, Xiang responded dismissively. Why do you care so much? I'm your girlfriend, RNTI. Are you planning to abandon me now that you have money? Yi Xiao exclaimed, agitated. It's my uncle from abroad. He founded a large company overseas and has no heirs, so he left his inheritance to me. Xiang fabricated smoothly. Oh, is that so? Why don't we get married? After marriage, we could go on a honeymoon. I want to see the world outside, and if not, we could at least travel around the country. Yi Xiao was lost in her fantasies. With the rest of your money, you could buy my brother another villa. Then you could loan him the money to repay it and buy my parent a flat. No need for a villa, just a spacious one. Don't want to see the world. The blissful world, perhaps. Buying houses for your entire family. What a burden. How unlucky I am to be entangled with you. Xiang narrowed his eyes at the deluded Yi Xiao and said, I'm busy now. Dealing with the inheritance, buying a house, and getting married? Dream on, he added. Xiang, how about we catch a movie tonight? Don't forget your ID, Yi Xiao suggested, her tone infused with eagerness upon hearing about the inheritance. She aimed to seize the opportunity to ensnare Xiang, believing that this approach was effective with honest men. Unfortunately, Xiang had changed. He was no longer the same. He had no desire to entertain her. So she had seen him buy a villa in his previous life. Yi Xiao had coveted his property, and now she sought after a villa. It was all about money, and she still harbored intentions of seducing him. Pretending to be virtuous? In his past life, he couldn't ride the bike, but others could. Now, after they had ridden it, they still wanted to return to him for a tune-up. I've been quite busy lately. Let us do this another time, Xiang declined. Yet his words still left Yi Xiao with a glimmer of hope. If he didn't keep her on the line, how would the game continue? Yi Xiao, lost in thoughts of post-marriage plans, failed to notice Xiang hastily departing. Since they were already at the supermarket, he might as well stock up. Plans often change, and it would be disastrous if there were any disruptions in logistics leading to a shortage of supplies. Instant noodles, canned goods, sausages, milk, luncheon meat, self-heating hot pot. Xiang piled them into his shopping cart box by box. Soon the cart was filled to the brim. Beer, liquor, energy drinks. Xiang loaded another cart. Soap, toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo. Those essentials could not be overlooked. Sales associates from various sections joined the effort to assist Xiang with his carts. That he selected a total of 10 shopping carts. It was not until he was nearing the checkout that Xiao finally spotted him behind a mountain of shopping carts. Xiang, why are you buying so many things? She asked in disbelief. I'm planning to furnish my new villa. He replied, oh, I see. How about I help you? Xiang did not refuse Xiao's assistance. After all, free labor should be utilized. Xiao, a former client of mine, reached out, looking to purchase a large quantity of medications, and asked if I had any channels that I thought of you. Xiang mentioned Xiao failed to perceive the coldness in his tone, responding eagerly, sure. What types of medications do you need? Just make a list for me later. Is this a combination of buying medicine and shopping at the supermarket? Is the apocalypse approaching? Xiao joked. Xiang raised an eyebrow. Surprised that she could connect the two matters, he sensed her quick wit and hidden depths, which heightened his caution. Impossible. If the apocalypse were coming, the government would have notified everyone in advance to prepare, he said. That's true. Xiao seemed to buy into his words. Sir, hello. I'm a manager of the supermarket. We offer free delivery services for our valued customers. The manager said enthusiastically upon seeing Xiang's massive purchases. Xiang graciously accepted the manager's offer. After settling the bill, he instructed the manager to send a vehicle to transport him and his goods back to the villa. Xiao insisted on accompanying him, but Xiang ruthlessly declined. Since the villa was already furnished, he decided to spend the night there. Once the delivery workers placed the items in the basement, they left. After they departed, Xiang stored all his belongings into a spatial pocket. After a restful slumber, he awoke in the morning to find a message from Deng Taiwei awaiting him. The renovation of the villa was set to commence today, which meant that after just one day of residing in the villa, he would once again need to seek a place to rest. Alongside this message was a training schedule indicating that the session would begin at 9 o'clock this morning at the training grounds of Liduan Security Company. Xiang arrived punctually at the training venue. Boss Li, you've arrived. Deng Taiwei greeted him with warmth. Observing the large hand extended towards him, reminiscent of a fan, Xiang smiled and shook it. Both standing a height of 1.78 meters, Xiang couldn't help but notice Deng's robust arms and well-defined muscles, prompting him to inquire, Manager Deng, when might I attain a physique akin to yours? Deng Taiwei chuckled heartily. 5 years. Just 5 years. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I might spend those 5 years? Xiang pondered, ultimately deciding against voicing his thoughts that we maintain a long-standing and profound partnership with the military. For esteemed clients like yourself, we have specifically enlisted professional instructors from the military to guide you, Deng Taiwei continued. Now allow me to introduce your personal training instructor, Tang Wanner. It's you. A shocked exclamation escaped both Xiang and Tang Wanner simultaneously. Deng Taiwei was taken aback. Wanner, do you two know each other? Tang Wanner hesitantly replied. The reason for my suspension is due to him. It turned out they had crossed paths a month prior. That day, Xiang had intended to leisurely browse the shops and perhaps purchase some clothing. However, his plans were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream that shattered the tranquility, drawing the attention of onlookers. In the distance, a frail man clad in a blue and white striped outfit, brandishing a gleaming knife, was seen holding a young woman hostage. The woman's face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. Trembling and unable to utter a word. Due to the distance, Xiang could not discern what the man was shouting. As is typical among the Chinese, curiosity drew a crowd. Xiang, swept along by the throng. Moved closer, he noticed the words Langya City, First Psychiatric Hospital, emblazoned on the man's shirt. My goodness, this fellow must have escaped from a mental institution. The crowd murmured, their voices rising in a cacophony, as more people gathered. Discussions ensued. Look, he still has the knife. How dangerous. Could this be a movie scene? Perhaps it's just a lover-esque quarrel. The man chasing after her. Yes, he tried to escape, paying off a debt. Some even yelled at the man, are you going to kill her, or what? Waving that knife around like a toy? Exactly. Stab her. If you don't, you're not a man. Voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. What are you all saying? Don't provoke him. While most were anxious, they still attempted to dissuade him. Put the knife down. What you're doing is illegal. Yes, call the police. Hurry. The crowd's eagerness for drama was palpable. But their reckless encouragement only heightened the tension. The crowd swelled. The man's emotions grew increasingly unstable. He began to retreat, the knife shaking menacingly towards the woman's neck. Just then, a thin line of blood appeared as the knife grazed her skin. The man then brandished the knife toward the crowd, shouting, "Stay back." At that critical moment, Xiang maneuvered around to the man's rear without a moment's hesitation. He lunged forward, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed at the man's lower back. The blow was swift and forceful, catching the assailant off guard, causing him to lose his balance and topple forward, taking the young woman with him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang pressed down on the man, delivering 2 swift punches to his head. Leaving him dazed, he then stepped on the man's wrist, forcing him to relinquish the knife, which Xiang swiftly seized, with his knee pressed against the man's neck. He rendered him immobile. Meanwhile, Tang Wanner, shopping nearby, also noticed the unfolding chaos. Unable to push through the crowd, she shouted, "I'm a police officer. Clear the way." The crowd parted, allowing her to enter just in time to witness Xiang holding the knife aloft. Mistakenly identifying him as the perpetrator, she rushed forward and kicked him in the shoulder, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The knife clattered away, landing with a loud clang. She swiftly kicked the knife aside and twisted Xiang's arms behind his back, pinning him to the ground. Unexpectedly, she found herself in a position to take credit for the apprehension. The surge of joy welled within her, and she could not suppress a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just then, the sharp wail of police sirens pierced through the crowd. Officers arrived promptly, taking control of the scene. They found a man and a woman sprawled on the ground, while another man was subdued by a woman. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't he the report about 1 man and 1 woman? Why were there 2 couples? And wasn't the male suspect supposed to be the perpetrator? "I am Captain Tang Wanner of the Armed Police Special Forces. The suspect has been subdued. Please come and take over," she declared proudly. "This isn't right. I'm not a bad person," Xiang muttered from beneath her. Tang Wanner, noticing he was about to speak again, quickly silenced him. The onlookers began to defend Xiang. "Officer, he is a good man. He just saved that young girl." A chorus of voices rose in support. "All right, enough noise. Xiao Wang, send someone to take them all back to the station and gather a few witnesses to bring along as well. Once we clarify the situation, we'll see this as a misunderstanding." Officer Xiao Wang stated at Fongang Street shopping mall, a knife attack occurred, resulting in injuries to a bystander. Comrade Xiang bravely fought against the assailant, and we commend your courageous ACT. In addition, we will apply for a commendation for your bravery. It should be straightforward that we may also award you the title of Good Citizen. As for Captain Tang, we will report this matter accurately to the Armed Police Headquarters. After all, you may be implicated in the assault of a Good Samaritan. Tang Wanner felt as though struck by lightning. Hitting a Good Samaritan in public? I'll be the laughingstock when I return to the unit. Officer Xiao Wang, I believe she didn't do it intentionally. Perhaps we should refrain from reporting it, Xiang suggested. That is not possible. We have protocols to follow. After all, Captain Tang is not one of our internal personnel, and we have no choice at Xiang. I am sorry. Tang Wanner spoke weakly that it's all right. It's all right. Thus, due to this incident, Tang Wanner now finds herself in a period of suspension. Xiang, recalling the scene from that day, felt his face flush. Instinctively brushing his left cheek, if sensing Xiang's expression and reminiscing about that fateful day, Tang Wanner's cheeks gradually took on a rosy hue. Xiang carefully scrutinized the Tang Wanner before him, who appeared entirely different from her attire on that day. She wore a beret atop her head, her short hair meticulously styled, with a few strands gently resting on her forehead, lending her an air of spirited elegance. Complemented by thick lashes and bright, expressive eyes, she exuded an undeniable charm. Clad in a fitted deep blue camouflage uniform, the crisp jacket could not conceal her ample bosom, even with the half-zipped zipper at her side. The cuffs were tightly fastened, while the trousers, perfectly tailored, accentuated her long and powerful legs, the hem lightly brushing against her polished black leather boots. I could see her waist. A broad leather belt cinched her waist, not only highlighting her graceful figure, but also bearing various essential security equipment. The flesh on her cheeks seemed somewhat incongruous with her attire, yet it added a touch of softness to her demeanor. Ahem, since you two are acquainted, I shall not intrude further. You may catch up to Wanner. Please show him around the training grounds, Ding Taiwei interjected, interrupting their reverie. Hey, Uncle Ding, don't leave just yet, but before Tang Wanner could finish. Ding Taiwei hastily departed. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Xiang broke the silence, suggesting, shall we commence training? Oh yes, let's begin, Tang Wanner responded, nodding earnestly. Let me explain your training regimen. IT consists of a grueling 20-day program. Today, I will first instruct you in the use of special equipment, and in the afternoon, we will conduct a few physical tests. Starting tomorrow, October 15th, Xiang examined the training schedule detailed on the A4 paper. Daily training schedule, 5:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock p.m., duration, 21 days, divided into 3 training weeks, each comprising 7 days, with weekends reserved for review and rest. Physical training 1. Morning long run time, 5:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. Content, carrying a 20-kilogram load. Run 5,000 meters. 2. Basic physical training time, 8 a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m. Content, climb up and down a hook ladder 300 times. Traverse a 30-meter barbed wire fence back and forth 300 times. Gym training, 150 reps with 15-kilogram dumbbells. 100 reps on resistance bands, 100 reps with arm strength bars. 3. Sun exposure resistance training. Time, 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Content, hold a firearm with the muzzle suspended by a rope attached to a brick. Remaining still under the sun for 2 hours. 4. Swimming training time, every 3 days in the afternoon. Content, swim 5,000 meters in one breath. 5. Triathlon time, every 5 days. Full day event. Content, weighted run for 2,000 meters, swim for 2,000 meters, cycle for 2,000 meters. 6. Cross-country march training time, every 7 days. Full day event. Content, carrying a 30-kilogram load, conduct a 25-kilometer cross-country march. Tactical and skills training 1. Shooting training time, 4 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Content, 1 hour of target practice, divided between firearms and bows, followed by practicing falls free fighting. And grappling techniques. 2. Team collaboration training time, part of every afternoon. Content, engage in team projects such as pushing vehicles, transporting injured personnel, and crossing barricades, fostering collaborative combat skills, psychological and willpower training. 1. Emergency assembly and night march time, every evening. Content, develop crisis awareness and rapid response capabilities through emergency assemblies and night marches. Rest and recovery. 1. Localized relaxation activities time, after each high-intensity training session. Content, utilize techniques such as massage to relax muscles and tendons subjected to strenuous activity. 2. Rest days time, every Sunday. Content, engage in comprehensive rest and recovery, with light activities such as jogging and stretching to ensure full recuperation. Xiang gazed at the densely packed schedule, momentarily speechless. Goodness, this could very well kill a person, he muttered under his breath. Tang Wanner chuckled softly. This is merely a simplified version of the military training regimen. All right, but I see some elements as unnecessary. Let us omit those, Xiang said. Crossing out the sun exposure resistance training and team collaboration training, let's allocate that time to shooting practice instead. You are the boss. I shall heed your words. Also, I may need to visit the hospital a few times during training, Xiang added. Tang Wanner looked at him quizzically. Xiang then recounted the incident from the day before, when he had been bitten by a dog. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanner exclaimed indignantly, "That is utterly outrageous. Just walking a dog without a leash is already lacking in decency. And she actually let it bite you. If I ever see her, I want to let her off easily. Are you that concerned about me?" Xiang jested. Who is concerned about you?" Tang Wanner retorted, her voice firm. "I'm merely attempting to rectify my mistake from that day. Don't get the wrong idea. All right, enough of this. Let us get started. Follow me," Tang Wanner urged, leading Xiang toward the training ground. Later, the results of the afternoon physical tests were announced. Although Xiang's scores barely met the standards for special training, they still surpassed those of an average person. Well then, today's task is accomplished. How about I treat you to a meal? You? Treat me? Xiang questioned, surprised. Tang Wana blushed slightly. It's just my way of apologizing. With a stunning beauty offering to pay, Xiang obviously could not refuse. Ding, ding, ding. This is a northeastern restaurant my best friend has been recommending for ages. Generous portions, affordable prices, and most importantly, delicious. Tang Wana led Xiang to the entrance of a restaurant named Haitu Fengqing Home Cuisine. All right, I'll join you to give it a try, he replied, stepping inside the restaurant alongside her. The establishment was not overly large, but was bustling with patrons. They found a seat in the center of the hall. Having shed her training attire, Tang Wana now wore a cropped denim jacket paired with a white strapless top that showcased her slender waist. While her flared jeans and black platform shoes accentuated her youthful allure. Yes, as soon as they sat down, they caught the attention of the table next to them. No, it was more accurate to say that Tang Wana drew their gaze. The neighboring table was occupied by 4 men, evidently intoxicated, and their murmurs soon reached Xiang's ears. Boss, look at that girl. She is stunning. I'd love to have a go at her. A red-haired man chuckled softly. Yeah, boss, look at her beauty. And that guy with her is so plain. She must be a sugar baby, chimed a blonde, and a green-haired man across the table jumped up and thumped him on the head. Are you an idiot? Wealthy people don't dine in places like this. Besides, all the rich ones I see are fat and balding. Look at that poor guy's appearance. TSK. The man with mixed hair, seated at the head of the table, remained silent, merely sizing up Tang Wana with an inappropriate gaze, nodding subtly in approval. Xiang, wishing to avoid conflict, paid them no mind when their chatter ceased. Due to Tang Wana's extensive training, today she wore a cardigan denim jacket, and the exposed midriff beneath her white top displayed her well-defined abs, free of any excess flesh. The muscular contours of her thighs and calves were subtly visible even through her jeans. Oblivious to their remarks, Tang Wana had yet to place an order when 2 plates of food were delivered to their table. One was a colorful cold dish, and the other was a plate of marinated shredded tofu. Tang Wana, surprised, exclaimed, I haven't even started ordering yet. Why is the food already here? The server replied, It's our restaurant's policy. Every table receives 2 complimentary dishes. Tang Wana surveyed her surroundings and noticed that every table was occupied. I see, she said, I've made my choice. Xiang. You may order whatever you desire. It's my treat today. Tang Wana stated generously. Xiang reached for the menu, just as he heard voices from the neighboring table again. He even lets a woman pay. He must be a freeloader. Mind your foul mouth. If you keep babbling, I'll sew it shut, Xiang retorted. What the hell did you just say? The green-haired man exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Others, tipsy from drink, staggered to their feet, accidentally toppling their table and causing wine bottles to crash and roll everywhere. I swear, your mother exploded, Xiang declared without hesitation. What does he mean by that? The green-haired man hesitated, turning to his companions. You don't understand? I must have overestimated you. Your mouth spews nonsense like it's been slathered in laxatives, Xiang scoffed. The volume of their argument escalated, quickly attracting the attention of the restaurant owner. Gentlemen, please, let us all calm down, the owner interjected amicably. Everyone sit down. It's not worth making a fuss. Really, it's unnecessary. The owner worked hard to quell the rising tempers. He then called out loudly, Erdan, bring a case of beer for each of these 2 tables. Do me a favor. I apologize for the inconvenience. Let us eat first. Seeing the owner caught in the middle, Xiang also took a seat. The owner hurried back to pacify the unruly patrons. Ultimately, thanks to the owner's intervention, the anger subsided temporarily. All right, enough noise. I have a blind date with my mother soon and I don't have time to deal with you now. I'll take care of you later, the unruly man directed at his companions. Before he could finish, an elderly woman with a mix of black and gray hair slowly sat beside him. The unruly man turned to his mother and asked, Mom, who set up this blind date? What do they look like? Are they attractive? The old lady twisted her son's ear and scolded. What blind date? What do they look like? Once they hear your conditions, they won't even show up. Can you still pass on the family line for the old Wang family? Are you going to get into a fight again? The unruly group, consisting of those with red, yellow, and green hair, began to spread falsehoods about Xiang and his friends, claiming that Xiang had instigated the trouble. Meanwhile, Xiang and Tang Wanner were too disdainful to engage with them any further. Xiang, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Aren't you afraid of their numbers? Tang Wanner inquired. Fear. With you, the captain of the armed police brigade, present, I need not lift a finger. You can handle them effortlessly, Xiang jested. Moments later, the dishes arrived. Here the stir-fried pork and liver slices he ordered. As Xiang and Tang Wanner were enjoying their meal, the sounds of more dishes being served echoed. Sour cabbage stewed with white meat and blood sausage, and sweet and sour pork. But dishes are ready. Just as Dan was about to serve, the 2 plates were seized. The yellow-haired man snatched the plates and placed them on his own table. Hey, those aren't from your table, Dan protested. We're taking these, the yellow-haired man declared triumphantly. Xiang turned to see an unexpected face. It was indeed the elderly woman who had been mentioned earlier. The one who walked her dog without a leash. She was whispering something to her unruly sonat that moment. The unruly man approached, shoving Xiang and arrogantly demanding, kneeled down and apologized to my mother for hitting her dog. The unruly man, clearly intoxicated, failed to recognize that he had insulted himself in the process. These newcomers are trouble, Xiang thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it over the unruly man's head. The unruly man, clutching his head, stepped back, his eyes clearing as he glared. You dare hit me. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang swiftly grabbed 2 more beer bottles and hurled them at him. The yellow-haired, red-haired, and green-haired men rushed forward to engage Xiang in a brawl. Stop! You all stop this instant. No more fighting. Tang Wanner shouted, I'm the captain of the armed police brigade, and I command you to cease. Upon seeing Tang Wanner present her credentials, the unruly men hesitated to make any rash moves. Just then, the elderly woman threw herself to the ground, clutching Tang Wanner's leg, wailing, The police are attacking me. The police are attacking me. The unruly men, seeing this, prepared to rush at Xiang again. Call the police! Call the police! Shouted the onlookers. Some even took out their phones to record the chaos. The restaurant owner, witnessing the scene unfold, quickly dialed the police as the unruly men approached. Xiang positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Wanner, gesturing for her to stay behind him. Tang Wanner gazed intently at Xiang, her thoughts unknown to him. Never mind, I'll handle this. You have training tomorrow, she said, pulling Xiang back with a force that rendered him unable to resist. The scene unfolded with little need for further elaboration. In a matter of moments, Tang Wanner had dispatched the unruly men to the ground. Xiang, who had yet to fully appreciate the spectacle, was left astounded. Wow, are the armed police this formidable? Before long, officers from the police station arrived at the restaurant, and among them was a familiar face. Officer Xiao Wang greeted, Captain Tang, what brings you here again? It's not another case of assaulting good Samaritans, is it? Great. Why do you always bring that up? Oh, Xiang. You're here too. Did Captain Tang beat you again? Xiang rubbed his nose sheepishly. How could that be? Today, Captain Tang truly showcased her prowess. As the police arrived, the elderly woman sprang up from the floor. Officer, you must seek justice for me. We are the good people. They assaulted me. An elderly woman. Oh, my head hurts so much, and my son has also been knocked down. You cannot ignore this. She claims to be a police officer. You must check her credentials. She must be an imposter. She wailed, Oh, my dear heavens, there's no justice left, no law. Why is my life so miserable that anyone can bully me? All right, we will investigate the matter. We will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad one go free. Officer Xiao Wang assured, recognizing the elderly woman's character. Take them all back, including the restaurant owner, and have him pull up the surveillance footage. Officer Xiao Wang politely added, Captain Tang, Xiang, please accompany me to the station to file a report. He believed that a good citizen who acted bravely and the captain of the armed police brigade would not randomly assault someone in public. The unruly men complied, and soon they recounted the series of events. Officer Xiao Wang quickly arrived at a conclusion, addressing Captain Tang, there is nothing more here. You can head back. The leader of the other group is named Wang Zikai. He has a history of petty theft and was just released a couple of days ago. Xiang, Both parties were involved in the altercation, but neither met the threshold for formal charges. The other side was also not guilty of provoking trouble, given that they initiated the violence and gathered to assault others. We will impose a 10-day detention on them. You, however, acted with less severity, so you will face a fine of 500 yuan. After paying the fine, Xiang sighed in relief and casually inquired, "What about that elderly woman?" "Ah, her name is Sun Changhua. Hard to believe she's the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. How did someone like her get elected? She just knows how to throw tantrums, but since she didn't participate in the fight, we had no grounds to reprimand her, so we let her go." Officer Xiao Wang shrugged. "I see." Xiang noted their names silently. "Thank you, Officer Xiao Wang. We'll take our leave now," Tang Wanner said. "Xiang, we didn't even get to enjoy our meal properly. I still owe you one. Let me treat you next time," Tang Wanner whispered. "And oh worries, by the way, Captain Tang, may I escort you home?" "Where do you live?" "What's this? Trying to get close to me." "What?" "Oh, it's nothing. Let us go to..." As Xiang and Tang Wanner stepped out of the police station, they were suddenly called from behind. Xianggu. Turning around, Xiang saw a chubby boy waving and panting as he approached. "I ran into a friend. Tang, well, let's leave it at that for today. We can meet again another day." "Who wants to meet with you, you fool?" Tang Wanner retorted, pivoting on her platform shoes and walking away. Xiang scratched his head, muttering, "How strange." That moment, the chubby boy rushed to Xiang's side. "Xianggu, who is this stunning beauty?" She's a police officer." The chubby boy shivered at the revelation. By the way, Xing, how did you come out of the police station?" Xiang inquired. The chubby boy awkwardly replied, "Xianggu, you told me to go enjoy myself last time, didn't you? I paid but hadn't even enjoyed myself before I got caught. They brought me here claiming I was engaging in PC, but I hadn't even taken off my pants. They said it was an attempted PC. I just paid the fine and was released. I heard that the Shangshan Ruoshui Leisure Club was also shut down for involving age-related activities. Do you think what I did was wrong? Maybe I shouldn't go back anymore? Or perhaps I should reconcile with my ex-girlfriend?" Xiang felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. "What are you looking for? Don't you have any backbone? How could you be so unlucky to get caught just once? Besides, if you don't pay next time, it's not considered PC at all." Clearly, he still needed to educate the chubby boy on the basics. "Let me give you an example that if you get caught again, you should ask him this. Now you're Uncle Hat, and I am you, asking you questions." That Xiang said, "Is it illegal to give money to a woman?" Wang Xingxing replied, "No, it's not illegal." Xiang continued, "Is it illegal to go on a date with a woman?" Wang Xingxing answered, "No, it's not illegal." Xiang pressed further, "Is it illegal not to know a woman's name?" Wang Xingxing responded, "No, it's not illegal." Xiang concluded, "Since none of these actions are illegal, why should I be arrested for doing them together?" Wang Xingxing pondered, "That makes sense. All right, next time, just respond that way." Xiang felt it wasn't enough and continued, "Going on a date isn't illegal, right? Sharing a hotel room with a woman isn't illegal either. If after renting a room, I slapped her and she called the police, and when the police came, we settled it privately, and I transferred her 1,000 in front of the police. Is that reasonable?" "Very reasonable. That's not a private transaction. It's using an official platform," Xiang answered himself. "Think about it. When you patronize a lady, what are you? You're not stealing or robbing. You're being forthright and honest. You're the light in her eyes. With a sick father, a gambling mother, a brother in school, and a broken home, who will help her if you don't? When you go to a foot massage parlor, is it merely washing feet? You are washing away the mud of life, cleansing the misfortunes time has worn down. For you, it's just a foot wash. But for them, it could mean a ticket home for the new year, a winter coat to keep warm, a textbook for a new semester, or a remedy for a sickbed. This is not just a material need. It is a deep-seated solace and hope." Wang Xingxing was moved to the brink of tears by his words, choked up as he said, "I never realized what I was doing was so noble." Xiang observed the scene before him, feeling a weighty sense of responsibility on the path to pruning young trees. The next morning, Xiang hurried to the training ground of Li Duan Security Company. After all, he needed to train diligently for his own safety. However, the day before, he had recommended a few other foot massage parlors to the chubby boy for him to secretly try. After a morning of training, Xiang was exhausted and had no desire to continue. He couldn't understand why Tang Wanner was so intense. Shouldn't one gradually build up strength instead of going all out right from the start? As noon approached, Xiang gasped, "Let us take a break. I need to get a rabies shot soon. If we keep training, I might not make it to the hospital." "You wouldn't want me to bite you, would you?" Tang Wanner wiped her fragrant sweat with a towel and casually tossed it aside. "Then hurry back. We have more to do in the afternoon." With that, she turned and left. After a brief rest, Xiang took a taxi to Langya City People's Hospital, where he skillfully navigated to the emergency department and knocked on Xiaolan's door. "Dr. Xia, long time no see," Xiang teased. Today, Xiaolan looked radiant and captivating. She wore a pristine white coat, though it was half open, revealing a light blue crop t-shirt underneath, reminiscent of a blooming flower inadvertently showcasing its beauty. The t-shirt's color was as refreshing as the azure sky of summer, and its short design perfectly highlighted Xiaolan's slender waist. Her lower half was clad in form-fitting jeans that seemed tailored just for her, accentuating the graceful curves of her long legs. From a distance, her legs appeared even longer and more enchanting, leaving onlookers smitten. Xiang, "You mustn't let yourself be blinded by beauty," he thought, feeling a haze of desire clouding his mind. "You're the one who acted strangely after being bitten by a dog that day." Xiaolan suddenly recalled, speaking without hesitation. "Strangely?" Xiang questioned. "Dr. Xia, where does that description come from?" Xiaolan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had inadvertently spoken her mind. "That you're here for a shot, right? Let me get you medication," she said, rising from her seat. Gazing at Xiaolan's alluring figure, Xiang wished to slap himself for being so easily distracted. After all, he had more pressing matters at hand, given that he had never experienced such allure before. His reaction was entirely natural. Xiang cooperatively received his injection and asked, "Dr. Xia, I have a friend. He's particularly afraid of the apocalypse. What kind of medication should he stock up on in case of an end-of-the-world scenario?" "Antibiotics, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and the like," Xiaolan casually replied. "Could you elaborate?" Xiang pressed. "That there's a lot to cover, and besides, I'm still at work," Xiaolan declined. "How about you give me your contact information?" Xiang suggested. "Consider it a favor owed to you, or I can pay you for it." Xiaolan pondered. "All right, I'll send it to you after work. Ts no big deal. No charge that you're so kind, Dr. Xia," Xiang shamelessly remarked. Hearing this, Xiaolan quickly pushed him out of the emergency room. 8:30 p.m. Xiang returned to the training ground. Tang Wanner was already waiting for him. Xiang, "We'll start shooting training this afternoon. Let us head to the shooting range. Come with me." Tang Wanner led Xiang to the shooting range. "What is that delightful scent on you?" Tang Wanner inquired. "Have you been meeting another woman at noon?" She pressed it. "Is it fragrant?" Xiang lifted his collar to sniff. "Not really. Where's the fragrance?" "Forget it. I won't hold it against you." Xiang was unaware that it was Xiaolan's subtle fragrance, delicate and distinctly feminine. Before them stood rows of shooting positions filled with various firearms. He eagerly touched this and that, eagerly awaiting Tang Wanner's introductions. Previously, he could only view foreign weaponry on Douyin. It felt like educating a eunuch about sex. He could hear it, see it, but never touch it. Tang Wanner skillfully picked up an AK-47 assault rifle, swiftly inserted the magazine, and, without hesitation, handed it to the eager Xiang. She slightly raised her hand, pointing toward a distant target, her lips curling into a smile, as if encouraging Xiang to unleash a volley for his enjoyment. Xiang was thrilled as he grasped the AK-47. Feeling its substantial weight immediately, he instinctively hefted it, estimating it to weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. At this moment, his heart surged with turmoil akin to the relentless waves of a tempestuous sea. Emotions brimming to the surface, gripping the cold, unyielding firearm tightly. Xiang inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Then, mimicking the stance he had observed on television, he steadied the front of the AK with his left hand while pressing his right shoulder firmly against the stock to ensure stability during firing. Once he had adjusted his posture, his trembling right hand slowly extended toward the trigger, decisively pulling it back. In an instant, a series of sharp gunshots echoed, a dazzling torrent of flames erupting from the muzzle like a fiery dragon. The deafening sound of gunfire resonated like thunder, causing a ringing in his ears, as if the entire world had been shaken by the immense blast. Although Xiang had mentally prepared for this moment, his heart raced uncontrollably beating so rapidly that it felt as though it might leap from his throat at any second. Despite exerting all his strength to suppress the recoil, the barrel still rose uncontrollably like a runaway stallion. In a mere 5 to 6 seconds, he had emptied an entire magazine. That a persistent buzzing sound filled his ears, accompanied by an exhilarating rush. Turning to Tang Wanner, he noticed she had donned a pair of pink earmuffs at some point. He saw her lips moving, though he could not discern her words. "What did you say?" Xiang pressed his fingers to his ears. "I can't hear you." After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, only to hear Tang Wanner say, "I forgot to get you earmuffs earlier. Sorry." Xiang replied helplessly, "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Tang Wanner then handed him another handgun, and as he examined it, he asked, "What kind of gun is this?" "It's a Glock 17. Use this one to shoot again," Tang Wanner instructed. "Why not a Desert Eagle?" he inquired. "The Desert Eagle is too heavy for a handgun. Not very practical. Plus, it has a large caliber and significant recoil," Tang Wanner replied dismissively. "Dual-wielding Desert Eagles is every man's dream," Xiang remarked, glancing at the compact Glock 17 in his hand. "Forget it. Let's give a shot at Xiang immediately fired the weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was indeed much diminished with the earmuffs on. After firing, Xiang felt exhilarated. So this was the sensation of wielding a firearm. The remainder of the session proceeded with greater normalcy, as Tang Wanner continuously challenged Xiang's handling of various weapons, correcting his mistakes. The afternoon included not only firearms training, but also archery, grappling, and combat techniques. There were moments of unavoidable physical contact with Tang Wanner, yet her standards were stringent, resulting in Xiang receiving a thorough thrashing. By the end of the evening, he returned to the hotel with a swollen face. The consequence of inadvertently employing a technique known as the 100% penetration dragon claw during training. Upon lying in his hotel room, Xiang opened his phone to find a PDF document sent by Xiaolon, filled with a myriad of pharmaceuticals and medical equipment. He forwarded the file to Yi Xiao, requesting her assistance in procuring the items, having been unable to contact Xiang for several days. Yi Xiao was thrilled to receive his message. However, her excitement waned upon realizing it was merely a shopping list. She texted back, "Xiang, it's been a few days. Do you miss me?" Not inclined to engage with her playful banter. Xiang simply replied, "How long will it take to gather these items?" Perplexed by his nonchalant response, Yi Xiao could only estimate that gathering everything would take around 20 days. The Tiannan Pharmaceutical Group, where she worked, was the largest pharmaceutical company in Langya City, covering multiple sectors in the pharmaceutical industry. They could assemble even the rarest medications through various channels, which was why Xiang had spared Yi Xiao's life initially. 20 days, huh? Xiang mused, stroking his chin. "That's manageable. I'll handle other matters first." He then tossed his phone aside and headed for the shower, exhausted from the day's events, leaving no time to engage further with Yi Xiao. In the following days, Xiang persevered through the grueling training regimen imposed by Tang Wanner. Besides training, he also attended to other matters, such as liquidating the remainder of his stocks, which netted him an additional 60 million yuan. He also continued his rabies vaccinations, receiving the 3rd and 4th doses. As he gradually became acquainted with Xiaolon, their rapport deepened, of course. He did not forget to remit the 30% construction payment. On the day of payment, he visited the villa site, where the surroundings were entirely enclosed by fencing and construction was in full swing. Xiang had also instructed Deng Taiyue to add some shooting ports for enhanced defense. On November 5th, the 3-week training session finally concluded. Thanks to Tang Wanner's rigorous regimen, Xiang's physical fitness had significantly improved, and he had become adept at handling firearms and other weapons. It was time for the inspection of the safe house, which he had delayed. With the training now completed, he made his way to the villa alone. Upon entering, Xiang's eyes sparkled with delight. Li Dun and Haishi had certainly lived up to their reputation as the premier security firms in the city. The quality of the safe house was impeccable. Its exterior bore little difference from its pre-renovation state. Save for the entrance door, which had been replaced with a heavy bank vault door. The walls had been reinforced with aerospace-grade military aluminum alloy, combining simplicity with durability. The interior was fully equipped with both soft and hard facilities. Xiang wandered about, touching the walls and tapping on the glass, intrigued by every detail. Deng Taiyue, and Chen Ting stood by, awaiting Li Xiang's inspection. Deng Taiwei patiently began to explain the modifications made. Mr. Li, overall, we have constructed the insulation layer per your specifications and installed an indoor underfloor heating system designed to generate heat through the combustion of the fireplace built by a top designer. Chen Ting could not suppress her eye roll at this point, interrupting, "All right, enough with the fluff. Let me take over. Mr. Li, we've installed fireplaces on every floor. The one in the living room can provide heating for the entire house, while the others serve as auxiliary heating systems. The ventilation system employs cutting-edge technology to filter all harmful gases, and we have paired it with an oxygen generator to ensure optimal oxygen levels in the rooms. As for the insulation layer, as he mentioned, it can withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. The entire foundation has been reinforced with military-grade aluminum alloy, robust enough to withstand small explosions. The windows are made of military-grade, bulletproof, and blast-resistant materials, with retractable steel plates installed outside for added security. You need not worry about lighting. There is no compromise there. We've also reserved shooting ports made of the same material as the windows. The interior systems are capable of independent power supply, with the generator located in the basement. Additionally, we've constructed a separate system for the collection, storage, and processing of waste, which is independent of the main drainage and sewage systems. All doors are of bank vault caliber, and there is a secondary door installed at the entrance to the basement. 500 surveillance cameras have been installed both inside and outside the villa, offering comprehensive monitoring for your convenience. You need not worry about power. It is supplied through advanced wireless charging technology. And now, allow me to introduce the state-of-the-art smart control system. IT possesses a multitude of functions. You may awaken it gradually. By simultaneously utilizing fingerprint, iris, and voice recognition for the initial startup. The main control room is situated within your bedroom. Xiang could not suppress his anticipation as he sequentially recorded his fingerprint and iris. Softly calling out, "Old AI, my classmate." "Yes, I am here," came the response, initiating real-time surveillance. "Understood, master." Before him, a massive 120-inch display in the bedroom showcased an array of surveillance feeds, all neatly aligned, immersed in the intelligent experience provided by Old AI. Li Xiang nodded appreciatively. "Old AI. Yes, I am here. Close all doors. Release 200 volts of electricity on the outer walls. Enter defense mode." "Understood, master. All doors have been closed, and we are now in defense mode. Surveillance is operational 24/7. Ready to report any unfamiliar moving objects to you. The outer walls have released 200 volts of electricity. In defense mode, should anyone attempt to attack the villa, the voltage will automatically increase. Defense modes can be customized. Please deactivate the defense mode." The thought that his money was well spent crossed Li Xiang's mind. Indeed, in the realm of the affluent, there exists nothing unattainable, only that which is unimagined. It is truly worthwhile. Chen Ting interjected, "There is one issue. The water source is not conveniently accessible. Currently, the pipes are connected to the municipal water supply, making it difficult to acquire additional sources. That we have only installed a water tank in the basement, utilizing a pump to supply water throughout the house." Xiang waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference that he mused internally. The source of life is indispensable. However, there is no need for concern. In a couple of days, I can purchase a large quantity of bottled water for storage, or perhaps directly draw from an alternate dimension. In the worst-case scenario, during an apocalyptic event, I could simply gather ice from outdoors and let it melt inside. Though at that time, the bitter cold could pose a significant danger. Li Xiang smiled at Deng Taiwei and Chen Ting, declaring, "Truly, you are the pinnacle of security companies. I am thoroughly satisfied." That evening, the medications purchased through Yi Xiaoxiao arrived, and Li Xiang placed them within the villa. He then settled into the safe house. The following morning, Li Xiang boarded a flight to Moke City, intending to join a tour group bound for Bear Country by boat. Since Bear Country introduced visa-free entry for Chinese citizens, an increasing number of Chinese travelers have been venturing there. Brown bears, hunting, and live ammunition shooting are all captivating attractions for the Chinese populace. Upon landing in Moke City, Li Xiang shivered involuntarily. If it is this cold before the apocalypse, surely everything would be encased in ice afterward. He checked his phone and saw the temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees. Honestly, Xiang admired the local populace, who managed to maintain a resilient and optimistic spirit in such extreme conditions. Upon arriving in Moke, how could one not indulge in the local culinary delights and renowned bathing culture? Xiang immediately sought out a local bathing center, where he could enjoy a bath, massage, and self-service cuisine all in one. Reclining in the bath, men engaged in open camaraderie as he felt the water temperature rise. Xiang could not help but feel a wave of relaxation. How had he not thought of such a delightful experience before? He promptly called Deng Taiyue. "Manager Deng, I have one more request. Please construct a large bath in the villa with a constant water temperature. What size do you need? Make it spacious, designed for 20 people. Ideally, it should be heated directly by the fireplace, and the used water should connect to the municipal underground pipeline. I will settle the remaining payment upon completion." The thought of communal bathing was exhilarating. Deng Taiyue, on the other end in Langya City, scratched his head. Since the boss had spoken, he would comply. After his bath, guided by a receptionist, Xiang ventured to the scrubbing area. This presented a dilemma for him, as he witnessed men lying bare on the scrubbing tables, turning their bodies at the direction of the scrubbing attendants. Oh, this scene was unfamiliar and rather awkward. Being Chinese, he thought, well, I've come this far. Soon, a scrubbing attendant called out Xiang's number. Lying naked on the scrubbing table, he shyly closed his eyes. "Young man, is this your first time?" "Don't be nervous," the scrubbing attendant, clad only in shorts, chuckled at Xiang. "How did you know?" Xiang replied, feeling anxious. "Just look at you, all stiff like a chopstick. It's obvious you're a newbie. Relax, be at ease," the attendant said while playfully patting Xiang's thigh. "Would you like vinegar scrubbing, salt scrubbing, or mud scrubbing? Perhaps a red wine scrub or a milk scrub? What are those? I've never heard of red wine scrubbing." Xiang was taken aback. No, just a regular scrub, please." "All right then," the attendant muttered. Another lost opportunity to Xiang was doused with water by the attendant, who began the scrubbing process. Lying on the table, he gazed at the ceiling. "Sigh, it seems I have the ability, but feel powerless. Having come this far, I might as well embrace it." The initial scrubbing of his upper body was relatively normal. However, as the attendant moved to his legs, Xiang felt the vigorous scrubbing of his thighs, akin to destiny being grasped by the throat. After completing the front, the attendant gestured for Xiang to turn over, splashing water onto the scrubbing table and onto Xiang's back. "Young man, you're quite resilient," the attendant remarked. With his face down, Xiang's expression remained unseen. After scrubbing his back, as they approached the waist and legs, Xiang felt the scrubbing towel glide across him like a credit card swipe, startling him into gripping the attendant's hand. The attendant, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing, young man?" Xiang quickly relaxed. If one could see his expression, it would surely be comical. Finally, the attendant laid a towel across Xiang's back, rhythmically patting him as a concluding massage. With a final clap, the attendant waved his hand. "All right, you're done." After the scrubbing, Xiang felt as though his body was clean, but his spirit had been ravaged. He hastily fled the awkward confines of the establishment, and no one had ever mentioned how embarrassing this could be. Are the people here truly so extroverted? This made Xiang realize the phrase, to be open and generous, had taken on a tangible form. Exiting the scrubbing area, Xiang followed the receptionist's guidance to the dining section. There was a buffet, but he opted for a la carte. The buffet seemed unnecessary. Xiang picked up a tablet and began selecting items. 10 skewers each of lamb, pork, and beef. 5 each of raw and cooked tripe, and 5 of heart tubes. 2 of real eggs and vegetable rolls. "What is gong ho?" "Is that Wangjing small waist?" "And what's blue fairy?" "Never mind, I'll order it." Also, a pot of hairy-bellied Xiang placed an array of grilled skewers, some familiar and some not. Moments later, the skewers were all served. The delightful aroma wafted through the air. Xiang took a skewer of gong ho and placed it in his mouth. It was truly delectable. Who could have devised such a dish? It felt sublime the moment it touched his palate. It seems I should bring some barbecue back with me. After a delightful experience at the bathing center, Xiang made his way to a nearby street renowned for barbecues, intending to indulge completely. Moke City, being the northernmost point in China, experiences early nightfall during autumn and winter. Yet this only accentuated the vibrancy of Moke's nightlife. Even in temperatures plunging below -20 degrees, the barbecue street was bustling with patrons. No wonder they say the people of Moke love to eat. Nothing can dampen their passion for food. Not even this cold. Xiang entered the first barbecue shop. I want 1,000 of each skewer. Prepare other stir-fried dishes in the same quantity, he stated calmly. The shop owner, busy grilling, chuckled upon hearing this. Brother, if you're still half asleep, you might as well head home and continue your slumber if you're hungry. Just tell me. Here, have a couple of skewers to start. Xiang looked at the 2 skewers of lamb the owner handed him, bemused. Boss, I'm not joking. Xiang spoke as he picked up his phone to settle the account. Ding! X payment arrived. 100,000 yuan. This is a deposit. I will come to collect it on November 18th. The owner, stunned, gazed at the payment notification. Rendered speechless, he murmured, "This can't be fake, can it?" Fortunately, Xiang did not demand it on the spot, allowing a 2-day buffer, as the shop did not have an abundance of stock. Restock, restock. Dear, hurry and restock. We have a big client coming. The owner hastily turned and dashed towards the kitchen. Xiang was not idle either. All the nearby establishments received his catering requests. Xiang replicated his approach, not only for barbecue, but also for all local specialty restaurants, securing reservations across the board. That night, he spent 6 million yuan. The shopkeepers in the streets hastily hung up temporarily closed signs, working tirelessly through the night. Meanwhile, their family members dispatched to procure supplies had completely surrounded the vegetable market. This led to a significant shortage of vegetables and meat across half the city. However, Xiang paid no heed. Instead, he rented a massive warehouse locally to store his purchased goods, ensuring at least a semblance of order on the morning of November 7. Xiang arrived in the Bear Country with a tour group by boat. Upon entering the Bear Country, a piercing cold wind swept over him, causing him to instinctively wrap his down jacket tighter, yet it was still insufficient to ward off the bone-chilling cold that seemed to penetrate his clothing. His complexion paled slightly from the cold, his lips quivered, and the breath he exhaled instantly transformed into puffs of white mist. The branches by the roadside were laden with frost. Xiang squinted slightly, as if striving to combat the pervasive chill, his gaze revealing a subtle resilience mixed with helplessness. Is this the power of nature? Xiang's brow furrowed lightly, betraying his discomfort and a hint of unease regarding the frigid weather. The bus he was on continued toward the military base, the wind howling past, tousling a few strands of hair on his forehead, and soon they arrived at the military base. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he was greeted by soldiers clad in camouflage, wielding loudspeakers and shouting something, with a translator reiterating their words. They were discussing the precautions for the military experience. Once everyone had thoroughly grasped these key points, the exhilarating moment of practical operation arrived. For Xiang, who had recently tasted the thrill of handling a firearm, the indescribable excitement within him could no longer be contained. Indeed, at that moment, the DNA inherent in every Chinese person was awakened. Regardless of gender, the members of the tour group raised their weapons and commenced shooting with remarkable accuracy. A nearby soldier remarked, "Isn't your country supposed to have strict gun control? Are you secretly shooting?" Handguns, submachine guns, assault rifles, sniper rifles. Xiang even had the chance to fire a rocket launcher and drive a military tank. Can you really play with such things for money? The spectacle of the tank rumbling across the snow was nothing short of magnificent. Xiang felt an overwhelming urge to acquire one for himself. Their itinerary also included a tour of the military base. After the live-fire exercise, they began touring under the guidance of the bear soldiers. Once abroad, Xiang felt liberated, shedding his inhibitions and fully embracing the experience. Seizing the opportunity amidst the mixed group of tourists, he lingered at the end of each weapons storage facility, collecting items just as the electric doors were about to close. After touring over a dozen different military training equipment warehouses, Xiang had become audacious, collecting items even as he explored. The old Russians had never anticipated that someone would be pilfering their supplies right under their noses, especially from their own group of tourists. The original purpose of the tour group was to boost domestic GDP, which specifically meant increasing military expenditure. After all, the bear was entangled in a fierce rivalry with the West and the Second Bear. The Second Bear had a plethora of Western supporters reveling in the chaos. The bear, relying solely on itself, found it somewhat lacking, hence turning its gaze toward the South, China. Promoting tourism, stimulating consumption, and implementing various policies followed suit. including opportunities for education in the Bear Country with low tuition fees, to attend top universities, and marrying a local beauty could grant one a hectare of land. However, Chinese citizens were not easily fooled. They feared that one might receive an AK right after completing enrollment in the morning to ask for the items collected in the alternate space. Xiang had yet to examine them, intending to deal with them only upon returning to his homeland. In the afternoon, Xiang was eager to return. Unfortunately, he missed the opportunity to attend the gathering that he likely would not have another chance that BY evening. He finally set foot on the soil of Moke City, his anxious heart finally at ease. Time for another round of barbecue and a check on the progress of his prior orders. Arriving at the barbecue street, Xiang entered the first barbecue restaurant. The place was bustling with activity, clearly employing numerous staff. "Boss, how's the preparation coming along?" Xiang casually inquired at O. "Isn't this the wealthy patron?" "Rest assured, it will definitely be ready tomorrow," the owner replied cheerfully. "All right, then serve me something to eat first," Xiang said. After dining, he sent the owners of each restaurant a location pin, instructing them to deliver to that spot the next day. On November 8, after collecting all the ordered dishes, Xiang returned to Langya City. At this point, there were only 3 days left until the apocalypse. On November 9, back in Langya, Xiang contacted every 5-star hotel and various restaurants in the city, requesting them to prepare 500 tables of their signature dishes to be delivered to his villa. Supermarkets and market vendors also received Xiang's orders. He had nearly spent all of the over 40 million yuan in his account, of course. He did not forget to find Xia Lan for the final rabies vaccine shot. Gazing at Xia Lan's voluptuous figure and her devilishly alluring curves, Xiang solemnly said to her, "If anything insurmountable arises, remember to contact me." He then left her the address of his villa. Xiaolan glanced at the earnest Xiang, smiled, but said nothing. After several encounters, she sensed Xiang's inherent kindness. His earnest promise lingered in her mind. This moment. There were 2 days remaining until the apocalypse. On November 10, he only needed to raid the logistics city and surrounding warehouses. All other necessary supplies had been collected. By evening, Xiang rode his motorcycle to the logistics city. The logistics city was divided into 5 zones of varying sizes. Newly constructed, it had yet to reach the point of overnight shipping. Some logistics companies were temporarily using it as a transit warehouse. Xiang selectively targeted those warehouses storing goods, but left unattended. Initially, he collected items pallet by pallet. After a while, realizing it was too slow, he disregarded the possibility of being caught on camera. He chose a slightly elevated position and, with a thought, absorbed all the visible supplies into the alternate space. It was only when he began collecting in bulk that he discovered there was a distance limitation. He could only collect items within 20 meters. Standing on a high spot, he could not gather everything. Ultimately, Xiang transformed into a motorcycle bandit, racing through the logistics city. Since he had already crossed that line, he decided to go all out and loot completely in the ordinary goods area. Tons of food. Vegetables? Collected. Tons of mineral water. Beverages? Collected. Thousands of types of daily necessities? Collected. Thousands of electronic products? Collected. Hundreds of industrial products? Collected. In the express transportation area, a dazzling array of luxury goods? Collected. Various express boxes? Collected. Finished scratch-off tickets? Collected. In the special goods area, all sorts of hazardous materials? Collected. A variety of refrigerated goods? Collected. An assortment of fuel supplies? Collected. Various types of forklifts and excavators? Collected. Who on earth collects excavators and forklifts into an alternate space? Never mind, just collect it all. After a whole night of hard work, Xiang successfully cleared out the logistics city and its surrounding warehouses to ask for what to do if discovered. At this moment, only a few hours remain until the world's end, even if someone were to investigate this matter. The urgency of time would render the task exceedingly arduous. By the time one could genuinely pursue the truth, the curtain on the apocalypse would have already been drawn silently, and all would be irrevocably lost. Xiang returned home, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the end. Surely, the apocalypse is upon us? On November 11, 2064, at precisely 11:11, a pitch-black celestial body obstructed the sunlight. Instantly, darkness enveloped the globe. Xiang opened his phone to peruse the news. discovering that reports of the world descending into darkness had permeated the entire internet. The online discourse was rife with a myriad of speculations. Today is quite peculiar. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Is it overcast? I suppose a torrential downpour is imminent. How could that be? My friend in a distant province says it has turned dark there too. So, your friend is also facing impending rain. In my opinion, this is simply atmospheric pollution. If we shut down those polluting industries, all would be well. Could it be a sandstorm? Look, it's windy. Oh yes, the sun is set early. We get to leave work early. Could it be that some cultivator has taken the sun away? Let me chant a spell to bring it back. Avada Kedavra! Nonsense, how could that be? It has been said that transformations are not permitted now. Watch me, urgent as the law commands. Some slightly more rational netizens inquired. Could it be a total solar eclipse? Relax, it must be an eclipse. What else could it be? What about the official word? Officials, please step forward and clarify. Meanwhile, the Meteorological Bureau's weather forecast was being discussed fervently online, and no one yet comprehended the gravity of the situation. They merely continued to joke and make light of it. Xiang turned on the television and watched the official news broadcast. According to the China Meteorological Administration, starting today, a new wave of intense cold air will arrive. It is predicted to be the strongest cold front since the latter half of this year. Experts suspect that the sudden darkness in the sky may be due to a total solar eclipse. Expected to last for 2 hours, citizens are advised not to panic and to remain indoors, minimizing unnecessary outdoor activities. 2 hours. Even 20,000 hours would not restore daylight, except for the occasional flicker of the aurora, allowing people to see one another. The rest of the time was engulfed in utter darkness. Xiang stoked the fireplace, the flames dancing vigorously, casting a warm glow upon his face. He added more firewood, the rising heat dispelling the chill within the room, bringing a semblance of peace to his heart. I've prepared so thoroughly. There won't be any problems. Old AI, what are the indoor and outdoor temperatures? Replying to the master, the indoor temperature is 26.3 degrees, while the outdoor temperature is -3 degrees. The temperature had not yet plummeted drastically. If an ordinary person ventured out now to procure supplies, they might still survive for a while. However, that was not a concern for Xiang. Even with limited provisions, in the face of the harsh cold and the dire challenges of the apocalypse, the survival capacity of an ordinary person would be significantly constrained, making long-term sustenance untenable. I cannot endure this. Snowflakes silently descended from the heavens, initially just scattered flurries. But soon, the snow became dense, accumulating thickly on the ground. Meteorological Bureau weather forecast. It's been over 2 hours, and why is it still dark? Exactly what's going on in the middle of the day, and it's snowing too. Could this be a problem? Snow or not, we still have to work. That applies to you. I'm taking a day off. Snow means no work. Wow, the snow is beautiful. Let's go outside and have a snowball fight. Are you foolish? In this frigid weather, we should first buy warm clothing. Oh right, it's below 0 outside, and I don't have any thick clothes. I guess I'll stay indoors. The online discussion surged and fell like waves. The authorities promptly established an emergency research institute, with personnel urgently analyzing the situation, dispatching solar synchronous satellites for investigation. There no result yet? Just a moment. This is the imaging data just received from the satellite that a stellar remnant is moving alongside the blue planet and the sun, perfectly obstructing the sunlight, causing the darkness. What is this? Is it a white dwarf? No, it should be referred to as a dead white dwarf. That is, a black dwarf. Black dwarfs are not supposed to exist in the universe, yet now one has been discovered. Immediately report to the commander. Simultaneously analyze potential solutions. The command center was in disarray. Moments later, the commander arrived on site, examining the imaging data in hand, inquiring, can we attempt to shatter it with our weaponry? Reporting to the commander, that is highly unlikely. First, our weaponry lacks sufficient range. Second, this black dwarf is far too massive. With a forceful thud, the commander slammed the imaging data onto the table. Is there truly no alternative? For now, we can only temporarily soothe the populace. We need to contact other nations to collaboratively address this issue. Let us issue a notice. In the near future, our country will experience a phase of extreme cold weather. With a significant drop in temperature accompanied by potential blizzards, which may cause inconvenience and safety hazards for residents. Ensure the safety and health of the populace. The following safety advisories are hereby issued. Residents are urged to respond actively and comply. 1. Minimize outings. Avoiding unnecessary outdoor activities. Point 2. Take measures for warmth to prevent hypothermia and frostbite. Point 3. Store adequate food supplies. Do not spread rumors, share false information, or hoard supplies. 4. Inspect home heating facilities to ensure indoor temperatures remain suitable. Point 5. Closely monitor official updates. Xiang shook his head as he watched the official announcement on television, filling the fireplace to burn even more fiercely. It seemed that people still did not grasp the significance of this catastrophe. Initially, individuals thought this was merely an ordinary snowfall until it became intimately entwined with each person's fate, for none were aware that the horizon held no hope of dawn. And this relentless snowfall was mercilessly consuming the hopes of everyone. A night of sleeplessness left Xiang seated before the fireplace, gazing vacantly at the flames, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a while, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the following day. Old AI, what is the current outdoor temperature? Replying to the master, the indoor temperature is 23.3 degrees, while the outdoor temperature has plummeted to minus 33 degrees. The indoor temperature had dropped by 3 degrees, and the outdoor temperature had fallen by 30 degrees. It appeared this night had been quite arduous. To this rate of temperature decline, it would not be long before it dipped to 70 or 80 degrees below. However, there was no need for concern. Xiang's provisions were sufficient to sustain him for centuries. He added more firewood to the fireplace. 23 degrees would not suffice. It needed to be at least 26 degrees. Xiang's coffee table was laden with a sumptuous Cantonese breakfast, matsutake and abalone soup dumplings, black truffle and fresh mushroom dumplings, golden sauce tiger skin chicken feet, and abalone sticky rice chicken. As Xiang savored his breakfast, he scrolled through his phone. Experts noted that this total solar eclipse would last longer than any recorded in history, setting a world record. But do not worry. It will not disrupt our daily lives. The total solar eclipse will soon pass. Xiang scoffed. Experts, which so-called experts' words hold any weight. Anyone who believes them is a fool. Some marketing accounts were exacerbating the situation. Echoing the experts' claims, the strong convective cold air is gradually moving north. The cold wave will soon pass. Let us not see a repeat of the salt panic. We have ample supplies, more than sufficient. He then browsed the community owners group, idly passing the time, lamenting, I should have stocked up on game consoles. Now there's nothing to play, he muttered, thumping his leg in frustration. Ding, 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 observing the incessant stream of pinned chat messages. Xiang opened one. There was nothing else but complaints about the cold. This weather is unbearable. Stepping outside feels like entering a freezer. You actually went outside? I've been cooped up at home. No choice. I'm hungry if I don't go out. What will I eat? The heavy snow has blocked all the roads. Exactly. Can a living person really die from holding in their urine? I have no desire to venture outside. There are still provisions within my home. And besides, the roads are blanketed in snow, with the authorities dispatching snowplows for clearing. It is exceedingly cold, to the point where my air conditioning unit cannot generate warmth, necessitating the call for a repair technician. Outside, the snow flurries dance through the air, indifferent to the plight of humanity. The streets are already piled high with snow, reaching a height of half a meter. An unusual silence envelopes the surroundings, devoid of the usual clamor. First, I shall organize the items stored in my unconventional space. Food, water, and fuel are to be arranged according to type, gazing at the shovel and excavator before me. I cannot help but feel bemused. What purpose do they serve? What was I thinking when I decided to store these items? Never mind. I shall leave them be for now, as I continue to sort through the packages. I come across scratch-off lottery tickets. These were casually gathered by me. After all, the logistics hub contained every conceivable kind of material. Since there is nothing better to do, I might as well try my luck with a couple scratch-offs. In my previous life, I too had purchased lottery tickets, believing the adage that winning 5 million is easier than earning 5 million. In reality, I never hit the jackpot, mostly winning amounts of 20 or 50 yuan. This time, however, it is different. I possess an entire vehicle filled with freshly printed scratch-offs yet to be distributed nationwide. Under the bright lights, a collection of colorful 888 scratch-off tickets lies on the table. Reflecting a faint yet enticing glow, my heart races uncontrollably. What if I were to win the grand prize? Alas, even if I were to win, it would serve little purpose. I shall regard it merely as entertainment. I retrieve a 1 yuan coin and gently scrape away the silver coating obscuring the numbers. No, still nothing. After scratching several tickets, I begin to doubt their authenticity. 8 that after a prolonged session of scratching, I discover that from over 20,000 yuan worth of tickets, I have only managed to reveal a mere few hundred. Damn it. This is utterly outrageous. It feels like fraud. What a far-fetched notion to believe one could win a grand prize. Enraged, I toss all the scratched tickets into the fireplace. Let us turn to the packages instead. I randomly select one, only to find the label reading butterfly-shaped pink. What on earth? Excited, I tear open the package, only to be left dumbfounded. Inside lies a neat row of pink bow-shaped clothes hangers. It's merely hangers. You gave me quite the scare. I thought this was a blind box. I proceed to open another package. The description appears rather enticing. With swift motions, I tear it open. What a deceptive title. This turns out to be cotton swabs for ear cleaning. Who instructed you to write such misleading delivery information? I refuse to believe there isn't something interesting in this delivery. I shall continue to unwrap. After a day spent unboxing, I gaze upon a living room filled to the brim with brands like White Affair Cola, Wang Hao Milk, Eastern Bark, Farmer Mountain Thief, Fruit Granules Lay-By, Red Noon, and Wang Lao Gong, lost in contemplation. Beneath my feet lies a box of Thunderflower, a daring venture in a paradise. On my left are Kong Shui Fu, Yuli Yu, Silver Mandarin Lotus Seed, 8 Treasures Porridge, Shanghai Baby, Eat Well, and Tai Bai Rabbit Milk Candy. To my right lie well-known cleaning brands such as Hai Wei, Blue Moon Shell, and Qing Chong. Among these, the most abundant are the various walnut products. Big Walnut, 6 Great Walnuts, 6-Person Walnut, Adult Walnut, 8 Walnuts, 6 Kernels, and 6 Nuclear Bombs. This is akin to stumbling upon a counterfeit den. Where on earth did all this come from? I dare not touch those 6 nuclear bombs, fearing they might explode. In a fit of frustration, I toss everything out the window. Whoever wants them can take them. Drinking this could very well be fatal. As dinner time arrives, my phone suddenly rings and I glance at the screen to find it is a call from Yi Xiao. Oh, I had yet to settle the score with her, and here she is reaching out? I press the answer button. On the other end, Yi Xiao coyly asks, Xiang, are you at the villa? Have you missed me? It is so cold. How about I come over to warm your bed? This insufferable woman still seeks to entice me, despite her prior attempt to maintain an image of purity. Now, she wishes to escalate matters? Does she believe I am oblivious? In this post-apocalyptic world, should I lure her over only to eliminate her, or let her endure the cold and hunger a while longer before disposing of her? I shall first attempt to deceive her into coming over to, I respond. Then come over to why Yi Xiao still resides in the house I purchased for her in my previous life, a property I had intended to sell, but had forgotten due to my routine training and stockpiling of supplies. Never mind, since she has been living in the villa, I might as well consider it a sacrifice for the greater good. Upon receiving my message, Yi Xiao, believing she has succeeded, eagerly dresses herself to head to my villa. However, she underestimates the outdoor temperature. The moment she opens her front door, a chilling gust of wind rushes in, causing her to involuntarily shiver. If it's this cold before even stepping into the elevator, what will it be like outside? Yet, determined to reach my grand villa, she grits her teeth and presses the button for the downward elevator as she touches the cold metal of the elevator. The frigid sensation combined with the howling wind sends tremors through her body. When the elevator reaches the first floor, she is taken aback. The half-meter-high snow resembles a thick white shell, completely covering the ground and leaving her with nowhere to step. How will she get past this? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiao decides to try her luck. She takes hesitant steps towards her dream villa. After barely 10 meters, she begins to struggle. Another 10 meters later, frustration surges within her. Why did it suddenly snow so heavily? Had it not been for this storm, I would have already moved into the villa. This wretched weather. What on earth am I doing? Xiang loves me so. He should be the one to come and fetch me. He ought to make sacrifices for me. Just a little incentive. And he would be on his knees, licking my toes. No, it's too cold. My feet will freeze. Why Xiao resolutely abandons her journey to the villa. What I say, couple of days. Experts say the cold will pass soon. When it does, I shall have whatever I desire. The heavy snow and biting cold extinguish Xiao's initial enthusiasm, and she turns back. Once home, she picks up her phone and texts Xiang. Xiang, it's too cold. I want to come over. If you miss me, why not come and fetch me? Xiang, are you still there? In the past, he would respond to my messages instantaneously. His prolonged silence must indicate he is preoccupied, perhaps even asleep. Subconsciously, she finds an excuse for him. As Xiang's wealth has increased, she herself has failed to notice the shift in her attitude that Xiang, upon seeing Xiao's message, casually tosses his phone onto the sofa, ignoring it entirely, and strides into the bath to soak. Fetch you? What a fanciful notion. The weather is so cold that I want to trick you into coming over, if that's the case. Let you endure a few more days. Speaking of which, the dimensions I requested for this bath were far too grand. Deng Taiwei had no choice but to construct it in the hall on the first floor, making it so that anyone entering the door would see the bather. Time swiftly marches on to the 5th day, and most households can only sustain themselves on their perishable groceries for 3 or 4 days. There is no surplus food in the house. The supermarket downstairs has long ceased operations. Outside, the blizzard rages and the roads are thoroughly sealed under thick snow. This moment, attempting to procure supplies is akin to climbing a mountain. Soon, the homeowners group erupts in uproar. When will this snow cease? I have no food left. Indeed, the authorities aren't addressing the situation. With such heavy snowfall, couldn't they do something? Taxpayers' money is being squandered. What is the residents' committee doing? Is there no solution? Yes. If this continues, we will starve. Why all the clamor? Didn't the authorities say it would be resolved soon? Let's all exercise a bit more patience that I in the group chat. Sun Xinghua, affectionately referred to as Aunt Sun, expressed her exasperation, stating, I can't stand it any longer. I must venture out to procure some supplies. Anyone willing to accompany me? I will go with you. Responded one. I shall join as well. Echoed another. Numerous individuals eagerly responded, indicating that many households indeed lack sufficient food reserves. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps this dreadful weather will soon pass, some suggested. Of course, there were others who remained unconvinced. I dare anyone to defy this. The authorities have issued a notice prohibiting unauthorized outings and hoarding supplies. Have you forgotten the lessons learned from the salt hoarding debacle? Aunt Sun tagged everyone in the chat. We must trust in the government's capacity to resolve this issue. Experts online have reassured us that the cold will soon relent. Let us endure a little longer. Should you choose to disregard my warning, I shall record your indiscretions and report you to the authorities once the snowstorm has subsided, holding you accountable for disrupting social stability and harmony. This will leave a mark on your record, preventing you from holding public office for 3 generations. Initially, most intended to venture out for supplies, but upon hearing her admonition, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Naturally, some remained undeterred and secretly slipped out. I refuse to believe you can catch me. I am on the brink of starvation. Who cares about public office? If I go hungry for another 2 days, it won't be just 3 generations at risk, but my own existence. Xiang, observing the messages in the group, could not help but lament, have these people truly been so thoroughly conditioned? A mere neighborhood committee matron and a baseless accusation have rendered them paralyzed. Sitting on the 3rd floor balcony, he savored his breakfast, gazing at the swirling snow outside, where flecks of light illuminated the darkness. Nestled in a wrought-tan chair on the balcony, he held a steaming cup of soy milk. Accompanied by enticing buns and deep-fried dough sticks, he leisurely relished the tranquil morning, his gaze traversing the dancing snowflakes, contemplating the world beyond. The heavy snow weighed down the trees, and flickering lights glimmered in the darkness. It would not be long before the power would be cut. A ruthless breakfast for a Langia person commenced with deep-frying dough sticks and soy milk. The soy milk must be sweet. He turned on the news, watching as officials endeavored to reassure the populace, fervently urging them to avoid panic buying. Xiang shook his head, thinking to himself, even at this juncture, they still seek to conceal the truth. Old AI, how cold is it outside? He inquired. Replying to the master, the outdoor temperature is minus 53 degrees. Caution, it is unsuitable for human habitation. Please take measures to keep warm and refrain from venturing outside. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiang's breakfast scene was being closely observed by his neighbor, Wang T30. Wang Dahai had established a small company in the city, priding himself on his superiority. However, he had suffered from illness since childhood, rendering him unable to lead a normal life, a fact that troubled him greatly. To mask this deficiency, he married a beautiful wife, Lin Yuqing, to project an image of success. Upon returning home to pay respects to their ancestors, the villagers, eager to save face, eagerly matched them together, and Wang Dahai immediately took a liking to Lin Yuqing. Thus, they wed. However, after marriage, Lin Yuqing discovered Wang Dahai's secret, leading to several altercations. Yet with his wealth and influence, Wang Dahai suppressed the matter through various means, often resorting to physical abuse against Lin Yuqing. This left her submissive to his tyranny. In truth, Wang Dahai had long taken note of Li Xiang. From the moment Li Xiang began renovating his villa, Wang Dahai sought to befriend him, recognizing that someone capable of acquiring a villa of equal stature possessed considerable economic strength. Establishing a connection could undoubtedly enhance his social network. And should their relationship flourish, it might lead to potential business collaborations. It must be said, Wang Dahai was quite astute and scheming. Otherwise, he would not have ascended from ordinary beginnings to his current status. Yet it was not that Li Xiang had denied him an opportunity, but rather that Li Xiang was perpetually preoccupied, leaving Wang Dahai with no chance to engage. Nevertheless, he gleaned Li Xiang's name and age through the real estate office. Recently, he had even seen Li Xiang throwing items out of the window in bulk. Although he could not discern the specific contents, it was evident that they were food and water. In the midst of such a severe disaster, to still indulge in warm dough sticks and soy milk while discarding supplies out the window suggested either madness or a substantial stockpile at home. Clearly, he was a wealthy second-generation heir, carelessly discarding unwanted food. With that thought igniting a fervor within him, Wang Dahai resolved to make an acquaintance. After all, he himself had not stored much food at home, as he typically dined out for business, rarely cooking at home. This had led Lin Yuqing to prepare only her own meals, with ingredients purchased as needed. If he could establish a rapport before requesting some food, it was unlikely that a person so concerned with appearances would refuse. The underground garage of the villa community was interconnected. Soon, Li Xiang received a report from old AI. Master, an unfamiliar individual is approaching the underground garage. Pull up the surveillance footage, Li Xiang commanded. Subsequently, old AI displayed the monitoring from the second basement level. Li Xiang scrutinized the figure before him, struggling to recall any familiarity. Who is this person? He pondered. Is he here to invade my villa? Perhaps he is lacking in numbers. It was no wonder Li Xiang harbored such thoughts. After all, anyone braving the frigid weather could either be plotting something sinister or be utterly devoid of sense. Wang Dahai stood at Li Xiang's door, politely pressing the doorbell and awaiting a response. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Li Xiang's voice rang out from the intercom, having already noted his presence through the surveillance. Quite the upscale setup, I must say. No wonder he is a wealthy heir. My home lacks such a voice-activated system, Wang Dahai mused. Nonetheless, he straightened his attire and respectfully introduced himself. Good day, Mr. Li. I am Wang Dahai, your neighbor. I have heard much about your commitment to quality living, and I have come to pay a visit. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Li Xiang replied, somewhat bored but willing to pass the time. Mr. Li, might I be invited inside for a moment? If you have something to say, please do so directly, Li Xiang declined. Wang Dahai rubbed his hands together. I was wondering if you have any surplus supplies at home that you might be willing to sell me a portion of? What? You wish to enter my home and request my supplies? Li Xiang was taken aback. You arrive empty-handed to visit. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. Wang Dahai felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. How can this be considered begging? I am willing to pay, Mr. Li. Furthermore, establishing a connection could be mutually beneficial. I might be able to assist you in the future. Mr. Li, please open the door. Xiang terminated the intercom call. Mr. Li, please open the door. Don't hide in there. I know you are homed up, Mr. Li. Open the door. Old AI, Xiang called. Yes, I am here. Teach him a lesson and send him away. We must avoid any fatal outcomes. Unable to tolerate Wang Dahai's incessant chatter, Xiang instructed old AI. Understood, master. Releasing 42 volts of electricity. This voltage may cause discomfort to humans, but is insufficient to result in death. As Wang Dahai knocked at the door. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fist, followed by a tense tightening in his arm muscles. He exclaimed, leaping back. Fortunately, the shock was not severe enough to induce rigidity, allowing him to escape the door's grasp. What on earth? Why is there electricity on this door? If you won't sell, then why electrocute me? Wang Dahai exclaimed, shaking out his stiffened arm as he retreated home. Did he agree to sell us any food? Lin Yuqing inquired. No, he shocked me instead. Wang Dahai lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. He even claimed I arrived empty-handed for a visit. It seems he is not keen on befriending me. What shall we do now? Lin Yuqing felt a wave of panic. The food at home was nearly depleted. Wang Dahai, observing Lin Yuqing, whose voluptuous figure was accentuated by her tightly wrapped clothing, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Didn't T say I didn't bring a gift? Isn't there's something readily available? What is there? We have nothing of value left at home. Lin Yuqing shook her head. Right now, the most crucial gift is certainly provisions. We can no longer afford to squander resources. Wang Dahai looked at her. You should plead with him to lend us some food. I believe that if we can just endure this difficult period, the authorities won't neglect us. Once the situation stabilizes, we can repay him tenfold. However, Lin Yuqing disagreed with his reasoning. We don't know him. Why would he lend us food? And why must I be the one to ask? Wang Dahai chuckled. Because you are beautiful. And I'm certain no man could resist your charm. If you ask, he will undoubtedly comply. Lin Yuqing could hardly believe what she was hearing. She hesitated for a moment, indignantly retorting, what if he tries to take advantage of me? What of it? Just consider it a dog bite. He replied that if you refuse to go, be careful. I might just hit you. Yuqing, do you wish to start at home? Go and borrow some food. Once the weather improves, I will take you out to buy that diamond ring you admired last time. Wang Dahai, holding a radish in one hand and a stick in the other, intimidated Lin Yuqing into compliance. Leaving her no choice but to acquiesce that I need to think, Lin Yuqing muttered, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossing her eyes. What is there to think about? We must acquire food today. Wang Dahai shouted. Our supplies have run out. If we don't eat soon, we will both starve. Lin Yuqing was so frightened she collapsed to the ground. Typically, Wang Dahai would either hit or scold her, and she dared not resist. I will go find him now, Lin Yuqing said weakly. Wang Dahai sneered, that's more like it's worth the money I spend to marry you. You must demonstrate your worth. Master, an unfamiliar person is approaching the underground garage. Another one? Xiang observed the surveillance footage. He saw a stunning young woman standing at the entrance, timidly pressing the doorbell. Although her body was wrapped tightly, resembling a plump dumpling, her exquisite features were subtly discernible beneath the layers of clothing, exuding a hazy and mysterious allure. Is anyone home? Lin Yuqing asked hesitantly from the doorway, her voice clear and melodious, akin to a golden Oriole's song. However, the response was a profound silence, the surroundings eerily quiet. Just as Lin Yuqing prepared to speak again, a cold male voice suddenly emanated from the door. What are you doing here? The unexpected voice startled Lin Yuqing, causing her to shiver as her heart raced. Clearly, she was taken aback by the advanced voice system at the door. It was worth noting that her household had never possessed such high-tech gadgets. After a brief moment of panic, Lin Yuqing quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, then bowed slightly, respectfully stating, Hello, I am Wang Dahai's wife. He was just here and may have caused some offense. I have come to offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. I hope you can overlook his transgressions. With that, she raised her head, her eyes anxiously fixed on the tightly shut door, awaiting a response. How amusing. Just as that man left, now a woman appears. Xiang mused, finding the family quite entertaining. Yet, he reasoned, she was merely a woman, and he was confident he could handle her with ease. After all, in this apocalyptic world, with nothing to occupy his time, it would be prudent to allow this woman inside and discern her intentions. Thus, Li Xiang gestured to his old classmate beside him to open the door. While he held no fear, it was always wise to exercise caution. As the door slowly opened, Lin Yuqing stepped inside. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped her, causing her to reflect. This underground level of Li Xiang's home was far warmer than her own. At that moment, a voice called from above, "There is an elevator to your right. Please take it to the first floor to meet me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing wasted no time, swiftly moving toward the elevator and pressing the button. With a soft chime, the elevator doors opened, and she stepped in confidently, the elevator swiftly ascending to the first floor. As the doors opened, she was greeted by a grand living room with ceilings soaring to 7 meters, featuring a fireplace and an enormous bathtub. And there was the male host of the house, Li Xiang, clad in a bathrobe, lounging casually on the sofa. Lin Yuqing entered the room and gently settled onto the sofa, basking in the warmth radiating from the fireplace. As if a soothing current flowed through her entire being. Realizing she had inadvertently made an inappropriate sound, Lin Yuqing quickly covered her mouth with her hand. "Mr. Li, I am Wang Dahai's wife, Lin Yuqing. I apologize for my husband's earlier behavior. He recognizes his mistake, which is why I've come to make amends." Lin Yuqing endeavored to defend Wang Dahai. After a moment, gazing at the large pool in the center of the living room, she inquired, "Mr. Li, is this a hot spring built in your home?" Having accompanied Wang Dahai to social gatherings a few times, she instinctively presumed Li Xiang had constructed a hot spring in his residence. Lin Yuqing mused to herself. No wonder his home is so warmed at a fireplace and a hot spring. These are not amenities one would find in an ordinary household, even among the affluent. Few would casually install a hot spring in the center of their living room. A hot spring. I've always referred to it as a bathtub, Li Xiang replied nonchalantly. Lin Yuqing flattered him. Indeed, hot springs can only be built by those of considerable means. It is evident that I possesses great wealth. Enough with the flattery. Now, what brings you to my home? I've come to request some food from you, Mr. Li. Rest assured, once the heavy snow passes, my husband will repay you in full, or we can even pay you now. Lin Yuqing spoke softly. Although provisions were scarce, she believed her husband would offer a reasonable price. Feeling the warmth of the living room, Lin Yuqing, bundled in heavy clothing, felt beads of delicate sweat forming on her brow. Slowly, she lifted her hand to unfasten the buttons of her coat, gently removing it and draping it over the back of a nearby chair. Li Xiang observed her revealing lighter clothing, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Given the frigid weather and scarcity of supplies, what makes you think I would lend you food? Li Xiang stated flatly that I can pay you, she replied, reluctant to engage with a stranger at a substantial amount. Li Xiang scoffed. Do you think I am in need of money? Or do you presume I cannot afford these items? Mr. Li, I beg you, please help us. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Should you ever need assistance, we could offer our help, Lin Yuqing pleaded. And no need for that, Li Xiang replied without hesitation. You may leave, Lin Yuqing awkwardly said. Are you really not considering it, Mr. Li? Absolutely not, Li Xiang asserted firmly. That a flicker of anxiety crossed Lin Yuqing's eyes as she took a small step forward, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. I implore you, Mr. Li, if you do not lend us some food, we will starve. Unmoved by Lin Yuqing's revelations of her household's plight, Li Xiang remained resolute. If she failed to acquire food today, she would undoubtedly face a beating upon her return. And it seemed she had no choice but to resort to her final gambit. What do you think of me? Lin Yuqing asked, lowering her gaze and beseeching Li Xiang, her voice trembling ever so slightly. What? Lin Yuqing's voice was barely audible. If you lend me food, I will be at your disposal, she stammered. Li Xiang was taken aback, momentarily speechless. You truly are remarkable, worrying so much for your family. Li Xiang had never encountered such a scene before, momentarily taken aback. Really? Anything goes? Li Xiang expressed his disbelief. Came a voice as faint as a mosquito's from Lin Yuqing. Look at this, it's a joke. Isn't it? Who could resist such an opportunity? An hour later, Li Xiang, somewhat astonished, remarked, Aren't you married? Lin Yuqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she recounted the unspeakable actions of Wang Dahai to Li Xiang. Nevertheless, she regarded this encounter as a transaction, harboring hopes for the end of the snow disaster and a return to normalcy. Tea that moment. Lin Yuqing's stomach growled audibly. Rising from the ground, she appeared both frail and yearning for comfort. Xiang suggested, "You should head back soon. Don't keep the high waiting." "How can you say such a thing? Are you even human?" Lin Yuqing rolled her eyes. "What can I exchange for?" She had ceased to rely on that term. "Exchange?" Xiang accepted her proposition. "What do you desire?" "Beef, ribs, seafood." It turned out he had a considerable stock at home, enough to enjoy a decent meal. "I want seafood," Lin Yuqing exclaimed with excitement. With her supplies nearly depleted, she was open to beef, ribs, or seafood, but now that she had a choice, she opted for her favorite. Xiang turned to the kitchen, retrieving a pack of shrimp noodle soup to toss to Lin Yuqing. "Is this your idea of seafood? What about the beef and ribs?" Lin Yuqing questioned, perplexed. Xiang then produced braised beef noodles and scallion ribs noodles. "That you're deceiving me," Lin Yuqing retorted angrily. "What have I deceived you about? Do you have beef at home?" "No," she replied. "That if you don't have any, why would you think I do?" Xiang shrugged off. "Having instant noodles is already a luxury." "Scoundrel!" Lin Yuqing exclaimed indignantly. "How am I a scoundrel? I haven't deceived you, and we just met. Yet, you came to my home and offered yourself. I don't care." Lin Yuqing pouted defiantly. Xiang held up the instant noodles, asking, "Will you eat them or not? If not, they'll be gone." Lin Yuqing quickly rose to snatch the noodles, declaring, "I will eat." "Who said I wouldn't tea?" As she devoured the noodles, her mouth full, she mumbled, "How much can I take back to my husband?" Xiang raised a finger. "A pile?" He shook his head. "A box." He shook his head again. "Tea can't be." Lin Yuqing gasped. "Indeed, just as you imagined, only one pack. How will that be enough for both of us?" Xiang smiled gently. "This pack is for him, and whenever you wish to enjoy a meal, you can come to my home and eat to your heart's content before returning. After all, food is precious now. Although he doesn't lack, we must not waste it. One pack of noodles equals one meal for Lin Yuqing. Xiang believed that, with time, she would realize this was a fair exchange. Having consumed the noodles, Lin Yuqing hesitated to leave, for Xiang's home was warm and satisfying. Yet Xiang urged her to depart. "You should go back. Don't keep your husband waiting. You eat your fill and still say that?" Moments later, Lin Yuqing stood trembling at her doorstep, feeling both cold and fearful, unsure how to explain to Wang Dehai why she returned with only a pack of noodles. Meanwhile, a worried Wang Dehai paced back and forth at home, rubbing his hands and exhaling into them. "It's been 2 hours. Why hasn't she returned? What if something happened?" At that moment, Wang Dehai heard the sound of the door opening and hurried to greet her. He saw Lin Yuqing entering. Wrapped in her coat, he glanced behind her and asked, "So, did you manage to borrow food?" Realizing his question might be inappropriate, he quickly added, "Are you all right? Why did it take so long?" Lin Yuqing pulled out a pack of instant noodles and said to Wang Dehai, "He only lent us one pack. What? You went to borrow food and returned with so little. How was that enough for me? What were you doing? Didn't you give him a little incentive, like letting him hold your hand or something?" Wang Dehai shouted. Listening to Wang Dehai's inquiries, Lin Yuqing quietly replied, "I want to eat it." "You can have this pack. You still want to eat?" "Hand it over." Wang Dehai snatched the noodles and began eating them. "Ate," he said. "Tomorrow, go again. Stay longer and flirt with him a little. Men are all the same. Try to borrow more food, or I'll beat you." Lin Yuqing silently observed Wang Dehai as he devoured the noodles, his words echoing with disdain, and tears silently streamed down her cheeks, moistening her face. The next morning, the group chat erupted once more. Sundama sent a flurry of messages, both video and audioed. Xiang opened one to see a group of individuals, red-haired, yellow-haired, and green-haired, holding down a man. The disheveled man, having received a haircut, was being beaten with a baseball bat, blood streaming from his face. 30 seconds later, the disheveled man brandished a bag of food in front of the camera, proclaiming, "This is the consequence of disobedience." The others in the group realized that the beaten man was the one who had sneaked out to search for food yesterday. They were shocked to learn he had been caught and punished. With his food confiscated, Xiang then listened to the audio message from Sundama. "As the deputy director of the neighborhood committee, I have repeatedly emphasized that the higher authorities have forbidden unauthorized outings and hoarding food. Why are some still not listening? I have applied to establish a neighborhood security team to enforce these orders and punish violators. Wang Zikai will lead the team, and the rest will be team members. The higher authorities have approved my request. Considering this was his first offense, all food will be confiscated and appropriated. If there is a next time, he will be arrested and detained. Let us see who dares to go out again. Now, I will read the directives from the higher authorities. Due to the ongoing heavy snowfall, which has greatly disrupted everyone's lives, the neighborhood committee will take on the responsibility of collecting and distributing existing materials from each household. This measure has been mandated by the higher authorities to ensure everyone's basic living needs are met, though we earnestly request that every resident cooperate fully, that we understand that during such a critical time, unity and cooperation are essential. Therefore, we urge each household to respond positively and not to violate organizational arrangements for personal gain, that we promise to distribute every resource fairly and justly, ensuring that each resident's basic needs are satisfied. We also remind everyone not to act impulsively or arrogantly against the organization. At this crucial moment, we should stand together to face the challenges brought by the storm. Remember, each of us has the responsibility and obligation to contribute to the harmony and stability of our community. For those attempting to undermine unity and disobey arrangements, we will not show leniency and will enforce strict penalties according to the law to safeguard the overall interest. Let us work together to overcome difficulties and welcome a brighter tomorrow. I must say, Aunt Sun's Mandarin is akin to a sow donning a brassiere, an endless stream of rhetoric. However, there were dissenters in the group who countered, questioning how she could convey directives from higher authorities. What about the director, the community committee chairperson? Yet the director remained unresponsive. Aunt Sun continued, stating that the director had returned to her hometown 3 months prior, and all affairs of the community committee had been entrusted to her management. Xiang chuckled to himself while glancing at his phone, finding her antics amusing. Such deception might fool others, but not him. Aunt Sun was merely exploiting an information asymmetry. She undoubtedly had gleaned insights into official developments through certain channels. The authorities were presently overwhelmed, utterly incapable of providing assistance to the masses. The absence of a command for self-rescue was due to the lack of a reasonable strategy. Some individuals could not bear to abandon their fellow citizens, while others were solely focused on their own survival. Their standoff only served to extinguish the last flicker of hope for everyone. Thus, Aunt Sun, sensing the gravity of the situation, sought to bolster her own image, presenting herself as an official representative to collect supplies, resorting to deception and intimidation to have others relinquish their stockpiles. However, her approach would likely yield compliance from only a handful. Realizing this, she established a community security team under the pretense of necessity. By wielding force, coupled with the populace's fear of the authorities, she hoped to amass a portion of the provisions. Yet, there were dissenters. Huiwege, residing in Building 28, an old friend of Aunt Sun, was the first to speak out in this dire context. Aunt Sun, in this frigid weather, who has any food left at home? It has long been depleted. Everyone is struggling to make ends meet. She resolutely declared her opposition. Interestingly, Huiwege had no particular hobbies apart from collecting cardboard boxes, which cluttered her home. While the remaining food was scant, those boxes could provide warmth when burned in a critical moment, that if they were confiscated, her share would dwindle significantly. Other homeowners also voiced their objections. Look at the situation. Our resources are already stretched thin, barely enough to sustain us. How can you propose to collect everything for redistribution? This is truly unacceptable. Exactly. If you're going for a unified distribution, why not contribute your own supplies? I refuse to comply. Aunt Sun, incensed, retorted, I have stated clearly that this is a directive from above. I am merely an executor. Moreover, the snowstorm will soon pass, so you need not worry. All collected supplies will be fairly allocated. Should you defy the orders from above, once the storm subsides, you will all face repercussions that we must resolutely implement the directives issued by the organization and refrain from attempting to challenge the entire establishment. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Sun discreetly messaged Aunt Hu, Dear sister, you have no idea of the current predicament that my collection of resources is for everyone's benefit. However, out of our long-standing sisterhood, I will discreetly allocate you a bit more. Please support me in the group. Upon hearing this, Aunt who quickly abandoned her opposition, stating in the group, "After reflection, I recognize my mistake. We must unite to overcome this hardship. I support the distribution of resources." Soon, homeowners lacking food reserves began to echo her sentiments. The higher-ups are asking us to pull together. What's wrong with a unified distribution? Once the storm passes, we can always replenish what we give. Indeed, it's just a matter of sharing a bit of food. How much could that possibly cost? We are neighbors. We should foster camaraderie and assist one another. We cannot let a trivial matter of food jeopardize years of neighborly relations. If your child were to learn of this, wouldn't they scorn you in the future? In the homeowner group, two factions clashed in heated debate. However, the reality remained that those with scarce provisions outnumbered the rest. Hoping to secure resources, now occupying the moral high ground as they pointed fingers at those with supplies, Xiang observed the messages in the group, scoffing quietly. Surely, there were not individuals gullible enough to believe that relinquishing their food equated to handing over a knife poised at their throats. Before long, Aunt Sun wielded both kindness and authority, directing her son, Wang Zikai, to collect a considerable amount of supplies. I could see that moment. Lu Mao turned to Zhang Mao and said, "Boss, do you remember the man and woman we encountered last time while dining? If not for them, would we have been apprehended?" Zhang Mao, Wang Zikai, rubbed his nearly shaved head. "How could I forget? What are you getting at? I found out they live in the same community as us. I heard they even bought a villa," Lu Mao replied. Huang Mao, overhearing this, interjected, "Anyone able to buy a villa must be wealthy. Surely they don't lack food at home." Huang Mao chimed in, "Boss, why not have our mother order him to surrender his food in the group?" Zhang Mao's eyes lit up. Great idea. Subsequently, Aunt Sun bombarded the group with messages. "Xiang, you kicked my dog last time. I, as a mature individual, will not hold a grudge. However, the higher-ups demand the surrender of supplies. And you must relinquish your provisions. Look, all the other homeowners have complied. Your refusal means you are opposing us and the organization that I advise you not to be clever. Otherwise, we will forcibly collect from you. If you comply now, I will spare you as a fellow homeowner. Otherwise, once the storm passes, it will be a 20-year sentence for you." Aunt Sun, reveling in her scheme, believed that if Xiang surrendered his food, it would signify her triumph, avenging both her dog and her son. Once Xiang complied once, it would lead to further demands, gradually draining him if necessary. They could simply seize the items that Xiang read the messages in the group and scoffed. "Are you out of your mind? Go to your revered mother. If you have the gall, why don't you surrender your own supplies first? You wield a feather, as if it were a command. I didn't elect you as community committee chairperson to have you boss me around. You're utterly worthless. And as for your dog, it should have been put down immediately. Now, it's wasting food." To the other members of the group, he added, "Listen well. The food you surrendered is being fed to her dog while you starved. If you were in my position, what would you do? Also, old dog, pay attention. If you want something from me, come directly and see if you can take it back." Did Xiang fear her? What a joke. He was only lamenting the lack of excitement in the apocalypse. And now it seemed the fun was coming right to his doorstep. Damn it. Wang Zikai fumed upon seeing Xiang's message, immediately replying the group, "Xiang, you better wash your head and wait." Beside him, Lu Mao remarked, "Boss, he is quite arrogant." Sun Changhua gritted her teeth and instructed Wang Zikai, "Son, go fetch him back. Be careful not to cause any fatalities that if we don't deal with this typical troublemaker. How can we continue to collect from others?" Aunt Sun never anticipated that Xiang would dare to openly defy her. It was entirely beyond her expectations. Yet, she continued to argue in the group, insisting that the food had not been fed to her dog, attempting to gain the trust of the others. However, doubt began to spread among the crowd, as though she had previously coerced into surrendering supplies, expressed a desire to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. This wretched individual, Aunt Sun slammed her phone down, promptly deciding to teach Xiang a lesson. Before long, Wang Zikai, accompanied by several lackeys, trudged towards Xiang's villa, armed with baseball bats and hammers. "Boss, look, there is so much supply under his window," Lu Mao exclaimed, holding up a Kong Shuifu instant noodle pack. "There are even instant noodles? We're in luck. No need to go hungry." Immediately, Hong Mao and Huang Mao began clearing the snow from the window. "Wow, there are drinks, milk, soda, everything. Food is also present. Wang Zikai gazed at the frozen, rock-hard beverage, casting a glance toward the grand entrance of Li Xiang's villa. What utter waste! Tossing food out, it seems there are even finer things within. Yet possessing good items does not justify such actions. As he spoke, he slipped a nuclear bomb into his pocket. You go. Smash open his door. Wang Zikai specifically summoned the red-haired one. All right. The red-haired fellow hefted a hammer and swung it with great effort. Thud, thud, thud. The continuous strikes left his hand numb. In stark contrast, the villa's door remained steadfast. Hey, are you even capable? Huang Mao shouted. If you can't do it, hand me the hammer. Maybe I'm a bit hungry. Why does it feel like I can't smash it? The red-haired one explained. Get up, step back. Let me show you. Huang Mao took the hammer and, summoning all his strength, struck the door. Thud. The hammer flew from his grip, narrowly missing his head and taking a few strands of hair with it. What the hell kind of door is this? How is it so sturdy? Huang Mao exclaimed, his hands tingling, deterred from exerting more force. These two useless fools. Lu Mao remarked to Wang Zikai. Brother, they're utterly inept. They can't even think for themselves. With that, he picked up the hammer from the ground, approached the window, and mocked. Have you two even got brains? Can't you smash a window if the door won't budge? Sometimes I really want to see if your heads are empty. Watch and learn. He exerted all his might against the window. Another resounding thud echoed as the hammer slipped from his hands, grazing Lu Mao's head and seemingly taking a few hairs with it. What the hell? Is this window not made of glass? This is just bizarre. Why is it so hard? Lu Mao said in disbelief. The red-haired and yellow-haired ones snickered nearby. You're criticizing us, but aren't you just as pathetic? Observing the scene, Wang Zikai noted that both the window and door remained intact, leaving him with no viable plan to avoid losing face in front of his subordinates. He shouted towards the villa. Li Xiang, if you have guts, come out. Hiding inside is no skill. Li Xiang had long been aware of their arrival through a tip from old AI. He had watched the spectacle on the surveillance for quite a while. Nearly collapsing in laughter when Lu Mao attempted to smash the window. The villa, valued at 170 million, had cost 100 million just to renovate. The window materials were all military-grade, bulletproof, and bomb-proof that if they managed to break in, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Hearing Lu Mao's taunts, Li Xiang replied through the villa's intercom. Isn't that Lu Mao, brother Wang Zikai? You need to perk that hair of yours up. Hearing his words, Wang Zikai's fury ignited instantly, not least because he had been apprehended for fighting with Li Xiang, resulting in his beloved locks being shaved off. Damn you, Li Xiang. Don't hide like a coward. Come out if you dare for a one-on-one. I'll end you. The accumulated resentment over the days set Wang Zikai ablaze with anger as he unleashed a torrent of curses at Li Xiang, with his subordinates joining in, their insults growing increasingly vile. They had no inkling that within the villa, Li Xiang was holding a water pump's hose, one end in the hot spring and the other extending through a pre-prepared shooting hole. On such a cold day, I'm kindly offering you warmth with a nice hot bath. Don't mention it. With that, he flipped the switch on the pump. A warm stream burst forth from the hose, drenching Wang Zikai and his subordinates. Moisture collecting at the corners of their mouths. Is it raining? Wang Zikai extended his tongue, tasting the droplets at his lips. Doesn't seem like it. Why is this rain warm? Boss, look, one of his subordinates exclaimed. Li Xiang spraying us with water. He has so much hot water at his place. Wow, this feels good. Huang Mao reveled in the warmth of the water. Meanwhile, from another shooting hole, Li Xiang stealthily aimed a sharp crossbow bolt at Wang Zikai. Not long after, Lu Mao scratched at his body and complained, Boss, I'm feeling so itchy. Yeah, boss, I'm a bit sore too. Huang Mao and the red-haired one chimed in. Wang Zikai sensed something was amiss. He pulled open his shirt and examined his body, discovering localized bruising, swelling, pain, and itching that he couldn't resist scratching at those areas. But with that scratch, a piece of skin came away. What the hell? Li Xiang, you bastard, have you poisoned the water? Li Xiang chuckled at this remark. Did this person possess no common sense? On such a frigid day, soaking in hot water would lead to dire consequences. The cold air outside would render the skin fragile, and exposure to heat could quickly result in tissue necrosis, making damaged areas more susceptible to bacteria and viruses. Over time, this could lead to infection. Crap. Let's get out of here. Wang Zikai ordered his subordinates. Boss, there are still supplies outside. Grab them, hurry up, and let us go. He won't dare to come out, Wang Zikai instructed, and each of them grabbed a box of food and drink. Just as Wang Zikai bent down to pick up supplies, Li Xiang's crossbow bolt silently targeted Wang Zikai's third leg. The bolt was released with a swift motion, the subdued sound quickly transforming into a sharp whistle. The bolt struck Wang Zikai's third leg with deadly accuracy, thanks to the high-quality compound crossbow Li Xiang had purchased. Complete with a 6x magnification scope and night vision capabilities, a piercing scream followed. Ah, it hurts like hell. Wang Zikai felt a chill at his lower body, followed by an excruciating pain. Looking down, he saw that his third leg, along with 2 testicles, had been impaled by a razor-sharp arrow. The sight was more tragic than a lantern from a bird shop. His subordinates turned and fled, leaving the supplies behind, terrified of suffering the same fate. Wang Zikai collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin and shouting, "Damn it, take me with you!" A cold wind blew, causing the arrow lodged between his legs to sway in the breeze. He quickly squeezed his legs together. The frigid temperature had already staunched the blood flow to tea that moment. Lu Mao rushed over to support Wang Zikai, calling for Huang Mao and the red-haired one. Huang Mao, hearing the commotion, gritted his teeth and turned back to assist Lu Mao in supporting their boss. As for the red-haired one, he had already slipped away. Watching their pitiful retreat, Li Xiang stowed away the crossbow and water hose. He did not pursue them to the end. It was not unnecessary. But rather, the game had only just begun. Grandma Sun was counting on her son to continue the lineage. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to introduce Wang Zikai to a partner. Li Xiang scoffed. Now, wanting grandchildren, let your dog son take your place. In weather below freezing, with alternating high temperatures and cold, even disregarding whether they could survive the risk of their wounds festering and becoming infected. Merely catching a cold and fever could very well claim their lives. Upon returning, if they attempted to remove their clothes, it would be akin to stripping off their skin. Moreover, once the residents learned that the security team had attempted to rob their supplies and was nearly annihilated by Li Xiang, it would spell disaster for the security team. On the journey back, Wang Zikai felt that his third leg had lost all sensation. He could not even perceive its existence. Li Xiang. Before he could finish, he fainted. With such grievous injuries, he could only become the last eunuch of the new era. If only he could practice the sunflower manual, perhaps he might have a chance at salvation. Lu Mao and Huang Mao carried the unconscious Wang Zikai back to Sun Qinghua's home. Sun Qinghua, upon seeing Wang Zikai's pitiful state, burst into tears. Wang Zikai lay there silently, his face as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut. Sun Qinghua looked at Lu Mao and Huang Mao, asking, "What happened? Didn't you go with 4 people? How could you not even defeat Li Xiang? My son is injured. What a predicament this is. I have brought disgrace upon the family of old Wang. His father must be lamenting my actions below. Alas, my dear son, why must fate be so cruel to me?" Green hair and yellow hair exchanged glances, remaining silent, and quietly retreated. How could they possibly describe their situation? For had ventured forth, one severely injured. One fled, and the remaining 2 were also in a lamentable state. The adversary was still a single individual. They had not even caught a glimpse of Li Xiang. After weeping for a while, Aunt Sun stepped outside, calling for green hair and yellow hair to assist in restraining Wang Zikai. Aunt Sun was well aware that Wang Zikai, in his current state, was utterly beyond salvage, while he was still unconscious. She needed to act swiftly to address the situation. Otherwise, she feared that in this frigid weather, complications might arise. She retrieved a kitchen knife and the medical kit from her home. With trembling hands, she used scissors to cut open Wang Zikai's trousers, unsteadily brandishing the knife towards his groin. Her shaking right hand struggled to maintain grip on the blade, prompting her to clutch it tightly with both hands. Yet, after a considerable pause, she still did not strike, only to be met with Green Hair's exasperation. "Why haven't you done it yet? If he wakes up, we won't be able to hold him down." Aunt Sun, her tear-streaked face raised, replied, "This knife is too large. It's difficult to use." Yellow Hair immediately dashed to the kitchen, procuring a smaller fruit knife. Upon returning, he presented it to Aunt Sun, saying, "Will this suffice?" Aunt Sun accepted the smaller knife, mentally preparing herself countless times. My son, please don't blame your mother. Fortunately, the fruit knife was sufficiently sharp. With resolve, Aunt's son brought it down, severing the lower half of Wang Zikai's being. The pain jolted Wang Zikai awake, and green hair and yellow hair exerted all their strength to restrain his limbs, even using their feet. "Dada! What have you done to me?" Wang Zikai exclaimed. Aunt's son then shoved a towel into his mouth. Stammering, "My son, you will no longer be a man." Upon hearing this, Wang Zikai's face turned pale. His muffled protestations of echoed through the cloth. Aunt's son, feeling guilty, remarked as she held up Wang Zikai as third leg. "Mother has helped you. Otherwise the wound could become infected, and you might perish." Wang Zikai gazed at the lamp before him, as if seeing his great-grandmother beckoning him, his eyes rolling back as he fainted once more. Green hair urged Aunt's son, "Stop hesitating and stitch it up." In the frigid temperatures of -50 degrees, the blood from the wound had already congealed. Unfortunately, Aunt's son's medical kit lacked the necessary tools for stitching, leaving her with no choice but to utilize a needle and thread to close the wound. Nevertheless, she meticulously left a small opening, as she still harbored hopes for her son's survival. After suturing, she wrapped bandages tightly around Wang Zikai's groin. Fortunately, he remained unconscious, allowing the procedure to go undisturbed. Once everything was completed, Aunt's son staggered to her feet, grasping yellow hair for support to prevent herself from falling. When she touched him, yellow hair let out a cry of agony. Upon lifting his shirt, he discovered frostbite had begun to form on his body. "It's over for us in this cold weather. We want to heal from our injuries," he lamented, collapsing to the ground in tears. Meanwhile, green hair stood frozen, stunned by the turn of events. Aunt's son was trembling with rage, cursing Xiang, calling him a beast. She dared not confront Xiang directly. With 4 men incapacitated on her end, what could an old woman like her accomplish? She could only hope for the snow disaster to pass quickly. Vowing to ensure Xiang faced a lifetime of consequences in the meantime, she pulled out her phone to vent her grievances in the group chat. Xiang, are you even human? Our Zikai only sought to collect the supplies required by the higher-ups. How could you be so ruthless? Does your conscience not ache? As soon as her words were sent, the group chat erupted in commotion. In a way, did Xiang teach the security team a lesson? Since Aunt's son did not disclose Wang Zikai's injuries, everyone assumed he had merely received a beating. Impressive, Xiang. The homeowners were astonished, realizing that the security team was not as formidable as they had believed. Many homeowners, having had their supplies taken, began to reconsider. They felt justified in reclaiming what was rightfully theirs. That a few others, however, entertained the idea of seizing Aunt's son's valuable possessions for themselves at that moment. Green hair glanced at his phone and noticed Aunt's son's messages in the chat. Without regard for age or respect, he slapped her across the face. The sound echoed as Aunt's son's aged visage trembled. Stunned by the blow, she shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me? Are you trying to kill us?" Green hair retorted fiercely, "Now that the news of our leader's injury has leaked, what if someone harbors ill intentions? We are all injured. Who will stop them if they come for us? What do we have to fight back?" Green hair, filled with frustration, lamented the days spent under the leadership of the disheveled-haired boss, when they had ample food and resources, and Aunt's son could even offer them strategic advice. Now, he realized just how foolish she was. "Damn it, we cannot afford to lose these supplies." Yellow hair chimed in, his tone irritable. I know, Green hair exclaimed, pacing anxiously. "So, what should we do now?" Aunt's son, having been struck, regained some clarity and quickly recognized her mistake. Yet the message had already been sent, and there was no way to retract it. Their options were dwindling. You have a plan?" Aunt's son grasped Green hair's hand. He recoiled in disgust, repulsed by the thought of being held by such an ugly and foolish old woman. Having initially considered secretly moving Xiang's supplies, now that their situation had been revealed, they could only hope to avoid further complications. "If it weren't for you, this wretched old hag, we could have secured a larger share of supplies." Yellow hair kicked Aunt's son in frustration. Aware that this was no time for anger, especially with her son still unconscious, Aunt's son sought to appease Green hair and Yellow hair. "I acknowledge my mistake. I will reveal the extent of his supplies." She promptly edited her message. embellishing the details about Li Xiang's stockpile. The homeowners' chat erupted once more, as everyone was struggling to get by. Realizing that Li Xiang had a substantial amount of supplies, some began to entertain devious thoughts. Many homeowners grew restless, yet some still feared Li Xiang, knowing he had easily dealt with the security team. Meanwhile, Li Xiang was oblivious to the chaos, engaged in amiable interaction with Lin Yuqing, who had arrived earlier than expected. Lin Yuqing had been compelled by Wang Dahai, who, having run out of resources, relied on her to bring back more. As Lin Yuqing entered, she quickly shed her outerwear and approached Li Xiang, who welcomed her with open arms. Today, Lin Yuqing appeared to have made a special effort to dress up, donning a half-open cardigan and a form-fitting skirt. Her long legs accentuated by high heels. The partially open garment revealed an enticing glimpse. Lin Yuqing gazed at Li Xiang with sultry eyes, her demeanor markedly different from the previous day. Yesterday, there was an air of unfamiliarity. Yet today, it feels as though we are old acquaintances. It seems that Li Xiang has awakened a deep-seated desire within Lin Yuqing. After a considerable time, Li Xiang sensed that Lin Yuqing felt both hunger and thirst, prompting him to produce some food and beverages for her. As Lin Yuqing sipped her drink and quietly savored the food, she found herself disinclined to engage with Li Xiang any further. Meanwhile, Li Xiang luxuriated in the hot spring, reflecting, indeed, constructing this hot spring was a most judicious decision. After a while, Lin Yuqing approached him from behind, enveloping him in her arms, and softly whispered, "Take a look at the group chat. Aunt Sun from the neighborhood committee mentioned that you possess a wealth of supplies. She is clearly hinting to others to seize your belongings. What shall we do about this?" Li Xiang rested his head against Lin Yuqing's bosom, feeling at ease with her because she had opened her heart to him. Confiding her troubles with Wang Dahai, he had also discerned the essence of Lin Yuqing's character, somewhat fragile, easily oppressed, devoid of malicious intent. To put it plainly, she was nearly beaten into a state of masochism by Wang Dahai. Xiang responded matter-of-factly, "It matters not. They may come if they wish. I shall bear it all." Lin Yuqing hesitated before asking, "Could you perhaps give me a bit more? I need to bring something back for them. I can spare you an additional pack of instant noodles." Li Xiang casually replied. After all, Wang Yuan had taken his wife. Providing an extra pack of noodles seemed reasonable. Yet Li Xiang also felt a desire to accept Lin Yuqing. He lacked nothing but entertainment. "What about those items outside that you no longer want? May I take some?" Lin Yuqing timidly inquired. "Take as much as you can. They will soon be snatched away," Li Xiang replied. Lin Yuqing still harbored some feelings for Wang Dahai, having lived with him for so long. Even if they lacked the reality of marriage, they still bore the title. She contemplated waiting until the snow disaster subsided before resuming life with Wang Dahai, lest she be the subject of gossip among the villagers. Had she realized that this snow calamity would never conclude, that the world had descended into an apocalypse, she would have long since crumbled and pleaded with Li Xiang to take her in. However, there was no rush. Li Xiang was not yet inclined to force her. He understood that, sooner or later, Lin Yuqing would come to him of her own accord, and by then, her sentiments would surely be different. Filled with a willingness, Lin Yuqing pressed a kiss to Li Xiang's cheek and said, "I shall return home for now. After all, Dahai has been hungry all day. That I will come back tomorrow." With that, she donned her clothes and ventured outside Li Xiang's villa to select some food to take back to Wang Dahai. That moment, Li Xiang also responded in the group chat. "I still have some fresh vegetables at home, but I need a favor from you all. Whoever goes over to give Sun Chenghua and her crew a good thrashing, I will reward you with some supplies. Remember to record a video of the encounter and share in the group." Indeed, this tactic of shifting the conflict proved effective for those who employed it. Instantly, several homeowners, including Huang Shi, Song Dan, and He Ling, united to teach Sun Chenghua and her gang a lesson, confiscating all the food they had hoarded. Unfortunately, the injured members of the gang were no match for the others. Xiang watched the videos circulating in the group and promptly tossed a bundle of green beans out the window. The trio returned home, feasting on the green beans Li Xiang had provided, while they shared their experiences in the group chat. Huang Shi remarked, "These beans are quite tough." Song Dan agreed. "Indeed, far too tough." But He Ling defended, "Who says these beans are tough? They are absolutely splendid." On the 7th day since the apocalypse had descended, heavy snow fell incessantly, as if it would never cease. The entire world lay beneath a thick blanket of snow. Dressed in white. Yet this picturesque winter wonderland brought no joy or warmth to the people. Yi Xiao tightly wrapped herself in the few coats she owned, resembling a frightened creature curled up beneath several layers of blankets. Her once delicate visage, ravaged by prolonged hunger, appeared particularly haggard, her eyes vacant, lips cracked, and cheeks deeply sunken. Nearby, on the bedside table, a chaotic heap of empty cookie packets lay scattered, silently narrating the struggles and helplessness of their owner. Gazing at the empty bags, Yi Xiao felt a surge of despair. My food supplies are dwindling. Why hasn't Xiang contacted me yet? If this continues, it won't be long before I starve to death in my own home. Tears escaped the corners of her eyes, dripping onto the cold pillow. Outside, a pristine expanse of white greeted the eye. The biting cold wind whipped through, stirring the snowflakes on the ground into ephemeral, yet enchanting snow mist. In days gone by, this scene would have been filled with laughter, snowball fights, and the joy of building snowmen. But now, it was eerily silent. The conditions outside were frigid enough to claim lives. Damn it. Why hasn't help arrived yet? Thankfully, there was still electricity in the house. However, just then, the lights that once illuminated the room abruptly extinguished, as if an invisible hand had severed the connection. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything indistinct, leaving only vague outlines and shadowy forms. It wasn't merely her home. The entire community was plunged into darkness that Yi Xiao, who had held onto a glimmer of hope as long as there was light, now found herself encased in silence and shadow. The air was thick with an inexplicable tension and unease. I can't wait for the official rescue any longer, Xiang. Yes, Xiang to Yi Xiao hastily grasped her phone. The group chat mentioned that Xiang has food. As his girlfriend, he surely won't ignore me. I must contact him, quickly. Damn it, why isn't he answering? Frustrated, she began sending voice messages to Xiang. Xiang, do you still have supplies? Please send me some. Oh no, come pick me up. I want to stay in the villa. Meanwhile, Xiang, soaking in the bath, glanced at his suddenly illuminated phone screen, upon seeing that it was a message from Yi Xiao. A cold smile crept across his lips. It's only been a few days, and she is already at her wit's end. Perhaps I should tease her. Xiang took photos of the leftover lobster, king crab, and abalone from the coffee table. He then moved to the fireplace, showcasing the indoor thermometer, which read a comfortable 28 degrees Celsius. A bit warm. I should open a window, he thought, snapping a photo of the open window. Finally, holding a glass of champagne, he settled back into the hot spring, positioning himself to capture both himself and the spring in a selfie, which he promptly sent to Yi Xiao. Xiang was reluctant to let Yi Xiao perish just yet. He couldn't allow her to suffer unduly without some form of retribution for himself. Upon receiving Xiang's video, Yi Xiao was taken aback, unable to believe her eyes. So many supplies, a comfortable temperature, and most importantly, a hot spring at his home. The mere thought of soaking in it filled her with excitement. Before long, Xiang received a video call request from Yi Xiao. The hint of disdain flickered across his face as he accepted the call. Xiang, Yi Xiao exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the brightly lit villa. How is it that you still have power? Wasn't there a blackout? Was there a blackout? Xiang said, striding to the window, peering into the pitch-black expanse outside, where only a few buildings retained emergency lights. Yi Xiao continued. Xiang, you have so much food. Please share some with me. I'm on the verge of starving. On the screen, Xiang chuckled and shook his head in refusal while delicately savoring a piece of king crab leg. Watching him eat made Yi Xiao's mouth water. But I'm your girlfriend. We're supposed to get married. You can't just abandon me, she stammered. Oh, girlfriend, that title has long since expired, but you're merely living in a fantasy. Xiang retorted, mocking her. Yet, Yi Xiao persisted. Xiang, I'm feeling quite hungry. If you reward me with some food, I promise to come over and keep you company. Recognizing that Xiang held the upper hand, she quickly donned a flattering smile and pleaded, Xiang Gidge, have I done something wrong? You may express your thoughts, and others may choose to amend them. Refrain from consuming the sour radish. It is rather unpalatable. The eloquence of your words serves merely to secure a morsel to eat. a veiled admission of seeking sustenance without due effort. If one truly wished to acknowledge their faults, why not do so before the snow disaster? Yi Xiao continued, with so many possessions, you surely cannot consume them all. Furthermore, in such a grand villa, a lady of the house is essential to manage the household affairs. I am quite suited for that role. After all, having spent so much time together, you know me best. In the past, before our marriage, my withholding was merely a test of your character. I am still a pristine maiden, wishing to reserve the best of myself for our wedding day. However, should you require it now, I am willing to oblige, if you understand my meaning that this a test of your resolve. Observing the disheveled Yi Xiao, who offered herself so willingly, Xiang felt a pang of disappointment. He regarded her lackluster performance with a critical eye. Still a pristine maiden? Still contemplating marriage? If you were truly chaste, I would reverse your name. Xiang hesitated slightly before admitting, but I have other women. What? Yi Xiao nearly slapped him in disbelief. You are cheating during the courtship? Xiang, I choose to forgive you. Yet considering the bitter cold outside, your new love must not be by your side, leaving you quite lonely. Why not allow me to keep you company? Although I have yet to experience such matters, I have discreetly learned a few things online, hoping to assist you in the future. Yi Xiao feigned shyness. Xiang turned the camera to reveal Lin Yuqing indulging in food within the villa. In that moment, Yi Xiao's heart nearly exploded with indignation. Her eyes glistened with tears as she exclaimed, Xiang, who is she? I am the mistress of this house. You must expel her immediately. How dare this shameless woman intrude? In Yi Xiao's perspective, Xiang's unilateral decision to end their relationship held no weight. As long as she had not severed ties with him, he naturally remained her boyfriend. Everything within Xiang's villa rightfully belonged to her. Yi Xiao glared at Lin Yuqing on the screen, who was savoring the abalone and lobster that should have been hers. Lin Yuqing, being of unblemished character, made Yi Xiao realize that Xiang must possess ample reserves of water within his home. Given Lin Yuqing's obedient nature, Xiang had ceased to provide her solely with instant noodles. Over time, neglecting her sustenance would not end well. Xiang, you have gone too far. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiang abruptly turned off his phone. Simultaneously, the owner group chat erupted with messages that, oh no, the power is out. Is there electricity at your place? How could it suddenly go out? Did the circuit breaker trip? There has been no official notification. While the power was on, we could hold out, hoping for official rescue. But what do we do now that it is gone? Surely they abandon us. My goodness, is it not ridiculous to lose power under these circumstances? The biting cold had already rendered many homes' heating systems ineffective. Yet, some households had small heaters or electric blankets for warmth, while others managed to boil a bit of water with kettles. Now, with the power outage, chaos ensued. Where are the community committee members? Has there been any notification from higher-ups? People clamored, while Sun Changhua, Huang Shi, Song Dan, and He Ling discreetly formed a small group in the background. Huang Shi remarked, as everyone seeks assistance from the community committee, we have already been robbed by Sun Changhua and even assaulted. If she manages to turn the tables, we will be in a precarious position. Song Dan agreed. Indeed, let us take decisive action that we must ensure we reclaim what is ours. He sent a group of 3 knife emojis within the chat. He Ling added, killing them would be a crime. But since Xiang has a grudge against them, we could kidnap them and exchange them for something from Xiang.as for how he deals with them. That is none of our concern. Without hesitation, the group united and headed to Sun Chenghua's residence. Huang Shi kicked down the security door with ease, having previously rendered it nearly inoperable. Wang Zikai remained unconscious, while green hair and yellow hair suffered from high fevers. Sprawled on the sofa, Sun Chenghua, wiping Wang Zikai's feverish forehead with a towel, trembled at the sound of the door crashing in. What do you want now? Everything has been stolen. I have nothing left to eat. Sun Chenghua had contemplated relocating, but after the ordeal with Xiang's bathwater and the subsequent drop in temperature, it was unsurprising that all 3 had fallen ill. She could not manage to carry all 3 away, let alone even one. Reluctantly, she remained, forced to endure in silence. Song Dan rushed inside, slapping Sun Chenghua and cursing, "Old hag, if you hadn't prevented us from going out, we would have stockpiled supplies by now." He Ling mockingly added, Now you can still negotiate for us to retrieve some items. What are you doing? Sun Qinghua cried out in alarm. Without further ado, the trio bound Sun Qinghua and her companions. Upon encountering green hair, Ling gasped. What is this? Why is he so hot? Huang Shi and Song Dan quickly surrounded him. What's wrong? You have to feel his temperature. He is burning up, Song Dan shrugged. So what? It's just a fever. I don't need to make a fuss. Huang Shi's eyes lit up. We can't heat our homes right now, but he is so warm. Why not put in good use? Song Dan inquired. What do you mean? Be clear. What else could I mean? We can use him for warmth. Huang Shi gestured towards green hair, still lying on the ground. Ling lowered her voice. This seems a bit wrong. After all, he is still a person. Huang Shi insisted. There's nothing wrong with it. Song Dan immediately caught on to Huang Shi's implication. Given their dire situation, utilizing him for warmth was preferable to freezing to death. However, with only 4 of them, how would they divide him? 1 for each family, and the remainder could go to Xiang. But whom should they give him? After a moment's thought, Huang Shi concluded, the one with a grudge against Xiang is Sun Qinghua. Let us hand her over .as for her son. Look at his pathetic state. We'll say he has already perished. Song Dan proposed. That works that I've heard her dog once bit Xiang. Let us toss that in as well. That way Xiang will owe us a debt of gratitude. Ling, incredulous at their conversation, bit her lip and made up her mind. She turned and dragged Sun Qinghua's Labrador out of the house. Horrified, Sun Qinghua listened to their plans, her spine tingling with dread, unable to utter a word. Were they even human, so brazenly dividing her fate? Help! Help! She cried, struggling in vain. Huang Shi, seeing this, kicked her in the stomach, angrily exclaiming, Old hag, behave yourself. Sun Qinghua hunched over, her body curling like a shrimp, but with her hands and feet bound, she could only cry out helplessly. Song Dan, seeing this, slapped her again, stuffing a foul sock into her mouth. The most despicable of you. With a modicum of power, you seek to exert control, devising ways to make life difficult for others. Over time, you truly believe you stand above others. Merely a pathetic clown. Sun Qinghua's current predicament can certainly be considered a result of her own actions. As for the Huang, Song, and Yi families, they are merely taking advantage of a fallen foe. The 3 families escorted Sun Qinghua towards Xiang's villa, loosening the rope around her legs for ease of movement. However, she remained tightly bound, with the other end of the rope held firmly by Huang Shi. Thus, Huang Shi led the way while Song Dan pushed from behind, and Ling quietly followed with a Labrador in tow. They gradually arrived at the front of Xiang's villa, gazing in astonishment at the bright interior, unable to utter a word. Suddenly, Huang Shi shouted, Xiang, come out. We have brought you a gift. Having just finished exercising with Lin Yuqing, Xiang was bored and had begun unboxing a delivery. After all, where else would he have acquired that Spider-Man cosplay outfit? His otherworldly space was overflowing with parcels that he often pondered whether others who obtained such a space would handle their deliveries in the same manner he did. Huang Shi called out several times. Xiang, peering down from the 2nd floor of the villa, spotted 3 individuals and a dog. Oh, but wait, there was also a person lying in the snow beneath Huang Shi's feet that Xiang's voice carried from within the villa. Oh, isn't that Chef Huang? How are the beans? Huang Shi was momentarily a loss for words, but eventually replied, Well, I must say, Xiang, those beans you provided are rather overripe. Dismissing the topic, he continued, Look at the gift we have brought you. Xiang replied, surprised. You are actually giving me a gift? At that moment, Huang Shi seized a handful of Sun Qinghua's hair, pulling her upright, while Song Dan swept her hair back to reveal her face. Xiang squinted. Sun Qinghua. He could hardly believe that she had been brought to him by the trio. His brow furrowed as he contemplated their intentions. Could it be that the beans from yesterday had been so well received? Surely, they were aware of the enmity between Sun Qinghua and himself. After all, they had already offended her by attempting to seize her food. It seemed they had decided to go all in, using Sun Qinghua as a bargaining chip to procure resources from him. Xiang quickly grasped the situation and stated, Speak up. What do you want? Song Dan whispered from below. See, I told you Xiang will want to take revenge on this enemy. He'll trade for something. He then shouted to Xiang. We want to exchange her for some supplies. He added, We even brought the dog that bit you. Ling stood quietly beside them, holding the dog without uttering a word. I also need Wang Zikai and his little brother, Li Xiang replied after a moment's thought. Huang Lei interjected, they've both succumbed to high fevers and passed away. I can't very well bring their corpses here. Can I? Li Xiang was aware of their condition, having caused it himself. Under extreme temperatures, it was no surprise they had developed fevers. With Huang Shi's half-hearted remark, Li Xiang didn't dwell on the matter. If they were dead, then so be it. After all, as Huang Shi said, it was unreasonable to expect him to bring their lifeless bodies that Li Xiang had yet to realize the profound implications Huang Shi and the others' actions would have on the community in the future. Li Xiang remarked, I only have some beans left. However, I no longer want those items outside the window. You may take them all. Huang Shi and the others followed his gaze towards the supplies outside, marveling at Li Xiang's extravagance, such valuable items discarded outside. Tai Sun Qinghua and that dog to my villa door. Take the supplies and be on your way, he instructed, tossing 3 bundles of beans out the window. Huang Shi and Song Dan hurriedly gathered the supplies, while only He Ling secured the dog and Sun Qinghua at the door. But he then inquired of Li Xiang, why are your lights still on? Huang Shi and Song Dan paused their efforts, listening intently to Li Xiang's response. You don't have a generator at home, do you? The 3 fell silent, realizing the absurdity of having a generator in a typical household. Perhaps only the wealthy residents of villas would possess such a luxury. They dismissed the thought and hastily departed with their goods. Old AI. Activate defense mode. Understood, master. Defense mode activated. The current surged from the exterior of the house, rendering Sun Qinghua and the Labrador unconscious. Only then did Li Xiang step outside to drag them both into the house. How to deal with them? Li Xiang found himself in a quandary. Forget it, I'll just confine them in the basement for now. The next day, Li Xiang idly scrolled through his phone when a notification chimed in the group chat. Everyone, does anyone have food left? I'm willing to pay. I have no food at home, and I have a paralyzed mother and a hungry child. I can endure hunger myself, but I can't let the elderly and children suffer. A woman named Zheng Lingling tagged everyone in the group, pleading for supplies. Yet in such dire circumstances, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Who had the capacity to assist her? Noticing the silence, Zheng Lingling grew anxious. I beg you all. I am on my knees here. Please help us. The elderly and the child cannot go hungry. Lin Yuqing recognized the woman. Her husband had died in a car accident last year, and she was raising a child alone. To make matters worse, the sick, bedridden mother was not even her biological mother, but her mother-in-law. If she could care for her mother-in-law for 10 years, she might even be recognized as a national hero one day. Lin Yuqing had met her a few times and held a favorable impression that Li Xiang. You see. Lin Yuqing hesitated, her heart heavy as she looked at Li Xiang, struggling to find the right words. What do you want to say? Li Xiang asked nonchalantly, taking a sip of water. Well, Zheng Lingling is raising a child on her own while caring for an elderly person, given the dire situation. She is in such a pitiful state. Could we perhaps slap? Before Lin Yuqing could finish her thought, Li Xiang's hand struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Are you living too comfortably? Do you still have the leisure to concern yourself with others? If you want to help her, why not step outside and let her in instead? Li Xiang said coolly. Lin Yuqing, stunned by the blow, instinctively recoiled. Li Xiang understood her desire to help, but he had to consider the harsh realities. Was he expected to sacrifice his resources for the sake of others? He questioned his own altruism. What did it matter to him if her family prospered? Would they ever repay him? Was he their father or mother? The old adage of a grain of rice owed, a grain of rice repaid, certainly applied here. Li Xiang seized Lin Yuqing by the hair, preventing her retreat. He needed to quell her burgeoning compassion before it spiraled out of control. After all, 2 vital principles govern the apocalypse. 1. Eliminate the Na'vi altruist on our side. 2. Protect the altruist on the enemy's side. Had Lin Yuqing not been attending to him comfortably these past few days, Li Xiang might have considered eliminating her altogether. There will be no food tomorrow. Let this be a lesson, Li Xiang declared coldly. Lin Yuqing felt a mix of panic and helplessness after spending these last 2 days with him. She had assumed Li Xiang was reasonable. Yet his slap left her utterly bewildered. Shouldn't I save her? In truth, it wasn't a matter of whether she should save her, but rather that Lin Yuqing simply lacked the means to do so. If she truly wished to help, She could relinquish her share of supplies. Li Xiang paid no further mind to Lin Yuqing, but he did instruct old AI to monitor her every move. He needed to be alerted to any changes in her behavior. For now, he allowed Lin Yuqing to reflect on her position. Meanwhile, Zheng Lingling's pleas continued to flood the group chat. I beg you all, have mercy on our family of 3. I can offer 200 yuan for some instant noodles. If not, I could even manage 2,000. Perhaps Zheng Lingling's desperation touched someone, or perhaps the allure of money swayed them. Finally, a male homeowner responded, it's not easy for you to raise a child alone, so here's what I'll do out of the goodness of my heart. I will help you. However, I don't have any instant noodles. I possess 2 sausages, each priced at 3,000. However, I shall extend a discount, so the total for both shall be 5,000 up before the apocalypse. The starchy sausages that were merely 3 for $1 or 5 for 2 have now skyrocketed in value by 1,000 times. To my astonishment, these 2 sausages surpass my monthly salary. How absurd! Had I known, I would have purchased more to keep at home. In this harsh climate, even the slightest occurrences can incite a great uproar among the masses. After all, food has become synonymous with life. Such a complicated and delicate atmosphere has permeated the homeowners group. The following morning, everyone received an official text reminder. The Langia authorities announced, Dear residents, due to the extreme adverse weather conditions, our city's power system has experienced outages and is currently undergoing extensive repairs to ensure the safe and stable operation of the power grid and to prioritize essential electricity for residents. A decision has been made, in accordance with directives from higher-level power dispatch departments, to provide power supply daily from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. During this period, the official will implement orderly adjustments to the power supply based on actual conditions. The use of high-power electrical appliances is prohibited to mitigate the impact of power restrictions on daily life. Residents are advised to prepare for emergencies by stockpiling necessary supplies such as food, drinking water, medicine, flashlights, and power banks for unforeseen circumstances. We urge all residents and organizations to maintain open lines of communication, promptly monitor official snow disaster alerts and self-rescue guidelines, and stay informed about the latest developments to take timely countermeasures. In the event of special circumstances, you may proceed to the rescue points listed in the self-rescue guidelines. The authorities will arrange accommodations that, if not necessary, please refrain from going out. Lastly, we call upon all residents and organizations to unite and collectively face the challenges posed by the snow disaster, ensuring the safety of life and property for all. Thank you for your understanding and support. Upon reading the official announcement, Li Xiang realized that the authorities might be bracing for the worst. Preserving their limited sources of fire to sustain civilization, as for the others, they were left to fend for themselves. For so many days, what the masses awaited was not a solution from the authorities, but rather a grim recognition of reality, prompting them to seek ways for self-rescue. The implementation of power restrictions and self-rescue guidelines indicated what? It surely meant no rescue was forthcoming. If one had the means, they could venture to the rescue points, and only then would the officials provide assistance. However, amidst the heavy snowfall and darkness, who could venture out alone? It merely offered a glimmer of hope to the people. At that moment, Zheng Lingling, who had purchased 2 sausages yesterday, tagged a male homeowner in the group. Do you still have sausages? I would like to buy some more. I will pay 5,000. I do have some left, but my supply is dwindling. The male homeowner replied that I will offer 6,000. Wang Dehai chimed in, eager to join the fray. The reason was simple. After returning home yesterday, Lin Yuqing had informed him that Li Xiang would not be providing her with food today. This revelation prompted the famished Wang Dehai to lash out at Lin Yuqing. The 2 packs of instant noodles he initially had were insufficient, and now they were entirely gone. You useless person! You cannot even procure food. Did you anger Li Xiang? However, he refrained from striking too hard, fearing it might make Lin Yuqing undesirable in Li Xiang's eyes. To this day, Wang Dehai still believed that Lin Yuqing had merely engaged in some harmless flirtation with Li Xiang, oblivious to her true predicament. Yet he could not afford to be idle. He had to resort to other means to acquire food. After all, matters that could be resolved with money were trivial. What? 6,000 for these 2 sausages. Is the Market Supervision Administration aware of your price gouging? But it didn't end there. That I will bid 7,000. Lu Qianghua, residing in Villa Number 2, suddenly messaged in the group. Lu Qianghua had amassed his initial fortune through selling melons and later thrived in the hotel and entertainment industry alongside his associates, Jin Bao and Da Peng. His business continued to expand, and he was now quite affluent. Wang Dahai persisted. 8,000. I will pay 8,000.9,000. Lu Qianghua calmly countered. Wang Dahai, infuriated, gritted his teeth. 10,000, it cannot be more. These two sausages were hardly worth such an exorbitant price that I will pay 20,000. If anyone else has food, I will buy it all at that price. Lu Qianghua's lavish offer stirred the group. And he mockingly added, do you really think you can compete with me, Lu Qianghua? The male homeowner, delighted to see his sausages fetching such a high price, promptly sold them to Lu Qianghua. Meanwhile, Wang Dahai was seething with rage at home. That damned Lu Qianghua, not giving me any face. It's just 2 sausages, and he spends 20,000 on them. Is he out of his mind? With this thought, he turned his anger on Lin Yuqing, delivering a barrage of blows. Damn it, it's all your fault. If you could procure food, would I have to lose face in the group? Yet, Wang Dahai failed to recognize that, as the head of the household, he had not shouldered the corresponding responsibilities, but rather placed all the pressure onto Lin Yuqing. This only deepened the already fragile rift in their relationship. Lu Qianghua's extravagant purchase ignited a frenzy within the group. 20,000? What does that even mean? A worker might toil for 4 months without earning that much, yet now a mere sausage could be exchanged for such a sum. Thus, these wage slaves surrendered what should have been their sustenance to the affluent landowner. I still have some. I have a few packs of crispy noodles. Luga, look here, I still have some soda crackers at home, that I have a few bottles of mineral water. There was no alternative. His offer was simply too generous. Zheng Lingling tagged Lu Qianghua in the group. What are you doing? You were supposed to sell to me. If you keep bidding like this, what will my child eat? Your price is exorbitant. Simultaneously, she tagged the male homeowner who had sold her the sausages. I beg you, I was the first to buy. We have already made a deal. The male homeowner, however, ignored her completely. Lu Qianghua's response plunged her into despair. Where's the exorbitance? Perhaps you should reflect on your own circumstances. Has your salary increased over the years? Have you been diligent in your work? As Zheng Lingling gazed at the incessantly scrolling group messages, she felt utterly hopeless, and no one cared whether she could survive. For Lu Qianghua, however, a sense of unease began to creep in. After years in business, he possessed a certain acumen. For him, stockpiling food was essential. Spending a few million on sustenance was hardly a concern. Yet no one realized that without rescue, survival hinged on what? Food and water and warmth. How could these be obtained? Only through exorbitant purchases. And if they could not buy them, the only remaining option would be theft. What if they encountered resistance? Then force would have to be employed, even leading to bloodshed. While the crowd remained absorbed in Lu Qianghua's inflated prices, it seemed that many still had some supplies at home. Even after the community committee Sundama had thoroughly searched, some individuals had managed to hide their resources. However, it wouldn't be long before those selling supplies would come to regret their decisions. Money would soon lose its value, turning into worthless paper. Oh no, it would be even worse than scrap paper. At least scrap paper could ignite. Money now lay in bank accounts as a string of cold numbers. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when the power returned, everyone scrambled to charge their power banks, flashlights, and other portable devices. Some took the opportunity to boil water, pouring it into bottles to serve as makeshift hot water bags. It can only be said that everyone was doing what they could to survive in this apocalyptic reality. Before long, a group member named Evil Gardenia tagged Xiang, immediately unleashing a tirade. Xiang, how ungrateful! We went out of our way to help you seek vengeance, yet you repay our kindness with malice. That it is truly disheartening. You have caused my sworn brother, Chef Huang, to meet his demise, and his body is yet to find peace in the ground. And my devoted sister has followed her brother in death. Xiang was left utterly bewildered. How does his death concern me? And who are you? This is truly perplexing. Is this person unwell? The malevolent He Ling responded in the group chat. I am He Ling. My sworn brother Huang Shi and my sworn sister Song Dan, after consuming the green beans you provided yesterday, have passed away in mere moments. Is it not your green beans that are to blame? Xiang, puzzled, remarked. So it is He Ling, but wait, How could Chef Wang's remains still be warm? Logically, they should have been frozen solid by now. And when did you all become sworn siblings? Ling replied, we pledged brotherhood just yesterday. The three of us, under heaven as witness and the earth as our witness, swore before this bowl of green beans to share in their consumption, to advance hand in hand, to weather difficulties together. Though we cannot share the same year, month, or day of birth, we wish to share the same fate in death. Yet, unexpectedly, because of your green beans, they have left this world. Xiang furrowed his brow, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Yesterday, I gave you 3 bundles of green beans. Did you eat them? Of course I did. As my brother Huangshe was the chef, we dined together. Then how come you are unharmed? Did you not say you wish to share life and death? That is not your concern. It is your green beans that have caused their demise. My brother's last words were left unspoken before he departed, and my sister, before her last breath, expressed her need to have her stomach pumped, fearing it was poisoned. Thus, it is unequivocally you who has poisoned the green beans, leading to their untimely demise and leaving me in sorrow. Xiang found the situation increasingly absurd. Is this some sort of joke? Ling continued, today, I vow in this group to avenge my brother and sister by eliminating you, the true instigator. I hereby establish the malevolent Gardenia plan with the intent to slay Xiang. For he harbors abundant resources within his home. Are there any like-minded individuals in this group willing to join me in this endeavor and seize his assets? The call to arms stirred a tempest of reaction within the group. Many, having recently experienced fluctuating prices, were eager to profit, while others sought provisions for their families, with a unified goal and a leader emerging, even if societal order were to be restored in the future. Their intentions remained clear: to seize what they could without resorting to murder or criminal acts. Xiang found Ling's diminutive stature and somewhat juvenile demeanor amusing, that if you wish to take resources. Why the superfluous theatrics? He expressed. I truly cannot comprehend this. It was only then that Ling realized some plans required discretion. They covertly formed a smaller group to strategize in secrecy. Meanwhile, the long-absent Yi Huan contacted his sister. Yi Xiao. Sister, did you not promise we would reside in a grand villa? It has been so long, and we have yet to hear anything. Father and mother are starving at home, but if you do not devise a solution soon, you shall be left an orphan. Yi Xiao had rented an apartment within the community for her parents and younger brother, knowing that Xiang harbored disdain for her family. Her initial plan was to swindle Xiang out of his property and then move her family in. Now, however, the house was secured, but Xiang had vanished. Moreover, he possessed an even grander villa, more food, and more beautiful women. The thought filled her with frustration. As she perused her brother's messages, she lamented his lack of ambition and reliance on her support, transforming her into the quintessential brother-supporting sister. Unfortunately, he was her only brother, and their parents had always favored him. Just as she contemplated how to respond to Yi Huan, his call came through. Sister, I see numerous people in the group claiming that Xiang has an abundance of food. Even a generator. Since you were his girlfriend, has he mentioned when our family might visit? Visit! The mere thought ignited her anger. Ever since he purchased the villa, Xiang had been indifferent towards her, even going so far as to announce their breakup. Yi Xiao paused, then replied, I was dumped by your brother-in-law. Deep down, she had not entirely given up on Xiang. What? Yi father Yi Shoucai exclaimed on the other end of the line. Yi mother Lu Guifan took the phone, scolding. What happened? Wasn't everything going well before? He even bought you a house. How could he break up with you? Yi Xiao forced a smile, utterly at a loss. Lu Guifan continued, no matter, my dear daughter, go and win Xiang back. You are beautiful. Use your charms, and he will surely be yours again. Exactly, sister. I still wish to live in that grand villa. This rented place is freezing. We are on the verge of freezing to death. Yi Huan chimed in, echoing their mother's sentiments. Go and sweet-talk Xiang into vacating the villa for us. Once this snow disaster passes, it can serve as your brother's wedding house, Yi Shoucai suggested. Indeed. If Xiang can afford one villa, he can certainly acquire a second or third. That way, your father and I can retire comfortably. We can live in one and rent out another. Lu Guifan mused dreamily. Yi Xiao felt helpless against her parents' wishes, sighing, I will give it another shot. Meanwhile, Yihuan added, Sister, if things don't work out with Long Ge, you should consider Li Xiang. He seems a better fit for you now. Wasn't it you who urged me to pursue Long Ge for your benefit? What have you achieved since then? The mention of this irked Xiao Xiao. Her brother seemed to gravitate towards those with wealth. However, she had not contacted Long Ge in quite some time, and he had seemingly disappeared. With no alternatives, she resolved to appeal to Li Xiang once more. It was indeed cold. The 10th day of the apocalypse had arrived. Li Xiang instructed Lao Ai, his classmate, to monitor the area surrounding the villa. Should any danger arise, he was to alert Li Xiang and enter defense mode. Meanwhile, Li Xiang ventured outside to observe the snow, taking advantage of the absence of others. The warmth within the house was palpable. He even built a snowman, adorning it with a carrot for a nose. In this snowy expanse, it appeared somewhat endearing. In such frigid temperatures, where could life possibly endure? Perhaps among the Inuit, unless one hid in subterranean caverns or near volcanically active regions, relying on geothermal warmth. Nature would have to contend with itself. In urban areas, survival was precarious. Unless one were to lift a manhole cover and not mind the filth of underground pipes, I could see that moment, residing next door. Wang Dehai was nearing his limit. After a day of hunger, he could bear it no longer. He called out in the group, Is there anyone who can spare me some food? I will trade it for my wife. With that, he posted a sensual photograph of Lin Yuqing in the group. Instantly, the age of monetary transactions for resources transformed. Wang Dehai had indeed pioneered a new approach. Lin Yuqing was undeniably attractive, with a well-proportioned figure free of excess flesh. Under Li Xiang's influence, she had transitioned from a girl to a young woman, exuding an alluring charm. Li Xiang even perceived a natural elegance about her. Particularly in certain intimate situations, she displayed a blend of shyness and eagerness. The group quickly took notice, and bids began to flood. I offer a chocolate bar. I'll give 3 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water. Don't be foolish. For such a premium, I'll offer 2 kilograms of rice and 2 self-heating hot pots. Just then, Lu Qianghua made his move, and he did so extravagantly. 10 kilograms of rice, 1 case of purified water, and 3 packs of biscuits. Lu Qianghua's eyes were firmly set on Wang Dehai's wife. He had already held a grudge against him from previous food purchases, and this time, even if Wang Dehai objected, he was determined to vex him. Wang Dehai watched the bids in the group, grinning from ear to ear. After all, Lin Yuqing could exchange so many supplies in one go. It was truly a windfall. It was as if he could see food beckoning to him. Li Xiang also noticed the messages in the group, but he paid them no mind. Wang Dehai was nothing short of a spineless coward, resorting to using his wife as a bargaining chip. Li Xiang understood that Lin Yuqing still held some affection for Wang Dehai as her husband. Otherwise, why would she bring food back for him every day? Such notions could only change if she chose to transform them herself. Forcing the issue would only lead to further trouble. If Lin Yuqing were wise, she would hasten to seek refuge with him. After all, being with Li Xiang alone was far preferable to being subjected to the whims of many. Moreover, Li Xiang's place offered food and drink, in a room that was comfortable and warm. There was simply no need to continue enduring Wang Dehai's company. It all depended on whether she could come to that realization. Naturally, Lin Yuqing was unwilling to be treated as a mere commodity for trade, and she argued fiercely with Wang Dehai, venting her frustrations. Unexpectedly, he retaliated with violence, striking her and shouting, "You're of no use to me after bringing you home. Now that it's your turn to contribute. You pull this stunt? Wretched woman, listen carefully. If it weren't for your fading beauty, I would have killed you long ago. But you're not entirely unappealing. Even the ailing Wu Lauer next door has taken a liking to you. Currently, Lu Qianghua is the highest bidder. Although I find him rather unpleasant, survival is of utmost importance. Consider this a sacrifice for the family. Once the snow disaster ends, I will compensate you handsomely." He kicked at Lin Yuqing again, declaring, "Wretched woman, pay attention. Since Li Xiang isn't providing food, you should stay home and cater to others. Perhaps you might earn more food in return. After all, there are plenty who find you appealing." Lin Yuqing felt as though the sky had fallen. Ever since being taken home by Wang Dehai, she had endured beatings from him time and again. While he lacked humanity, his penchant for violence against women was apparent. He always found new ways to torment Lin Yuqing. She had clung to the remnants of their past, thinking that despite not sharing a bed, they were still husband and wife. Yet, Wang Dehai showed no regard for their marital bond, even going so far as to demand she become a prostitute. Gazing at Wang Dehai, who was busy soliciting others on his phone, Lin Yuqing resolved that she did not wish to be trampled by the masses. She swiftly pushed open the door and made a beeline for Li Xiang's villa. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing the urgent knocking, Li Xiang instructed Lao AI to pull up the surveillance footage. A smile crept onto his face as he confirmed it was indeed Lin Yuqing. It seemed she had come to her senses. The footage revealed Wang Dehai pursuing her, shouting, "You better stop. Did you hear me? I was about to launch my business and you just run off? Where does that leave my dignity? You filthy bitch. I knew you were frequenting Li Xiang's place. Tell me, are you two already having an affair? Have you been sleeping with others behind my back? Dante, let me catch you, or you'll regret it." It was hardly surprising that Wang Dehai was consumed by suspicion. After all, his inadequacies bred fear of others' capabilities that, as Wang Dehai approached in a huff, Li Xiang selected a hefty axe from the other dimension and opened the door, but instead of letting Lin Yuqing in, he pulled her into an embrace. Wang Dehai stood a few paces away, panting as he observed Li Xiang with his arm around his wife and an axe in hand. He hesitated, then exclaimed in frustration, "Li Xiang, what the hell are you doing? Let go of your filthy paws." "That's my wife." Li Xiang chuckled. "Your wife? Call her and see if she responds." Lin Yuqing, nestled in Li Xiang's embrace, found a newfound courage and glared at Wang Dehai, retorting, "You still consider me your wife? You want me to sleep with you, and you think you're human? Ever since marrying you, I've faced daily beatings, and I've remained a virgin. On what grounds do you claim me as your wife? Your manhood is utterly useless. Frankly, you should donate it to the state for research on why you are such a failure. Are you even a man? Had I known you were incapable, I would never have married a worthless man like you. Li Xiang is far superior. He has shown me the joy of being a woman. Now, get lost. When a woman becomes truly harsh, she can wield words like a sharp blade, effortlessly piercing through Wang Dehai's seemingly impenetrable facade, each word cutting deep into his heart. Lin Yuqing's remarks struck a raw nerve, exposing his greatest vulnerability. His inadequacies led to immense anxiety and pressure, and he had consumed countless medications. He had seen both traditional and modern doctors. Yet nothing worked. Now, with Lin Yuqing articulating these truths, his pride felt as though it were being trampled underfoot. Wang Dehai nearly choked on his rage. That it was one thing for Lin Yuqing to insult him, but to claim she found joy with Li Xiang was the final straw. In utter despair, he bellowed, "Damn you! You 1T have a good end." At that moment, Li Xiang burst into laughter. "I'll take care of her for you." The absurdity of the situation was evident. Li Xiang continued to chuckle. "Your wife, I shall care for her. Do not worry." Upon hearing this, Wang Dehai spat blood and fell backward in shock. Was it truly that easy to knock him out with mere words? Li Xiang mused over Wang Dehai's fragile mental state as he led Lin Yuqing back into the villa. As for Wang Dehai, if luck was on his side, he might wake up soon. But if not, in this bitter cold, he might just bid farewell to this world. Be cautious. Li Xiang had Lao AI monitor the vicinity of the villa. If any strangers approached, he would be alerted immediately. Upon re-entering Li Xiang's villa, Lin Yuqing sighed in contentment. This place was far more comfortable than Wang Dehai's, which felt like a cold storage. Li Xiang cupped Lin Yuqing's chin, gazing in her eyes as he asked, "Have you made your decision? Not returning?" Lin Yuqing gently bit her lip, attempting to suppress the tears that threatened to spill, desperately trying to conceal her vulnerability. Yet, she could not hold back any longer and embraced Li Xiang. Weeping uncontrollably, she was merely a woman, and making such a decision felt fundamentally wrong. Li Xiang remained silent, slowly placing his hand on her trembling shoulder. After a while, Lin Yuqing composed herself and asked, "Now that I have nowhere else to go, what if Wang Dehai wakes up and becomes relentless?" Li Xiang smiled and said, "What do you see in my hands?" He picked up the axe from the ground and waved it. "Now that you've made up your mind, let me share some things with you." He led Lin Yuqing to the kitchen, where a dazzling array of fresh ingredients awaited. Roasted lamb, suckling pig, and various barbecued treats, along with tropical fruits she had never seen before. Next, Xiang took her to the storage room, which he had specifically prepared from another dimension. That it was stocked with ample rice, flour, oil, canned goods, and purified water. Xiang refrained from revealing his spatial abilities to Lin Yuqing. It was wise to keep some secrets. Lin Yuqing was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. She turned to him and asked, "How do you have so much food?" Previously, Xiang had shown her only a fraction. Now, she beheld the entirety stored in the villa, enough to sustain them for 5 years. Xiang replied, "I suffer from apocalyptic anxiety, often worrying about the world's end and humanity's survival. To prepare for this imagined apocalypse, I accumulated sufficient supplies, sturdy shelter, and suitable weapons that I never anticipated that the apocalypse would truly arrive." Lin Yuqing couldn't help but admire Xiang's foresight. Little did she know that he was merely spinning a tale. Regardless, that was inconsequential. What mattered was that Lin Yuqing's thoughts were already consumed by the prospect of food. After all, Xiang had let her go hungry the previous day, and she was ravenous. Yet, she was aware of the rules and softly inquired, "Can I eat all of this?" Gazing at Xiang, she nodded and began to feast heartily. Xiang did not seize the opportunity to act, but instead comforted Lin Yuqing to eat slowly. Meanwhile, Lu Qianghua was still awaiting a response from Wang Dehai in the group chat. Nevertheless, Wang Dehai's whimsical antics had sparked new inspiration within him. Consequently, he issued a notification in the group. "I wish to establish a rehabilitation center for wayward girls. I will provide food, you provide your bodies. A fair trade, without deception. Those wishing to pre-register should act swiftly, as time waits for no one." Indeed, the chill of winter could not suppress humanity's primal desires. Due to the scarcity of resources, it wasn't long before individuals began to sign up. Lu Qianghua selected a seemingly decent newlywed woman from the numerous applicants. After all, everyone despises the bandit Chow. Yet everyone aspires to become him. With this opportunity in hand, who would not seize it? The successful applicant, named Hui, had long run out of provisions at home. Reluctantly, her husband had pushed her forward as an exchange. Naturally, she too wished to avoid starvation. Upon entering, Hui immediately inquired, "How much food can I exchange for?" Lu Qianghua scrutinized her from head to toe. "That will depend on your performance." With that, he led Hui into the kitchen. As Hui beheld the compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and snack foods laid out on Lu Qianghua's dining table, her eyes were instantly transfixed. Ignoring Lu Qianghua, she leaned over the table and began to eat voraciously. Lu Qianghua watched her ravenous consumption, his gaze flickering. Hui, momentarily taken aback, hesitated. She understood the ordeal she was about to face, yet this was also her choice. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but she continued to shove food into her mouth without pause. In this post-apocalyptic world, laws and morals were rendered utterly irrelevant. Hui only wished to survive. What was her fault in that? After Lin Yuqing had her fill, Xiang settled her into a bedroom. He then produced a smart explosive collar, a contraption he had acquired in the land of the Mao bear, as the name suggests. The collar was linked to Xiang's heartbeat. Should his heartbeat cease, the collar would detonate. Likewise, attempting to remove the collar without Xiang's consent would result in the same fate. Furthermore, the collar could be intelligently controlled through Lao AI's assistance. He also clarified the collar's usage to her, emphasizing that she would require Xiang's approval to enter or exit any room. Lin Yuqing readily accepted Xiang's terms. After all, it was far more comfortable here than with Wang Dehai. Ding-ling-ling, Xiang's phone rang, and Lin Yuqing, displaying keen insight, fetched a device for him. It was a video call from Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Xiaoxiao could not let go of Xiang, the grand villa, and the food. Xiang raised an eyebrow and answered the video call on the other end. A deliberately affected voice came through. "Xiang, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me. It was my fault. Tell me, what did I do wrong?" "I can change." Yi Xiaoxiao was indeed shameless that you've lost quite a bit of weight, Xiang remarked. Hearing Xiang's words of concern, Yi Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her excitement. "Xiang, I knew you cared about me. You still can't let go of me, can you? Let us reconcile." Her surprise, Xiang responded, "Have you been dieting lately? It seems quite successful." "What is your secret? I seem to have gained quite a bit myself." He then held up the half-eaten roasted pig that Lin Yuqing had left. Isn't my diet unhealthy? I'm only eating these greasy foods daily. I feel like I'm close to obesity. With that, Xiang removed some firewood from the fireplace. Why is this room so hot? I'm sweating so much yet not losing weight. What should I do? If you have any good dieting methods, do share. Xiang was toying with Yi Xiao, as even mental torment could inflict pain upon her. Why, Yi Xiao's eyes nearly glazed over at the sight of the roasted pig a few days ago. It was understandable that Xiang had food, but now, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, how could he still be eating roasted pig? Had he been raising pigs at home? Yi Xiao asked. Xiang, how does your home still have roasted pig? You're not raising pigs at home, are you? I mean, that pig must smell awful. How could you bear to let live in a villa? Xiang left her utterly confounded. Who was raising pigs at home? He walked into the kitchen and turned the camera around. Why, Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon an entire roasted lamb on the table. And she could not help but swallow hard. So not only are you raising pigs, but you're also raising sheep. Xiang observed the gluttonous expression on Yi Xiao's face, feeling an indescribable satisfaction swell within him. He relished in witnessing her desire for food, unable to partake. The very reason for keeping Yi Xiao around was to torment her, and this situation suited him perfectly, forcing her to watch delicious food while she remained unable to taste a morsel. The feeling of seeing yet not touching, of smelling yet not tasting, would undoubtedly drive Yi Xiao to the brink of madness. Xiang, on the other hand, aimed to fully savor the pleasure derived from her torment. He instructed Lin Yuqing to hold the phone as he leisurely picked up a knife, gently slicing off a piece of lamb, blowing on it, and then slowly placing it into his mouth to chew. Yi Xiao's eyes widened, fixated on Xiang's every movement, her lips incessantly licking as she mimicked chewing. She longed to rush over and snatch it away. Xiang then produced a bottle of red wine, which Yi Xiao instantly recognized as a rare vintage from the Roman Icani winery. She had seen it when she was with a wealthy man and had wished to order a glass. But the man had refused, citing its exorbitant price. However, the memory of that wine lingered in her mind. Over $1 million! Yi Xiao gazed intently at Xiang, watching as the wine flowed down his throat. She could no longer restrain herself and sweetly implored, Xiang, you have so much food. Why not share a little with me? I am your legitimate girlfriend. After all that, I've admitted my mistakes. Can't we move past this? No matter what happened before, it was all my fault. Just let me and my family move into your villa, that I promise to treat you well and be your woman, that I'll do whatever you want. Xiang glanced at her, a faint smirk playing on his lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. This wine is quite precious. It's not something just anyone can drink. Do you want to have some? You'll have to beg me. Yi Xiao, sensing an opening, immediately pleaded, Xiang, please, just let me have a sip that I decline your request. Xiang replied without hesitation. Yi Xiao's frustration was palpable. What would it take for you to forgive me? Xiang ignored her, turning his attention to Lin Yuqing, who was kneeling on the floor, and poured the remaining wine directly into her mouth. Xiang looked at the trembling Yi Xiao on the screen and asked, Are you cold? Would you like to come in and warm up? Yi Xiao nodded vigorously. Does this mean I can finally move into the villa? Xiang, I knew you still cared for me. I love you so much. Xiang, observing Yi Xiao's flirtatious demeanor, replied, I think you misunderstood. I was referring to the fireplace. There is still some space in there. Would you like to occupy it? Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned. How would I fit in the fireplace? Is he planning to burn me? I may be a bit flirty, but I cannot be used as firewood. Xiang continued to showcase his pantry, gesturing towards the towering piles of food. Yi Xiao, what do you think I should eat tomorrow? Sigh, it's such a headache. Looking at the mountain of food before her, Yi Xiao gradually realized that Xiang was merely toying with her. All the talk of a grand villa and roasted pig was simply a means of tormenting her. Yet, at this moment, she was left with no choice to know. She still had one option left. Yi Xiao cast a venomous glare at Xiang, her eyes shimmering with a cold and fierce light, as if she longed to see him subjected to 1,000 tortures. She bit her lip, her facial muscles twitching slightly, with a tone laced with hatred. She spat, Xiang, don't you dare regret this? Oh, is that urgency I detect? Xiang replied nonchalantly, Feel free to unleash any means you desire. I'm waiting. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xiaoxiao abruptly hung up the phone. Li Xiang, is such ostentation wise? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Lin Yuqing expressed her concerns from the side. Li Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's of no consequence. I'm actually more worried she might not come at all. He then turned to Lin Yuqing and said, once you move in, you must adhere to the rules. You shall refer to me as your master. Do you understand? Lin Yuqing lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The phone call from Yi Huan came in again, insisting impatiently, Sister, can we still move into the villa? Mom and I are freezing to death here. Have you even begged Li Xiang? Can't you say a few kind words? Do you even consider me your brother? If you don't get Li Xiang to vacate the villa soon, I will have Mom and Dad deal with you. Yi Huan's words deeply struck Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, she erupted in anger. The villa, that is all you think about. If you're so capable, why don't you go get it yourself? Why do you come to me for it? With that, Yi Xiaoxiao terminated the call. Tea home. Yi Xiaoxiao trembled, unsure if it was due to rage or the cold that Yi Huan, accustomed to the pampering of their parents, hardly regarded her sister with respect. From childhood, he had always desired the best in everything, be it food, toys, or clothing, without exception. When Yi Xiaoxiao once attempted to pass down her old clothes to Yi Huan, he had thrown a tantrum, and the entire family had been unable to pacify him. There was little recourse. Yi father, Yi Shoucai, had been blessed with a late son, while Yi mother, Lu Guifan, was a woman of extreme traditional values. They indulged Yi Huan to the point of lawlessness, instilling in him that anything he desired must be obtained, including Yi Xiaoxiao's personal belongings. This situation persisted until Yi Huan reached adulthood, after which he squandered his time with wayward friends, ultimately falling under the influence of Wu Hailong, becoming increasingly unruly, with no regard for propriety or decency, engaging in reckless behavior without restraint. Upon realizing the call had been cut, Lu Guifan inquired, Son, what did your sister say? Is there any news? Yi Huan's eyes twinkled as a scheme formed in his mind. Mom, she said everything is arranged and that we should come over to... Yi Huan secretly calculated. Yi Xiaoxiao surely intends to hoard the villa for herself. I cannot allow that. Li Xiang, how can you refuse face to your future in-laws? Otherwise, how will you marry my sister? In his mind, he seemed to have forgotten Yi Xiaoxiao's past betrayal of Li Xiang, as well as the existence of Long Gu. Lu Guifan, upon hearing her son's words, was filled with excitement. It seems my daughter still possesses great charm, reminiscent of my youth, with a little maneuvering. I believe that Li Xiang will soon fall into her embrace. Lu Guifan continued, let us quickly gather our things and prepare to move. Yi Shoucai immediately countered, what is there to pack? Just hurry up and go. What doesn't the villa have? This accursed weather is unbearable. I've heard from your sister that Li Xiang even raises pigs. Lu Guifan's tone revealed her disdain. Those pigs are filthy. When we arrive, we'll slaughter them. How can we reside in a place shared with livestock? We'll stew the poor for you all to enjoy. Indeed, Yi Shoucai concurred, Li Xiang is truly wasteful, not knowing how to spend his money wisely. The villa is filled with pigs and sheep. Once we move in, let us have Li Xiang transfer all his inheritance to me, that I shall manage his finances well. So he realizes that the name Yi Shoucai is not to be taken lightly. Feeling pleased with his cleverness, Yi Huan felt a sense of triumph. In no time, Yi father and Yi mother donned their clothing. Yi Huan also wrapped himself up like a great bear, prepared to set off. With a wave of his hand, he led his parents toward Li Xiang's villa. It's freezing. Lu Guifan shivered. And no more talking. Let us move faster. We want to feel the cold once we reach the villa. Yi Shoucai urged. The Yi family's mode of travel resembled that of a man previously beaten by security, using thick cardboard as a makeshift boat and dismantled bed slats as paddles. Yi Huan sat atop the cardboard, forcefully thrusting the wooden plank into the snow, pushing back with all his strength, causing the cardboard to glide half a meter across the snowy surface. The three of them, navigating through the dark in a world blanketed in snow, gradually drew closer to their destination. An hour later, they finally arrived at Li Xiang's villa. The snow surrounding Li Xiang's villa was sparse, as it had been doused with hot water from the hot spring earlier. Standing outside the villa, The three gazed at the illuminated interior, nearly moved to tears. We've finally arrived. Yi Huan stepped forward and knocked vigorously on the door. Brother-in-law. Open the door. Dad and Mama come to see you. Hurry up. Li Xiang observed the scene through the surveillance camera, momentarily puzzled. What were they doing here? Were they unaware of Yi Xiao's fallout with him, or had they come prepared? Li Xiang narrowed his eyes, contemplating that he then called Lin Yuqing, providing her with a composite crossbow to conceal. The door creaked open, revealing Li Xiang's old classmate, who had been instructed to open it. Indeed, the villa was equipped with defensive electrical currents, which Li Xiang could control to incapacitate or subdue intruders. Additionally, Lin Yuqing had been positioned for any unforeseen circumstances. Most crucially, Li Xiang yearned to confront them personally. This family of vampires, in his previous life. Li Xiang had been influenced by love, allowing Yi Xiao to lead him astray, while he had been excessively indulgent towards the Yi family. Even the residence they rented within the community was funded by him monthly. Whenever opportunities arose, he was dragged along to cover the bills. The audacity of Yi Xiao and the unbridled arrogance of Lu Guifan were particularly grating, while Yi Huan had never regarded him as a brother-in-law. As the door swung open, Yi Huan felt a surge of joy. That I told you. That wretched Yi Xiao must have deceived me. She never intended to offer the villa as our wedding residence. Yet I must admit, she managed to ensnare Li Xiang's attention. Otherwise, how could he have opened the door so readily? Yi Huan hurried to the entrance, calling back, Dad, Mom, hurry! Brother-in-law has opened the door. Yi Xiao and Lu Guifan rushed in after him. This place is so warm. Yi Huan immediately sensed that the temperature here was far more agreeable than in their previous abode. Indeed, although Lu Guifan and Yi Xiao had heard from their daughter that Li Xiang's villa was quite warm, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Whereas Li Xiang? Why don't I see him? Yi Xiao scanned the surroundings, failing to spot Li Xiang. Lu Guifan nudged her son, signaling him to summon Li Xiang. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Yi Huan shouted loudly. Just then, Li Xiang descended from the second floor, saying, Stop shouting, stop shouting. What brings you here? Li Xiang, didn't you ask Xiao to notify us to come to the villa? Where is she? Is she not here yet? Lu Guifan inquired. Looking at Li Xiang, why, Yi Xiao, we have already broken up. Furthermore, I had no intention of kindly inviting you over, Li Xiang replied dismissively. Brother-in-law, please don't say it that way. My sister has been with you for a year. Now that you have money, you so cruelly abandon her. You are nothing short of a modern-day chinshimi. In the past, such a fate would have led to your head being severed. Yi Huan interjected. Our relationship isn't that amicable, and besides, I'm not your brother-in-law, Li Xiang retorted, while Yi Huan disregarded him entirely, strolling over to the fireplace to brother-in-law. This fireplace is rather unattractive. If I'm to reside here, you must replace it. What purpose did you have in constructing such a large bathtub at home? Can you even keep fish in it? Hurry and dismantle it. This will serve as my future marital home. Lu Guifan chimed in. Indeed, after Xiao Huan gets married, having a bathtub in the living room is utterly inappropriate. Why Yi Xiao, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely around the living room, nodding as he went. Li Xiang, if you marry Xiao in the future, you must curb your impulsiveness. Look at your villa. You bought it on a whim. You should allocate your funds wisely. Li Xiang was nearly amused to the point of laughter by their remarks. Is it not permissible for me to purchase a villa? Although he spoke thus, the inheritance he received was equally shared with Xiao. In my opinion, you both should entrust your funds to me for safekeeping. Yi Xiao shamelessly suggested. Li Xiang retorted with a sardonic laugh. It seems you three have misunderstood something. I am not married to Yi Xiao, and thus, she is entitled to none of my wealth. What kind of talk is that? You two have been together for quite a while. How can you not be considered a couple? That money is your joint marital property. As an elder, it is only natural for me to safeguard it for you. Li Xiang, I am generous enough to call you brother-in-law when I am in a good mood, but when I am not, you are nothing to me. That I advise you to heed my father's words. Moreover, my sister will undoubtedly give me that money. I would assert that you are currently spending my funds. Why sister mentioned that you even keep pigs. Hurry and slaughter them for meat. I've been starving for several days. Yi Huan declared as she approached Li Xiang. I ask you, where are the pigs? Did you not hear me? Hurry up, or I shall give you a beating. Noticing Li Xiang's silence, Yi Huan pushed him lightly. A fleeting glimmer of menace crossed Li Xiang's eyes, and a sudden surge of bloodlust erupted within him. He swung his right hand with all his strength towards Yi Huan's head. The sight of a screwdriver embedded firmly in Yi Huan's temple was shocking. Yi Huan had no time to react. He never anticipated that Li Xiang would strike him with such lethal intent. His heart skipped a beat, and a wave of excruciating pain washed over him. "You bastard," was all he could manage before he fell backward, lifeless. The sounds of his body hitting the ground and the impact of his head against the floor echoed sharply in the room. From somewhere on the second floor, a hushed gasp was heard, quickly swallowed by silence that Wei Shouzai had just been discussing the house's layout, contemplating what alterations were necessary and what aspects should remain unchanged. "I believe the walls of this room are too dark. They could certainly be painted a brighter hue." Lu Guifan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, this space must feel inviting upon entry." It was only upon hearing the commotion that Yi Shouzai and Lu Guifan snapped back to reality. Their eyes fell upon Yi Huan, lying motionless on the ground, half a screwdriver deeply embedded in his temple. Crimson blood flowed from the wound, dripping onto the floor, and one witnessed how the screwdriver came to be in Li Xiang's hand, nor how it ended up in Yi Huan's head. Xiang planted his left foot firmly upon Yi Huan's cranium and yanked the screwdriver with force, causing a gushing torrent of blood to erupt from the gaping hole. A cold smile crept upon Li Xiang's lips, his expression tinged with a lethal chill. Blood continued to drip from the screwdriver in his right hand, while his left hand casually scratched his ear as he mockingly remarked, "You all are truly quite bothersome." Lu Guifan stood frozen in shock, while Yi Shouzai's face reflected utter disbelief that my son. Yi Shouzai's voice trembled as he called out to Yi Huan, as a father who had longed for a son in his old age. This loss was unbearable, while Yi Huan's lifeless gaze was fixed on Yi Shouzai, as if conveying his unfulfilled desires. Overwhelmed by rage, Yi Shouzai could no longer restrain himself. He lunged at Li Xiang, fists flying toward his head. Li Xiang tilted his head slightly back, evading the blow, then swiftly raised his left foot, landing a kick on Yi Shouzai's right knee, causing him to stagger forward at Li Xiang's sidestep to the right, narrowly avoiding the falling figure of Yi Shouzai. The latter crashed into Yi Huan's corpse with a dull thump. He struggled to prop himself up, desperate to regain his footing. However, Li Xiang's elbow came crashing down on the back of his head, a vulnerable area. Struck with lethal precision, Yi Shouzai crumpled to the ground, either unconscious or deceased. Witnessing the chaos, Lu Guifan cried out repeatedly, "Devil, you devil! Curse being, help!" At that moment, Li Xiang's dark hair swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling brilliance, and his smile exuded a bloodthirsty aura, making Lu Guifan's claim of him being a devil seem entirely justified. Lu Guifan's eyes widened in terror as she stumbled backward, shouting, "Stay away from me! Don't come any closer!" She backed against the wall, halting her retreat. "Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao." In her frantic state, Lu Guifan finally remembered her daughter. Trembling, she fumbled for her phone and shakily dialed Yi Xiao Zhao's number. The phone rang until it was answered, with Yi Xiao Zhao's voice on the other end expressing annoyance. "What is it now, Mom? Didn't I tell you, Juan, that we couldn't go to that villa? Can you all stop bothering me?" "What?" Lu Guifan felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing those words. "Didn't you tell us to come to Li Xiang's villa? Let me tell you, Li Xiang is not human. He is a devil." "Ah, my hand, it hurts so much." Li Xiang hurled the screwdriver with force, akin to a dart, embedding it in Lu Guifan's hand. Her phone clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound that echoed like a death knell. "Mom, where are you? Did you go to Li Xiang's villa?" "I told you not to go, Mom. Speak up." Lu Guifan clutched her injured hand, the intense pain heightening her panic. She attempted to retreat, but the wall behind her left her with nowhere to go. Li Xiang, don't come any closer. On the other end, Yi Xiao sensed something was amiss. "Li Xiang, what have you done to my parents?" "Mom, run, hurry." In her frantic state, Lu Guifan initially hesitated to flee. However, spurred by Yi Xiao Zhao's urging, she finally dashed towards the door. "Close the door, old classmate." "Understood, master," as Lu Guifan witnessed the door closing before her. She cried out in terror, "No, don't shut it." Li Xiang, unhurried, followed closely behind her, casually picking up the phone that had fallen. "Hello, Li Xiang. Is that you? Are my parents with you? What have you done to them?" "Yi Xiao Xiao. I cannot fathom how you could be so foolish as to invite them to my villa. How amusing, truly amusing. Rest assured, I shall extend them a warm welcome." With that, Li Xiang hung up the phone. "Hello, hello, Li Xiang?" Yi Xiao Zhao's heart sank as she stared at the disconnected call. Moments later, her hesitation vanished, and she scoured her contacts, spotting a familiar number. Resolute, she pressed the call button. The voice on the other end burst forth with excitement. "You say he has a wealth of resources? Are you certain? If you dare deceive me, I will see to it that you meet your end. Please wait for me for a few days. I will handle this matter before coming over." A cacophony of screams and cries echoed from the phone, instilling a sense of unease. Inside the villa, Lu Guifan lay crumpled at the door, her face ashen. She wept bitterly, exclaiming, "Li Xiang, what you are doing will bring retribution. You will meet a miserable end. You will descend into hell." "Then let us speak of hell when I arrive there." Suddenly, a baseball bat appeared in Li Xiang's hand, and he struck Lu Guifan's head with force. With a single blow, her eyes rolled back, and she fell into unconsciousness. That night, no one knew the whereabouts of the 3 members of the Yi family. Only 3 snowmen stood silently before Li Xiang's door, kneeling quietly. The next day, Li Xiang awoke, roused by his old classmate, stretching lazily. Although the sun was obscured, he maintained his usual routine. Last night, Lin Yuqing trembled uncontrollably, having witnessed Li Xiang commit murder and subsequently fashion the bodies into snowmen. Such a sight was unbearable. Moreover, Li Xiang had compelled her to wipe clean the blood that flowed from Yi Huan's body, requiring 3 large buckets of water to cleanse the floor thoroughly. Upon returning to her room, she was plagued by nightmares, scarcely managing to sleep through the night. Nonetheless, she rose at the appointed time to prepare breakfast. Hearing Li Xiang's approach, Lin Yuqing's hand trembled as she held the spatula. She quickly set it down, masking her inner turmoil. "Master, you are awake?" Lin Yuqing asked timidly. Li Xiang seemed to notice her anxiety and pulled her into his embrace. "What is it? Are you still thinking about yesterday's events? They bore a grudge against me, which is why they had to be eliminated. Rest assured, I will never treat you in such a manner." The smile that graced Li Xiang's lips intensified Lin Yuqing's fear. He led her to the window, gesturing toward the 4 snowmen outside. "Look how beautifully the snowmen are crafted." Lin Yuqing was too tense to utter a word. Li Xiang cupped her face in his left hand and declared, "As long as you obey, I will always keep you." His words allowed for no dissent. Under the weight of his penetrating gaze, Lin Yuqing gradually lowered her head, biting her lip as she replied, "I understand. Master, I will serve you well." The Yi family was destined for extermination, though Li Xiang had not anticipated Lin Yuqing's timidity. However, it was perhaps for the best, as it would prevent any unnecessary complications. For breakfast, Lin Yuqing prepared egg and ham sandwiches, black pepper beef pasta, and caramel thick egg tarts, accompanied by a cup of caramel macchiato. Although Li Xiang possessed an abundance of fine provisions in his otherworldly realm, it was only fitting to make use of them now that he had a servant. Otherwise, it would be a waste to provide ample food and a warm abode without purpose. "Boss He, is your sinister gardenia plan reliable?" someone questioned. "Indeed, look at how effortlessly Li Xiang dispatched the security team last time. Can we truly succeed?" Another chimed in. "Speaking of Boss He, don't you have a decent relationship with Li Xiang? I heard you even helped him capture Sun Changhua." The mention of Sun Changhua, the collective ire of the gathered crowd, surged. At least half of them have been coerced by Sun Changhua for supplies under various pretexts. "If I ever encounter that Sun Changhua, I will make her pay. She went to great lengths to prevent us from stockpiling supplies, only to swindle our resources at the end." All right, let me say something." He coughed and began. "Sun Changhua was not captured by me. It was my sworn brother Huang Shi and sworn sister Song Dan who apprehended her that time. Food was scarce, and we thought to use her as a bargaining chip for some supplies. However, we never anticipated that the food we exchanged would lead to the demise of my brother and sister. They were good people, and even now, the thought of them brings me to tears. I vowed to avenge them that moment. A property owner named Siete questioned, "Boss, that doesn't add up. You all consumed the beans. How come you are unharmed?" Ling shot a glance at Siete, who, despite eagerly joining the assault on Xiang's villa, was consistently undermining him. It seemed he had ulterior motives, perhaps aspiring for a higher position. Ling had already devised a counter-strategy. He produced a bottle of drink from his pocket and placed it on the table. "My brother and sister also consumed the drink provided by Xiang. It must have reacted with the food, causing their poisoning. Regardless, the items came from Xiang, so their deaths are his responsibility." Without question, Ling then exchanged a knowing glance with another property owner, prompting Wang Defa to feign enlightenment. "So that is how it is." The crowd stared at the drink on the table, and Siete immediately picked it up, reading the label. Six nuclear bombs? The crowd was taken aback. Is there really such a drink? Will it not explode after consumption? Ling paused before continuing. "Moreover, Xiang is utterly despicable. He is openly plotting harm against others. Not only that, but I possess further evidence." He then signaled for Wang Zikai and others to be brought out. The trio of Wang Zikai would not survive long. Ling stripped Wang Zikai of his trousers, pointing at him before the crowd. "Come, witness how Xiang is so vicious that he has severed a good man's third leg. If it were you, could you endure such a fate?" Upon seeing the emptiness below Wang Zikai's waist, the crowd felt a chill and hastily closed their legs. They were left speechless, aghast at Xiang's cruelty. Indeed, no matter how one might feel, such an act is unforgivable. It is utterly immoral. I wish for him to father a son without an anus. Ling sneered. "If one day all of you find yourselves in such a predicament, what would you feel?" The murmurs of the crowd quickly fell silent as they exchanged glances filled with helplessness. Ling's intent in saying all this was to unite the property owners, positioning himself as a paragon of justice to Judge Xiang. Leaving no room for criticism, he nodded at Wang Defa, who then spoke up. "Xiang is a scourge of humanity. We must not let him go." His voice was laced with fury, as if he held deep-seated hatred for Xiang. Seeing that he had sufficiently incited the crowd, Ling began to rally them that we must show no mercy to such scum. "Weapons in hand, follow me. Let us slay Xiang and divide the spoils." The crowd exchanged glances before collectively affirming, "Indeed, boss, he makes a valid point. I shall join. With so many of us, can we not take Xiang's villa? Let us do it. Kill Xiang and share the resources." Deep down, the crowd understood that Xiang was not the focal point. What mattered was Ling's assertion. Kill Xiang, storm the villa, and divide the resources. 11 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and the supplies in their homes were woefully insufficient. What would they do when their resources ran dry? The assault on Xiang's villa was merely a pretext. It was about seizing the initiative. By eliminating one Xiang, they could eliminate another, or even more. Most crucially, the authorities had already sanctioned their self-preservation. And no matter what outrageous acts they committed, there would be no legal repercussions, and no one would wield the weapon of law any longer. They would cast aside legality and take up arms. Ling observed the fervor of the crowd, nodding inwardly. The hearts of men can be swayed. Ling and his band of 44, armed and resolute, marched towards Xiang's villa. The crowd gazed at the 4 snowmen before the villa. What on earth is this? How frivolous can one be at a time like this? Is he so idle as to build snowmen? Ling squinted slightly, commanding, "Xiang must be living too comfortably. Siete, take your people and flatten those snowmen." Though Xieta bore an expression of utmost reluctance, he had no choice. Ling was now in charge. Thus, he led a few homeowners to stand before the snowman. Xieta reached out and plucked the carrot that served as the snowman's decorative nose, then kicked a hole into its body with his foot. Holding the carrot before his eyes, he scowled and cursed. "Damn it, it truly is a carrot. That bastard Xiang is such a spendthrift. It's no injustice to rob him." He casually shoved the carrot into his pocket and lazily waved his hand at the homeowners, saying, "Stop gawking. Each of you take one and get to work." The weapons in their hands were a motley assortment, clearly scavenged from their homes. Xieta wielded a hefty iron hammer, while others held shovels, kitchen knives, and even a pair of pliers, leaving one to wonder how the latter would be of any use. Was he intending to crush Xiang with them? It was evident that they were a hastily assembled crew, with skills varying greatly. Xiang swung his iron hammer, delivering a resounding blow that sent the snowman's head flying into the air. He would soon reduce the snowman before him to mere shambles. An adjacent homeowner, armed with a shovel, mimicked his actions, preparing to strike the snowman's head off. Grasping the shovel's midsection with his left hand and its end with his right, he hoisted it above his head, then swung it down with force from his left side. The shovel sliced through the air with a whoosh, delivering a loud thud as it sent the snowman's head tumbling away. However, rather than breaking apart like mere snowflakes, the head traced a brief arc in the air before rolling several times in the snow, eventually coming to rest. What the hell? Is this snowman made of iron? The homeowner with the shovel complained. He approached to inspect the neck of the snowman, illuminated by the light from Xiang's villa. There he saw the neck's jagged edge lined with countless shards of ice, sharp as saw teeth, evoking a sense of dread. This snowman crafted from ice. He scraped the shovel along the snowman's neck, attempting to clear away the loose snow. Gradually, the outline of a garment began to emerge. At that moment, the howling wind seemed to freeze the very air around them. The homeowner with the pliers, noticing his prolonged silence, gave him a push from behind. "What are you doing? Hurry up. They're waiting." His hand, clutching the shovel, trembled slightly as he could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. Pointing at the snowman, he turned back and stammered, "It resembles a real person." The homeowner with the pliers shoved him aside, muttering, "It's just a snowman shaped like a person. Look at you, scared stiff. Get up and hand me the shovel." Seizing the shovel from his grasp, he prepared to strike the snowman. What the hell is this? Upon realizing the truth, he hurled the shovel away and swiftly retreated, leaving the erstwhile shovel wielder frozen in place, paralyzed by fear or perhaps the biting cold. Hearing the commotion, Xiang glanced back at the fleeing homeowner. Scoffing, "What is going on?" He turned back to continue his assault on the snowman, ignoring him. Seeing someone running toward him, Xiang stepped forward, intending to stop them and inquire about the situation, but the individual stumbled against him and continued to flee. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiang, steadied by Wang Defa, nearly fell, his eyes flashing with surprise and confusion. He called out, but the fleeing person muttered something incomprehensible, showing no sign of slowing down as they disappeared from view. Damn it, Xiang has piled the living at his doorstep. A typical case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey that he might be a person who could kill without a second thought. If we cross him, we might not even know how we met our end. Let us get out of here. The individual ran swiftly, leaving Xiang unable to catch what was said. Never mind. Let us go take a look. With that, he led the remaining group closer. Xiang gazed at the 3 snowmen that had been uncovered, 1 male, 1 female, and 1 headless, each positioned in a kneeling posture. Lifeless for quite some time, the group fell into a heavy silence. Who are these people? How did they end up at Xiang's villa? Is this a warning? Has he turned them into snowmen to warn others against pursuing him? Is there truly someone so ruthless? Xiang looked up at the villa, astonished and incredulous. He then asked the group, "Does anyone recognize them?" They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "Well, we're here now. There's no point in backing out." The frown on Xiang's brow deepened, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he surveyed the surroundings and noticed the morale had dipped. He was about to speak to encourage them when Xiang's voice rang out, loud and tinged with anger. Xiang is devious and malicious, appearing kind and harmless on the surface, yet he is cruel and ruthless. The more he seems like this, the less we can allow him to remain. I propose we capture him today and execute him to appease the spirits of these 3, the others. Regaining their composure, echoed their agreement. In truth, many of them had hardly seen Xiang more than a few times, let alone knew the 3 kneeling before the door. They merely sought an excuse to muster their courage once more. Xiang shot a glance at Xiang, seething. Xiang has done nothing but evil. As long as he remains, we shall never find peace. Now, let us take up our weapons and storm the villa. Storm the villa. The group shouted in unison, as if rallying their spirits, though their fervor was not as high as it had been during their discussions at home. Bang, bang. Xiang's hammer struck against the windows of Xiang's home repeatedly. He hesitated to break down the door, reasoning that breaking a window might be easier. The noise echoed, yet the windows remained unyielding. Witnessing this, the group rushed forward, using their makeshift weapons to pound on the windows. However, not even a scratch appeared on the glass. Suddenly, the steel shutters outside began to descend with a series of clanging sounds. The crowd stood momentarily stunned. Fortunately, Xiang had anticipated such an outcome. As a precaution, he had brought along a locksmith. He instructed the locksmith. "It seems the windows are stuck. Didn't you say you could open any lock? It's up to you now." He patted the locksmith on the shoulder. "Hurry, it's freezing out here." Sheta yelled impatiently. The locksmith shivered and hurried to inspect the villa's entrance. My name is Xiang. I lied. How could I possibly be a locksmith? Am I out of my mind? Or have I turned over a new leaf? But what does it matter? I ask you, what if I'm not a locksmith? You still invited me here to unlock the door, didn't you? How amusing it is. Who says a non-locksmith can't unlock locks? In this day and age, if you don't have a skill to fall back on, how can anyone live comfortably? Are you suggesting I become a beast of burden, working 9 to 5? A meager salary of merely 3,000 yuan is burdened with an agony that is 1,000-fold greater. I often wonder how these individuals endure such suffering. Day after day, I contemplate resignation, yet I consistently receive full attendance pay each month. During the grueling 9 to 9 work hours, not a single complaint escapes my lips. Though I am devoid of wealth, I reside in a grand villa, while these wage slaves have purchased their homes, departing for work before dawn and returning only when darkness falls. This hardly seems fair. I could choose to dwell wherever I pleased at AS for the skills I possess. They're solely the result of my apprenticeship under my master. I am the 3rd year junior high. My companions and I were at the train station, poised to select our fortunate targets, engaging in what we term spotting and sensing. However, most of our prospects were rather unremarkable. As for the ideal plump targets, we encountered none. After a considerable wait, we finally spotted a middle-aged man with a backpack emerging from the station. Instantly, we recognized that he was quite plump. The platform alone appeared substantial that we swiftly decided that I would take the initiative while the others provided cover. Shielded by the bustling crowd, I gradually approached him. My hand had nearly grazed his plumpness when, without warning, a hand seized my arm. I exerted every ounce of strength to break free, yet it felt as though an iron grip held me firmly in place. One of my companions, witnessing the predicament, shouted, "It's a tight situation," and the rest scattered like frightened birds. Despair washed over me. Could this man be a storm? Rumor had it that scrutiny had intensified recently. Surely, I could not end up imprisoned in a hard labor camp. Yet, I found myself unable to escape the grip on my arm. What was I to do? A wave of helplessness surged within me. At that moment, the middle-aged man addressed me. "Oh, so you're a craftsman?" His gaze was piercing, rendering me speechless. He continued, "What role do you believe you're playing here? Have you stumbled upon my plumpness?" My face drained of color, and beads of sweat began to form on my forehead. Shaking, I stammered, "I merely wished to try my hand, never anticipating I would encounter you." His impatience was palpable as he retorted, "Try your hand? Do you not understand the rules? Skylights, platforms, tunnels. Which of these do you think you can freely manipulate? Let alone that you dared to select my plumpness." I hastily waved my hands, on the verge of tears. No, I never realized this was your plumpness. I thought it merely a common fat sheep." The middle-aged man's glare intensified as he admonished me sternly. "Did you think that would resolve the issue? There are codes of conduct in this trade. Your reckless actions are an affront to your peers." That I collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing my head. I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my missteps. Please, show me mercy and grant me a chance for redemption. I promise to act cautiously in the future and never repeat my errors." The man fell silent for a moment, then abruptly burst into laughter. "Rise. Consider yourself fortunate. Would you care to accompany me in-house visits?" Such an outcome had never crossed my mind. Why did he not punish me? Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced, fearing he might not allow me to leave otherwise. Thus, I began to follow him, partaking in easy gains. Eventually, I inquired of my master why he had taken me as his apprentice. He claimed I possessed exceptional talent, a rare gift for thievery, and entrusted me with upholding peace within the realm of theft. That I was skeptical. Who would believe such a thing? Despite my youth, I was not naive. with my unimpressive appearance. How could I be considered exceptionally gifted? Were it not for his kindness, I might have suspected he sought to harvest my organs for profit. Whenever I pressed for further explanation, he would merely smile and remain silent. Umph, what a mysterious fa he maintained. From that day forward, I traversed the land alongside my master, who was an experienced gentleman of the night, asserting that he was not yet a Buddha. Nonetheless, my association with him ensured at least a modest sustenance that I thought to myself that as long as I did not starve, I would manage. After all, I had grown up on the kindness of many. He began teaching me the art of lockpicking and prying, and I applied myself diligently. There were indeed numerous intricacies involved, requiring specialized tools, and my master personally crafted a set of lockpicking instruments tailored for my use. And under his guidance, I swiftly graduated that it was no exaggeration to say that my talent was remarkable. He never divulged his name, insisting I refer to him solely as master. He was a skilled practitioner, brimming with techniques, having once gathered numerous small-time players to specialize in house visits that we scoffed at single-story homes and multi-story buildings, primarily targeting high-rises and townhouses that, of course, occasionally, a standalone villa proved to be an even more advantageous target. Gradually, our fortunes improved. The ranks of our crew swelled. Luxury cars, villas, wealth, and beautiful women became our reality. He diligently imparted his theories to me. However, as my master's age increased, I began to ascend to his former position. I felt his theories had grown outdated, so I pondered how to innovate. Yet some individuals were less than compliant, leaving my master no choice but to provide occasional support. It was not long before I encountered a setback. I remained unaware of the cause. It seemed I had been marked. Ultimately, my master took the fall for me. After that incident, the small-time players disbanded, and I withdrew from that line of work. My master bore the brunt of the consequences without implicating anyone else. It wasn't until last month that he was released, and I welcomed him to my current residence, attending to him with utmost care. He was elderly and somewhat frail, and I treated him like a father, tending to his every need. Yet, scarcely had we settled into this new life when, inexplicably, the sun vanished. Who could explain this turn of events? Damn it, which Buddha has absconded with the sun? A word of warning would have sufficed. This wretched weather, incessantly snowing, left my master cold and hungry at home. And at his age, he could not endure much longer. I had no choice but to return to my former trade. However, it seemed every household was guarded. House visits were utterly impractical that I resorted to snatching, only to discover that an elderly lady from the neighborhood committee outmatched me. She had swindled a significant portion of food from these homes, leaving me in a rather awkward predicament. Who could I deceive now that she had taken it all? My master awaited my return for dinner. With no alternatives, I later heard that Ling was organizing an assault on Xiang's villa. Rumor had it that the villa contained ample supplies, so I offered my services to Ling. He assumed I was merely a locksmith, tested my skills, and readily agreed. Rest assured, no lock could withstand my expertise. I am Xiang, and I am about to commence my lockpicking endeavor. Xiang was a seasoned master craftsman, and his past experience has taught him that no matter how complex a lock might be, he would always find a way to crack it. This time, he was filled with confidence and poised for success. After all, how difficult could it be to breach a villa's entrance? For him, it was as simple as a delightful appetizer. He mused that within 30 seconds, this seemingly impenetrable door would yield effortlessly to his skillful hands. Prior to this, Ling had promised him enticing rewards. Should he succeed in unlocking the door to this luxurious villa, he would have the privilege of selecting the finest goods within that. As he contemplated this, Xiang felt a surge of exhilaration, excitement bubbling forth. "Hey, master, just wait there while I bring you back a bounty of delicious provisions." Such an unexpected opportunity had arisen purely through his proactive efforts. Thus, he harbored a heart full of anticipation and a hint of anxiety, meticulously shouldering a heavy backpack laden with an assortment of tools. Like a nimble creature, he treaded lightly and stealthily until he arrived at the imposing entrance of Xiang's magnificent villa. After a brief observation, he noted that this door was unlike any he had encountered before, exuding a chilling metallic sheen that rendered it exceedingly formidable. Xiang inhaled deeply, beginning to scrutinize the lock before him. "Wait a moment. Where is the keyhole? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. He glanced at the carefully prepared lock-picking tools in his hand. If there was no keyhole, how would these tools serve their purpose? This was unexpected. How could there be no keyhole? The door before him left him in a state of bewilderment. It bore no resemblance to any lock he had previously encountered. There was no visible keyhole, nor any crevice to pry open. This grand door appeared to be a flawless entity. Utterly impeccable, he retrieved a flashlight and illuminated every corner where a lock might be expected to appear. Just then, Tang Daqiang spotted a minute hole nestled in the corner. Oh, this must be it. What a fright. Thankfully, I found it. He cautiously inserted his tools into the lock. However, upon attempting to manipulate it, he unexpectedly encountered unprecedented resistance. He began to employ various tools from his kit to pry, twist, and even attempt to dismantle the entire locking mechanism. Yet regardless of his efforts, the door remained utterly unyielding. His brow furrowed, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Instinctively, he exerted more force, even using all his strength, but the door stood resolutely, as if it were an inseparable part of the villa itself. Beads of sweat began to dot Tang Daqiang's forehead, and his heart raced. He realized that breaching this door was far more challenging than he had anticipated. A cold breeze swept by, prompting Tang Daqiang to cup a handful of snow in his hands and rub it against his cheeks. Attempting to regain his composure, he endeavored to analyze the structure of the lock, but the deeper he delved, the more despair he felt. He began to doubt his judgment. Was this truly an ordinary villa? Had he mistakenly chosen the wrong target from the outset? Or perhaps his skills had fallen behind the times. The lock on this door clearly surpassed his technical capabilities. Its design evidently employed the most advanced anti-theft technology. Characterized by its intricate structure and clever engineering, any attempted illegal intrusion would be immediately detected. Moreover, this door undoubtedly came equipped with a defensive countermeasure system. It was a safe bet that it was an electric door. He instinctively looked inside the villa, as if he could already envision the owner lounging on the sofa, remote control in hand, gazing at him with a nonchalant expression. The moment he made any sudden move, he would be met with a shocking jolt. Perhaps it was fortunate that he could not unlock this door. He had not provoked the owner. Tang Daqiang contemplated. This owner must be formidable. Who would install such a door on an ordinary villa? He resignedly packed up his tools and turned to leave. He understood that Xiang had spared him. He would remember this favor and would not seek trouble again. As for what Xiang was doing, it was clear he must be engaging in some exercise after a hearty breakfast. When Ling and the others arrived, old AI had already triggered the alarm to alert him. He glanced at the surveillance footage and chose not to intervene further. That moment, he was occupied. How could he afford to be distracted? Most importantly, Xiang had requested that she paint a fiery red lip. That vividly striking crimson lip slowly advanced in an arresting manner, only to gracefully retract in an equally captivating rhythm. The movement of the lip, combined with a perfectly timed dazed gaze, would test the mettle of any official. Initially, Xiang had merely lowered the steel plate of the window. After all, they could not breach the premises. Why concern themselves with it? The matter at hand was of greater importance, as for Tang Daqiang. He fantasized that Xiang had spared him. What was he thinking? Did he have time to worry about you? Ling intercepted the departing Tang Daqiang and inquired, "What is the matter? Can't you get it open?" Tang Daqiang shook his head. "It's my lack of skill. I advise you all not to waste your time here. Give up on this idea." Ling narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" The implication was clear. With their capabilities, they had no hope of opening the door to his home, let alone capturing Xiang and dividing the spoils. Siete, overhearing this, was immediately incensed. "Old man, can't you say something encouraging? Are you looking for death? What do you mean you can't open his door? Watch closely, I'll smash his door open soon." Tang Daqiang ignored Siete and instead turned to Ling, asking, "I came along with everyone. Now, I have reconsidered and wish to withdraw from confronting Xiang." "What? Are you going to force me to stay?" Ling observed the reactions of the others and chuckled. "How could that be? We are all striving toward the same goal. If you wish to withdraw, that is certainly your prerogative. However, could you share your reasoning?" Tang Daqiang paused, glancing once more at Xiang's villa. He spoke, "I believe the owner of this villa is not an ordinary person. I advise you to avoid provoking him." Hardly anyone would construct an entrance to a villa in such a manner. This door strikes me as formidable as the vault of a bank. I also saw you all attempting to knock on the windows. It was evident that both the windows and doors lack vulnerabilities, which is why I believe you will not succeed in breaching them, that it's akin to a turtle shell, seemingly designed for situations like this. Point one must admit, after years of wandering the world with his master, Xiang maintained a vigilant demeanor. Thus, upon careful reflection, he discerned the discrepancies, leading him to opt for retreat. To Ling, upon hearing Xiang's words, felt a jolt of alarm. He instinctively considered. Many had visited Xiang's villa, including the previous security team and the snowmen kneeling before them. Alongside his own group, there were 3 factions in total. The first 2 had already faltered. Would he too follow suit? Ling shook his head, pondering silently. Not to mention, their numbers were considerably greater than the previous 2 groups. I had previously stated that human hearts can be swayed, but now, Ling regarded Xiang and the others awaiting his decision. A single push leads to a decline. A second leads to exhaustion. Earlier, when they had attacked the snowman, one had fled, and now Xiang sought to leave as well. It seemed today they would not seize Xiang's villa. Xiang, is this truly your strategy? A few snowmen and a single door are meant to intimidate us? I could never concede. However, with so many following him, it was imperative to say something to bolster morale. Ling contemplated how to inspire confidence, that he understood that his words at this moment would not only determine whether today's operation could proceed, but would also be crucial in uniting this disjointed team. Ling's vision extended far into the future. He wished to survive in this apocalypse. Merely possessing the resources from Xiang's villa would never suffice. He aspired to assemble a team. He wished to be the leader. He aimed to live comfortably amidst this desolation. That moment, Xiang inquired, "Am I free to leave now?" Ling waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. After all, Xiang's heart was no longer in this. It was better to let him go than to risk others gossiping. Soon, Xiang vanished from their sight. Ling took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the faces before him. Some anxious, some greedy, some bewildered, and some fearful. "Listen to me." Everyone. Ling's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an extraordinary firmness, as if it could penetrate the very hearts of those present. But we truly did not anticipate this situation. It appears that Xiang is far more formidable than we had imagined. However, do not despair. After resting, we shall strategize anew, for true victory has never been easily won throughout history. He paused for effect, allowing a ripple of emotion to wash over the crowd. Moreover, today you have witnessed Xiang's ruthlessness. He even stacked living beings into snowmen. Behold that severed head upon the ground. This is Xiang's damning evidence. This, in fact, confirms that our actions are justified. The resources within that villa are unworthy of him. We must seize them. Xiang's villa is not an impenetrable fortress. The reason we have gathered here today is to uphold the justice that resides within our hearts. The departure of one individual does not signify a wavering of our resolve, and the exit of 2 certainly does not imply our surrender. Upon our return, we shall rest and regroup before making our next move. I will allocate a portion of the supplies to compensate everyone. Additionally, I have a survival tip that I will share with you all once we return. For now, let us conclude our meeting and head back. As Ling's words resonated, the group exchanged glances, seemingly inspired by his sentiments, and collectively affirmed his perspective. Most importantly, despite not breaching Xiang's villa, they felt it was not entirely in vain to receive supplies from Ling. Inside the villa, Xiang rose and commanded, "Old AI, please pull up the surveillance footage from earlier." "Of course, Master," came the prompt reply. Soon, Old AI displayed the image of Ling and his companions approaching from a distance. The footage showcased everything from their initial act of vandalism to their eventual departure after attempting to pry open the door. Xiang watched intently as the footage revealed Yi Huan's head being struck. His eyes wide open as though death had not yet claimed him, he then observed Ling and his group conversing before their exit, falling into contemplation. "Interesting. Have I made enemies? It seems quite a few have come. Bring it on. No matter how many arrive, I shall be ready. We shall see if you possess the capability to infiltrate." Yet before that, I must provide you with some entertainment. After a brief moment of reflection, Xiang conceived an idea and prepared to send a message in the owner's group chat. However, just then, Lin Yuqing approached him, prompting him to toss his phone aside. The group accompanied Ling back home. He distributed the supplies he had previously seized from Sun Chenghua's residence among everyone that a discontented voice broke the silence. Hilauda, is this all the food we get? We followed your lead to Li Xiang's villa, and the attack was your idea. Now you return with so little food. How are we supposed to share this? Ling cast a glance at the speaker and, unsurprisingly, found Siete holding 3 pieces of soda crackers. His expression rife with grievance, Ling continued distributing without pausing. But Siete stepped forward, insisting, Hilauda, I'm talking to you. This little amount is hardly enough for us, let alone our families. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Ling's eyes, but quickly faded as he nodded. Indeed, this paltry portion is far from sufficient. How about we let you, Hilauda, take charge and provide for us all? If you agree, we will follow your lead. Siete realized his words had backfired. Had he possessed food, he wouldn't have joined Ling's group. He awkwardly replied, No, Hilauda, I was just joking. Please continue distributing. Before long, everyone had received some food, bread, crackers, and instant noodles, albeit in limited quantities. That Ling addressed the group. Since you have chosen to follow me, I cannot allow you to go hungry. You all understand that resources are scarce, so having something to eat is better than nothing. If anyone has further objections, the door is right behind you. Those dissatisfied may leave. For today, we shall leave it at that. Let's return home and communicate any matters in the group chat. Also, let's brainstorm how we might breach Li Xiang's villa. For many hands make light work. Hilauda is right. We are all in this together. Since we have chosen to follow Hilauda, we must believe in his ability to lead us to a better life. Wang Defa chimed in. Echoing Ling's sentiments, Ling discreetly observed the group's reactions, silently noting them down. After a fruitless round, feeling the cold seep in, Siete muttered, I need to hurry home and wait for the call. Before pushing the door open and leaving, others followed suit, gradually exiting Ling's residence. Once the group had departed, Ling could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the objects atop it to jump and emit a loud crash. As if the very air trembled in response. His eyes widened, veins protruding on his forehead, lips pressed tightly together as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. That moment, a voice broke through. Brother-in-law. Should we eliminate Siete? I've never liked him. He seems somewhat defiant towards our authority, Wang Defa suggested from the couch. Ling waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that if he were to die now. It would only lead to increased suspicion towards me, and I wouldn't be able to rally the troops. At least, he cannot die. Just yet, we still need these homeowners, although our numbers are few. As long as those who have not yet joined us wish to survive, they will come to their senses. After all, not every household is stocked with food. Ling then handed Wang Defa a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of mineral water, a far superior offering than what he had given the other homeowners. As Wang Defa munched on the biscuit, he inquired, Brother-in-law, why did we initially decide to kill Huang Shi and Song Dan? It would have been better to keep them alive. Shut up. Are you out of your mind? Why would you say such things aloud? Ling gasped, rushing to the door to check if anyone was outside. Seeing it was clear, he let out a sigh of relief. Wang Defa, unfazed by the reprimand, merely pouted and swallowed the unfinished words. Once Ling was assured of their privacy, he pulled Wang Defa into the bedroom, firmly closing the door behind them, and whispered, Can you keep your thoughts to yourself? Didn't I tell you to be discreet about such matters? If anyone finds out, how will we stand? He added, If we don't eliminate them, where will our supplies come from? Your sister is pregnant, and we can't let her starve. By getting rid of them and framing Li Xiang, we achieved 2 goals with 1 act. Besides, last time I went with them to Sun Chenghua's, I managed to reclaim a substantial amount of supplies. However, during the distribution, they only selected the storable, filling foods for themselves, leaving me with what? Chips, cola, and spicy strips. Who can eat this rubbish? Who do you think would want this? Wang Defa quietly remarked, but those spicy strips are quite tasty. Don't keep them from me. Ling raised his hand as if to strike him. I swear. But upon seeing Wang Defa's tense demeanor, He lowered his hand. If it weren't for your sister insisting I take care of you, I would have skinned you alive. The two fell into silence, the only sound in the quiet room being Wang Defa's crunching on the biscuit. After a moment, Ling broke the stillness. How has your sister's arrangement been? Wang Defa confidently replied, brother-in-law. Rest assured, I've had Xiao Chui take care of her. With the pregnancy, she's not able to move much. I've instructed Xiao Chui to look after her well. Have they been provided with sufficient supplies? Ling inquired. Everything is in order, thanks to the supplies you secured. However, Xiao Chui mentioned she can't stand that 6 nuclear bombs drink. Asking for something more nourishing instead. Is Xiao Chui reliable? What? I asked if Xiao Chui is dependable. Oh, Xiao Chui. You can trust her completely. We've grown up together, and she always said she wanted to marry me. When I agreed, she was overjoyed. Wang Defa scratched his head and then asked, brother-in-law, since we now have so many supplies, why do we still need to raid Li Xiang's villa? Ling produced a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and took a deep drag before responding. Supplies will eventually run out. Are you not thinking ahead? I still need your sister to give birth to brother-in-law. Under these conditions, how can she give birth? Will we find a doctor? Don't worry about that. When the time comes, a solution will present itself, and we will find our way. Let us take each step as it comes. In the pitch-black room, a single ember flickered intermittently. The cigarette still smoldered, and Wang Defa chuckled, saying, brother-in-law, your words today are truly persuasive. No wonder you excel as a host. The crowd you commanded was left in a daze. I wish I possessed your eloquence. I can only imagine how Xiao Chui would praise me. Ling cast a glance at Wang Defa's robust physique and retorted, oh, you, spare yourself the daydreams. With that mouth of yours, all you do is eat. And it shows. Brother-in-law, wouldn't it be splendid to have a pig's head? What? You wish to feast on it? Well, isn't it said that one should eat what they wish to supplement? I'll indulge in a pig's snout to enhance my eloquence. Truth be told, I do have a craving for the pig's snout and face. If I prepare a cold dish, I could easily share a couple of jugs of sweet potato liquor with Xiao Chui. Ling, standing nearby, snorted disdainfully, you would do better to consume more pig brains to replenish what little intellect you possess, and then I wouldn't have to worry so much. Wang Defa paused, then shook his head. No way, that stuff is unappetizing, and frankly, just the sight of it makes me queasy. Such is the nature of men. Their conversations often dwindled into silence. After a short while, Wang Defa inquired, brother-in-law, do you think the villas of the wealthy are filled with treasures? If we were to infiltrate Li Xiang's villa, I would want to pick out a few exquisite pieces of jewelry for Xiao Chui, gold, preferably a substantial amount of 9K. Xiao Chui tells me that anything without the 9K mark is fake. But what's the difference? If it's gold, that's sufficient. I had intended to save a bit to buy her some, but now it seems I won't need to spend a dime. I just wonder what kind of gold Li Xiang possesses. What if it isn't appealing? Ling, finishing his last puff of smoke, rubbed the extinguished but against the wall before stowing it away in his pocket. He then asked, do you wish to marry Xiao Chui? What? Why do you only respond with what all day? Have you stuffed your ears with chicken feathers? I ask you, do you wish to marry Xiao Chui? Of course, I've already promised to take her as my wife. Once the snow disaster passes, we'll buy a house and have a plethora of children. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. Find a moment for me to meet Xiao Chui. What? Ling could no longer contain himself and sprang up to deliver a playful smack to Wang Defa's head. I said, find a moment for me to meet Xiao Chui. Aren't you planning to marry her? I'll keep an eye on things for you. Wang Defa cradled his head, eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Ling. Brother-in-law, why are you so rough? My head is killing me. He quickly rubbed his head and added, brother-in-law, there's nothing to oversee. Xiao Chui and I grew up together. I know her better than anyone. Ling narrowed his eyes. Given the current circumstances, one must remain vigilant. Moreover, your sister is still with her. That settles it then. We'll find a time for me to meet her. After Tang Daqiang parted ways with Ling and the others, he seriously pondered how he might survive in this frigid apocalypse, illuminating the staircase home with his flashlight. Damn it, with the power out, I have to climb stairs. I should have known better than to choose such a high floor. Tang Daqiang resided in Building 28 of the Shengshi International Community. At the time of purchase, the saleswoman had fervently recommended the 16th floor, claiming it had excellent lighting, unobstructed views, and fully equipped elevators. It had been quite convenient, as he could reach home in mere minutes via the elevator. Now, however, the power was cut off. Had he known, he would have preferred a first-floor unit with a yard, though now it was buried under snow, which was rather unfortunate. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Daqiang finally stood breathlessly at his doorstep, just as he was about to retrieve his key. He heard a loud thud from inside. What the hell is going on? He hurried to insert the key into the lock, but at the most critical moment, his hands trembled uncontrollably. There was no other option. After struggling for quite a while to pick the lock at Li Xiang's villa, his hands had gone numb from the cold. He had tucked them into his sleeves, but that offered little relief. Hastily, he rubbed his hands together, exhaling warm breath onto them. Yet, they remained uncooperative. With no alternatives left, Tang Daqiang resolved to stick his hands inside his pants, recalling his master's words that this wrinkled eggshell was useful for heat retention. As temperatures fell, it would radiate warmth, maintaining the egg's temperature. He couldn't fathom how his master knew such peculiar tidbits. Surely, this couldn't be healthy for a young man. Soon enough, Tang Daqiang's hands grew warm, and he swiftly unlocked the door. He rushed into the bedroom, only to find his master sprawled on the floor, wrapped in a thick blanket. Tang Daqiang quickly helped his master to his feet and lifted him back onto the bed. His master's face bore a faint bluish hue. Without a second thought, Tang Daqiang rubbed his master's face with his hands while asking, Master, are you feeling any better? What happened? I told you to rest at home. The blanket would keep you warm, so how did you end up on the floor? If I hadn't returned in time, you might have frozen to death. Tang Daqiang expressed some exasperation. His master seemed to regain some clarity and spoke slowly. It's because you wrapped me too tightly. I want to get a drink of water, but had to reach for it and ended up falling. Tang Daqiang noticed the mineral water on the bedside table had frozen solid. Master, didn't I place the mineral water in your blanket? Why did you take it out? Were you hoping to enjoy some ice cubes? It was just that the mineral water was too uncomfortable in the blanket. So I took it out? And what were you thinking, shoving mineral water under me while I was sleeping so soundly? What is that smell? It's rather strange, even a bit pungent, Tang Daqiang's master remarked. Inhaling deeply, Tang Daqiang's face flushed crimson as he quickly tucked his hands behind his back, rubbing them vigorously. After all, he was of an age where such comments still made him feel somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing, master. Your nose must be acting up again. You surely must have developed rhinitis. Impossible. Don't underestimate me. Just because I'm older, my sense of smell is still sharp. There's definitely an odd scent. Don't speak. Let me sniff again. He inhaled deeply once more. Tang Daqiang hastily waved his hands in front of his master's face, chuckling awkwardly. There's nothing there. By the way, master, let me tell you about today's events. I need your insight. Tang Daqiang recounted his experiences from joining He Ling's team to the failed lock-picking attempt. After listening, his master posed two questions. How is your skill? Have you regressed? Did He Ling and his gang leave? Tang Daqiang shook his head, saying, Master, you personally taught me this craft. You know my skills better than anyone. That I've been learning from you since I was young and have never slackened my efforts. I certainly haven't regressed. He then continued. When I left, He Ling and his group were still gathered around Li Xiang's villa. It seems they aren't planning to give up. Tang Daqiang's master nodded thoughtfully. That is correct. Normally, a mere villa door could be pried open by a novice. Your years of training Shunti have faltered. Since your skills are intact, the failure to open the door must lie with Li Xiang's villa itself. From what I hear, Li Xiang is likely not an easy opponent. If the doors and windows are so secure, I suspect there are defensive measures within the villa walls as well. Perhaps he anticipated this situation and prepared in advance. I knew that door had issues, Tang Daqiang interjected. Don't interrupt, his master replied, seemingly irked by the interruption. Where was I? You made me forget with your interruption. My memory is failing. You were saying he prepared in advance. Exactly. Tang Daqiang's master tightened his blanket, sighing. I suspect he has connections and has known about the impending apocalypse for some time. From what you've described, he still has power at home. That's undeniable. What ordinary person would have a generator ready at home? Over time, the fuel consumed would amount to a staggering sum. Moreover, I surmise that the resources within his home are certainly not as minimal as He Ling suggested. They are likely to be far more abundant. Tang Daqiang's master, a seasoned veteran, expertly analyzed Li Xiang's situation with remarkable clarity. However, he overlooked two critical points. First, Xiang did not receive news of the apocalypse from anyone above. Rather, he had known about it long before. Second, the supplies in Xiang's home are not just plentiful, but extraordinarily vast, with an immense quantity stored within his alternate space. Yet these two aspects are not something the average person would contemplate. They would never think along these lines. Rebirth, superpowers, you truly have a vivid imagination. Why not pursue immortality? Why not simply remove the colossal black sphere that obscures the sun? It is not surprising that Tang Daqiang's master could discern such a situation from Tang Daqiang's brief remarks. That alone is quite impressive. He continued, He Ling's group has not departed. I suspect he is also fixated on the resources within Xiang's villa. The matter between them cannot possibly end well. Master, who do you think will emerge victorious? Tang Daqiang ventured. I would wager on Xiang. Why not He Ling? He has over 40 people at his disposal. Tang Daqiang's master shot him a glare. Have you lost your senses? If Xiang remains inside his home, he could outlast He Ling indefinitely. What do they have to counter him? With a sigh, Tang Daqiang's master added, we must also prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. Master, what should we do? You aren't considering joining He Ling's faction, are you? Do you want to test Xiang's mettle? Tang Daqiang's master shot him another glare, admonishing, have you forgotten what I just told you? Xiang is not someone to be trifled with, nor can we provoke him. He Ling and his crew will inevitably meet their downfall, that we must chart a different course. You mentioned that someone left before you. He should possess a modicum of intelligence. We should enlist him and establish our own faction. Master, are you really intent on reviving the Lu Men approach? Tang Daqiang inquired. The nature of our situation is different. We are fighting for survival. I, an old man, have no desire to meet my end just yet. The more critical the moment, the more extreme our actions must be. We must be decisive. Otherwise, it will be us who perish. Tang Daqiang nodded in agreement. Master, I will heed your instructions. Just tell me what we should do. Listen closely. We should not seek too many recruits, but they must be skilled and possess a desire to survive. Master, it is easier said than done. Where do we find such skilled individuals? Start with a few. If they prove unsuitable later, we can. Tang Daqiang's master gestured with his hand, mimicking a slicing motion. Also, we are lacking some seed money. If we do not provide some initial benefits, I doubt anyone will follow us. That elderly woman upstairs has caught my attention for quite some time. Before Tang Daqiang's master could finish, he was interrupted. Master, I knew you were up to something unseemly. See, I was right. Get lost, you insolent brat. I haven't finished speaking. Tang Daqiang's master replied with displeasure. The elderly woman lives alone and often collects discarded cardboard boxes. I suspect her home is overflowing with them. What use are those cardboard boxes? Tang Daqiang questioned. Given the current power outages, we can appropriate her boxes for warmth. Otherwise, my old joints make it difficult to move quickly. Tang Daqiang scoffed. I have never seen you particularly nimble. Ignoring him, Tang Daqiang's master continued. If the day comes when we have nothing to eat, those cardboard boxes could suffice. At least our stomachs won't be entirely empty. Master, are you not concerned about not being able to relieve yourself? You impudent boy. Can you let me finish my thoughts? We should convert our home into a gathering place, and the upstairs can serve as our secret base. We must stash our resources carefully. Our newly formed faction shall be named Fo Tang. We will recruit some individuals and organize them. Since Chuang Yao Tang is no longer feasible, we will resort to breaking and entering to seize resources. Master, why rename it Fo Tang? I find Lu Men quite appealing. Realizing his master's hand was raised, Tang Daqiang bit his tongue, recalling not to interrupt. He often rambled on when in his master's presence, unlike when he led a team. With his master around, he felt like a child. Yet, he had one question that gnawed at him. Unable to contain himself, he grasped his master's hand and tucked it under the blankets, smiling. Master, just one last question. What kind of people should we seek? Wouldn't it suffice with just the two of us? I could simply pick locks and break in. Tang Daqiang's master nearly choked, exclaiming, with my frail body and yours. If we break in, it would be fine if there were only women and children inside. But if it were a grown man, who knows what would happen? We wouldn't be stealing resources. We'd be inviting trouble. We should recruit a few individuals whom we can control. They must rely on our skills, and we, in turn, must be wary of anyone inside to avoid harm. Master, What if the individuals we recruit turn against us and seize our resources? Tang Daqiang's master shrugged. What can we do? Just wait to die. I suppose. Realizing his master's certainty, Tang Daqiang pressed, Master, stop teasing me. Just tell me what to do. With a sigh, Tang Daqiang's master continued. Rest assured, given the current situation outside, I believe they will understand the difference between a hearty meal and mere survival. Furthermore, when I get serious, I can certainly take a few with me. Noting that Tang Daqiang had ceased interrupting, he elaborated, as for why we call it Fo Tang, it is fitting for a Buddha to dwell in a Buddha hall. Additionally, I wish to offer hope to those who join us. After all, Buddha shows compassion to all beings, and we must not allow them to abandon their hope for survival, for this will serve us better. Tang Daqiang interjected, Master, when did you ever embrace Buddhism? I was unaware. I believe in you. You fool. Shortly thereafter, Tang Daqiang and his master consumed a modest meal before preparing to depart with their toolkit. They stealthily ascended the stairs. In truth, stealth was unnecessary given the current weather. Few ventured outside, perhaps they had grown accustomed to it. Tang Daqiang whispered, Master, you're panting after just one flight of stairs. Perhaps we should establish our base on a lower floor and break in wherever we find an unoccupied home. After a moment, Tang Daqiang's master replied, You are correct. I had not considered that. My body struggles with the stairs. Noticing his master's condition improved slightly, Tang Daqiang pressed his ear against the door, straining to hear any sounds within. Observing this, Tang Daqiang's master lowered his voice. There is only an elderly woman inside. The risk is minimal. Once we enter, swiftly subdue her that if she cries out, he mimicked a slicing motion with his hand again. Tang Daqiang noted his master's increasing penchant for gestures and whispered, Master, why do you keep gesturing? Just say what you mean. Are we to knock her out or kill her? Kill. Tang Daqiang's master replied decisively. Understood. That moment, Tang Daqiang, hearing no sound from within, retrieved his tools from his bag and pried at the security door. With a soft pop, the door did not budge. What is this? The door should have opened. Could it be that she was prepared? Tang Daqiang's master slapped his forehead. Prepared? Nonsense. The door must be frozen shut. Can't you pull it outward? Realizing his master had a point, Tang Daqiang pulled forcefully, only to be met with a foul odor wafting out. Stepping back instinctively, he covered his mouth and nose, whispering, Master, it seems the room is toxic. Tang Daqiang's master sniffed the air that wafted through the room and remarked, What nonsense! This seems to carry a hint of putrefaction. Could it be that the person inside has perished? You rascal, be cautious. Just in case, fetch me some water. That moment, Tang Daqiang's master tore 2 strips of cloth from the innermost part of his shirt. Tang Daqiang scratched his head and said, Master, where on earth can I find water in this dreadful weather? Alas, it seems we must proceed this way. His master shook his head. Tang Daqiang's master then unfastened his belt, lowered his trousers slightly, and began to relieve himself onto the cloth strips. After a brief moment, he shivered and muttered, It's so damned cold. He then handed a damp strip to Tang Daqiang, who hesitated upon seeing the yellowish stains. Master, must we truly do this? He questioned. And time for such doubts. Better safe than sorry. I shall go in first, and you follow at a measured pace. With that, Tang Daqiang's master shielded his mouth and nose with the damp cloth and ventured inside. Master, are you feeling a bit unwell? I can't help but notice an odd scent, Tang Daqiang whispered as he trailed behind. Upon hearing this, Tang Daqiang's master seemed to shudder slightly. Noticing this detail, Tang Daqiang quickly added, Master, I was wrong to be disdainful. It's only natural for one of your age to feel a bit heated. Tang Daqiang's master stood frozen in place, and as Tang Daqiang followed his gaze, he saw the living room cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes, while the center lay bare, save for a heap of charred black ashes and a lifeless, emaciated female body. The corpse lay beside the ashes, wrapped in some clothing. Tang Daqiang surveyed the surroundings and noted that the windows were tightly sealed, even taped shut without a sliver of space left. Witnessing this, he said to his master, Master, surely she. Enough chatter, quickly open the windows and air this place out. Tang Daqiang's master had already begun to take action. Following suit, Tang Daqiang tore off the tape sealing the windows and flung them wide open. Let us step outside for a moment. We can return shortly. Without further ado, Tang Daqiang's master ushered him out. Once outside the security door, Tang Daqiang disdainfully tossed aside the cloth strip and eagerly inhaled several deep breaths of fresh air. The frigid air rushed down his trachea and filled his lungs, instantly invigorating him. "Master," he said, raising his hand, "I know what you are about to say. Indeed, this elderly woman met her demise due to poisoning. She likely ignited the cardboard boxes in an attempt to keep warm. With the air stagnant indoors, she may have refrained from opening the windows to maintain the temperature. But alas, it seems the boxes did not burn adequately, leading to carbon monoxide poisoning. He had initially hoped that if someone were inside, they could assist her, but it seems it was simply fate. Once the air is cleared a bit, we shall re-enter," he concluded. Tang Daqiang muttered quietly. This elderly lady truly had a feeble sense of safety. After a considerable time had passed, both master and disciple began to shiver from the cold outside. Finally, Tang Daqiang's master opened the door once more. A rush of icy air filled the room, and the stench had dissipated considerably. Although Tang Daqiang had not brought the damp cloth provided by his master, he paid it no mind at that moment. He took 2 steps to close the distance and, without hesitation, bypassed his master to kneel beside the elderly woman's body. He produced a flashlight and carefully examined the corpse, noting that she lay rigid. Whether from death or the cold, he could not tell. Her complexion was somewhat pale, her skin a shade of cherry red, and her facial expression was not overly grotesque. It appeared she had succumbed directly to death from carbon monoxide after losing consciousness. Tang Daqiang couldn't help but reflect. It seems experience truly does count. My master's words ring true. Meanwhile, Tang Daqiang's master began to survey the interior, noting how the living room and 2 secondary bedrooms were packed with cardboard boxes, leaving little room to maneuver in the hallway. The bedroom mirrored this clutter, yet the bed itself was devoid of such debris. Instead, holding a stash of food, it was clear that the elderly woman had opted not to ignite the cardboard on her bed for warmth, but had chosen the living room instead, not foreseeing that the sealed windows would cost her life. Tang Daqiang followed his master into the bedroom, and, upon seeing the food on the bed, exclaimed, "Master, what a fortunate surprise! Where did this elderly woman acquire such provisions? It seems we have benefited." As he approached to inspect the food, he discovered an assortment of unopened bread, biscuits, and several boxes of instant noodles, though there were few bottles of water. However, this was of little consequence. With snow falling outside, water was of secondary importance. Once it melted, it would suffice for drinking, that we must not concern ourselves with cleanliness. Survival takes precedence, Tang Daqiang thought, glancing at his master for direction. His master then instructed, "With the passing of this elderly woman, we are spared the effort of doing so ourselves. Let us tidy up, leaving only essential supplies downstairs and relocating the rest here." Without hesitation, Tang Daqiang felt invigorated by his master's presence and quickly set about organizing the living room. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the now rigid body of the elderly woman. "Master, what shall we do with her? It would be improper to leave her here." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Daqiang's master replied, "We shall find something to wrap her in, and later we can place her in an unoccupied room." With that, Tang Daqiang retrieved a bedsheet from the bedroom and wrapped the elderly woman's body within it. As he worked, he inquired, "Master, do you think there may come a day when—" Noticing Tang Daqiang's hesitation, his master could easily surmise his thoughts. He had watched this child grow up and could predict his concerns with uncanny accuracy. "That day will not come," he asserted. "Master, you haven't even heard my full thought," Tang Daqiang countered. "I meant to say, what if the authorities cease to care about us, and one day the snow calamity never abates, leaving us with no resources? What then?" Deep down, Tang Daqiang's master understood that they had yet to address the immediate concerns at hand, and pondering the future was of little use. However, should that day ever arrive, it was likely to result in devastation and despair, with the land littered with the starving and lamenting. There was a grim possibility he withheld from Tang Daqiang. In times of true desperation, kin might turn against one another, ethics would be forsaken, and hunger would drive people to cannibalism. After a long day of toil, Master Li rose early to enjoy a bowl of instant noodles. It wasn't that he lacked food, but rather that the daily indulgence of rich meats had grown tiresome, and an occasional bowl of noodles felt refreshing. Following yesterday's exertions, he had instructed Lin Yuqing to prepare the meal. This morning, She had cooked it to perfection, adding 2 eggs and a sausage. As he savored the combination of sausage and noodles, Lee couldn't help but reminisce about the days when he was busy delivering goods, often rushing so much that he barely had time for a warm meal. Sometimes, he would make do with a quick bite, even eating instant noodles dry. Now, the tables had turned, and he found himself craving noodles. Shaking his head, Lee mused on the nature of humanity. It was indeed curious how one yearns for what is perpetually out of reach. Yet, when that once elusive desire is finally attained, interest may swiftly wane, leading one to seek out new, unachieved aspirations. He watched Lin Yuqing enjoying her vegetable salad. He shook his head once more, thinking how she had gained quite a bit of weight under the guise of seeking a healthier diet. Just look at her. Infuriating, isn't it? If the other residents heard, they would certainly scold her. He heard that she intended to practice yoga later. I stroked his chin. Considering the merits of yoga, he had already prepared some yoga pants and shark shorts for Lin Yuqing, hoping she would try them on. Truth be told, he could not distinguish between the 2 types of pants, as they appeared quite similar, yet their names were decidedly different. Regardless, both were quite flattering to the figure. Still, Lee recalled the incident from yesterday when their villa was besieged. What of Ling? First, let's have some fun before we proceed. Subsequently, Xiang opened the homeowners group chat, only to find that there were still individuals seeking to purchase supplies at exorbitant prices. Unsurprisingly, it was once again the wealthy, led by Lu Qianghua. What astonished Xiang was the presence of people attempting to sell food. How desperate are they for money? Have they not yet grasped the situation at hand? Xiang shook his head, choosing to disregard them. He casually snapped a photo of the instant noodles on the table and shared in the group, accompanied by the text, "Ling bears a personal grudge against me. I am quite open-minded about it, and I don't ask for much, just that someone slaps him twice if they see him, and I will provide you with a pack of instant noodles. However, be sure to capture the moment on camera for the group. I do this solely to disgust him. There are only 10 packs available, first come, first served. The first person to slap him will also receive a bundle of green beans as a bonus." Upon hearing this, the homeowners group erupted with enthusiasm, as many seemed eager to participate. However, at that moment, Lu Qianghua inquired Xiang, "How many packs of instant noodles do you have? I'll buy them all and add an extra 50 on top of the original price." Xiang replied, "I only have these 10 packs left, but I want to sell them as long as my task is completed. My instant noodles will be a gift to him." Some homeowners expressed, "Xiang, can you exchange those green beans for something else?" "Indeed, Xiang, I fear I might be poisoned by your green beans." That Xiang's eyes darkened. It seemed some truly believed Ling's words. His green beans were perfectly fine. As for why he himself didn't consume them, it might be related to regional preferences. After all, other provinces do not eat green beans 3 times a day from dawn till dusk. Stir-fried green beans, braised green beans, dry-fried green beans, cold-dressed green beans, even sesame sauce green beans. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down Xiang's spine. Whoever loves them can eat them. As for me, I shall abstain. Xiang continued to respond. Only green beans, nothing else. Meanwhile, Ling was once again organizing a discussion on how to infiltrate Xiang's villa. "Boss, are we going to Xiang's villa today?" "Yes. We were busy all day yesterday without any gains. Should we continue?" Ling replied darkly, "We must press on today. Did any of you come up with a good plan yesterday? What plan could there possibly be? Xiang's villa is like a turtle shell. If it truly is a turtle shell, even turtles have their moments of vulnerability. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses at all." Wang Defa calculated quietly. "We can't let his rise overshadow our own might." Xieta, lacking enthusiasm, remarked, "What are we waiting for then? Let's hurry up and go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return, and I'm expecting a call this afternoon." Generally speaking, when the call comes, everyone is usually holed up at home, and Ling was no exception. After all, with only 2 limited hours of electricity available, one must make the most of that time. Essentially, every household clears the snow beforehand, waiting for the power to arrive to melt it into water, while also charging phones and flashlights. The afternoon typically passes swiftly at home. Let's go. We'll try again. Just as Ling and the others were preparing to depart, Wang Defa pulled Ling aside, whispering, "Brother-in-law, you should check the messages in the group. Xiang is causing us trouble." Ling paused, then took out his phone to check the homeowners group. After reading the messages, a sense of unease washed over him. Instinctively, he looked up at the others, sensing a change in their gazes. They regarded him as if he were a plump sheep. Albeit with less greed and urgency, Ling felt relieved that Xiang was not using supplies to buy bounties on their heads. Otherwise, he would be in a difficult position. As for Xiang's perspective, naturally, he intended to entertain Ling first. After all, the apocalypse was rather dull. If he were to eliminate the fun too quickly, what joy would remain? Clearing his throat, Ling unconsciously inched closer to Wang Defa. He began, Xiang's actions are a scheme to sow discord among us, hoping we will self-destruct from within. Let us consider this carefully. Xiang is clearly too afraid to step outside. What is he afraid of? He fears us. From the messages he sent in the group, it is evident that he is willing to barter with instant noodles, which only reinforces what I have previously stated. His home likely contains even more food. Allow me to present an example. If you had $100 and were asked to give away 10, would you be willing? Wang Defa noticed the silence and chimed in, no, I wouldn't. Seeing his brother-in-law support him, Ling continued, what if you had $1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 or 1,000,000? Giving away $10 would be trivial. You wouldn't care about that $10 at all. Why? Because you possess much more. Thus, we can deduce that Xiang's food supplies far exceed these 10 packs of instant noodles. Once we penetrate Xiang's villa, won't we have access to whatever we desire? Do you still care about these 10 packs of instant noodles? Observing the flicker of interest in the crowd, Ling let out a quiet sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, Boss, even if I had 10 million, I would still want that $10. This comment jolted everyone back to reality. At such a time, not only would they not dismiss $10, but they would also pick up $1 or even 1 cent. Wang Defa immediately exploded in anger upon hearing this. He glared at Xieta, then stepped forward to grab Xieta by the collar, shouting, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to rebel? Ling stepped forward and gently patted Wang Defa's arm, signaling him to let go. Wang Defa, seeing this, reluctantly released his grip and stepped aside. Ling's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Xieta as he spoke. Now, tell us, what do you mean? Xieta brushed off his chest, chuckling lightly, then nonchalantly replied, we follow you, boss, merely to secure some food for survival. However, given the considerable risk of attacking Xiang's villa, and since he is practically offering food to us, how could we refuse? Isn't that right, boss? Ling narrowed his eyes, his tone turning dark. So you no longer wish to continue with us? Xieta shook his head, a sinister smile gracing his face as he said, boss, you misunderstand. Why would I not want to continue? I fully agree with your assertion that Xiang's villa undoubtedly contains a vast amount of supplies. Given the current circumstances, it's a secret known only to us, and I have no intention of abandoning this plump sheep. Thus, what I propose is that as long as you, boss, agree, we should first complete the task Xiang has set forth. This way, we can acquire 10 packs of instant noodles and a bundle of green beans for free, providing the brothers with more motivation to... Don't you all agree? Xieta turned to the remaining individuals in the room. Indeed, boss, just make a small sacrifice. Who would refuse something given for free? Exactly, boss, consider it a contribution to the team, and please help us out. Our food supplies are indeed dwindling. Yes, Ling surveyed the crowd, noting that those he fixed his gaze upon quickly lowered their heads. Yet voices emerged, urging him to make a slight sacrifice. As they were the beneficiaries, Ling raised an eyebrow, casting a cold smile at the instigator. If he could see the glee in Xieta's eyes, relishing the unfolding drama, Ling understood that while there was no immediate threat to their lives, this matter could not be brushed aside lightly. He decisively clapped his hands to silence the chatter. Everyone, listen to me. We are already a team, and for the sake of our collective effort, I shall be the first to step up. I also hope that if in the future I require your contributions to the team, you will not hinder our progress, for I shall not spare anyone who does. This time, I wish for Xieta to take the lead, selecting 9 others to complete the task. The instant noodles obtained will be shared among everyone, but I wish for the green beans to be reserved solely for Xieta, as this was his idea. Xieta's eyebrows drooped in disappointment. Never expecting this matter to be handled in such a manner by Ling, however, it mattered little. He had initially intended to strike Ling before claiming the instant noodles, and now, The division of the noodles seemed inconsequential. As long as the others had slapped He Ling twice, realizing that He Ling stood on equal footing with them, his standing among the group would inevitably diminish. Siete desired far more than mere packets of instant noodles. He aspired to command the entire team. It wasn't that he lacked the capability to assemble one himself, but rather that he lacked a compelling reason to do so. After all, this was not a time when trust was abundant among them. He Ling's appearance provided him with a splendid idea. Let He Ling wade through the river first, and once he crossed, he could eliminate He Ling, achieving two objectives with one stroke. How delightful that would be. Yet, He Ling had redirected the spotlight onto himself, indicating that he was not so easily dealt with. Siete then chimed in. Since Bossy is willing to contribute for the team, we must express our gratitude. How can all the beans go to me? I propose we compensate Bossy. He Ling's smile deepened as he replied calmly. Actually, Siete's assertion is incorrect. I am voluntarily sacrificing for the team. If I were to take more, wouldn't the nature of the arrangement be skewed? Allow me to propose, if you all feel Siete taking the beans is a bit inappropriate, let him become our second in command. What do you all think? Wang Defa shot a keen glance at He Ling, remaining silent, for he sensed that his brother-in-law had a new scheme brewing. I agree. The majority of those standing concurred with He Ling's proposal. With only a handful remaining silent, as for the second in command, let us quickly select 9 individuals to complete the task and not delay important matters, He Ling said with a cheerful smile. Siete, momentarily puzzled by He Ling's intentions, soon realized that his objectives had been achieved, so he paid no further mind to the details. He nodded and surveyed the crowd, selecting 8 individuals. Ditto. Second in command. That counts you in, making it 9, but we still need one more. Siete remarked. Ditto. Then let us include one more. Although uncertain of He Ling's motives, Siete prudently assigned the last spot to Wang Defa. After 2 days of interaction, he sensed a certain closeness between Wang Defa and He Ling. As for the nature of that bond, he had yet to fathom it. After all, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Ugh, the imagery is too beautiful to behold. Wang Defa, observing the situation, waved his hand dismissively. I can't do it. Siete approached him, grasping Wang Defa's arm and continuing, we are all in this together. You must consider not just your own interests, but those of the group as well. Turning to He Ling, he asked, Bossy, is it acceptable for me to choose these individuals? He Ling maintained his gentle smile and replied, that sounds just fine. Let us begin. For assurance, Siete reiterated to Wang Defa. Did you hear? Bossy has given his approval. There's no blame on you. Thus, the 10 individuals lined up before He Ling nearby. An owner illuminated the scene with a flashlight, its blinding white light reflecting off He Ling's face, causing his eyes to squint slightly, which, combined with his faint smile, lent him an air of somberness. Siete, unfazed by the surroundings, stepped forward, raised his left hand to press the recording button on his phone, and gestured towards He Ling's left cheek. Bossy, I apologize for this. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Siete's hand had already struck He Ling's face, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the air, causing He Ling to stagger involuntarily. In an instant, He Ling's left cheek turned red and swollen, 5 vivid finger marks glaringly apparent. Lifting his head, He Ling looked at Siete with mockery. Siete felt a shiver run down his spine under He Ling's gaze, but did not cease his actions. He promptly raised his right hand and dealt He Ling another sharp slap. This time, the sound was even more resounding, sending He Ling crashing onto the sofa, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In truth, it was not entirely Siete's fault for being forceful. He Ling was of a rather diminutive stature, standing at merely a little over 160 centimeters, while Siete towered above him. Thus, slapping He Ling to the ground was hardly an exaggeration. Wang Defa, witnessing He Ling's fall, rushed to assist him and bellowed at Siete, what the hell was that for? Siete nonchalantly tucked his phone away and shrugged. If I didn't use enough force, what if Xiang figured it out? What if he refused or demanded another slap? Then Bossy's slap would have been for naught. Turning to the other 8 individuals, he added, I suggest we do it right the first time. I also advise you not to hold back. Otherwise, Bossy would suffer a great loss. He Ling pressed Wang Defa's hand down, signaling him to remain silent. He then stood up, smiling as he said, no worries, continue. The subsequent 8 individuals, Though heeding Siete's advice, refrained from striking too forcefully out of respect for He Ling nonetheless. The sound of slaps echoed in the air. Smack. Smack, smack. Before long, only Wang Defa remained. Having yet to strike He Ling shot a glance at Wang Defa, who, upon seeing He Ling's face now resembling that of a swollen pig, trembled slightly. Siete couldn't resist adding, "Don't hold back now. If Li Xiang finds out, Bossy's slap will have been in vain. I know that without your reminding," Wang Defa shouted back without turning. He raised his right hand but hesitated to bring it down. He Ling's brow furrowed as he repeatedly signaled with his eyes. Wang Defa's gaze was filled with anxiety, and his heart raced. "If my sister finds out, my brother-in-law struck by her younger brother, she'll surely flame my skin." Wang Defa sighed inwardly, lamenting the intricacies of his sister's temperament. Finally, after He Ling's final silent plea, Wang Defa swung his hand decisively, landing a slap on He Ling's left cheek, quickly following up with a backhand to his right. He tempered the second slap somewhat, as the back of the hand lacked the same impact as the palm. Nonetheless, He Ling was sent sprawling onto the sofa once again. Wang Defa hurried to help him up, glancing at He Ling's face with a mix of concern and embarrassment. That was 20 slaps. He Ling's visage had transformed into a grotesque parody of its former self. No longer recognizable, He Ling struggled to articulate, his mouth barely able to open, mumbling indistinctly, "Sing la, li min kwai kuzi ao kai ba." Wang Defa attempted to decipher He Ling's words, realizing it was a prompt for them to hurry and report back. Wang Defa shot a cold glare at Siete, who remained unfazed. Soon after, the 10 individuals made their way to Li Xiang's villa. Outside the villa, they came to a halt, observing that the head that had been sent flying yesterday was now buried beneath a layer of snow, forming a small mound. There were no footprints around the villa, indicating to Siete that Li Xiang had not ventured outside. Yet, this only served to affirm the bounty of resources within the villa, as others needed to brave the cold daily to fetch snow to melt for water. Siete called out loudly, "Li Xiang, we have completed your task. Where are the instant noodles you promised us?" Inside the villa, Li Xiang, engrossed in a game of chess with Lin Yuqing, heard the commotion. "Old AI, pull up the surveillance footage." "Understood, master." The surveillance revealed only 10 individuals. There were no other ambushers lurking nearby. "Oh, someone actually came to fulfill the task." Li Xiang smirked mischievously. He had intended to annoy He Ling, but had not anticipated that someone would genuinely complete it. However, upon closer inspection, he found the figures in the footage somewhat familiar. Were these not the very individuals who had sent Yi Huan's head flying yesterday? Had they turned on each other? Li Xiang did not dwell too long on the thought. "Where's the recorded video?" "Send it to me, so I could take a look," he instructed. Siete and the others promptly uploaded the video to the group chat. Li Xiang, upon viewing the footage of He Ling's battered face, could not suppress his laughter. "This is quite amusing. They really went all out. He Ling seems to have taken the blows willingly, indicating a possible collaboration to exchange resources with me. But that's fine. I have plenty of instant noodles to spare that I could enjoy this game a few more times. After all, not everyone can afford to trade resources like I can." Siete continued shouting from outside. "Li Xiang, it's freezing out here. Are you going to hurry and bring out the instant noodles? Are you trying to renege on the deal?" Li Xiang had no intention of shirking his responsibilities. A mere 10 packets of instant noodles were hardly worth his concern. Ascending to the second floor, he flung open the window and tossed the 10 packets out. They landed softly on the powdery snow, sustaining no damage whatsoever. However, immediately after, Li Xiang produced a bundle of green beans and hurled them out as well, striking the noodles and reducing them to a mushy pulp. Siete and the others returned to He Ling's residence, carrying the noodles and green beans. Upon entering, they found a basin of snow before He Ling, who had buried his face within it. Wang Defa hurried over to assist He Ling, brushing the accumulated snow from his face and inquiring, "Boss, what on earth are you doing? Are you feeling despondent?" He Ling mumbled incomprehensibly, "Sa zo dat o zay sees I saw z a you dat el I min pa dong, she die hui lai lu," were it not for Wang Defa's keen hearing. These words would have remained unfathomable. "I am merely alleviating the swelling." "Had you brought the items back?" Meanwhile, Siete stood by, pinching the outer side of his thigh to suppress a laugh. He Ling, Of modest stature and resembling a mere stick, now bore the visage of a swollen pig's head, an utterly comical sight. Siete straightened his face, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor as he stood before Yiling, stating, "Boss He, we have retrieved the items. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Now, the decision rests with you." That Yiling surveyed the 10 packets of noodles and the bundle of green beans before him, a price paid with his visage. The hardship endured. Who could truly comprehend it? Yiling said nothing further. Instead, he crushed the noodles and distributed a small handful to each person, with over 40 individuals and only 10 packets of noodles. It was a struggle to ensure everyone received even a morsel, yet a little was certainly better than none. Ultimately, Yiling allocated all the green beans to Siete, who was reluctant to speak, merely typing a message into his phone for Wang Defa to read aloud. Due to the contributions made by our second-in-command, this bundle of green beans is awarded to Siete. That I hope no one feels envious, as this is what second-in-command rightfully deserves. Siete, however, insisted the green beans are a collective effort and should rightfully be shared among everyone. Yiling continued to edit his message, countering, "Only through rewards and penalties can a team progress, allowing us to move forward together." Given that Yiling, as the leader and the one who had been beaten, stated this, Siete found little reason to decline, yet he noticed a glimmer of greed in the eyes of those around him. As Siete made his way home, he pondered Yiling's intentions repeatedly. What was Yiling's game? Did he truly believe that a mere bundle of green beans could isolate him? It seemed rather unrealistic. Did he harbor some ulterior motive? Siete found himself at a loss, unable to arrive at any conclusion. Residing on the 12th floor of Building 26, he indeed shared the same building as Yiling. The majority of Yiling's team resided in Building 26, often congregating at Yiling's home on the 7th floor. The compound was vast, with many houses unoccupied. Both his neighbors and those above him were absent. His wife had frequently complained that the lack of heating from the uninhabited upper and adjacent apartments left their own home rather chilly. He struggled to grasp his wife's reasoning. Could the heating from the floors above and beside affect their own? At least it no longer seemed to be an issue. Siete's home was cold as well, this wretched weather. With a forceful twist, Siete unlocked the door, pocketing the key as he exerted effort to pull the door open. His wife remained in bed, unbothered by the sound of the door, as the cold remained too biting. Surely, no one would intrude upon others at this hour. It had to be Siete returning home. He slammed the door shut and made his way directly to the bedroom. He found his wife curled up in the blankets, lifting her head to greet him. "You're back. How was your day? Did you manage to bring back anything to eat?" Siete shrugged off his outer coat, reaching into his inner pocket to reveal a bundle of green beans before her. His wife's face brightened with delight as she sprang from the covers, embracing him with a kiss. "Darling, you're incredible. Where did you find such fresh green beans?" Fresh green beans. Siete felt a flicker of realization, but was quickly interrupted by his wife, that he heard her murmur, "Once the power's back on, I'll boil the green beans and prepare a packet of instant noodles. These beans will last us for many days. And about the 3 packets of soda crackers you brought back yesterday, I ate one. And I'll save the rest for you. I love you so much. You're amazing." She punctuated her words with another kiss, causing the corners of Siete's mouth to lift in a smile. He gazed out at the pitch-black night, wishing for a glimpse of the sun once more. In apartment 702 of Building 26, Yiling's home, Wang Defa expressed his discontent. "Brother-in-law, Siete is clearly targeting you. How could you possibly give him the green beans?" He fumed. "Damn it, they've been so ruthless against you. Were it not for us providing them with food, they might have starved to death in their homes. And yet, here they are, doing nothing while feasting on what we've given them. Don't even mention Xiang's villa. We haven't even caught a glimpse of the noodles he promised. In the end, we've been caring for a bunch of useless leeches." Wang Defa seethed with rage, practically wishing to tear these individuals apart. Yiling shook his head, typing on his phone. "Siete is indeed a bit unstable. I had intended to tolerate him a while longer, planning to deal with him after we secured Xiang's villa. However, he keeps sabotaging us at critical moments. It seems he cannot be allowed to remain. Moreover, I intentionally gave him the green beans. Brother-in-law, are you suggesting we eliminate him and frame Xiang? Brother-in-law, is that even feasible? We've already attempted to pin the blame on him once with the green beans. Who would believe it again? Even if we've already blamed him once, should there be another incident involving poison green beans, it would only serve to solidify Xiang's guilt, proving that the green beans he provided were indeed tainted. This would unite our group, fostering a shared animosity against Xiang and allowing us to act in concert. It would be a threefold benefit: framing Xiang, solidifying the team's loyalty, and finally dealing with the thorn in our side. Siete. This was Ling's cunning plan. Point one couldn't deny the swiftness of Ling's mind, although it seemed to be employed solely for scheming to brother-in-law. Should we head over now? Not yet. We must wait a little longer. A performance must be executed convincingly. In the villa, Xiang and Lin Yuqing busied themselves with food preparations. Despite the apocalypse having descended upon them for so long, they had yet to enjoy a single hot pot meal. Today, however, they felt particularly jovial and decided to indulge in a simple hot pea oat. Xiang had specifically retrieved several Australian lobsters from an alternate dimension, presenting them to Lin Yuqing, who was laboring in the kitchen, instructing her to prepare handmade shrimp paste. In no time, the table overflowed with an array of delectable ingredients: tender lamb, bouncy shrimp paste, crisp tripe, claws of crabs, and an assortment of mushrooms including matsutake, morel, and king bolete, all contributing to a rich and unforgettable broth. However, the hot pot feast required patience. After all, consuming undercooked mushrooms could lead to peculiar visions. The power is back. The power is back. Siete's wife had eagerly awaited this moment. She quickly donned her coat and hopped out of bed to prepare the meal. That a small pot, a handful of green beans, a packet of instant noodles, a mound of snow, and a pair of chopsticks constituted the day's meal for the Siete family. To conserve resources, they only used one pair of chopsticks, sharing a single meal as they alternated bites of green beans and noodles. Though they had never dined this way before, they found it surprisingly delightful. Ling extinguished his cigarette and gestured to Wang Defa, signaling that it was time to depart. Soon, Ling and Wang Defa arrived at Siete's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Siete exchanged glances with his wife, setting down the chopsticks as they listened curiously to the knocking. Who could possibly be visiting at this hour? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he stepped into the kitchen and retrieved a gleaming kitchen knife. Outside, he could hear Wang Defa's voice stating, "Shit, he loud asked me to bring a box of food up. He wishes to sit down and have a proper conversation with you, hoping that we can put aside past grievances and weather this storm together." Shida turned his gaze outward, spotting Ling, one hand gripping a flashlight while the other was conspicuously empty. Meanwhile, Wang Defa approached with both hands cradling a box of Kong Shui Fu, noticing the absence of any weapons on either of them. Shida felt a surge of relief and slowly opened the door. "What brings you here?" With a knife in one hand and the door handle in the other, he tilted his body to welcome them inside. As Ling stepped through the threshold, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the glinting blade in Shida's hand. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Shida promptly handed the knife to his wife, instructing her to return it to the kitchen. Ling pointed at her mouth, then swiftly retrieved her phone to type something furiously. Shida, curious, leaned closer to glimpse her screen. Unbeknownst to him, behind his back, Wang Defa had drawn a heavy baseball bat from the box of Kong Shui Fu. Outside, the snow fell in thick flurries. The sound of clinking glasses from Xiang and Lin Yuqing echoed melodiously. As the clinking ceased, Xiang's gaze shifted to the bubbling hot pot, from which he took a plate of duck blood and gently poured it into the boiling broth. "Zhang Wansun, it's time for blood." The sweet, crisp sound of celebration was occasionally interrupted by the dull thud of a baseball bat striking against the skull. In an instant, Shida felt a sharp pain as his head was struck, accompanied by a relentless ringing in his ears. Overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, the world around him spun violently. His balance was severely compromised, rendering him unable to stand firm. Instinctively, he grasped Ling's shoulder, attempting to steady himself, shaking his head to regain composure. Just then, a heavy blow struck his back once more. With a resounding thud, Shida was sent sprawling to the ground, his coat torn open, and his keys and a carrot spilling from his pockets. Hearing the commotion, Shida's wife rushed out from the kitchen. Upon seeing her husband crumpled on the floor, she hesitated for a moment before realization dawned. Draining the color from her face as she turned to retreat back into the kitchen. At that moment, Wang Defa approached her swiftly, seizing her hair with one hand in an attempt to pull her back forcefully. To his surprise, Shieda's wife retaliated fiercely, thrusting her head forward and breaking free, leaving only a handful of bloodied strands in Wang Defa's grip. Taken aback by her strength, Wang Defa stumbled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Shieda's wife picked up the knife she had just set down. Bursting out of the kitchen, she gripped the knife tightly, though the trembling tip betrayed her fear. "Who are you? What are you doing intruding into my home? I warn you, do not act recklessly." Her voice was sharp with anxiety. "You filthy woman, dare to wield a knife?" Wang Defa pointed his baseball bat at her threateningly. "Do you believe I won't kill you?" He lunged forward, and Shieda's wife, caught off guard by his brazen assault, could only swing the knife desperately in an attempt to fend him off. Yet, the disparity in their sizes was starkly apparent, especially with Wang Defa brandishing a bat that was significantly longer than her knife. He swung the bat with force, narrowly missing her and smashing into the kitchen door frame, sending splinters flying. However, Shieda's wife gritted her teeth, waiting for the opportune moment to slash at Wang Defa's arm. In pain, he shouted, "You filthy woman! Are you seeking death?" He retaliated with renewed vigor, swinging the bat with such force that it knocked the knife from her grasp, with the thread of her weapon neutralized. Wang Defa seized her hair once more. Desperately, she clutched his wrist, trying to pry his grip loose, but Wang Defa was like a bull in strength. He stepped forward, releasing the bat to deliver a powerful punch to her abdomen. The blow struck with such force that she doubled over, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she refused to yield, maintaining her hold on Wang Defa's wrist. "No," she grunted, her hands digging into his wrist with determination. In pain, Wang Defa relinquished his grip with one hand, delivering a kick that sent her tumbling to the ground. Clutching her abdomen, she struggled to rise, but her body betrayed her. Wang Defa looked down coldly at her curled form. Advancing slowly, noticing she had not risen, he pulled a pre-prepared rope from his pocket. He pressed her down, binding her hands behind her and tying her legs together. Then he dragged her back to Ling's side and threw her down before Shieda. Shieda's vision blurred, his head throbbed and churned, the urge to vomit overwhelming him. After several dry heaves with nothing to expel, he lay on the ground, rubbing his eyes until he could finally see his wife. Bound before him, in a hushed tone, he asked, "Hilauda, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this, Shieda? Open your eyes and look at my face. If I hadn't been applying snow to my injuries, I wouldn't even be able to speak now. You can only blame yourself for opposing me all along, that I had no intention of eliminating you so swiftly. You brought this upon yourself," Ling sneered. Shieda grasped the gravity of the situation, a sense of unwillingness creeping in, yet he felt utterly powerless. With a veneer of calm laced with fear, he inquired, "Hilauda, if I were to say I no longer oppose you, could you spare my family? Don't even think about it," Ling replied without hesitation. "Then, what if you release my wife?" "Impossible, Shieda. You should know better. We are both intelligent individuals. If the roles were reversed, would you spare me? You understand that leaving any loose ends could lead to dire consequences." That moment, Ling picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and poked at the small pot of noodles Shieda had been eating, clucking his tongue. "Why boil the green beans so thoroughly? If you had eaten them a little undercooked, I wouldn't have to exert so much effort." Shieda suddenly recalled something, stammering, You intend to frame Xiang with the beans." "Ice dog, correct. Engaging in conversation with intelligent individuals saves effort." Shieda struggled to rise. Ling's voice rang out, "Farewell, Shieda. Oh no, it should be never to meet again." Just before he lost consciousness, Shieda caught sight of the carrot, still adorned with a few teeth marks, that he had pulled from the snowman's nose at Xiang's villa. He had not yet brought himself to finish it. Brother-in-law, why make things so complicated? If it were up to me, I would have just killed them. Luckily, I held back a bit. Otherwise, I might have killed Shieda with a single blow. Keeping them alive serves a purpose. At the very least, it prevents suspicion of murder. Enough talk, let's get to work. Downstairs, Unit 1101 belonged to Wang Defa. They had felt emboldened to invade Shieda's home, knowing there were no neighbors nearby. Soon, they began stacking the prepared wood in Shieda's home. And Ling did not allow Xieta to remain on the ground any longer. Instead, Wang Defa bound the unconscious Xieta and his wife to a chair with a backrest. After all, to make Xieta and his wife appear as though they had succumbed to poisoning. The only method available was to allow them to perish from carbon monoxide poisoning. Wang Defa filled the wood with soybean oil. Ling retrieved a match from his pocket, grasped it delicately between his thumb and index finger. And with a gentle strike, the match head ignited into a burst of orange flame. As Ling released his fingers, the flames swiftly devoured the wood before him. The softly glowing flames danced, casting an eerie light upon the faces of Ling and Wang Defa, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The flickering light not only illuminated the somewhat sinister expressions of the two men, but also occasionally glimmered upon Lin Yuqing's figure. Outside that cozy and comfortable villa, the world was shrouded in a layer of coldness, a chilling reality that Xiang had never truly witnessed before. The howling, biting wind surged past like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly penetrating the thick outer walls and clawing its way into the hallway. It roamed freely, leaving behind a trail of shivers in its wake. Inside, Ling meticulously examined the firewood in the fireplace, ensuring it would burn for an extended period. Afterward, he bent down to pick up the key that had fallen from Xieta's coat pocket. He then turned to Wang Defa, and after exchanging a knowing glance, they nodded in tacit agreement. Together, they approached the door, slowly and gently closing Xieta's house door, striving to make not the slightest sound. Ultimately, they departed from the place as quietly as phantoms to brother-in-law. Won't we be discovered by doing this? Wang Defa questioned anxiously. A glint of coldness flashed in Ling's eyes as he responded icily. Even if we're discovered, what of it? What if there are flaws? By then, Xieta will be dead, and if they wish to continue receiving provisions, they must heed my words. After all, the deceased cannot advocate for their rights. However, we must return in the early hours to ensure everything is cleaned up and leaves no trace. The lengthy hours within the villa passed silently, as if time had softened and slowed in their companionship. Each second brimmed with an indescribable warmth and anticipation. Xiang continued to live according to his usual routine, for he lacked nothing. After concluding a day that was both exhausting and enjoyable, Xiang embraced Lin Yuqing, leaning against the hot spring. Lin Yuqing gently traced circles on Xiang's chest with her fingertips, in a sultry voice. She whispered, big hand holding small hand, walking without fear of slipping. Let us walk, walk, walk. What? Oh, dear master, please don't tease me. I just calculated that Aunt Flo will be visiting tomorrow. Lin Yuqing quickly pressed down on Xiang. After all, she had never had the chance to experience various intriguing things while with Wang Defa that moment. The water in the hot spring had slightly cooled, yet the interior of the villa maintained a pleasant temperature of 26 degrees. The scale of the hot spring's architecture was truly magnificent, its vastness astonishing. Even to this day, Xiang could roam freely within the confines of the villa. Lin Yuqing stood by the pool's edge, gently raising a handful of clear spring water, which arched beautifully through the air before accurately splashing onto Xiang. She hesitated for a moment before softly asking, Master, when do you think this situation will finally come to an end? Hearing this, Xiang, leisurely floating in the water, slowly turned to face Lin Yuqing and replied, To be honest, I have no idea. His voice resonated in the tranquil air, imbued with a hint of helplessness and confusion. Lin Yuqing blinked her lively eyes, her gaze revealing a touch of innocence and hope as she pressed further. Then, do we still have a chance to return to those once blissful times? Xiang swam over to her, pinching Lin Yuqing's small nose gently. It seems that a return to normalcy is unlikely now. The heavy snow has continued for so long. If it persists for another month or two, there will be hardly any humans left. The entire society will need to be reshuffled, or perhaps the whole world. At 2 a.m, silence reigned. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the sound of snores echoing. Ling took a deep breath and gently nudged Wang Defa, who was sound asleep, snoring thunderously. Defa, wake up. It's time to get up. Ling called softly, but Wang Defa showed no signs of response. Remaining lost in sweet slumber, in exasperation, Ling increased his efforts, pushing him a few more times and raising his voice to shout, Wang Defa, get up now. This time, Wang Defa finally stirred, rolling over and mumbling something incomprehensible. Seeing this, Ling decided to take a more direct approach, but he quickly walked to the window and forcefully flung it open. Instantly, a bone-chilling gust of wind rushed into the room, pouncing upon the two like a fierce beast. The frigid air swept in mercilessly, penetrating through their clothing and striking their skin, causing involuntary shivers. Ling was jolted awake by the sudden coldness, his body trembling. However, he felt his mind clear significantly. Wang Defa, on the other hand, was less fortunate. His once warm blankets were invaded by the cold air, making him shiver uncontrollably. He abruptly opened his eyes, clutching the blanket tightly around his neck, and complained with a hint of irritation. "Brother-in-law, it's freezing. Why did you open the window? Are you trying to prevent me from getting a good night's sleep?" In response to Wang Defa's complaints, Ling merely cast him a sidelong glance. Quickly rubbing his numb hands together, and calmly explained, "If I hadn't opened the window to let in this cold wind, would you have woken up? You'd probably sleep until noon tomorrow. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and get up. We have work to do." With that, Ling turned and began to gather tools and materials nearby. Wang Defa reluctantly dragged himself out of bed, slowly dressing. I could see that moment. Ling approached, handing him a broom and a dustpan. Wang Defa accepted the tools with reluctance and followed. Ling skillfully produced the key, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it. With a click, the door to Xieda's house creaked open. A musty and oppressive atmosphere rushed out to greet them, causing Ling to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he stood at the doorway for a moment to allow the stale air inside to disperse. After about half an hour, Ling felt it was time and stepped inside, promptly opening all the windows. Upon entering the room, Ling turned to Wang Defa and said, "You go clean up the ashes in the living room." After speaking, he made his way toward the location of Xieda and his wife. Ling cautiously extended his hand to feel for their breath, confirming that they were indeed deceased. Still feeling a bit uneasy, he reached into their clothing to check for a heartbeat, and upon confirming the absence of one, he let out a sigh of relief, as if a long-held tension had finally subsided. The weight on his chest seemed to have lifted. Ling again checked the woman's heartbeat, ensuring she no longer drew breath. It is said that after death, the body does not immediately become rigid. Some softness remains on the surface. Shortly thereafter, Wang Defa finished tidying up the living room. Noticing Ling fiddling with something in front of Xieda's wife, he moved closer, startling Ling, who quickly withdrew his hand. Feeling somewhat guilty, Ling instructed Wang Defa, "You smash the door frame in the kitchen. Make sure to clean it up properly and leave no traces." Wang Defa nodded in agreement and obediently got to work. Meanwhile, Ling continued to manipulate the bodies of Xieda and his wife, arranging them into the desired poses. At T5 in the morning, having tidied everything up, Ling clapped his hands and called for Wang Defa to return home. The following morning, Ling gathered everyone once more to prepare for a visit to Xiang's villa. At that moment, someone noticed that Xieda was absent. "Boss, why hasn't the second boss shown up?" "Yes, he is usually quite proactive. Could the second boss be ill?" Wang Defa, standing with his arms crossed, disdainfully remarked, "Who knows why he hasn't come? Perhaps he finds it too cold and can't get out of bed." Lauda, should we send someone to summon Air Dangjia? Ling, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Even Zhu Tulian could not muster any expression. After a while, the homeowner they had sent out returned. He reported to Ling that after knocking for quite some time at Xieda's door, no one had answered. Ling, rising slowly from the sofa, spoke, "If Air Dangjia wishes to withdraw, he would inform us. Since he hasn't expressed any intention to leave, why don't we all pay him a visit and see if he is unwell? Moreover, I'm not fond of others disappearing without a word." With that, he led the group out of the house, illuminating the staircase with their flashlights as they ascended Xieda's doorstep. Ling once again called upon the homeowner who had knocked earlier. The homeowner struck the door firmly, calling out, "Air Dangjia, are you home? Please open the door. Knock, knock, knock at Air Dangjia. Are you in?" After several knocks, the homeowner turned back to the group and shrugged his shoulders, signaling that the door remained shut. At that moment, Ling subtly exchanged a glance with Wang Defa, who then pulled the homeowner aside and positioned himself before Xieda's security door. Clenching his right fist, he began to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, he shouted towards the interior. Shieta, Hilauda, and the brothers have come. Open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Defa escalated his knocking to kicking the door. Are you home? If you are, please open the door. A homeowner holding a flashlight behind Ling spoke up. Hilauda, could it be that Dang Jia is in some trouble? Otherwise, why would he not open the door? Ling glanced at the speaker, recognizing Su Baofu, an aimless drifter a few years older than himself. Usually wandering around the neighborhood with little money, he relied on the house left by his parents to get by. This circumstance compelled him to actively participate in Ling's organization. Ling halted Wang Defa's theatrics and addressed the group. Logically, Dang Jia should not refuse to open his door to Su is correct. Let's break the door down and take a look. I believe Dang Jia would not hold it against us. As the deceased do not blame others, a cold smirk crept into Ling's heart. The group had no objections. Having arrived empty-handed, they lacked the means to force open the security door. They couldn't rely solely on their feet for the task. He instructed Su Baofu to gather a few people and fetch hammers and wrenches. This back and forth consumed considerable time, leading to some homeowners expressing dissatisfaction. Shieta is truly something else. Just became Dang Jia and already looks down on everyone. Indeed, on such a cold day, we are left waiting outside for him. If I find him at home refusing to open the door, I shall go up and give him a few punches to teach him a lesson. Some whispered among themselves, do you think Shieta is at home with his wife? Perhaps doing homework? Alas, don't say that. It does seem like a possibility. Men, you know how it goes. Conversations can easily drift. Speaking of which, Lu Qianghua trades goods for women every day. Isn't he afraid of freezing his bits off in this weather? If you had money, you could do the same too. But he has managed to acquire so much wealth. I truly wish I could rob him, but I feel envious just looking at him. Damn it, even during these apocalyptic times. The rich still live comfortably, that if I were wealthy, I would have several young stars by my side. Oh, please, with your skills, how would you manage to woo a star? You can't even handle your own wife. At that moment, another interjected, I've heard there's actually a first-tier female star living among us. What's her name? Monli. Something like that. Monli Camu. I know her. She starred in the drama 9 Lives and 9 Deaths. She's stunning, beautiful women from Xinjiang, who isn't beautiful. I must admit, our ancestors had exquisite taste. Precisely, I always believed the conquest of the western regions was not merely for raisins. If she were my wife, I would gladly give up 10 years of life. How could she be living here with us? You're overthinking it. She probably resides in a villa, likely kept by some big shot. That figure is simply enticing. Don't even talk about it. I can barely stand I in this freezing weather. My little brother is nearly frozen off. Were it not for the daily electricity supply, I might have forgotten about him entirely. If only we knew where she was, we could. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. Su Baofu rushed breathlessly back upstairs. Ling's group seized the tools and began their assault on the door. Meanwhile, the very Monli Camu they discussed sat in her villa, staring blankly at the brightly lit house next door. Indeed, she lived next to Xiang. Monli Camu, a renowned actress, possessed a well-proportioned physique and graceful curves. As if crafted by the most delicate hand of nature, every line perfectly formed. Her bosom was ample yet not excessive, her waist slender, exuding a sense of both softness and strength. The contours of her hips contrasted sharply with her waist, showcasing the unique allure of femininity. Even more astonishing was her skin, smooth and delicate as silk, radiating a healthy glow. Whether it was her toned arms or elegant back, she was hard to look away from. Yet all of this lay concealed beneath her coat, hidden from the world. She was indeed being kept here, residing in a villa purchased by a wealthy benefactor. Monli Camu had attempted to reach out to him for assistance, but he merely told her to wait. But how much longer must she wait? The food in her home was dwindling, and the frigid weather had disrupted her daily yoga routine. What would happen if her figure were affected? She gazed at the neighboring villa, the bright and dazzling lights the only presence in the dark sky. I wonder if they would let me do yoga there. Indeed, even at such a time. The celebrity remained mindful of her figure. It seemed she had not yet been starved. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, a hole was smashed in a Shieta's door. Wang Defa reached in and forcefully pressed down on the doorknob. Click! The door to Shieta's home swung open. The interior was shrouded in darkness. No one dared to move initially. He Ling waved his hand, beckoning Su Baofu to step forward. Holding the flashlight, Su Baofu felt a twinge of fear as the darkness loomed around him. Yet, upon remembering the crowd behind him, he swallowed hard and stepped into Shida's home. Upon turning into the entryway, Su Baofu was startled to see two figures at the dining table. Overwhelmed, he quickly retreated, colliding with Wang Defa, who was just about to enter. Wang Defa, irritated, pushed him. "What's wrong? Hurry up and go check. There are people," Su Baofu stammered, trembling. "Isn't it normal for there to be people? Shida lives here, right?" Su Baofu suddenly realized, feeling foolish. Why should he be afraid? This was Shida's home. After all, gathering his courage, he strode confidently towards the dining room. The others followed suit, albeit only about 20 managed to squeeze inside. With the rest still outside, Su Baofu directed his flashlight towards the two at the table, revealing a woman gripping her neck and a man clutching his stomach, his right hand still poised with chopsticks, holding a piece of green bean that had yet to reach his mouth. Yet, they appeared frozen in time. Motionless, Su Baofu leaned in for a closer look and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my gosh!" Wang Defa, growing impatient with his antics, retorted, "What are you shouting about? They're dead." The crowd followed Su Baofu's flashlight beam, directing their gaze towards the motionless forms of the Shet couple seated at the dining chairs. One of the homeowners behind Ling stepped forward to check for the Shet's breath and then nudged Mrs. Shet. Noticing the lack of response, he turned to the others and declared, "They are indeed deceased." Homeowners still outside, upon hearing of the Shet's demise, eagerly attempted to squeeze in for a glimpse. The cacophony of voices erupted. "What? The Shets are dead? What about his wife? Both are lifeless, utterly still. Could it be that they froze to death? What nonsense! You're not frozen. How could they be? Could it be murder?" Ling, eager to put on an act, approached the Shets to observe closely. After a brief moment, he addressed the crowd. "Can anyone ascertain how they met their end?" The same homeowner who had checked for breath spoke up. "From their appearance, they don't seem to have frozen to death. Perhaps it was poisoning." Ling regarded this homeowner, recalling his name. Lin Xiaojia. 33 years old, forensic expert. Wait, a forensic expert? How could he have forgotten that? Ling's mind felt somewhat sluggish after being struck. He had no expectations for Wang Defa to remember these individuals' details. But he had to rectify his oversight. He stepped back, allowing Lin Xiaojia to take his place, then gestured for Wang Defa to come over, signaling that he may need to eliminate Lin Xiaojia if necessary. Yet, such a course of action was fraught with peril. It was prudent to first observe Lin Xiaojia's findings, especially since the Shets had indeed succumbed to poisoning. He could only hope that Lin Xiaojia, lacking professional tools, would be unable to determine the specific toxin responsible for their deaths. Lin Xiaojia resumed his investigation, taking the flashlight from Su Baofu, directing its beam meticulously across every corner of the dining area. He noted a distinct dent on the doorframe of the kitchen, resembling the mark of a blunt object's impact. Yet curiously, the floor was unexpectedly tidy, devoid of even a splinter of wood. Lin Xiaojia reached out to touch the dent, remaining silent. The beam of light swept across the living room connecting to the dining area, and he keenly observed a tile on the floor that was markedly discolored compared to its neighbors. Appearing somewhat charred, as if something had burned there, he refrained from approaching, instead redirecting the flashlight towards the dining table. The arrangement of the table, chairs, and utensils was meticulously neat, lacking signs of a struggle. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xiaojia's mind. Was this excessive tidiness an attempt to conceal some undisclosed conflict? Unless his gaze inadvertently brushed past Ling, spotting the burly Wang Defa position behind him, casting an unintentional shadow that obscured Ling from the other homeowner's flashlight beams, rendering his face indistinct. A hush fell over the crowd as they awaited Lin Xiaojia's verdict, suppressing his own doubts and unease. Lin Xiaojia turned to examine the facial features of the Shet couple, lifting Mr. Shet's eyelid to reveal protruding eyeballs, engorged conjunctiva, and a somewhat grotesque visage. Balancing the flashlight in his mouth, he cautiously examined Mr. Shet's head, discovering a slight indentation on the right side of the skull. This dent was subtle and showed no signs of blood seepage, indicating it had been struck by a heavy object. However, The force was insufficient to be fatal, yet enough to cause unconsciousness. As Lin Xiaojiao was probing Mr. Shet's head, He Ling subtly shifted his hand, then clenched his fist as though concealing inner turmoil. Lin Xiaojia withdrew his hands and illuminated Mr. Shet's body, noting an unnatural cherry-red hue to his skin. Pressing gently on the skin, he observed that the redness did not fade with pressure. He tentatively concluded it was carbon monoxide poisoning. This distinct cherry-red coloration resulted from carbon monoxide binding to hemoglobin, which is far more potent than oxygen, preventing the blood from transporting oxygen properly, thus rendering the distal tissues with this peculiar hue. Mrs. Shet exhibited the same condition, though her scalp bore an anomaly. The area once concealed by thick hair was now exposed, appearing particularly pale and fragile. The patch where hair had been torn away presented an uneven pink hue, with clear signs of violent tearing. Mrs. de Shet's scalp even displayed slight lacerations, with tiny beads of blood emerging, starkly contrasting with the surrounding skin. Lin Xiaojia further examined the oral and nasal cavities of the Shet couple meticulously. He then stepped back to observe their positioning. But why were they seated at the dining table? Carbon monoxide poisoning isn't instantaneous. Yet, Mrs. Shet's hands were positioned as if they were engaged in an activity, and Mr. Shet held chopsticks, propping up a green bean, as though everything had been meticulously arranged. Green beans, green beans? A conclusion began to form in Lin Xiaojia's mind. He turned to the crowd and stated, "They died from poisoning." Upon hearing this, Wang Defa nearly rushed forward, only to be restrained by He Ling. Lin Xiaojia glanced at the green beans in front of Mr. Shet, then deeply regarded He Ling, who was locking eyes with him. Lin Xiaojiao paused before continuing. Mr. Shet succumbed to poisoning from green beans. Mr. Shet succumbed to poisoning from green beans. Upon hearing this, He Ling exhaled in relief, while Wang Defa seemed momentarily stunned. That it wasn't until He Ling stepped on his foot that he managed to contain his agitation. The room erupted in a chaos. What? Poisoned by green beans? But how could this be? Xiaolin, are you sure you're not mistaken? Nonsense. Xiaolin is a forensic expert. How could he err? Poisoned by green beans. Where did his green beans come from? Where else? Didn't he get them from Li Xiang yesterday? Li Xiang again. I recall that Li Laoda's brother and sister-in-law also died from green bean poisoning. Doesn't Li Xiang seem like a green bean assassin? But weren't these green beans given to Mr. Shet by Li Laoda? Could it be that Li Laoda knew the green beans were poisonous? He Ling, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, realized that if he didn't clarify soon, they would be led astray. He clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, allow me to explain. Both my brother-in-law and sister-in-law consume green beans, and I am here, alive and well. However, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law also inadvertently ingested a drink given by Li Xiang, which was likely of poor quality and consumed alongside the green beans, leading to their poisoning. That I survived because I didn't drink the beverage, demonstrating that eating only the green beans poses no threat. I decided to give the green beans to Mr. Shet because he contributed to our team and deserved a reward at AS for why Mr. Shet succumbed to green bean poisoning. I am uncertain." The crowd remained skeptical. Xiaolin, what do you have to say? How did this happen? Lin Xiaojia had already formulated his response. Based on the current findings, Mr. Shet's cause of death is indeed due to green bean poisoning. However, the beans were not inherently toxic. Rather, the Shet couple ingested undercooked green beans, which are known to be hazardous to health. Raw green beans contain a toxic protein that can only be destroyed in high-temperature environments. Consuming improperly cooked green beans can easily lead to poisoning. Wang Def interjected, "So, the Shet couple brought this upon themselves?" He Ling cast a deep glance at Lin Xiaojia, immediately stepping forward to redirect the blame towards Li Xiang. If not for the green beans provided by Li Xiang, how could the Shet couple have perished? Thus, Li Xiang was the true culprit. Yes, He Laoda is correct. It's all Li Xiang's fault. If they hadn't eaten the green beans he provided, the Shet couple would still be alive. Let us go find Li Xiang for revenge. The uninformed crowd was easily swayed. One person suggesting Li Xiang was culpable held little weight. Two voices raised doubts. But if three or more claimed Li Xiang was at fault, then even if he were innocent, he must be guilty. Even if the ultimate truth were to surface, it would be trampled upon by the masses as if it were mere refuse. The truth, in fact, holds little significance. What truly matters is the collective sentiment of guilt assigned to him. Regardless of his justifications, they appear feeble and inadequate. He Ling, feigning sorrow, shed a few tears and tremulously declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must avenge Siete. Let's kill Li Xiang. Kill Li Xiang. Kill Li Xiang." The crowd's emotions were already stirred by He Ling's fervor, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He Ling continued, "However, the most pressing matter now is to ensure Siete rests in peace. Although we cannot bury him, placing him alongside his wife will suffice for their reunion, as for Li Xiang. We shall return home, await a call this afternoon, rest briefly, and then assault the villa." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively lifted the two bodies and laid them in the master bedroom of their home. Before dispersing to their respective abodes, He Ling glanced back at Lin Xiaojia, who lingered behind, but said nothing, instead descending the stairs towards home, with Lin Xiaojia following closely behind, in apartment 702 of building 26. He Ling sat on the sofa, gazing up at Lin Xiaojia. He inquired, "Have you discovered something?" "Discovered what?" Lin Xiaojia replied, feigning ignorance. "Are you still pretending with me?" she said with a half-smile. He Ling raised an eyebrow. Perplexed by the situation, "I cannot believe you have not uncovered their true cause of death. Why do you not expose me?" Lin Xiaojia drew a chair and seated herself opposite He Ling. "What benefit would there be in exposing you? Besides, had I done so earlier, I doubt I would still be alive." "Then speak. What is it that you desire?" "That depends on what you can offer," she replied. He Ling waved his hand, and Wang Fa emerged from the bedroom with 10 packets of instant noodles. "Is this sufficient?" Lin Xiaojia's eyes flickered with disdain as she shook her head. Wang Fa cursed, "You motherf," and attempted to strike Lin Xiaojia. He Ling swiftly restrained Wang Fa, preventing him from advancing. Lin Xiaojia, pulling out her phone, smugly stated, "Fortunately, you stopped them. I have set up an automatic message on my phone. If I do not cancel it within an hour, the true cause of Siete's death will be sent to the group. Oh, you think they will believe it?" He Ling challenged, the shattered door frame in the kitchen, the burn marks on the living room floor, the injuries to Siete and his wife's heads, all suffice to validate my claims. Moreover, whether they believe me is irrelevant. What matters is that they will no longer trust you." Lin Xiaojia retorted dismissively. He Ling furrowed his brow, hesitating. "What exactly do you aim to accomplish?" Yet Lin Xiaojia did not answer his question, instead posing one of her own. "You and Wang Fa share a great deal of trust. Could it be that you—" Wang Fa interjected, pointing at Siete. "What the hell are you implying?" Observing Wang Fa's reaction, Lin Xiaojia remarked, "Then it is not as I suspected. Are you cousins or perhaps in-laws?" He Ling felt a jolt of surprise, but concealed it well. "You are quite astute. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals, so please speak plainly. How much food do you have at home that can be shared among so many?" "I mean, like yesterday," Lin Xiaojia inquired. "At this rate, we could last for about 10 days, He Ling replied, being cautious. In reality, he had supplies for another 20 days. "Only 10 days? Lin Xiaojia crossed her arms, pondering slightly. 10 days to capture the villa may prove somewhat challenging. However, it is worth attempting once more." Lin Xiaojia asked, "Do you think capturing Li Xiang's villa is feasible, even if it is difficult?" "I must proceed. I must avenge my brothers and sisters-in-law." All right, there is no one else here. Ever since Siete's death, I have suspected the true cause of demise for your brothers and sisters-in-law. They were likely victims of your doing, were they not? Nonetheless, this does not impede our collaboration." Lin Xiaojia continued, "Li Xiang's villa is easy to defend but hard to attack. I believe if we do not devise a plan within 2 days, we must shift our focus." He Ling nodded slightly. Lin Xiaojia reflected for a moment and spoke. "As for what I desire, I trust our goals do not conflict. I simply wish to live." "To live well," He Ling nodded. "You are correct. However, how can I place my trust in you? I do not require your trust. I only know that I hold leverage over you, and I will not relinquish it easily. Furthermore, I need your cooperation to secure more food. It is somewhat challenging on my own. The days ahead will only grow more arduous. We must band together for warmth." Lin Xiaojia spoke rapidly. He Ling contemplated her words. "Indeed, the days to come would not be easy. What ideas do you have?" He Ling asked, Does this mean you are accepting me? Lin Xiao Jia queried in return. He Ling did not answer, but nodded slightly. Lin Xiao Jia continued. We have yet to ascertain the specifics of Li Xiang's villa. We can only proceed cautiously. First, we should test whether the foundation is as solid as the above-ground structure. Then we must clear the snow surrounding his house to prevent him from secretly collecting it due to a lack of water. Of course, we need someone to keep watch. Most importantly, we must cut off his electricity. Wang De Fa interjected. What good is cutting off the power? He has a generator. Lin Xiao Jia shook her head, realizing Wang De Fa was not using his brain at all. However, it made sense. He Ling and Wang De Fa were a perfect partnership of brains and brawn. She looked at He Ling, who was sunk into the sofa, and asked, What do you think, boss? He Ling quickly grasped Lin Xiao Jia's intent and explained to Wang De Fa. Currently, the official power supply is available every day from 1 to 3 p.m. Although Li Xiang's home has a generator, I believe he will still rely on the official electricity during that time. Once we cut the power, he will be unable to use the official supply. While this may not yield immediate results, his fuel, no matter how abundant, will eventually run out. Indeed, while cutting off the power may seem inconsequential at first glance. If we cannot breach Li Xiang's villa, we must find alternative means to compel him to emerge. Lin Xiao Jia concurred. But what if Li Xiang has a significant reserve of fuel? What if we cannot outlast him? Wang De Fa questioned, munching on a biscuit. A cold glint flashed in He Ling's eyes. Then we shall have to engage in mutual destruction. What do you think everyone relies on to survive? He Ling asked. Though Lin Xiao Jia found the question somewhat foolish, he still answered, Food and water, but he saw He Ling shake his head, refuting Lin Xiao Jia's answer. Lin Xiao Jia was taken aback. Then what else is there? Air. One could also say oxygen, He Ling replied. Lin Xiao Jia's mind sparked, and she exclaimed, Are you suggesting we repeat the carbon monoxide poisoning incident? He Ling shook his head again. The outdoor air circulates too rapidly to create a sealed environment. However, I do have another idea. That is smoke. Dense smoke can also be lethal, that if we locate the ventilation ducts of Li Xiang's villa and produce a substantial amount of smoke through combustion. I believe he would not suffocate within the villa. He would undoubtedly flee. Lin Xiao Jia picked up on He Ling's line of thought. Thus, we require a large quantity of combustible materials to generate copious smoke to force him out. This means that the combustible materials originally intended for heating in our homes would be wasted in this endeavor. No wonder you mentioned mutual destruction. This is a clear case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of our own. Should we see no results, the people below will be unable to withstand it, as these are essentials for survival. He Ling nodded and continued. Thus, this is merely my suggestion. The specifics of implementation will depend on the situation. Lin Xiao Jia clapped her hands. What a brilliant idea. It is essentially the same principle as my plan to cut the power, to compel him to vacate the villa. We also need to consider how well Li Xiang's villa's filtration system is designed. At this moment, Wang De Fa interjected, Why overthink it? We can just try it and see. He Ling shook his head in denial, stating, We do not possess sufficient resources for experimentation. Let us first proceed according to Lin Xiao Jia's plan. If, and I emphasize if, we still cannot overcome Li Xiang, we must shift our focus that we cannot hang ourselves on a single tree. Lin Xiao Jia concurred. Indeed, your thoughts align with mine. The only drawback is that we lack a reasonable justification. I wonder if those below will still heed your words. That He Ling waved his hand dismissively, saying, The longer this drags on, the more they will comprehend the significance of resources. Once we clarify the stakes, they will comply. A deep madness glimmered in Lin Xiao Jia's eyes. Let us assault Li Xiang's villa a few more times. Should that prove futile, we shall embellish the situation regarding his resources and spread the word. After all, this entire community is vast, with more than one owner group. By promoting this narrative across multiple groups, we can establish him as the common enemy and thereby reap the benefits. He Ling nestled into the sofa, fingers interlaced, thumbs rotating in contemplation. He had indeed considered leveraging others to attack Li Xiang's villa, yet he was uncertain how much he would retain from such an arrangement. Rather than outright rejecting Lin Xiao Jia's suggestion, he pondered, Let us regard this as a contingency plan. We should avoid employing it unless absolutely necessary at that moment. He Ling remarked, Since we are all in the same boat, I shall confide in you. I had intended to teach everyone the little tricks previously. For now, I will let you have a glimpse. Lin Xiaojia, intrigued by He Ling's little tricks, wished to understand the riddle he was presenting. Thus, He Ling instructed Wang de Fa to bring someone forth. Lin Xiaojia gazed skeptically at the three individuals lying on the ground. Barely alive, he witnessed He Ling pulling Wang Zikai close, directly inserting his hands into Wang Zikai's clothing. Pressing against his skin, he then beckoned Lin Xiaojia. Come, try this for yourself. Confused, Lin Xiaojia followed suit, and his hand was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. Wang Zikai's skin was burning. His brows knitted tightly. It seemed that Lin Xiaojia's cool touch could neutralize Wang Zikai's feverish temperature. After being touched by He Ling and Lin Xiaojia, Wang Zikai's furrowed brow relaxed. Are they? Lin Xiaojia inquired. He Ling nodded. Indeed, but this is the work of Xiang that I heard they were soaked when they arrived, and upon returning, they developed a high fever. It is a miracle they are still alive. Though it appears their time is short. Under normal circumstances, their warmth could be utilized to warm our hands and feet. Should they perish, they will have to serve as rations. Lin Xiaojia frowned, quietly asking, Aren't you concerned about falling ill? He Ling replied nonchalantly, who said, I intend to consume them. Lin Xiaojia frowned again, harboring reservations about this course of action. Yet after a moment's reflection, he chose not to voice his dissent. He Ling rose from the sofa, addressing Lin Xiaojia. I cannot afford to wait until our resources dwindle to a single day before taking action. If we cannot breach Li Xiang's villa soon, I will have to target other owners first. I hope for your support. Lin Xiaojia nodded. I will assist you, for I too wish to survive. However, just in case, I will set my phone to send scheduled messages daily. I trust you understand this. He Ling responded coolly. You are indeed cautious. Return now. I will convene everyone again this afternoon to make another attempt. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaojia pointed to the instant noodles on the sofa, and He Ling handed them over. However, Lin Xiaojia did not leave immediately. He Ling, casting a subtle glance at him, instructed Wang de Fa to bring out 10 more packets of instant noodles. Lin Xiaojia, cradling the noodles in his arms, said nothing and turned to depart, as the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Wang de Fa asked He Ling, brother-in-law, Are we truly collaborating with Lin Xiaojia? Would it not be better to eliminate him, thus ensuring our secret remains safe? He Ling raised his right hand to pat Wang de Fa's shoulder, but found it out of reach, settling instead for a pat on his arm as he replied, Our team is not yet united. We cannot let one individual jeopardize our efforts. Besides, his intentions are clear. He knows that cooperation with me is his only means of survival. Do not worry. He will not betray us. Prepare yourselves. We shall dine briefly before heading to Li Xiang's villa this afternoon. Within the villa, Lin Yuqing added more firewood to the fireplace, observing Li Xiang as he frantically tore open packages. She wondered where he had acquired so many deliveries, only to find that the contents were all rather embarrassing. Li Xiang was perplexed. Why did Lin Yuqing choose to open such items as soon as her period began? He muttered under his breath, yet his hands continued their work. Upon reaching a large package, he sliced it open and found it labeled, Sister Bayu, secret sweet potato powder. Li Xiang scoffed, thinking, who would even touch this sweet potato powder? Not even a dog would eat it. The tea casually tossed the entire package into the fireplace. Not even a dog. Dog? Dog. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had forgotten about the dog and son Chenghua in the basement. They would not freeze to death down there, but he had neglected to provide them with food. Li Xiang stared at the lively Labrador in the basement and the skeletal figure of son Chenghua. Rendered speechless, the basement was stained with blood, and the rope that had once tethered the Labrador had been gnawed through. Driven by hunger, it had resorted to attacking son Chenghua. Unbeknownst to him, son Chenghua had ultimately met her demise at the jaws of her own dog. Lin Yuqing stood behind Li Xiang, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless, clenching her fists. Her nails dug painfully into her palms, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Her eyes brimmed with terror, and an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within her. Li Xiang could clearly sense Lin Yuqing's panic. He had not intended to spare son Chenghua, yet he had not anticipated this outcome. He gestured for Lin Yuqing to leave the basement first, then pulling forth a compound crossbow from the other space. Accompanied by a faint yet lethal whoosh, a bolt flew like a specter through the air, striking the Labrador squarely in the chest. The Labrador emitted a heart-wrenching howl before struggling, its limbs flailing on the ground. However, the damage inflicted by the bolt was too severe. Blood quickly soaked the surrounding floor as its strength waned. Xiang retrieved a baseball bat from the other space, allowing the Labrador a taste of dragon fruit before sending it back to its youthful days. Xiang stored the Labrador and Sun Changhua in the other space, subsequently casting them outside the villa. After dining, Ling gathered everyone once more to return to Xiang's villa. Lin Xiaojia, having listened to Ling's description of Wang Zikai and the others' grim circumstances earlier, specifically requested Ling to have everyone bring an umbrella from home. This time, they were well prepared, with some wielding shovels, others hammers, and some umbrellas, ensuring that no one was empty-handed. As the owners congregated, many expressed confusion about the purpose of the umbrellas in response. Ling explained the rationale. Skepticism arose among the others. Questioning, Yilauda, is that even possible? Does Xiang have that much water in his home? Another added, indeed, Yilauda, even if he did, surely he would not waste it by dousing us. Who among us has excess water to spare? Lin Xiaojia, noticing the doubts among the crowd, felt compelled to speak up in support of Ling, recognizing the necessity of his leadership. But he interjected, I concur with Yilauda. Remember, he previously mentioned that Xiang's villa is equipped with a generator. Thus, he could melt snow into water, giving him access to a substantial water supply. Therefore, we must prepare adequately. With this unpredictable weather, what if we are drenched and develop a fever? After all, we do not have an abundance of medicine at home. Ling promptly responded, everyone should unite in purpose. Trust that I would not harm any of you. The crowd responded sporadically that it was an inevitable situation. After all, it was only natural for everyone to feel a sense of disappointment given the lack of progress thus far. A group arrived at Xiang's villa amidst a heavy snowfall. Since Ling had already briefed everyone on the plan, their purpose for coming was to clear the accumulated snow around the villa and, at the same time, to excavate a bit to test the strength of the foundation. Without further ado, pairs of individuals began to clear the snow. Warning, warning, master, a large number of unidentified individuals have gathered outside the villa. Please do not go outside. Please do not go outside. Upon hearing the alarm from his classmate Lao AI, Xiang promptly accessed the surveillance footage from outside the villa. To his surprise, it was indeed Ling. He was quite persistent. However, he wondered what was happening, as they were still clearing snow. Lin Yuqing, having been comforted by Xiang, felt much better. Standing beside him, she gazed out the window and asked with a hint of skepticism, Master, are these people you hired to clear the snow? Xiang too was somewhat baffled. He activated the voice system and called out to Ling, Isn't that you, Ling? What brings you here this time? Are you here to help me clear the snow? Ling and the others remained silent, focused solely on their task. Oh, still not speaking, are we? Xiang then instructed Lin Yuqing to bring over a table. He intended to enjoy a hot pot feast in front of these individuals. While you assist me in clearing the snow outside, I shall indulge in hot pot at home. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Who knows, perhaps in a good mood, you might even be generous enough to spare me a few pieces of meat. That Xiang's refrigerator was already stocked with a variety of ingredients. Lin Yuqing repeatedly arranged the items on the table. Today, they would have Chongqing hot pot, pig trotters, fresh beef tripe, freshly sliced beef, spicy tender beef, succulent catfish, tender kidney slices, soft and glutinous pig intestines, and sticky chicken feet. The vegetables were less particular. Lin Yuqing fetched some crisp and delicious mustard greens and refreshing romaine lettuce from the fridge. As for the folded ear root, Xiang shook his head, signaling her to return it to the kitchen, deeming that delicacy unworthy of his enjoyment. With a simple concoction of oil, minced garlic, cilantro, scallions, and a few spoonfuls of sesame oil, he prepared a dipping sauce. Paired with the steaming Chongqing hot pot, various ingredients danced in the crimson oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Although sesame oil could not compare to the richness of tahini, it offered unique refreshment, particularly when enjoyed with such spicy hot Xiang picked up a piece of chicken foot. With a gentle tug, The bones separated effortlessly, yielding an exquisite tenderness. This was where northern hot pot differed from southern styles, as the former seldom included pig trotters or chicken feet, focusing primarily on beef and lamb. Regional variances had given rise to diverse culinary cultures. However, this did not diminish Xiang's appetite. He savored his meal heartily, occasionally lifting various ingredients to showcase them to Ling and the others outside. Lin Yuqing, enjoying her meal as well, was soon glistening with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, occasionally using a tissue to wipe it away. The homeowners brought by Ling watched in awe, their eyes wide. What were they eating at home? Moldy bread, hard rice, and often going hungry, starkly contrasting with the lavish spread before Xiang. Some were already salivating, while others laid down their shovels and shouted to Xiang, with so much food at your place, share a bit with me. Please, I'm absolutely starving. Xiang, if you give me something to eat, I promise to turn back home immediately and won't bother you again. Don't be so selfish, Xiang. You're disturbing social stability and harmony. I swear I'll report you. Lead us, Sharon. Please, save us. You have so much food you can't possibly finish it all. What harm would it be to share a little with us? Exactly. We can barely hold on that we all live in the same community. So we are practically neighbors. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Help me out, and I promise to repay you tenfold. No, 100-fold. Ling, standing by, did not intervene, instead watching with an indifferent eye that he understood that Xiang would never easily share his food. Such behavior would only incite anger among these individuals, uniting them further in their assault on his villa. Even if he did share, it mattered little, for human desires are insatiable. Even if he shared these provisions, it would not satisfy their appetites. This bottomless pit could never be filled. Listening to their pleas, Xiang tossed a few chicken bones from the reserve shooting port and declared loudly, "Don't say I didn't give you anything. Now you can't even get chicken bones." At that moment, Lin Yuqing stood beside him, helping to wipe away his sweat, and whispered, "Masters, this wise. We mustn't provoke them into any extreme actions." Xiang replied, nonchalantly, "I want them to be furious. How else can I add some amusement to my apocalyptic life?" The crowd outside stared at the chicken bones Xiang had thrown down. They were hardly bones at all, merely a small pile of chicken foot joints. Hardly the size of fingered. Xiang, you are truly overstepping. What does it matter if you share some food? You won't starve. Indeed, sharing your food with us would be tantamount to saving our lives. And we would be grateful. Xiang, you are truly inhumane. With so much food and drink, if you share just half, we promise we won't pester you again. Otherwise, we will be at odds with you until the end. Yes, hand over the food. Hand over the food. Xiang took a refreshing gulp of icy cola that Lin Yuqing handed him, letting out a satisfied belch. He stood at the window, casually digging at his nose before flicking it away, disdainfully stating, "What do I owe you? Use your brains and think. Why should I share my food with you? When I was broke, did Musk ever offer to share 200 million with me? What, do you think I'm a tycoon? Coming here to take my share?" The crowd looked at Xiang's dismissive demeanor, their anger boiling over. Su Baofu picked up a large iron hammer and charged toward the external wall of Xiang's villa. "I don't believe it. The doors and windows of your villa are so sturdy. Surely the walls can withstand it too." Bang, bang, bang. Su Baofu's hands went numb from the impact. Ling and Lin Xiaojia stood by, observing as Ling shook his head and muttered, "Hitting the wall is futile." Lin Xiaojia nodded in agreement. "I suspected as much. The doors and windows are reinforced, and it's unlikely the outer walls will give way. We can only hope the foundation lacks protection. That aren't you going to stop him?" Ling replied coolly, "How can we know unless they try?" At that moment, several others joined Su Baofu in battering the wall, taking turns to strike at one spot with all their might, while the rest continued to clear the snow. Xiang, observing their actions through the surveillance cameras, remained unconcerned if they could break through with a hammer. He would live stream himself, washing his hair upside down. He reclined in his lounge chair, while Lin Yuqing stood beside him, fanning him, further infuriating the homeowners outside. In such cold weather, Xiang was fanning himself. How warm must his villa be? Damn Xiang, how wonderful it would be if he shared these resources with everyone. Enough, enough. Stop talking and get to work. Let us try to break through the villa sooner. Damn it, my feet are numb. If we get in, I'll make that bastardly Xiang lick my toes. Suddenly, another burly man alongside Su Baofu raised his hammer high above his head, channeling all his strength to smash it down onto the wall. Bang! The outer wall of the villa cracked in several places, and Su Baofu and the others rejoiced, as if victory were within their grasp. They continued to assault Li Xiang's villa in turns. After a while, there was a loud clang, and Su Baofu's hammer flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the snow, causing him to fall back on the ground. What the hell is this? Why is it so hard? With help from others, Su Baofu regained his footing and examined the small section of wall he had managed to chip away. Iron. It's iron. Su Baofu immediately turned and ran toward Yiling, shouting, Hilauda, Hilauda, there are layers of iron in Li Xiang's wall. His villa is like an iron box. Yiling nodded slightly, refraining from saying anything further, and after offering some word of reassurance, allowed Su Baofu and the others to continue their snow clearing. As the snowfall in front of Li Xiang's villa was not excessively heavy, they swiftly cleared a substantial area. Yiling instructed Wang Defa to lead several homeowners in digging at the base of the villa's wall. At that moment, Li Xiang's voice resonated above them. To come without reciprocation is impolite that on such a frigid day, you assist me in clearing the snow and inspecting the walls. How could I not repay your kindness? I presume you all do not have much water at home, and it has likely been a while since you last bathed. Allow me to treat you all to a wash. Lin Xiao Jia exchanged a glance with Yiling, both prompting the diggers to prepare their umbrellas. Just then, they saw Li Xiang's water pipe extending forth. It's raining. The sound of water splattering against the umbrellas filled the air, and everyone felt reassured that Yiling's decision had been prudent. Fortunately, they had heeded Hilauda's advice, or they would have been at a loss in dealing with Li Xiang, that in such cold weather, being drenched would have been disastrous. However, their relief was short-lived as the umbrellas emitted sharp pop, crack sounds, initially dismissing it as the noise of ice. Wang Defa sensed something amiss. He extended his hand to touch the droplets flowing down the umbrella ribs. Warm. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he hurriedly raised his umbrella. Striding towards Yiling, Yiling raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it?" Noticing that only Lin Xiao Jia stood beside Yiling, Wang Defa lowered his voice. "Brother-in-law, the water is hot." Lin Xiao Jia was taken aback. Hot. Was Li Xiang truly wasting hot water? Did he not understand its significance? Yiling felt a sense of dread, as he only knew that Wang Zikai and others had suffered from fever due to being doused. But he had not anticipated it was hot water. This was dire, Yiling thought inwardly. Meanwhile, those still digging at the villa's wall felt droplets of water falling beneath the umbrellas, which soon intensified. Looking up, they noticed that while the umbrellas had appeared intact when first opened, several large holes had now formed, and the umbrellas continued to deteriorate. It turned out that the umbrellas had become brittle due to the low temperatures. An exposure to the hot water from the villa's hot spring had caused the fabric to freeze severely. The incessant flow of hot water rendered the already frozen fabric exceedingly fragile, resulting in their current state. Before long, those beneath the umbrellas were soaked to the skin, though a few had managed to escape the deluge by running away. Soon, the group distanced themselves from the area where Li Xiang's water pipe was spraying. Yiling gazed at the somewhat damp individuals with a sense of reluctance. His meticulous planning had overlooked the fact that Li Xiang had unleashed hot water. Yiling was at a loss for how to proceed, while Lin Xiao Jia wore a troubled expression. Just then, an unexpected figure approached. Yiling. Wang Defa blocked the man, and Yiling scrutinized the individual before him. The man appeared gaunt, troubled, and ragged, his eyes brimming with deep-seated resentment. "Who are you?" Yiling asked warily. "Wang Dehai," the man replied. "Wang Dehai." Yiling shook his head, having never heard of him. "What brings you here?" Wang Dehai pointed towards Lin Yuqing inside the villa. "That woman is my wife." "What?" Yiling had heard of Li Xiang's girlfriend before, and had assumed the woman inside was her, only to discover she was someone else's wife. "I have been observing you for several days, and can see your determination to deal with Li Xiang. So, I have decided to assist you." Yiling regarded Wang Dehai with skepticism. "What can you do to help us?" Wang Dehai responded, "I know Li Xiang's weakness." "What weakness?" Lin Xiao Jia interjected eagerly. Wang Dehai remained silent. Yiling inquired coolly, "What do you desire?" "I want them to die. Let that woman be humiliated by all, and let Li Xiang suffer 1,000 cuts, the vengeance of a husband wronged. The very thought of his newlywed wife being taken into Li Xiang's home ignited a fire of retribution within Wang Dahai. His hatred for the illicit couple was profound. This betrayal was a shattering blow to his dignity, an irreparable scar upon his soul. The image of Lin Yuqing beneath Li Xiang filled him with anguish, fueling his desire to take Li Xiang's place. Yet intermingled with his hatred was an unspoken emotion, something that lingered unacknowledged. He Ling nodded slowly, saying, "Very well. I agreed. If we can breach Li Xiang's villa, you may deal with him and your wife as you wish. This, Wang Dahai stammered. However, you must first provide me with some food. I have gone several days without eating." The Ti Ling instructed Wang Defa to fetch something for Wang Dahai, who reluctantly produced half a sausage from his pocket. Wang Dahai immediately snatched it, biting into it without even removing the casing, and devoured it in a few swift bites. Wang Dahai looked at Yi Ling with eager anticipation, as if silently asking for more. Yi Ling, rolling his eyes, took out half a piece of bread from his pocket and handed it to Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai stuffed the bread into his mouth, chewing a few times before attempting to swallow. As expected, he choked, flailing his arms. Lin Xiao Jia rushed to pat him on the back until he finally managed to gulp it down. Then, Wang Dahai leisurely scooped a handful of snow, took a bite, and waited for it to melt in his mouth for several seconds before swallowing. Yi Ling observed him silently, and Wang Dahai, realizing he had taken too long, sheepishly remarked, "I haven't eaten in days. There's nothing at home but books to nibble on." "Please forgive me," Yi Ling pressed. "What about Li Xiang's weakness? I noticed you attempting to break down the wall of Li Xiang's villa. I presume you did not succeed. Instead of digging underground, I suggest you simply try the underground garage," Wang Dahai replied. Yi Ling frowned. "What kind of weakness was that?" He waved his hand, prepared to let Wang Defa teach Wang Dahai a lesson. However, Wang Dahai, seeing the imposing figure approach, quickly waved his hands and spoke urgently. "Wait, I'm not finished yet. Since Li Xiang moved into this villa, I thought it wise to establish a rapport in case of future dealings. After all, those who can afford villas are not to be trifled with. So, I conducted some research on Li Xiang and discovered he has a girlfriend with whom he has been together for about a year. Their relationship is quite strong. Perhaps the heavy snow caused his girlfriend not to move into the villa with him. But I know where she lives, and I even know her name. His girlfriend is named Yi Xiao Xiao." What? Hearing this, Yi Ling and Lin Xiao Jia were rendered speechless. Had they known he had a girlfriend, they wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. They could have simply threatened Li Xiang with Yi Xiao Xiao. Even if Li Xiang refused to open the door, they could leverage Yi Xiao Xiao for more food. At that moment, other homeowners called out. He allowed, "Perhaps we should call a day. I feel completely soaked and need to hurry home to change." "Yes," he allowed, "if we wait any longer, we might catch a cold." Yi Ling, noticing that some homeowners' hair, once damp, had now frozen, realized the gravity of the situation and quickly reassured everyone to return home. In Villa Number 7, Wang Dahai's residence, Yi Ling, Wang Defa, and Lin Xiao Jia stood to one side, while Wang Dahai faced them, cowering slightly. He had been brought to their home and felt apprehensive, uncertain of Yi Ling's intentions. Yi Ling broke the silence, asking Wang Dahai, "Let me confirm once more, Li Xiang's girlfriend is indeed Yi Xiao Xiao. Do you know where she lives?" Wang Dahai nodded emphatically. "I conducted a thorough investigation. They have been together for over a year, and the house where Yi Xiao Xiao currently resides was purchased by Li Xiang. There is no mistake. Then she cannot escape," Lin Xiao Jia declared. "This gives us a means to compel him to comply. I refuse to believe Li Xiang would disregard his girlfriend's safety. Li Xiang, just you wait and see." "Very well. Let us return for now. Wang Dahai, keep a close watch on Li Xiang. Tomorrow, we shall bring you some food." Upon hearing about the food, Wang Dahai nodded cheerfully and then escorted the three of them out. On the way back, Lin Xiaoji asked Yi Ling, "Given that Wang Dahai's villa is so close to Li Xiang's home, it could indeed serve as our gathering place, saving everyone the trouble of running back and forth." Yi Ling nodded in agreement, acknowledging the proximity, and considering Wang Dahai's animosity towards Li Xiang, it was unlikely he would refuse them, nor could he afford to do so. Lin Xiaoji then reminded Yi Ling, "Have you thought about how to comfort the injured homeowners?" Yi Ling chuckled. "Since when did you become concerned about this issue?" Lin Xiaoji shook her head and replied, I simply do not wish for your gardenia to fall apart. After all, I still rely on you all to seize resources. He Ling narrowed her eyes and remained silent. The following morning, Wang Dehai was summoned to He Ling's residence. According to Wang Dehai, Yi Xiaoxiao lived in the adjacent building, number 27, prompting He Ling to decide to approach Yi Xiaoxiao first. However, prior to that, she had prepared to reward the homeowners. Boss He, I got drenched yesterday, so I think I'll skip today. One homeowner remarked to the gardenia group. I'm not feeling well either. My head feels hot that I hope I'm not coming down with a fever. Boss He, do you have any medicine? Another chimed in, I'm absolutely starving and don't want to come today. There were quite a few homeowners making excuses, a situation He Ling had evidently anticipated. She instructed Wang Defa to bring a pot of meat soup, snapped a few photos, and sent them to the group with a message. Everyone who comes today will have meat to eat. Upon seeing the pot of meat soup, Wang Dehai's throat involuntarily swallowed, and it felt as if he had no saliva left to swallow. He gazed longingly at the steaming soup, unable to resist the urge to drink it immediately. Boss He, do you have meat to share? Wang Dehai asked in astonishment. He Ling replied nonchalantly, Defa works in a cold storage facility at the slaughterhouse, and quite often there are frozen meats that go unsold. The boss allows employees to purchase these, which has cost him quite a bit, but thankfully it means we can enjoy some meat. Do you want to eat meat? He Ling inquired. Wang Dehai's head bobbed like a chick, eagerly exclaiming, Yes, yes. He quickly approached the pot, intending to grab a piece of meat to sample. However, just as he picked up his chopsticks, Wang Defa swatted them away. Wang Dehai, somewhat incensed, asked, What are you doing? Seeing Wang Defa glaring at him, Wang Dehai instinctively took 2 steps back in fear. At that moment, He Ling calmly stated, Dehai, if you wish to eat meat, you must contribute. Look at you, doing nothing but expecting to partake in what's in the pot. How do you think the others feel about that? This meat is reserved for those who have put in effort. However, out of kindness, I won't let you suffer, and I will ensure they set aside a bowl of soup for you. Wang Dehai, feeling embarrassed, stammered, I didn't mean that I wanted to eat meat. I was just looking. Meanwhile, those who initially hesitated to come were now more eager to arrive at He Ling's home in no time. The living room was filled with people, all eyes fixed on the steaming pot of meat soup. Their excitement palpable. He Ling gently scooped a ladleful into a bowl and picked up a piece of meat. Passing through the crowd, the fragrant aroma of the soup awakened their deep-seated appetites. The sound of saliva swallowing echoed clearly in the still room. Boss He, where did you get this meat? Yes, Boss He. How do you still have meat to eat? It smells so good. Your culinary skills are truly commendable. Each utterance was laced with a yearning for the food as they awaited He Ling's words. He Ling first explained that the meat had originally been stored in the freezer, then proclaimed loudly, I know some of you may be dissatisfied, but given our current circumstances, if we can capture Li Xiang's villa, we will gain access to even more resources. That I do not ask for much. I only hope that everyone can lend a little strength in dealing with Li Xiang. I am willing to share my meager supplies to reward everyone. May this pot of meat soup unite us further. If you follow my lead, I believe we will eat even better in the future. With a flourish of his right hand and a clenched fist, He Ling signaled that he had finished speaking. Ate tea that moment. Wang Dehai took the lead in applauding. We will certainly follow Boss He's arrangements. Soon, enthusiastic applause resonated throughout He Ling's home. Without further ado, each person was to receive a piece of meat and a bowl of soup. He Ling assigned Wang Defa to oversee the distribution. Before long, everyone was happily eating, except for Lin Xiaoji, who stood alone in the corner. Silent, that Su Baofa noticed that He Ling held the soup without taking a sip and quickly asked, Boss He, why aren't you drinking? The crowd looked at He Ling in confusion, with a slight smile. He Ling replied, Since we have a new member joining, as the leader, I must set an example. This bowl is for him. He then handed the soup to Wang Dehai. From that day forward, the security team, comprising Wang Zikai and 2 others, was reduced to just green hair and yellow hair, and no one knew where Wang Zikai had gone. Wang Dehai licked the bottom of the bowl clean, reluctantly returning it to Wang Defa. Although he hadn't eaten any meat, drinking the hot soup left him feeling invigorated. It had been ages since he had savored such warm, delicious meat soup, perhaps more than 10 days, even when the power returned. There was no food in Wang Dehai's home to cook, but he increasingly felt the need to cling to He Ling's leg. Just the soup alone felt worth it. Wang Dahai, still savoring the taste, noticed something strange. What is this? He pulled a hair from his teeth. The flashlight's beam didn't reach him, and he paid it no mind. It was pork. After all, a little hair was quite normal. Wasn't it? If one were to be picky about it, that would be rather foolish. He casually flicked the hair to the ground and awaited He Ling's admonishment. Indeed, he had succumbed to the allure of He Ling's meat soup. He Ling, seeing that everyone had eaten meat and drunk soup, boomed, "Is the meat delicious? Delicious. Is the soup good? Very good. Then do you want to eat more? Do you want to drink more?" "Yes. Yes," everyone replied in unison. He Ling wanted to stroke his chin, but instead encountered his still swollen face, silently contemplating. "Siete, on that day, you won't escape." He Ling felt once again the power of unity, as the saying goes. When hearts are united, mountains can be moved. He instructed the injured to return home to recuperate, promising them that once they recovered, they could return as the injured homeowners departed. They praised He Ling's generosity. "Boss, he is truly a good person. Not only did he give us biscuits, but he also shared meat with everyone. Indeed, look at us injured ones. Bossy even let us go home to rest. I've decided to follow Bossy from now on." Others chimed in. "That's you all. I've long been following Bossy's arrangements." The remaining individuals gazed at He Ling with fervent admiration, as if he were their savior. He Ling, accompanied by the remaining group of a dozen, followed Wang Dahai's guidance to Yi Xiao's doorstep. Without a word, they directly began to hammer with iron hammers. A S is well known. A large hammer is worth 80. And a small hammer is worth 40. Given that the small hammer struck 8 times, how many times must the large hammer strike the door to open, considering He Ling spent 1,280 yuan? Bang! With a resounding bang. How could an ordinary security door possibly compare to the grand entrance of Li Xiang's villa? In no time, a gaping hole was made in the door. Under the leadership of Wang Defa, the group surged recklessly inside. Yi Xiao was huddled in her bed, startled and at a loss by the sound of the door being smashed. Wang Dahai took a bold step forward, eager to make a good impression in front of He Ling. As he burst into the bedroom, he saw the still dazed Yi Xiao and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, yet the pain on her cheek prompted her to scream. "Who are you? What are you doing in my home? Get out immediately, or I will call the police." Wang Dahai spat in his palm. "Damn it, you think you can call the police? I'll make sure you regret that." He unleashed the same tactics he had previously employed against Lin Yuqing upon Yi Xiao. He Ling entered the bedroom at a leisurely pace, halting Wang Dahai's assault. Addressing Yi Xiao, he said, "I ask." "You answered, do you understand?" Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao, now resembling a shrew, shouted, "How dare you hit me? I am Long Ji's beloved." "I'll tell him, and you'll all pay dearly." He Ling was momentarily puzzled. Who was this Long girl? Wasn't she Li Xiang's girlfriend? Had they mistaken their target? He turned to Wang Dahai, who was equally bewildered. What was going on? Was this woman confusing men? How many did she have? Wang Dahai pondered. "I cannot allow He Ling to think I'm incapable of handling this." With all his might, he struck Yi Xiao again. This time, not only did she see stars, but it felt as though her great-grandmother was beckoning her. Cupping her swollen face, Yi Xiao couldn't believe how fiercely he had struck her. She illuminated the figure before her with the flashlight and heard Wang Dahai curse. "You filthy bitch! You're asking for it. Just answer He Ling's questions. If you utter another word, I'll break your legs." Turning to the grotesque figure in front of her, Yi Xiao stammered, "He Ling, may I ask what brings you here? Do you need money? I can give you everything in my house. Yes, all the food is in the kitchen. Take whatever you want." She waved her hands insistently. "No need to leave anything for me." He Ling, growing impatient, reiterated, "I ask," you answered. "Do you understand?" Yi Xiao nodded vacantly. "Excellent. It appears you can comprehend human speech," He Ling mocked. "Is your name Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao nodded again. "Are you Li Xiang's girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart dropped. Was this a ploy by Li Xiang to send someone after her? Fearful, she shook her head vigorously. No, you've got the wrong person. I am not Li Xiang's girlfriend." He Ling was further perplexed and looked back at Wang Dahai, who was visibly shaken. "Damn it, is Yi Xiao opposing me? This isn't good." Wang Dahai seized a flashlight from another resident and began rummaging through the room. eventually uncovering a photograph of Li Xiang and Yi Xiaoxiao together. He shone the flashlight on the picture and held it before her, asking, "Is this woman the photo you?" Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Wang Dahai pressed further, "And is this man Li Xiang?" Yi Xiaoxiao nodded again. He cursed, "You two are holding hands in a picture and still deny being a couple." Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, "Ask again, did I the man in the picture Li Xiang? And the woman in the picture, is she me?" Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head defiantly. "Not me. Not you. No. I say she's you. This is unequivocally you." Wang Dahai, growing irritated, yanked at Yi Xiaoxiao's hair and struck her again. Ultimately, Yi Xiaoxiao surrendered. She realized that further denial could lead to dire consequences. "It's me. It's me. The photo is of me. Li Xiang is my boyfriend." Wang Dahai smirked. "Now we're getting somewhere," as he looked up at Yi Ling, who had already believed Wang Dahai when he produced the photo, who would keep a stranger's picture on their bedside table, especially one where they were holding hands. With a group of 10 or more, Yi Ling led Yi Xiaoxiao to Li Xiang's villa. He signaled to Wang Dahai, who then shouted, "Li Xiang, give up. Your girlfriend is in my hands." Li Xiang, sitting on an intelligent toilet, was feeling unwell after enjoying the spicy delights of Chongqing hot pot. He felt a burning sensation in his mouth and a slight sting. Suddenly, Lao Ai's voice echoed through the villa speakers, relaying the commotion outside. That Li Xiang, puzzled, wondered, "My girlfriend?" He raised his hands, checking on Wu Gu. "Everyone's here. No one's missing. Which girlfriend are they talking about?" He had Lao Ai pull up the surveillance footage, revealing Wang Dahai standing outside the villa, accompanied by a disheveled figure resembling a woman. That Yi Ling and the rest were positioned behind them. Wang Dahai, undeterred, continued to shout, "Li Xiang, take a good look at who this person is." With that, he pulled Yi Xiaoxiao's hair back. Yi Xiaoxiao, Li Xiang chuckled, finding it amusing that they had managed to capture her. He had been wondering where to find her, and now she had been delivered right to his doorstep. Hastily drying off and pulling up his pants, he joined Wang Dahai, declaring, "Wang Dahai, you have gone too far. I merely played with your wife, and you've gone and captured my girlfriend. Our grievances should not involve others. Let Yi Xiaoxiao go." Yi Ling, though unsure of what Wang Dahai had told him, urged, "Please, just let her go." Hearing Li Xiang's anxious voice coming from within the villa, Yi Ling couldn't help but smile. Wang Dahai had inadvertently done him a favor. The other residents also wore expressions of delight. Yi Ling chuckled. "Li Xiang, our discord is between men and has nothing to do with women. However, I cannot interfere with the matters between you and Wang Dahai. You must settle it yourselves." Wang Dahai, upon hearing Yi Ling's mention of the grievances between men, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and glanced at Yi Ling. Yet the latter's subsequent words, "You must settle it yourselves," filled him with trepidation. "Yi Ling, you can't just abandon me. I can't take on Li Xiang." Yi Ling shot a meaningful glance at Wang Dahai, who finally realized it was a ruse. Wang Dahai called out, "Li Xiang, so you think you could just let her go and it happens? What do you take me for? You'd better open the door and let us in. I promise to spare you two lovebirds. What do you think you are? Just a little green man." Li Xiang was about to respond when, unexpectedly, Yi Xiaoxiao interjected, "Li Xiang, don't open the door." This left Li Xiang momentarily stunned. "What did I just miss here?" He rubbed his ears, straining to hear the voices outside. That Yi Xiaoxiao was in a dilemma. She had already called Long Gu. She feared that if Long Gu arrived, the villa would change hands, and all the resources within would be lost, leaving her in dire straits. She had come to terms with the fact that Long Gu would undoubtedly seize Li Xiang's villa, and she merely awaited his arrival, knowing she would have a share of the spoils inside. She was not protecting Li Xiang. She was safeguarding her own interests. What she sought were the resources within and the warmth of the villa. But above all, she feared Long Ji's methods. Thus, Li Xiang could not open the door. Not now. As for escape, Yi Xiaoxiao quickly deduced that this group had taken her hostage to pressure Li Xiang, meaning they would never allow her to perish. In her heart, she vowed, "The moment Long Gu arrives, I'll ensure all of you pay dearly." Meanwhile, she continued to feign panic, shouting, "Li Xiang, whatever you do, do not open the door. They're all bad people." Li Xiang was taken aback. Had Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly changed her demeanor or lost her wits? Li Xiang found himself in a state of bewilderment, utterly unprepared for the current predicament. Wang Dahai had slapped Yi Xiaoxiao 3 times in quick succession, still feeling unsatisfied. With rage, he shouted, "Li Xiang, are you even a man? Allowing your girlfriend to suffer outside. You better come out of the villa while you still can." Li Xiang pointed at Lin Yuqing and retorted to Wang Dehai, "Whether I'm a man or not, you might as well ask Lin Yuqing." Suddenly, a mischievous thought struck Li Xiang, and he exclaimed with fervor, "Wang Dehai, I warn you, do not insult her, do not mistreat her, and do not hang her up to beat her. I advise you against such actions." Upon hearing Li Xiang's words, Yi Xiaoxiao felt a rush of gratitude within her heart. "Thank you for being there for me. If you do that, I will." Li Xiang hesitated for a long moment. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Wang Dehai glanced back at Yiling, who gave a slight nod. Instantly, he became exhilarated. Li Xiang seems to be playing a role I hadn't anticipated. I hadn't even figured out how to deal with Yi Xiaoxiao. And now he is offering me suggestions. At that moment, Wang Dehai reached into Yi Xiaoxiao's collar and bellowed, "Li Xiang, look at your girlfriend. Can you imagine her in various shapes? Hurry up and come out." Yi Xiaoxiao shivered at the cold touch, yet she struggled to say, "Li Xiang, please do not open the door. If you do, we are both doomed. You must guard the villa. If they cannot access the supplies inside, they will not dare to harm me." Yi Xiaoxiao's reasoning was simple. By time as long as she could delay until Longu arrived, all problems would be resolved. In her mind, she believed that ordinary folks like Wang Dehai and Yiling could never stand a chance against someone like Longu. Once Longu arrived, it would be a matter of effortlessly dealing with these men. All her hopes rested on Longu. Whispering to herself, "Wu Hailong, Longu, long air, when will you come? I miss you." Hearing Yi Xiaoxiao's words gave Li Xiang a tinge of emotion. Was this still the same Yi Xiaoxiao he knew? The same materialistic, conniving Yi Xiaoxiao? Nonetheless, it did not affect his mood. He tossed a piece of plum into his mouth. He simply could not help but laugh, needing something sour to balance it out. With deep affection, he said to Yi Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, do not worry. I will never open the door. Just hang in there. Perhaps they will have a change of heart and let you go." A chill ran through Yi Xiaoxiao. She knew Li Xiang would never open the door. She was acting, and so was Li Xiang, while Yiling and his crew remained blissfully unaware. Xiang then declared, filled with feigned rage, "Wang Dehai, I suggest you keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily." Wang Dehai, fuming with anger, turned to Yiling and said, "Boss this Yi Xiaoxiao is unyielding. What should we do?" Yiling's lips curled into a sinister smile. "How do you know she is unyielding?" Huh. Wang Dehai seemed perplexed by Yiling's meaning. Smack. Yi Xiaoxiao received a sharp slap across her face. Yiling stepped forward, grabbing her hair. "You don't want to drink the toast. Then you'll have to face the penalty." Then he shouted toward the villa, "Li Xiang, if you do not come out, I will let your girlfriend experience the salt and sweetness. I assure you, many of my brothers are quite interested in her. Do not blame me for being ruthless. This is of your own making." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao was struck with shock, her face paling. She twisted her neck to glance at the numerous men, mentally counting. 18 big men, but if they all came at once, wouldn't she be utterly overwhelmed? Wouldn't she be done for? At the same time, Su Baofu was practically bursting with excitement. After nearly 40 years of being single, could he finally put his Kirin arm to rest? Most of the men in Yiling's crew were also single and equally thrilled. Yiling addressed the crowd. "If Li Xiang does not come out, then Yi Xiaoxiao will be at your mercy. Remember, you can deal with her however you like." The eyes of the crowd sparkled with an indescribable eagerness. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in anger, "Do you dare? Dare or not? Humph. Line up in an orderly fashion, one by one." At that moment, Su Baofu enthusiastically declared, "I vow to follow General Yuan to the death. Li Xiang, I give you one more chance. Surrender the villa. And if I'm in a good mood, I might let you keep half of the supplies," Yiling urged. Inside the villa, Lin Yuqing paced anxiously. "What should we do, master? Are you going to save her?" Li Xiang patted Lin Yuqing's head and chuckled. "What is there to worry about? Besides, who said I was going to save her? Just sit back and enjoy the show with me." He then turned to Yiling and said, "Bossy, I'll trade 2 boxes of instant noodles and 5 boxes of water for Xiao. 2 boxes of instant noodles and 5 boxes of water." The crowd struggled to contain their excitement, eagerly exclaiming, "Bossy, that is quite a lot. Each of us will get something to eat. Just 2 boxes of instant noodles and 5 boxes of water." He Ling scoffed that in reality, his supplies far exceeded that amount. How could such meager offerings suffice? Do you think I'm a fool? He Ling mocked the crowd. Didn't you just eat meat? How is it that now 2 boxes of instant noodles and 5 boxes of water can satisfy you? Calculate for yourselves. How much can you actually get from this? If Xiang is willing to offer supplies for a trade, it shows he still cares for Yi Xiao, that we can exploit this to ensure he crack under pressure. Furthermore, if he can part with these supplies, it indicates he has far more in reserve. Be far-sighted. Listen to me. As long as Xiang still cares for Yi Xiao, he will undoubtedly relinquish the villa. Upon hearing this, the owners began to find his reasoning sound. Only Lin Xiaojia furrowed her brow tightly. Lost in thought, Xiang found He Ling's attempts to persuade the crowd utterly amusing. Surrender the villa. For her. Why did Xiang even propose to trade Yi Xiao? First, if he could exchange her, it would be the best outcome, directly eliminating the problem. Second, if the trade failed, it would merely serve as a means to toy with Yi Ling. Regardless, he had nothing to lose. Xiang. I will count to 5. I hope you will cease your resistance and come out to surrender. 5, 4, 3, 2. Why is there no response? He Ling paused for a moment at 1. Forget it. I cannot wait any longer. 1. Xiang, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame the brothers for being merciless. He Ling shoved Yi Xiao into Wang Dahai's arms. Let you go first. Take her to your villa. Do as you please. That moment. What was Xiang doing? While He Ling was counting, he paid no heed to Yi Xiao. They were not married, had not consummated the relationship. What was the big deal? Ridiculous. Instead, he found himself captivated by Lin Yuqing, who had just learned a new dance and was performing for him. He thought to himself, if only Xiaolan were here to dance, it would be perfect. He wondered how Xiaolan was doing. It had been a long time since they had been in touch. Villa number 7, Wang Dahai's home. Yi Xiao was pulled and tossed on Wang Dahai's bed, while the crowd remained still, as Yi Ling had instructed Wang Dahai to take the first turn. Wang Dahai stood at the bedside, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. Su Baofu could no longer bear to watch. Thinking about when it would be his turn, he grabbed Wang Dahai. What are you doing? Hurry up and go. If you don't, I will. Wang Dahai felt like crying. He wanted to go too, but what could he do if he wasn't feeling up to it? He leaned closer to Yi Ling and whispered, Bossy, why not let someone else go first? Yi Ling looked puzzled. This is a good opportunity. Why are you pulling back? You've been cuckolded by Xiang. Dante, you want revenge? Wang Dahai stammered. Well, Bossy, I'm not feeling well. Yi Ling was taken aback, brushing off his clothes and quickly distancing himself from Wang Dahai, fearful of catching something. Wang Dahai hurriedly waved his hands. Not that kind of illness. It's the other kind. What kind? Which one? Make your words clear. Alas, it is simply inhumane. Although Wang Dahai's voice was faint, everyone was paying attention to what he had to say. Moreover, the bedroom was small, so every word spoken by Wang Dahai resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Yes, as soon as these words fell, a low chuckle escaped from the crowd. Wang Dahai's face instantly turned as crimson as a ripe liver. Flushed with embarrassment that moment, Su Baofu disdainfully shoved Wang Dahai aside. Though he had been single for nearly 40 years, at least he was still capable. Unlike Wang Dahai, who was utterly useless, he allowed, since Brother Wang has conceded, I shall take my turn first. Su Baofu eagerly sought to be the first. He Ling waved his hand in agreement. He had initially intended to let the accomplished Wang Dahai take the lead. But to his surprise, things had taken an unexpected turn. With a grave expression, He Ling declared, Listen closely. Record everything meticulously. Leave no detail overlooked. Once completed, send it immediately to Xiang. His voice boomed with authority, imbued with an irresistible command. Following the order, the crowd sprang into action, fists clenched, encircling Yi Xiao. In an instant, cries of battle and the sounds of combat echoed all around. They launched a merciless assault on Yi Xiao, fists and feet raining down upon her. Poor Yi Xiao was utterly unable to withstand such a ferocious onslaught and ultimately could not escape her fate. Before long, she was left bruised and battered, her once delicate features rendered unrecognizable. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth and nostrils, her clothing tattered and stained with dirt and blood. Nevertheless, despite enduring such brutal treatment, Yi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Refusing to yield, Lin Xiaojia pulled He Ling into the living room and whispered, "What if Li Xiang doesn't care about Yi Xiaoxiao at this point? This is the apocalypse, and besides, they are merely a couple, not even married. Have you considered this?" "It's of no concern," He Ling replied nonchalantly. "Our plan proceeds as usual. If Li Xiang is unwilling to trade the villa for Yi Xiaoxiao, we shall simply keep her. We will condemn Li Xiang from a moral high ground, forcing him into public disdain. This way, more will join our ranks. Furthermore, Yi Xiaoxiao can serve as a benefit for the brothers. After all, they will be pent up over time." Seeing that He Ling remained level-headed amidst Yi Xiaoxiao's plight, Lin Xiaojia felt reassured. As for Yi Xiaoxiao's fate, it was of no consequence to him, but He Ling, hearing the escalating commotion from the bedroom, hurried inside, covering his nose as he warned, "Be careful. Don't kill her. Li Xiang won't want a dead one." "Got it, understood," He loud, came the replies. He Ling did not elaborate further. After all, mere words would not suffice to ensure obedience. Tangible benefits were necessary. After a while, a clipped video was dispatched to Li Xiang. He Ling also composed a barrage of insults directed at Li Xiang, implying that Li Xiang was not a man, unwilling to rescue his girlfriend in her time of need. His intent was to instill a sense of guilt and inferiority in Li Xiang that would haunt him for a lifetime. Li Xiang did not bother to open it, allowing the phone to ring incessantly. Lin Yuqing, curious, inquired, "Master, your phone has been ringing non-stop. I asked someone trying to reach you." Li Xiang could easily guess who it was and replied with disdain, "If you're so curious, why not take a look yourself?" Lin Yuqing picked up Li Xiang's phone, opened the video, and immediately felt nauseated that Yi Xiaoxiao was being brutally beaten by more than 10 people. And Wang Dehai had joined the fray. "Master, how can they do this?" Li Xiang merely smiled faintly. "This is still the easy part. There will be more suffering for Yi Xiaoxiao to come. This is the apocalypse. Unlike the past, the dark sides of everyone's hearts have been magnified, that you've only witnessed this scene, but how much more lies unseen. Law, reason, morality, survival is the only law now. They wish to use Yi Xiaoxiao to coerce me into giving up the villa and resources. Would you agree to that?" Lin Yuqing shook her head vehemently. "Absolutely not. If we give them what they want, how will we survive?" Meanwhile, He Ling received a torrent of curses from Li Xiang, reproaching him for involving a woman in their feud. Yet he remained unyielding. He Ling recognized that this path was temporarily unviable. It doesn't matter. With Yi Xiaoxiao in our hands, opportunities abound. He promptly resolved to cut off the power supply to Li Xiang's villa. He Ling arranged for Yi Xiaoxiao to be tied up in Wang Dehai's villa. Since the power supply for the villa area was underground, He Ling's group accessed the underground garage through Wang Dehai's home. As they passed by Li Xiang's villa, some residents, frustrated by their inability to conquer Li Xiang after all these days, felt a surge of anger and, pulling down their pants, urinated on Li Xiang's villa. "I can't get in, but I can still disgust you. I'll make sure you don't come out. Don't you dare curse Li Xiang. I'll urinate on your house every day until it's ruined." Spit. Witnessing this, several other residents joined in, defiling Li Xiang's villa. Unexpectedly, Li Xiang activated the automatic defense system of his old AI classmate. Instantly, several thousand volts of high voltage surged from the villa, electrifying those who had just relieved themselves. The residents' muscles contracted violently, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably as they lost their balance and fell. Particularly, their third leg had been charred to a crisp. A gentle breath would turn it to ash. They had not anticipated that after venting their frustrations on Yi Xiaoxiao, they would meet their demise. Truly, karma has its way of balancing the scales. He Ling, unable to intervene in time, angrily exclaimed, "Are these people fools? How reckless! Listen carefully, do not act on your own. Follow my commands. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The others, witnessing the scene, were taken aback, instinctively clenching their legs, fearing their own appendages might end up charred. Especially Su Baofu, who instinctively checked himself and found everything intact. Su Baofu quickly patted his chest. "That scared me to death. Thank goodness I'm still okay." "Hurry up," an irate He Ling led the group towards the substation. They smashed open the door to the substation with their hammers and quickly severed the wires leading to Li Xiang's villa. However, while cutting off Li Xiang's electricity, They inadvertently also severed the line to Villa No. 9, though no one noticed. Villa number 9 was plunged into darkness at 8 that moment. It was just after 1 in the afternoon, the official power supply time. Ma'am Lacamu grew anxious. What is going on? Why is there no electricity? Has the official supply stopped? She quickly grabbed her phone to check the group chat. Finding no notifications, she hurried to the window, intending to see if her neighbors still had power, but tripped in the darkness. Looking outside, she saw the flickering lights of other homes, while hers remained shrouded in darkness. Could it be a tripped circuit? Ma'am Lacamu, using the flashlight, checked the electrical box, but found nothing amiss that a sense of fear crept in. Could someone have discovered her identity? What if someone broke in? She hurried to the door, shining her phone's light, pressing her ear against it to listen for sounds outside. All she could hear was her own heart racing, with nothing else to be heard. Taking a deep breath, Ma'am Lacamu tried to calm her racing heart, realizing such conjectures were merely self-induced terror. Without concrete evidence, she could not draw conclusions hastily. She contemplated calling the property management. But who would be working at this hour? In despair, she dialed her benefactor's number. Hello? Godfather, when will you come to pick me up? I miss you so much. Ma'am Lacamu did not immediately reveal her situation, but instead feigned sweetness to her benefactor. Just a little longer, the roads are all snowed in, so it's impossible right now. However, before Ma'am Lacamu could finish her feeble protest, the call was abruptly terminated. She stared blankly at her phone, a sense of despair washing over her. Could it be that the big boss had abandoned her? How was she to survive then? She was acutely aware of the dire circumstances outside, yet she dared not step even a foot away from the villa. Gazing at the dwindling supplies in her home and the limited battery life of her phone, she fell into deep contemplation. Ever since Xiang and his master had finalized their plan to break in, they had set their scheme into motion. Leveraging his extensive experience, Xiang thoroughly ransacked Building 28 where he resided. Most of the residences were unoccupied, while a few were inhabited. However, he quickly sensed something amiss and fled. On this particular day, Xiang and his master encountered trouble at room 301 of Building 28. With agility, Xiang pried open the security door and leaned in to listen for any sounds within. Noticing that no one emerged in response to the noise, his courage swelled. Creeping into the village, don't shoot, aptly described the state of Xiang and his master at that moment. Armed with a flashlight, he scanned the room and, finding it empty, began to engage in casual conversation with his master. Master, should we continue like this, breaking into each house one after another? After we finish one building, we can move on to the next. Yet, I still feel uneasy. His master removed the flashlight from his mouth and calmly replied, what is there to panic about? If there is food, eat it. If there isn't, there is nothing we can do. Enough talk, let us search quickly. They meticulously scoured the premises, focusing on the kitchen and the master bedroom. Xiang searched the kitchen while his master rummaged through the bedroom, working in tandem to empty the house as swiftly as possible. While searching in the bedroom, his master's flashlight inadvertently illuminated a wedding photo on the wall, startling him greatly. Cursing under his breath, he recognized the woman in the photo. Was she not the one who frequently visited Liu Qianghua's home a few days prior? She had even shared her photo in their group .at that time. Xiang had pointed her out to him, remarking on her allure as a young bride. Although his master was aging, men only exhibit restraint when their pictures are hung on walls. He had specifically asked Xiang to send the photo for a thorough examination. What was her name again? Hui. That meant there must be someone at her home. After all, she had a husband. A jolt of alarm surged through his master, and he felt a sense of impending doom as he attempted to exit the bedroom. Just then, he heard the click of the security door lock. Momentarily stunned, Xiang's master quickly pushed open the sliding door and squeezed into the wardrobe. Given his age, he didn't overthink it. If the homeowner was out today, they would surely be out tomorrow as well. Although he didn't know their whereabouts, he could hide there for a day. After all, he was already dressed in the clothes he would wear. Now, he simply hoped that Xiang would not panic and get discovered. Meanwhile, Xiang had indeed found some food in the kitchen. Upon hearing the sound of keys in the door, he raised a kitchen knife and concealed himself behind the door that if someone entered, he would strike swiftly, ensuring a swift resolution. Just then, He overheard a commotion at the entrance that a man exclaimed, "I waited outside for a while. Why did you only bring this little food today?" The woman replied, "I don't know. That's all he gave me, and I had no choice. Slap." The man seemed to have struck the woman, demanding, "Tell me, have you been sneaking food? Or hiding it away? Hurry up and bring it out." The woman, who had been struck, shouted back, "Xiang Dalong, are you even human? You let your wife go out to sell herself for food, and now you doubt her." Xiang Dalong retorted, "Doubt? Our home has been out of food for ages. I am about to starve to death. If you don't trade for food, who will? I am your legally married wife. If you had any conscience, you would go find food yourself. Don't involve me." Hui sobbed, covering her bruised face. "You still remember you're my wife? When I married you, your mother said the bride price was at least 500,000. I paid that on the wedding day. She demanded extra for transportation, opening the door and renaming fees, extorting another 100,000 from me. With so many relatives and friends watching, were you intent on making me lose face? What could I have done with that 600,000? How much food could I buy with that now? You must be in cahoots with your mother. Now that it's time to use you, you're bringing this up? After being played so many times, why is it that what I bring back becomes less and less? I don't know. Hui sobs continued. Is it that you're not alluring enough? Look at how you dress like a big teddy bear every day. You should flaunt what you've got and use all your tricks to entice men. Xiang Dalong strode towards the bedroom, saying, "Tomorrow, wear all those sexy lingerie and stockings at home. I don't believe that with your beauty, Lu Qianghua can resist." As he spoke, he pulled open the wardrobe door, preparing to rummage through those items. Oh no! Tang Daqiang's master thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, he was clearly slow to react. Just as Xiang Dalong opened the wardrobe door, he was startled to find another person inside. Without hesitation, he swung a punch at Tang Daqiang's master. "What the hell is this?" Xiang Dalong exclaimed, landing a blow that left Tang Daqiang's master seeing stars. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, Xiang Dalong was a street vendor known for selling skewers, often indulging his own cooking and thus maintaining a hefty build. Upon discovering someone hiding in the wardrobe, he immediately began to strike without a second thought. Unfortunately, Tang Daqiang's master, despite his strength, found himself unable to defend against the onslaught and could only endure the blows, crying out in agony. Hearing his master's cries, Tang Daqiang abandoned his hiding spot in the kitchen and rushed toward the bedroom. Xiang Dalong, hearing the commotion in the hallway, uttered in confusion, "Damn it. Has a thief broken in? How many of them are there?" Hui quickly realized the situation, swiftly shutting the bedroom door. Regardless of the circumstances, she and Xiang Dalong were still a family within those 4 walls. Xiang Dalong yanked Tang Daqiang's master from the wardrobe, pinning him to the ground, demanding, "Are you two stealing from me? Do you know who I am? I allow you to steal. I permit you to steal." As he spoke, his fist continued to rain down upon the master, leaving him in a pitiful state. Little brother, please stop. Let me explain," Tang Daqiang's master pleaded. Just then, Tang Daqiang arrived at the bedroom door and kicked it open, brandishing the kitchen knife at Xiang Dalong, declaring, "Let my master go." Xiang Dalong, now incensed, retorted, "You come to steal from my home and still act so arrogant." Grabbing an ashtray, he threatened the master while glaring at Tang Daqiang. "If you dare come closer, I'll kill him." In that moment, Tang Daqiang found himself at an impasse. Meanwhile, the master, pinned down, finally caught a few breaths and, feeling cornered, said, "Brave man, please hear me out. We acknowledge our fault this time. You set your terms, and we will comply that we won't touch anything in your home. Just spare my life, and I'll provide you with some food. How does that sound?" Tang Daqiang's master had conceded, realizing his life was in their hands. Growing older, he felt increasingly incapable. Xiang Dalong hesitated, knowing food was of utmost importance, especially since Hui couldn't trade for food every day, seeing his master no longer being assaulted. Tang Daqiang lowered his knife. His master, noticing Xiang Dalong's wavering resolve, quickly added, "I'll give you 10 packets of instant noodles. Please let me go. 10 packets of noodles could last 10 days with 1 packet a day." Xiang Dalong hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Disciple," Quickly go and fetch 10 packets of instant noodles to save your master. Before Tang Daqiang could move, he heard a firm negation from behind Zhang Dalong. No way. Zhang Dalong turned in confusion, looking at Hui Hui, wondering what was happening. Having already acquiesced, do you dare to defy me? Tang Daqiang's master presumed they were dissatisfied with the quantity and resolutely declared, 20 bags, a total of 20 bags. For mercy's sake, we cannot spare any more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dalong's face brightened, only for Hui Hui to once again refuse. This time, Tang Daqiang's master found himself in a quandary. He was not devoid of provisions, yet if he relinquished everything, he would face starvation himself. Although they could pilfer more, such endeavors would consume time. Zhang Dalong, growing impatient, insisted, 20 bags it is, hurry and fetch them. At that moment, Hui Hui grasped Zhang Dalong's arm and whispered, do not be so hasty to agree. Let me inquire further. She then posed a question, how did you gain entry? Tang Daqiang instinctively tightened his grip on the kitchen knife and replied, of course we pried the door open. Are you thieves? Tang Daqiang hesitated but ultimately affirmed with a simple, yes. So, can you open any door? Well, Tang Daqiang initially intended to say yes, but the recent failure at Xiang's villa loomed large in his mind. After a prolonged pause, he replied, most of them, yes. What about the villa in this community? Can you pry it open? Hui Hui pressed further. Zhang Dalong tugged at Hui Hui, asking, what exactly do you wish to know? Hui Hui shook off his grip, retorting, let me finish my inquiries first. Tang Daqiang found himself in a dilemma. If every villa in the community was constructed as Li Xiang's had been, he would indeed be at a loss. I cannot open Li Xiang's villa, but I have not attempted others. Hui Hui, too, was concerned about Li Xiang, her mind racing to another villa. Lu Qianhua's. She had witnessed the stockpile provisions in Lu Qianhua's home, all acquired through group purchases, and there remained a considerable surplus, especially since he lived alone, that if they were to break in, the combined strength of so many would surely enable them to seize the goods. Quickly, she voiced this idea. Zhang Dalong then realized this presented a splendid opportunity. Setting aside Hui Hui and Lu Qianhua's matters, the food in Lu Qianhua's home alone would sustain them for quite some time. Tang Daqiang and his master were equally intrigued. Dalong, let him go, Hui Hui urged. Zhang Dalong understood that to successfully pry open Lu Qianhua's villa, they would need the assistance of Tang Daqiang and his master. Thus, he helped Tang Daqiang's master to his feet. The master, now upright, instructed Tang Daqiang to sheath the knife. Dusting off his clothes, Tang Daqiang's master inquired, are you certain he lives alone? Absolutely. Is the food really as plentiful as you claim? Indeed. Very well then, we shall proceed. However, Tang Daqiang's master hesitated. Your husband must accompany us. Zhang Dalong and Hui Hui exchanged glances. Of course, he had to go. What if the master and apprentice fled with their spoils? Without hesitation, Zhang Dalong proclaimed, you will handle the door. The rest is my responsibility. His thoughts were solely on storming in to claim the supplies. He was unconcerned about whether the master and apprentice would betray him. In his estimation, a man accompanied by an old fellow posed no threat. Let us negotiate the division of goods. I propose a 70-30 split, considering the plan originated from us, Zhang Dalong asserted, shaking his shoulders as if to intimidate. That is unacceptable, Tang Daqiang's master countered, shaking his head. We're the ones who opened the door. Without us, you would not gain entry. Then how much do you desire? 60-40. We take 60, you take 40 at this time. It was Zhang Dalong's turn to express dissatisfaction. They were demanding 60% merely for opening a door. What if Lu Qianhua resists? Wu Ti, I have to intervene. Zhang Dalong shook his head. Let us settle for 50-50. We shall each concede a little, Hui Hui interjected. Zhang Dalong seemed inclined to negotiate further, yet upon noticing Hui Hui's persistent gestures, he refrained from speaking. All right, 50-50 it is. When shall we act? After the call this afternoon. Once the time was agreed upon, Tang Daqiang and his master departed. Zhang Dalong grumbled, why did we relent just now? We should have asked for more. Hui Hui felt a twinge of grievance. If we ask for too much, we risk provoking them. It is better to split evenly. In this apocalypse. If we collaborate successfully this time, there will be future opportunities, given the vastness of our community. At Villa Number 2, Lu Qianhua's residence, the four of them, Tang Daqiang and his master, along with the Zhang Dalong couple, approached the villa's entrance with stealth. "How are we? Are you confident?" Zhang Dalong nudged Tang Daqiang with his hand. "No problem." Click! The entrance to Lu Qianghua's villa swung open. This bolstered Tang Daqiang's confidence. It appeared not every villa was as challenging to breach as Li Xiang's. Zhang Dalong led the charge, entering the villa first. Typically, during meal preparation times, individuals would congregate in the kitchen. Sure enough, Zhang Dalong discovered Lu Qianghua busily preparing instant noodles. In a flash, Zhang Dalong lunged forward and knocked Lu Qianghua down. Though Lu Qianghua was no small man, he was no match for Zhang Dalong's physique. Zhang Dalong mounted Lu Qianghua, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. "Stop. Whatever you need, I'll give it to you. Just don't hit me anymore." Lu Qianghua quickly surrendered. "Where's your food? Hand it over." "It's all right here. This is all I have." "Nonsense. You have more in your bedroom." At that moment, Hui entered, speaking up. "It's you." Lu Qianghua exclaimed in surprise, then sighed. "I concede. I'll take you to get it." Just then, Tang Daqiang and his master followed in, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the food in the kitchen. And they immediately set about packing it into their bags. "You go ahead. I'll keep watch down here," Hui instructed Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong nodded, though a sense of unease lingered, prompting him to call for Tang Daqiang to accompany him as they twisted Lu Qianghua's arm and ascended the stairs. Hui, noticing Tang Daqiang's master thoroughly engrossed in the packing, joined in, helping to fill bags with food from Lu Qianghua's kitchen. Suddenly, a sound resonated from upstairs. Bang! What was that noise? Tang Daqiang's master and Hui exchanged alarmed glances. Hui appeared bewildered. "It sounds like a gunshot." Having traveled extensively, Tang Daqiang's master quickly discerned the nature of the sound. "This is bad." At that moment, Tang Daqiang tumbled down the stairs in a panic, shouting, "Master, run! Damn it, he has a gun! A shotgun!" Tang Daqiang's master had been prepared since the moment the gunfire erupted. He swiftly slung his backpack over his shoulder, clutching a bag, and dashed for the exit. Tang Daqiang followed suit, their agility honed from years of practice in their line of work. Hui heard Tang Daqiang's cries, "Got a gun! It's a gun!" Panic surged through her. How could there be a gun? She tried to calm herself, but to no avail. Hui had brought 2 backpacks, one filled with provisions intended for Zhang Dalong to carry, while the other was still in the process of being packed. She aimed to grab the first bag, but hesitated to lift the one laden with food. Realizing that Zhang Dalong might be in grave danger, she opted for the second backpack, hoisted it over her shoulder, and fled, indifferent to Zhang Dalong's fate. Simultaneously, Li Xiang and He Ling also heard the gunfire. Li Xiang's expression turned serious. From the sound, it seems to be a shotgun. Lin Yuqing nestled in his embrace. Asked Master, "How can you tell?" "A standard handgun produces a bang sound, while a shotgun, of which I have experience, makes this distinct noise. Moreover, it does not seem too distant." Lin Yuqing gazed at Li Xiang with admiration. "Master, you've used a gun before." "That's impressive." However, Li Xiang remained largely untroubled. As long as he refrained from venturing outside, he perceived no imminent danger. Upon hearing the sound, He Ling and Lin Xiaojia conferred and swiftly deduced that it was the report of a gunshot. They entertained the suspicion that it might belong to Li Xiang, only to dismiss the notion shortly thereafter. After all, if Li Xiang possessed a firearm, why would he engage them in such a roundabout manner instead of brandishing it outright? None of them dared to approach. It was a gun, after all. Firearms were strictly prohibited in China. Whether homemade or foreign, acquiring one was no simple feat for an ordinary individual. Exchanging glances, He Ling and Lin Xiaojia resolved to return and deliberate further. Determined to ascertain the identity of the shooter, let us rewind the timeline by 15 minutes. Zhang Dalong twisted Lu Qianghua's arm as they ascended to the 3rd floor, with Tang Daqiang trailing closely behind. Lu Qianghua's arm appeared to be in considerable pain, prompting him to plead with Zhang Dalong. "Brother, is this really necessary? Are you two so afraid I might escape?" Ignoring him, Zhang Dalong retaliated with a swift slap to the back of Lu Qianghua's head. "Damn it, behave yourself and hand over everything. I haven't forgotten the debt you owe for Hui. If you keep yapping, I'll make you regret it." Forced forward by Zhang Dalong, Lu Chonghua's eyes flickered with deep resentment. Yet he feigned submission. That was a mutual decision. I had my share in it too. What did you contribute? Zhang Delong struck again. You contributed nothing of value. Tang Dechong stifled a laugh from behind. Aware that Hui Hui had willingly engaged, but he couldn't suppress his amusement that I did pay for her services. Besides, you all consumed the food, didn't you? I didn't get it for free, did I? Lu Chonghua continued to argue. Smack! Another slap landed on Lu Chonghua's face. How dare you say that? The little you had wouldn't even fill a gap between my teeth. If you had brought back more, do you think I'd bother robbing you? Zhang Delong, still unsatisfied, landed several more punches on Lu Chonghua, who at that moment chose silence. Damn it. Each word he spoke cost him a blow. If he uttered another, he'd surely lose his head. Before long, the trio arrived at Lu Chonghua's bedroom. One would hardly believe Lu Chonghua was a wealthy man, for the opulence of the room was striking. The walls adorned with exquisite oil paintings. Each stroke revealing the artist's profound skill, seamlessly blended with the room's color scheme, creating an atmosphere of elegance and tranquility. The chandelier above sparkled brilliantly, composed of hundreds of translucent crystals. Once lit, the entire room basked in a soft, warm glow. The floor was covered in a plush cashmere carpet, offering unparalleled comfort underfoot. The carpet was embroidered with intricate patterns, embodying both classical Eastern charm and modern Western elements, showcasing the owner's distinctive aesthetic taste. Furthermore, a one replica of an emerald watermelon ornament graced the desk, valued at millions. The high-end mahogany bed further accentuated the details, its headboard intricately carved with elaborate and exquisite designs, each detail a testament to the artisan's superb craftsmanship. In stark contrast, Li Xiang's villa seemed vastly inferior. Bah, spoiled rich, Zhang Delong cursed, directing Tang Dechong to gather the food beside the desk. His eyes caught sight of the high-grade safe within the room. The safe's door was embedded with a high-definition touchscreen, featuring a clear and straightforward interface, remarkably convenient to operate. Open it, Zhang Delong commanded Lu Chonghua. Zhang Delong's intentions were simple. Having come this far, it would be a shame to leave with only food. Surely, a wealthy man's safe must contain treasures of considerable value. Dragon coins and gold. In this vast sea of humanity, encountering someone like Zhang Delong was indeed a stroke of misfortune for Lu Chonghua. Hesitant, Lu Chonghua seemed lost in thought. Without uttering a word, Zhang Delong delivered another series of blows. Lu Chonghua, now incensed, turned his back to Zhang Delong and, using his fingerprint and password, unlocked the safe. Peering inside, he extracted an object. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Delong, oblivious to the unfolding events, shoved Lu Chonghua aside and leaned toward the open safe to his delight. It was filled with meticulously partitioned compartments housing an array of precious items. Cash, gold, jewelry, jade, gemstones, various commemorative coins, and property deeds. Zhang Delong's face lit up with glee as he stuffed the items into his pockets. That moment, Lu Chonghua, pushed aside, exclaimed, "So what if I had my way with Hui Hui?" That was a transaction, an exchange. Do you understand? Zhang Delong halted, his anger flaring. Am I giving you face, huh? Rising to teach Lu Chonghua a lesson, he turned only to find the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at him. The cold, black barrel emanated a chilling sense of oppression. In a way, Zhang Delong's cold sweat poured forth instantly. Without hesitation, Lu Chonghua pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot shattered the stillness of the air. Zhang Delong was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, his chest riddled with bullet holes, resembling a shattered sieve. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, he struggled to speak, but only more blood surged forth from his mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering any meaningful sound. Ultimately, his gaze grew vacant, and amidst pain and despair, he drew his last breath. Lu Chonghua turned away, spitting contemptuously. You were given a chance, yet you proved worthless. A day passed, and on the 15th day of the apocalypse, silence enveloped the world until, gradually, an unusual brilliance began to illuminate the horizon, initially faint. This glow intensified, the colors blossoming vibrantly. What began as a pale green transitioned into shades of blue and purple. interwoven with brilliant pinks and golds, akin to an artist painting the night sky with the most ethereal hues. Mom, the day is breaking. What nonsense are you spouting, child? Are you freezing and confused? Hurry and sleep closer to me. No, Mom, it truly is brightening. The little girl's mother opened her eyes, gazing out the window, and beheld the sky shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming it was not a figment of her imagination. She then shook her husband awake with urgency. Darling, look at the light in the sky. An increasing number of people began to notice the extraordinary phenomenon above. What is happening? Is that sunlight? Nonsense, it's the aurora. The aurora, believers in Christ proclaimed. I knew it. God has not forsaken us. They traced a cross over their chests and began to pray fervently. Others clasped their hands together, closing their eyes in silent supplication. Responses flooded in from a group. Is this something orchestrated by the authorities? What is going on? Does anyone know? This is a miracle of nature, truly astonishing, unbelievable. I've never seen the aurora before. Finally, a glimmer of light. I seem to see hope. After 2 weeks of darkness, the sky once more radiated with light beyond the sun. Though the aurora did not match the intensity of sunlight, it was sufficient to comfort those who had endured the shadows. Within the villa, Xiang too took note of this phenomenon. In his previous life, he had never survived long enough to witness such a spectacle. He stood quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sky adorned with the vibrant auroras. Lost in contemplation, Lin Yuqing encircled him from behind. Master, what are you pondering? Regardless, it is a good thing that we can see outside now. Xiang nodded faintly. Indeed, there was no longer a need to navigate in darkness. In apartment 702 of Building 26, He Ling, Wang De Fa, and Lin Xiaojia gathered around a fire pit. The wood within crackled and blazed, sending sparks flying, casting warm, amber light upon their faces. Suddenly, the sky brightened. What are your thoughts on this event? When asked, Lin Xiaojia clearly had pondered the matter long before. I believe something must have changed. We just aren't aware of it yet. However, this is certainly advantageous for us, as we no longer need to rely on flashlights for illumination. He Ling continued her inquiry. What about Xiang? How should we handle him? This situation cannot persist. Lin Xiaojia warmed his hands by the fire. If it comes to that, we might as well reveal his possession of supplies. Our group is already aware of it. You previously suggested using smoke to flush him out. I think we should hold off on that for now, as our resources are rather scarce. Instead, we could shift our focus away from Xiang. I am confident that others in this building must also have supplies at home. Rather than hoarding them for themselves, it would be better to contribute. Well said. Wang Defa added a piece of firewood to the brazier, which he had salvaged from dismantling the bed and sofa of Sun Chenghua's home. And what about those two? Lin Xiaojia inquired. That He Ling subtly gestured towards the refrigerator. Although it was no longer functional, the cold temperature could still preserve its contents. The refrigerator merely served as a storage space. Did you take action against them? He Ling shook his head. Their endurance thus far has been miraculous. They succumbed to the cold last night. I instructed Wang Defa to wrap them up and store them away. Lin Xiaojia nodded. Though he abstained from consuming them, he felt a deep sense of aversion. Meanwhile, the other uninformed residents passively accepted the situation to brother-in-law. Aren't you supposed to meet Xiao Chui? Silence. He Ling reprimanded Wang Defa, then directed Lin Xiaojia. You should return and spread the word about Xiang's supplies in the other groups to attract more people. This afternoon, I will gather everyone. Regardless of the circumstances, we must unify our building. For now, that will suffice. Lin Xiaojia, somewhat perplexed, wondered who Xiao Chui was. He chose not to inquire further and simply nodded before departing. He Ling, frustrated with Wang Defa, scolded, Can't you be a bit more mindful? Why do you say everything that comes to your mind? Wang Defa scratched his head. I thought you two were on good terms now. Good terms? Nonsense, He Ling retorted. We are merely sharing a pot of rice. How good could it possibly be? I want to meet Xiao Chui for now. I'll wait until my face is healed. They left behind quite a bit of supplies, so there's no need for concern. Remember, speak less and act more. Wang Defa nodded repeatedly. In room 301 of Building 28, at Hui's home, Tang Daqiang reproached Wei with a face full of complaints. You never mentioned that he had a gun. If I had known he was armed, I would never have agreed to your plan. I wasn't aware beforehand, and besides, aren't you all unscathed? Hui replied sternly. But my husband died inside. You were scared off so easily. If you had helped him, perhaps we could have seized the gun. Good grief, that was a gun! A gun! Tang Daqiang exclaimed, waving his hands at D.O. You even understand? I only understand that Zhang Dalong died in there. And you must share half of what you stole with me. Hui added, that was our prior agreement. After a prolonged stalemate, Tang Daqiang's master finally relented. Fine, find out I still have a shred of conscience, so I will give you half. Tang Daqiang's master sighed. Daqiang, give her the things in your bag and let her choose. It's not easy for a woman who has lost her husband. Master. Tang Daqiang felt awkward, wondering why he should give her the spoils of his labor. Yet, he could not refuse his master, though he felt a pang of resentment. Hui eagerly rummaged through the backpack handed to her, extracting a chocolate bar here and a Snickers there. She was no fool. She selected only the high-energy items to satisfy her hunger. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed through the room. Hui collapsed to the ground. Tang Daqiang stared blankly at his master, who held a wrench. Did you really think my belongings were so easy to take? Tang Daqiang's master shook the wrench in his hand. As a thief, carrying a wrench is quite reasonable. Don't you think? What are you waiting for? He urged. Move her to the bed. Tang Daqiang, still in shock, was called by his master several times, and as he looked at Hui on the bed, he asked, why move her to the bed? Isn't it obvious? Master, you are just an old lecher. She is already dead, and you still won't let her be. Enough of the chatter. Just give me a push from behind at in Villa 8. Xiang was fiddling with the sound system he had unboxed from a delivery. He held the audio cable firmly, inserting it into the television's port with precision. With a satisfying click, the connection was complete. Xiang eagerly launched a music player app, selecting the classic old song Glorious Years. Holding the microphone, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and sang loudly. Fate turns demons into ash and dust. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing sat helplessly on the sofa, her hands tightly covering her ears, desperately trying to block out the unbearable noise. Her brows knitted tightly, a bitter smile tugging at her lips as she inwardly lamented. Master, others sing for money, but you sing for life. After finishing a song, Xiang thrust the microphone towards Lin Yuqing. How did I do? Would you like to give it a try? Your singing is fantastic. Oh yes, but I think I'll pass. I need to prepare something for you. Lin Yuqing feigned praise and quickly escaped the scene. Xiang scratched his head. Was it really that good? Then I'll sing another. If only I'd been accomplished and confident in my youth. In the kitchen, Lin Yuqing, busy with her tasks, heard the music from the living room and couldn't help but smile. Well, this isn't so bad, is it? At Xiangshu International, in the sales center, a frustrated voice exclaimed, Damn it, why can't I get through on this phone? The speaker was none other than Wu Hailong, who had not been seen in a long time. Brother, what's wrong? Is no one answering the phone? Who knows if that wretched woman has gotten together with Xiang again? 5 days ago, she told me there were supplies in the villa, and now that I've made arrangements, I can't reach her. Wu Hailong angrily slammed his phone down on the desk. Brother, you should check our group. Someone has revealed that Xiang has a large stock of supplies. Damn it, grab your things. Let's head over there and take a look. 5 days earlier at the sales center, a group of underlings addressed Wu Hailong. Brother, this situation cannot continue. Many of our brothers are starving. Indeed, brother. Recently, several residents have started stealing from nearby convenience stores and supermarkets. We've nearly exhausted our food supplies. Should we also go get some? Wu Hailong had made a poor decision. He hadn't acted quickly enough to seize the food. This was not entirely his fault. Initially, he hadn't taken the situation seriously. What did it matter if it was dark? What did it matter if it snowed? Life must go on, regardless of the circumstances. Wu Hailong, along with more than 20 of his subordinates, found themselves trapped in the sales center. Fortunately, the center housed a considerable stockpile of food, rice, beverages, and other provisions that had been procured to entice potential buyers. To their surprise, these supplies became their salvation, allowing them to remain indoors for an extended period. They survived on these rations for 10 days, during which Wu Hailong patiently awaited rescue. Although he was not a virtuous man, he understood that in times of crisis, one could turn to the government for assistance, and it would not turn a blind eye. Wu Hailong was aware that even if he had committed crimes, The absence of evidence meant he could not be apprehended. However, the protracted wait yielded no positive news, only a deluge of bad tidings. Firstly, his young subordinates, brimming with youthful exuberance and vigor, devoured the provisions in the sales center with the ferocity of starving tigers. Their daily meals consisted of 5 bowls of rice, showcasing their insatiable appetites. Secondly, being in the prime of their youth, their minds were preoccupied with the passions of young love, creating further complications that needed addressing. Taking a drag from a cigarette, Wu Hailong flicked the butt aside. Enough of this nonsense. Let us bundle up and venture out, he commanded. Rising to his feet, he set his sights on the street-side supermarket, dismissing the smaller convenience stores that were likely already stripped bare. The most crucial aspect was that the supermarket was not far from the sales center. He aimed directly for the Jiajia shopping center. With a formidable entourage of over 20 subordinates, Wu Hailong set forth. Yet he was not the only one with designs on the supermarket. Nearby residents had also ventured out at great risk. Unfortunately, they arrived later, only to find 2 young men stationed at the entrance of the Jiajia shopping center. Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Erzhuang had been assigned by Wu Hailong to prevent others from entering. Wu Hailong decided to enter first to secure any useful supplies. Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Erzhuang stood guard at the entrance, wielding iron rods to block anyone attempting to enter. The arriving homeowners were quick to express their discontent. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping us from entering?" a middle-aged woman exclaimed in frustration. Another accompanying woman chimed in, "There are no salespeople left in the supermarket. We just want to find something to eat." Zhao Dashuang waved his iron rod dismissively. "This supermarket is now under my boss's control. If you want food, go somewhere else. Who are you to dictate that?" A young man shouted in anger, "We're all starving here. And you're hoarding the entire supermarket supplies. That is tantamount to condemning us to die. In truth." All present were local homeowners who recognized Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Erzhuang as subordinates of the loan shark Longue. However, in desperate times, no one cared about their affiliations. The crowd, emboldened by their collective plight, showed no fear. Zhao Dashuang struck the large door with his iron rod, sneering, "Just because of this?" He then shone a flashlight into the young man's face, taunting, "If you're not satisfied, come and try." The young man hesitated, glancing at the iron rod in Zhao Dashuang's hand, but the presence of the crowd bolstered his resolve. The middle-aged woman frowned. Voicing her discontent, "Dashuang, Erzhuang, don't you have an ounce of compassion? Everyone is starving. Why should you monopolize the food? You can't possibly consume all that is inside. Sharing a bit wouldn't hurt." Zhao Erzhuang feigned ignorance. "There's a convenience store over there. Why not go there?" A voice from the crowd shouted, "The convenience store has already been cleaned out. There's nothing left." Zhao Erzhuang shrugged. "Then I can't help you. You're on your own. You little brat, still wet behind the ears, trying to act tough. I'll teach you a lesson." The crowd erupted with a voice of defiance. Suddenly, a snowball, seemingly packed with stones, flew from the crowd and struck Zhao Erzhuang squarely on the head. He instinctively covered his head, blood seeping through his fingers and quickly freezing, with a pained cry. Zhao Erzhuang's face turned pale, eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding chaos. He scanned the crowd, searching for the culprit, but the faces before him blurred into anonymity, everyone too engrossed in the spectacle to confess their crime. "Who did that? Step forward," Zhao Erzhuang bellowed, his voice trembling with indignation. His dignity had been severely compromised, especially being mocked in front of so many. Zhao Dashuang pointed his iron rod at the crowd, threatening, "Whoever did this better show themselves, or I'll flay your skin off." At that moment, Zhao Erzhuang's pupils contracted as more snowballs rained down upon them. These snowballs varied in size, some encased in shards of ice, others mixed with pebbles, posing a significant threat. Zhao Erzhuang attempted to evade the barrage, but the onslaught was relentless, forcing the brothers to retreat in disarray. In an instant, several young men surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the Zhao brothers. Witnessing their pitiful state, the onlookers joined in this act of justice, abandoning snowballs in favor of a direct assault. It was as if they aimed to unleash all their pent-up frustrations upon the tyrannical duo. The crowd trampled over the Zhao brothers like an obstacle, rushing into the supermarket. The hapless brothers, foolishly believing they could intimidate the homeowners, were sorely mistaken. Inside the supermarket, shelves lay overturned and goods scattered across the floor. The intruders scrambled for food, water, and any essential supplies they could carry away. In this apocalyptic scenario, the greed and selfishness of humanity were laid bare. Meanwhile, Wu Hailong and his remaining subordinates were inside the supermarket scavenging for items. The homeowners soon collided with Wu Hailong's crew. Realizing the entrance had been compromised, Wu Hailong ordered his men to halt their looting and turn their aggression towards the homeowners. However, the homeowners did not remain passive. Among them were the elderly, women, and primarily young and middle-aged individuals. Faced with the dire straits of survival, they summoned an unprecedented courage and determination that a middle-aged man stepped forward, brandishing a broken wooden plank from a shelf. Declaring loudly, "You thieves will not lay claim to these supplies." Wu Hailong, upon hearing this, sneered and charged at the man with his cleaver drawn. Yet the middle-aged man stood his ground, fiercely wielding his makeshift weapon against Wu Hailong. Seeing this, the other homeowners followed suit, seizing any available tools to confront Wu Hailong's gang. Chaos erupted within the supermarket, a cacophony of punches, kicks, shattering items, and cries merging into a stunning tableau. Wu Hailong, consumed by rage, unleashed all his fury on the man before him. The man's wooden plank was swiftly cleaved into segments. Leaving him defenseless, Wu Hailong lunged forward, aiming a strike at the man's chest. Fear flashing across the man's eyes. However, he swiftly adjusted his posture, attempting to withstand the impending fatal blow with sheer physical strength. At that moment, another owner leaped forward, tightly embracing Wu Hailong's body in an effort to subdue him. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Wu Hailong staggered, nearly losing grip on the machete in his hand. The two tumbled and grappled within the confined space, knocking over shelves and scattering products across the floor. The atmosphere in the supermarket reaching a peak of tension, Wu Hailong rose from the ground, his face contorted with rage and fury. He paid no heed to the owner who had fallen, instead swinging his blade once more at the man. This time, the strike was even more ferocious, as if intent on cleaving the man in two. As expected, the blade met its mark, slicing open the man's throat and instantly staining his collar with blood. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Wu Hailong turned to deal with the owner who had tackled him, only to find that the man had long since fled. Wu Hailong surveyed his surroundings, realizing that their fighting prowess surpassed that of these owners by considerable margin. However, the owners outnumbered them significantly, with 3 against 1 allowing for some despair. Wu Hailong understood that continuing in this manner was untenable. He needed to take decisive action. A plan formed in his mind, and he immediately called for his subordinates to converge towards the entrance. They swiftly retreated from the supermarket. The owners, witnessing this, erupted in cheers. Having driven away the notorious Wu Hailong, every face radiated with joy as they searched for the supplies they needed within the supermarket. And no one bothered to collect the body of the deceased owner, nor did anyone attend to the injured. Outside, Wu Hailong assisted Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Erzhuang, who were covered in footprints. Their eyes were somewhat dazed, lacking vitality, yet thankfully, their lives were not in jeopardy. "Brother, what shall we do?" one asked. "It's not that we cannot defeat them. It's simply that they are too numerous." Another chimed in a one-on-one. "Who knows who would fall?" The group of subordinates chattered incessantly. Wu Hailong waved his hand, silencing them. "Enough, close your mouths. I have trained you to be stronger. Yet here you are, unable to handle mere owners. What use are you to me?" The subordinates fell silent, their spirits dampened, and any desire to retort was swiftly cut off by Wu Hailong. "Damn it, they took my belongings and still expect to leave alive. Not a chance." Wu Hailong commanded everyone to hide, instructing them to let the owners out, with the reminder, "Kill one as they emerge. Leave none alive." He switched off his flashlight, leading his subordinates to ambush at the entrance. Soon, the first unfortunate soul stumbled out. Wu Hailong allowed him to advance a few meters before issuing the command, "Kill." His subordinates pounced like ravenous wolves. "Ah, help!" An owner cried out as he was struck down, blood splattering, his desperate screams echoing unanswered. Wu Hailong's subordinates swiftly dispatched him one after another. The owners fled outside, akin to the heroes in a tale rescuing their kin. It was not that the owners lacked the will to resist. Rather, they were burdened with large quantities of supplies, rendering them incapable of wielding weapons. Meanwhile, Wu Hailong's subordinates surged forward like mad dogs, wielding clubs and blades in a chaotic frenzy. The owners were left with no means to defend themselves. "You beasts will face retribution," one owner cried in his final moments. The remaining owners inside the supermarket heard the cacophony of screams from outside. The unexpected turn of events shattered their composure. They had not anticipated Wu Hailong's cunning. Realizing the peril, they sought opportunities to escape from this violent and dangerous place. They exchanged glances, silently signaling their intentions. Some began to quietly inch towards the door, while others retreated deeper into the supermarket. "We must find a chance to run," one owner whispered to a companion. "Indeed, remaining here only invites greater danger." Another agreed. "With our numbers dwindling, we must unite and charge out together." Yet, apprehensions lingered regarding the dangers that awaited outside. Initially, they had arrived hungry and thus were willing to fight fiercely. Now that they were fed and laden with food, they were naturally reluctant to engage Wu Hailong's gang in a confrontation. "Perhaps we should wait. It's cold outside, and they may soon succumb to the elements," one suggested. "Yes, they might leave soon." Another concurred. "But what are we waiting for? My children are still hungry at home. How long must we wait? It would be better to charge out together." The already small group of owners split into factions. One group insisted on leaving, while the other preferred to wait. Unable to sway one another, those wishing to escape reached a consensus. The male owners armed themselves, while the women and elderly clutched their provisions, collectively surging towards the exit. Meanwhile, the hesitant owners silently calculated, awaiting an opportunity that would ensure their safe escape. As the fleeing owners burst through the door, they found no sign of Wu Hailong's gang. Only a gruesome scene of bodies strewn about. The sight was harrowing and chilling. They stood frozen in place, filled with dread and unease. Among them, the women and elderly, upon seeing no immediate threat, clutched their food, cautiously retreating to the side. Their gazes betrayed a profound fear of the bloody scene, while yearning to distance themselves from the men and return to a safer haven. "We need to leave quickly. This place is too dangerous," one elderly woman urged. "Yes, we must find a secure location to hide," another woman echoed. As they spoke, they quickened their pace, carefully avoiding the corpses and bloodstains, seeking a sanctuary. The men remained vigilant, observing their surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before following the women. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Hailong signaled for an attack from the shadows. His subordinates, like untamed stallions, charged towards the entrance, launching a fierce assault on the unsuspecting elderly women. They wielded their clubs and blades mercilessly against the women's bodies. The elderly women were petrified, having never anticipated an ambush at the door. In an instant, the entrance of the supermarket erupted with screams and cries for help. The male owners, witnessing their companions being struck down, rushed to their aid. They had no choice. Their food supplies were with the women. The male owners fought valiantly against Wu Hailong's gang. Chaos and uproar engulfed the entrance as both sides clashed fiercely. Neither yielding ground. As the battle raged on, the owners gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Their bodies bore the marks of relentless blows from clubs and blades, and many had lost their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Wu Hailong's crew grew bolder, leveraging their numerical and physical superiority to overpower the owners. Noticing that no owners remained standing at the entrance, Wu Hailong led his men back into the supermarket. Inside, the owners continued to struggle, but the tide had turned against them. Wu Hailong coldly surveyed the scene, a glint of ruthlessness flashing across his face that would not waste time. In this swiftly, he commanded. His subordinates swung their weapons with renewed ferocity, and one by one, the owners fell, the air thick with the stench of blood. That moment, Wu Hailong's phone rang. Xiao Xiao's voice came through. "Brother Long, Li Xiang's home has abundant food, enough for us to last several years. He has a fireplace, and the indoor temperature is over 20 degrees, far warmer than we are now. Most importantly, he has electricity. He owns a generator. Why not come over, drive Li Xiang out, and we can stay together?" Wu Hailong, gripping the phone tightly, replied menacingly, "You say he has a wealth of supplies. Are you certain? If you dare deceive me, be wary of your life. Give me a few days. I'll handle this matter and then come over. The generator, the fireplace, and food. These are the trifles that Wu Hailong yearns for. With electricity at their disposal, they could accomplish a myriad of tasks. Moreover, the fireplace has captured Wu Hailong's keen interest. After enduring 10 days of this dreadful weather, who would not desire warmth? If one can choose a cozy haven, why not seize the opportunity? A merely Xiang is hardly a challenge. However, the immediate concerns must first be addressed. Boss, there are still two hiding in the corner. One of the younger subordinates whispered as he sidled up to Wu Hailong. Let us go deal with them. Wu Hailong, accompanied by a few of his loyal followers, hastily made his way over. They found the two proprietors trembling in fear behind the shelves, their faces etched with terror. Oh, still hoping to escape? Wu Hailong sneered coldly, raising his blade to strike. No, please, we haven't taken anything from you. Spare us, one of the proprietors pleaded desperately, prostrating himself on the ground and bowing repeatedly. Spare you? Huh, that's a fanciful thought. With a swift motion, Wu Hailong's blade sliced through, leaving a gaping wound on the proprietor's neck. Blood gushing forth. The other proprietor, witnessing this horror, collapsed in terror, utterly devoid of the strength to flee. Wu Hailong approached, placing a foot upon the man's chest. Icy disdain in his voice. This is your fate. With a single strike, he ended the life of the last man. Wu Hailong's subordinates eagerly began to gather the supplies. Earlier, Wu Hailong had inexplicably acquiesced to Yi Xiao. Within the supermarket, he had discovered over a dozen sets of snowboards. With these, he could hasten his journey from the sales center to Li Xiang's villa. However, his subordinates had sustained considerable injuries, and transporting the food would require additional time. Waiting a few more days seemed prudent. Li Xiang, your demise approaches, he mused, a shiver coursing through him as he recalled Yi Xiao's fiery figure. Damn, that woman is ablaze in bed. Once this is settled, I shall indulge myself thoroughly. Wu Hailong cast one last glance at the desolate scene, a cold smile curling his lips before vanishing into the night. Villa number 8. Li Xiang was leisurely singing, while Lin Yuqing occasionally fed him fruits. One moment, she offered cherries, the next plucked grapes, then savored a slice of watermelon. These fruits, all meticulously prepared by Li Xiang and stored in the kitchen, left Lin Yuqing pleasantly astonished. Who would have thought that even after half a month, fresh fruit would still be available? Just as they were engrossed in their enjoyment, a ding from the phone interrupted them. Li Xiang handed the microphone to Lin Yuqing and picked up his phone to check, but he saw that Shrimp, without blinking, had sent him a multitude of messages. Just as he was about to dismiss the notifications, the phone rang again. Hello? He answered, Xiang, it's me, Wang Xingxing. Wang Xingxing, the chubby fellow who had been trained by Li Xiang before the apocalypse. After the end of days, they had lost contact, and Li Xiang had nearly forgotten him. Xingxing, you're still alive? Xiang, if I were dead, could I call you? I mean, you haven't starved to death. Have you? Wang Xingxing glanced around his home, filled to the brim with instant food, uncertain how to respond. His pantry alone boasted dozens of flavors of instant noodles. A tech enthusiast by nature, he preferred to stay indoors tinkering with peculiar gadgets rather than courting romance. Consequently, he had amassed a substantial food stockpile, which fortuitously saved his life that he need not worry about food. At this rate, it seemed that he alone would remain in the neighborhood, barring the exception of Li Xiang. By the way, do you know that our group chat is buzzing with news about your abundant supplies? Wang Xingxing continued. They say your home is overflowing with abalone, lobster, king crab, matai, lafite, and wuliangye. The entire community is abuzz with this rumor. Have you offended someone? Realization dawned on Li Xiang. It appeared his food supplies had attracted unwanted attention. Yet he could hardly recall sharing too much information about his stockpile in the group chat. Unfazed, he remained confident in the 170 million villa he had acquired. Most crucially, he possessed the carbon-based life-form resetter. Li Xiang's consciousness surged like a tide through the mysterious alternate space, and in an instant, the vast array of military supplies he had acquired from the military base in the Bear Country crystallized in his mind. The military-grade, cold-weather gear, with its superior quality and exceptional insulation, was practically within arm's reach. The individual combat gear of Special Forces was so abundant that he could afford to wear it once and discard it, indulging in extravagance. even with a daily change. It would last for years without diminishing in quantity. Handguns, submachine guns, and assault rifles were commonplace for him, stacked in neat boxes, their sheer volume overwhelming. Even if he wished to count them all, it would be a Herculean task. Allowing only for an astonishing rough estimate.as for howitzers, mortars, RPGs, and other heavy weaponry. They too were plentiful, lying quietly in some corner of the alternate space, awaiting Xiang's call. Explosives such as grenades, C4, and landmines were stacked high, resembling a volcano poised to erupt, brimming with destructive power. Armored vehicles, snowmobiles, and tracked combat vehicles, these land dominators, stood resolutely within the alternate space. Yet what thrilled Xiang most were the formidable bear-type main battle tanks and combat helicopters. These iron behemoths not only symbolized power, but also commanded absolute dominion over the battlefield. Their presence rendered Xiang utterly dismissive of the might of the surrounding community. Just a few of them could turn the entire neighborhood into a river of blood. An audacious thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should reveal a fraction of his vast supplies to attract more visitors. Come on, I've been searching for something to do in this apocalypse. If you wish to come in contest, then by all means. A playful smile graced Xiang's lips as he entertained this notion. Xiang, are you listening? It seems our building is organizing a group to negotiate with you at your villa. Please be cautious. Wang Xingxing's voice conveyed a hint of urgency and concern at all right, Xingxing, I appreciate your warning, do not fret, Xiang replied, his tone calm and self-assured. Xiang, you must take this seriously. Other buildings are forming their own factions, and they are eyeing you warily. Xiang felt a surge of gratitude. Never had anyone cared for him so deeply, especially in this dire time. Yet he did not let his guard down. Casually, he inquired, Xingxing, do you still have food at home? Would you like me to share some with you? On the other end, Wang Xingxing shook his head vigorously. Xiang, I have more than enough food to last a long while. No need to worry. After a brief exchange, Xiang couldn't help but chuckle softly. By golly, you're becoming quite the anime fanatic recluse. Indeed, it was only with such innocence and simplicity that Wang Xingxing's heart remained as pure as crystal water. All right, Xingxing, take care of yourself. That if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Xiang was advised. After ending the call, he perused his phone and noticed that Shrimp Without Blinking, also known as Xiaolon, had sent him over 10 messages. Shrimp Without Blinking. Xiang, the situation is dire. You must hide quickly. I have just learned that someone intends to seize your villa. Shrimp Without Blinking. They have organized a large group to divide all your supplies. Shrimp Without Blinking. If all else fails, escape from the villa and leave it and your resources to them. After all, life is paramount. Shrimp Without Blinking. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood, center-parted hair with suspenders. Really? I don't believe it. Xiaolon gripped her phone tightly, her fingertips unconsciously pressing down due to her anxiety, the screen's glow illuminating her worried face. She anxiously awaited Xiang's response. His contact information had already been made public in the group. Instinctively, she quickly added Xiang as a friend, her sole thought being to warn him and ensure his preparedness. However, as seconds ticked by, no reply came. Xiang remained silent. Xiaolon dialed Xiang's number, but all she heard was the cold, electronic voice. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. She could only continue sending messages, only to receive the reply. I don't believe it. What is going on? Xiaolon exclaimed, feeling a mix of indignation and confusion. She even began to suspect whether Xiang had lost his mind. Thus, she initiated a video call. As the ringtone echoed, Xiang answered, and her anxious face appeared on the screen. Xiaolon was unsure of how to approach the situation, as their previous interactions compelled her to relay the troubling news and warn him. Xiang, it's Xia, oh, you remember me. Dr. Xia, long time no see, Xiang replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh my, the formidable female doctor. The upper half of her body filled the screen. So much so that it seemed the phone could barely contain her. Dr. Xia, I believe what you're saying. I trust everyone is rational. This society is governed by laws and morality. Dr. Xia, you need not worry. They wouldn't dare act above the law. Xiang. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Anger began to surface on Xiaolan's face. You live in the villa without a care. But do you know what we are facing? A third of the people in our building have vanished. They will do anything for food. Once they have something to eat, they even force women. Xiang interrupted. Where do you live? Huh. I asked where you live. Building 23, apartment 601.0. How have you been lately? Eating well. Are my two precious treasures not getting cold? Xiaolan's brows knitted in confusion. What are you talking about? Xiang, feeling a bit guilty, coughed lightly. I meant, since it's so dangerous there, being as beautiful as you are, have you faced any threats? I'm fine. There are two leaders in our building now. They've started calling themselves the building managers. Xiaolan paused before continuing. A few days ago, one of the managers got injured, and I helped him. He remembers my kindness and is protecting me now. Hearing this, Xiang's eyes flickered with surprise. In apocalyptic times, doctors are highly valued, and nobody dares to offend them. However, he had another question. Dr. Xia, you mentioned there are two building managers. Have they not determined a victor yet? Why do they need to compete? Xiaolan appeared puzzled. What I mean is, after all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Naturally, Xiang had a further thought, unless one is male and the other female. Xiaolan hesitated to describe the two managers. How could she encapsulate them? Chengdu and Wanda. Wanda was tall and robust, his muscular build evident. Through their interactions, Xiaolan discovered he was strong and fearless. He always rushed to the front without hesitation, which led to his injuries. As for Chengdu, he stood around 1.7 meters tall, sporting a neat buzz cut, with a chiseled square jaw and a distinctive beard that added to his masculine charm. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a slightly plump figure. Wanda's injuries were precisely why Chengdu sought Xiaolan's medical assistance. During their first meeting, he inadvertently raised his pinky finger, and his fitted pants did little to conceal the pristine white socks on his feet. While treating Wanda, Xiaolan noticed the subtle, ambiguous atmosphere that lingered between them. Shaking her head, she tried to dismiss those thoughts. Xiaolan finally answered, albeit hesitantly. Chengdu and Wanda are two building managers. They are in cahoots that I in cahoots. Xiang was taken aback by this revelation. After all, in his understanding, a single building could only have one person in charge. How would these two leaders distribute supplies? Seeing that Xiang wanted to ask more, Xiaolan hurriedly interrupted. You'll understand when you meet them later. Chengdu, Wanda, Chengdu. Xiang noted the names. Realizing he might encounter them in the future, Xiang, you must be extra careful. Xiaolan urged with concern. Don't worry. Don't worry. Xiang grinned widely on the screen, appearing utterly unconcerned, disregarding her worries. Xiaolan, witnessing his nonchalance, felt a mix of helplessness and anxiety. Dr. Xia, you don't have feelings for me, do you? Otherwise, why would you be so concerned about me? Xiang teased. Xiaolan was taken aback by his question, her cheeks involuntarily flushing a shade of crimson, leaving her flustered. Say one more such thing, and I'll knock your mouth out. In a flurry, Xiaolan ended the video call. Just then, Lin Yuqing leaned in, gesturing with her hands as if to indicate. Master, her head is so big. I feel like it's bigger than mine. Xiang's expression shifted. What are you thinking? Stop being so frivolous. I am punishing you to prepare lunch. Lin Yuqing muttered as she headed to the kitchen. It's obviously because I'm craving it. Men are truly big pigs. Only then did Xiang find the time to check the messages in the owner group. Unsure who had added him to several groups of Shengshi International. The first phase had 15 small high-rise buildings, the second phase had 15 high-rises, and the third phase consisted of 12 villas. In total, there were 7 groups, with buildings 1 to 5 in one group, and so forth. While buildings 26 to 30 comprised the group, Xiang was in debt. He had hastily purchased the villa and had not joined the group for the villa area. Now, he had inadvertently joined the entire community's groups. The discussions within the group fervently revolved around the quantity of food in Xiang's villa, speculating on its richness. Many scoffed, dismissing Xiang as merely hoarding instant noodles and chocolates. After all, the watermarked images were from a few days prior, leading them to believe he could not possibly have such an abundance of food now. Upon opening the images, Xiang realized that a week ago, he had sent them to Yi Xiao as a boastful display, which had now been shared in the group. Instantly, he understood who was behind this mischief. Yi Xiao was in their hands. There was no need for further speculation. Li Xiang's finger tapped on the screen as he contemplated a countermeasure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since Ling wanted to play, he would indulge her. Li Xiang retrieved a plate of hairy crabs from the kitchen, recorded a video, and posted it in the group, showcasing the crabs that weighed 2 taels each, with a gentle wrap around them. Just then, Lin Yuqing entered, placing dishes on the dining table. Her expression puzzled as she said, "Crabs eat, Trump." Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "Go away. Don't interrupt." Xiang observed Lin Yuqing bustling about as she placed the dishes on the table. Tuna mousse paired with French bread. A small lemon accompanied by giardina sesame leaf mushroom truffle salad. A country-style meat pie. Charcoal grilled octopus with yellow mustard sauce. Teriyaki beef short ribs. And a rich kiwi tart. Lin Yuqing then produced a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Setting it down on the table, in that case, let the storm come with greater ferocity, Li Xiang thought. He snapped photos of the dishes and shared them in the group chat, accompanying the images with a message. Bounty announcement. Whoever brings me Ling's head shall feast on such delicacies for a week. In an instant, the 7 owner groups erupted with excitement. That moment, Li Xiang's phone buzzed incessantly with friend requests from numerous owners. The accompanying notes were all pleas for supplies, food, and drinking water. He disregarded the messages from the male owners, as only the allure of beautiful women could provide him with amusement. Many female owners sent invitations, some even sharing their alluring photos. That moment. A female owner named Badida added Li Xiang. Her request read, "Hello, may I exchange some food with you?" Li Xiang glanced at the familiar profile picture and, with a swipe of his finger, approved the request. Who was this woman? She seemed so familiar. Li Xiang rummaged through his memory, recalling movies and TV shows he'd seen. The name was on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not articulate it. He reached for Lin Yuqing's hand, pointing at the profile picture, and inquired, "Do you know her?" "Monli Kanmu," Lin Yuqing exclaimed, astonished. "I adore her. Her acting is simply superb." With Lin Yuqing's reminder, Li Xiang's memory sparked. "I knew her, Monli Kanmu. As a top-tier celebrity, she frequently appeared in various films and variety shows. Having her ensured a boost in viewership, and thus, more resources gravitated towards her, making her increasingly popular." Li Xiang's spirits lifted. For as the national goddess, nearly everyone had some admiration for her. More importantly, she had not yet been embroiled in any scandals. However, Li Xiang remained skeptical, for the entertainment industry was known for its intricacies. Nevertheless, he needed to verify if it was indeed her. That moment, Monli Kanmu sent a message. "Mr. Li, you have surplus supplies at home, don't you? May I exchange with you?" Li Xiang did not respond directly, but retorted, "Are you Monli Kanmu, the big star?" On the other end, Monli Kanmu playfully bit her finger. "Yes, really? I don't believe it." Monli Kanmu rolled her eyes. What was this person's issue? Yet with her need for Li Xiang's assistance, she could only patiently explain. Unexpectedly, Li Xiang initiated a video call. Monli Kanmu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to answer. Upon connecting, Li Xiang's eyes lit up. It was indeed her, being entrenched in the entertainment industry. Monli Kanmu could instantly discern the change in Li Xiang's expression. She instinctively assumed he was a fan. With a playful wink and a pout, she teased, "Mr. Li, do you believe me now?" Yes, Li Xiang nodded eagerly, adopting a somewhat foolish demeanor. "So, can I exchange supplies with you now?" "Absolutely. What would you like to trade?" Monli Kanmu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "How about a signed photo of mine for a box of instant noodles? No limit on quantity. Once the snow stops, we could even take a picture together." This proposition was a surefire hit for fans infatuated with Monli Kanmu. A signed photo plus a joint photograph. How many would dream of such an opportunity? To his surprise, Li Xiang's expression shifted back to normal, and with disdain, he declared, "No deal." He promptly ended the call. What a joke! Li Xiang was no fool that a single photograph for a box of instant noodles. And no limit? Did she think herself in high demand? Clearly, she was not starving yet. He decided to let her simmer for a while. Li Xiang did not abandon the idea. After all, she was a hot star, and ordinary people rarely had the chance to meet such figures. Monli Kanmu's expression grew somewhat unnatural after the call was cut off. Did he not like her? That couldn't be right. She was beautiful, and he should be her fan. So why was he unmoved? Monli Kanmu instinctively touched her face, which, despite the coldness of her surroundings, felt smooth and tender. Evidence of her considerable skincare investment, she found herself perplexed by Li Xiang's demeanor. Lin Yuqing gazed at Li Xiang after he hung up, surprised. "Master, that was Mon Li Canmu. She is the goddess many dream of." Li Xiang scoffed. "She is merely a woman who has lost touch with reality." "Master, are you trying to reel her in?" Lin Yuqing remarked, a knowing look on her face. Li Xiang paused. "You can't guess a man's thoughts. You'll never fully comprehend them." "Exactly. Master, you hit the nail on the head." Li Xiang furrowed his brow, feigning anger. "I see, I haven't disciplined you in a while. You've forgotten my prowess." Gradually, Lin Yuqing had come to rely on Li Xiang. She was still in her menstrual cycle. So after some playful banter, Li Xiang released her. He lay back on Lin Yuqing's lap, relishing her delicate hands massaging his head. As Lin Yuqing adjusted her grip, she asked, "Master, which do you prefer? The voluptuous girl or the superstar?" "Only children make choices. I desire them both," Li Xiang mused. Regardless, the chubby girl and Xiaolan had both shown him kindness, and he believed in mutual support to foster a harmonious society. With that thought, Li Xiang sat up. He made his way to the third-floor bedroom, retrieving a DJI drone from his otherworldly space. He also fetched some heat packs. Both the drone and heat packs had been acquired from the military base of the Bear Country. He had yet to comprehend the utility of the heat packs on the battlefield, but they would be immensely valuable now. Although Li Xiang had no personal use for them, they would serve as excellent aid for Xiaolan and the chubby girl. Li Xiang preemptively informed Xiaolan and Wang Xingxing of his intentions. He then attached some hamburgers, fried chicken, 2 bottles of water, and a heat pack to the drone and dispatched them to the two. Li Xiang had agreed to provide them with food daily, but he also required updates on the conditions of their building and any movements of others, prioritizing their safety. Unsurprisingly, Xiaolan and Wang Xingxing swiftly acquiesced. Li Xiang was untroubled by the potential for others to seize the supplies from the drone. His piloting skills were exceptional, and the drone was equipped with explosives. If necessary, he could detonate it. Upon sending the supplies via drone, Li Xiang noted that the device remained largely unaffected by the frigid temperature of -50 degrees. Given the high latitude of Bear Country, most regions experience long, harsh winters, necessitating the customization of these drones for cold battlefields. Moreover, Li Xiang's otherworldly space housed a substantial number of drones, which could easily function as suicide drones, after enduring several hours of arduous travel. Wu Hailong and his subordinates finally arrived at Yi Xiaoxiao's residence. Wu Hailong skillfully retrieved a key from the fire hydrant, but the moment he prepared to unlock the door, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The security door bore a shocking gaping hole, evidently smashed in by a hammer. This startling revelation sent a jolt of concern through Wu Hailong. Had something happened to Yi Xiaoxiao, though he and Yi Xiaoxiao were not particularly close? He needed her intel to deal with Li Xiang. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Hailong yanked the security door open and strode purposefully towards the bedroom, calling out, "Yi Xiaoxiao, where the hell are you?" However, the only responses he received were the hollow echoes of an empty room and the oppressive silence that followed. Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Erzhuang, upon witnessing this, proceeded to inspect each room in turn. Eventually arriving before Wu Hailong, they addressed him, saying, "Brother, we have searched thoroughly. There is no one in the entire room." These words, Wu Hailong, filled with fury, kicked the door open and commanded his subordinates, "Damn it. Go capture a couple of people to interrogate." Before long, Zhao Dashuang returned, dragging a woman by her hair before Wu Hailong. The woman was visibly terrified, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wu Hailong seized her by the collar, glaring fiercely as he demanded, "Tell me, who took Yi Xiaoxiao?" Under interrogation, it was revealed that Yi Xiaoxiao had been taken away by He Ling from Building 26. Enraged, Wu Hailong delivered a swift kick to the woman, sending her sprawling to the ground as she pleaded for mercy. Zhao Erzhuang, observing this, inquired, "Brother, what shall we do with this woman?" "Leave her here for now. Once our business is concluded, you may have your fun." Wu Hailong replied with a cold snort. He then commanded Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Erzhuang, "Arm yourselves and head to Building 26. I want to see what tricks this He Ling has up his sleeve." The group swiftly set out, making their way from the underground garage of Building 27 directly to Building 26 AT that moment. Ling was at home distributing food to everyone, who were laughing and chatting as they savored the meat soup. Expressing their appreciation for Ling's generosity, I must say, boss, he is quite a discerning person. Others wouldn't share food like this, one remarked. Indeed, I have heard that the other buildings have run out of food and are at each other's throats. Another replied, this meat soup smells divine. I must hurry and drink it while it's hot. Lin Xiaojia, as usual, remained hidden in the corner, refraining from partaking in the meat soup. He understood what it was and could not bring himself to indulge. Meanwhile, Ling secretly plotted to unify the supplies once everyone had finished eating, but he stood up and, as customary, rallied the crowd, saying, I am delighted that we can unite as one, that we are all owners of this building. And I have decided to consolidate our personnel and resources for fair distribution, ensuring our survival in these dire times. Naturally, your election of me as the building leader is a testament to your trust in me. Therefore, I will be the first to contribute my supplies, hoping for your cooperation. Just then, a voice interrupted, Bossy, look at the group chat. Xiang has posted a bounty announcement. Ling, puzzled, took out his phone to check. Upon reading, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated Xiang's swift retaliation. Just as he had revealed Xiang's vast resources, Xiang had countered with a vengeance, this time directly calling for Ling's head. The others quickly checked their phones, and Ling observed as their expressions morphed into strange ones. Some displayed a glimmer of greed, others had a sinister glare, and a few appeared indignant. Their gazes toward Ling no longer held the previous reverence, but rather an unsettling curiosity, as though Ling were a delectable delicacy. Realizing this, Ling instinctively began to strategize. It was impossible to storm Xiang's villa now, and persuading the other building owners to act as cannon fodder would require time. He felt ensnared in a deadlock. However, at least these neighbors had yet to act, for they were not hungry enough to resort to betrayal, largely due to the meat provided by Wang Zikai and his group. Otherwise, Ling would have been surrendered long ago. Feigning calm, Ling cleared his throat. Do not pay attention to what is said in the group chat. Instead, consider this. If we can breach Xiang's villa, all this food will belong to us. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaojia. Ling felt a twinge of panic, desperately needing someone to support him at this moment. To his dismay, Lin Xiaojia remained silent, having concluded that Ling was finished. He realized he could not compete with Xiang and had mistakenly relied on Ling as a pillar of support, only to be let down in the end. It seemed he had chosen the wrong ally. Only Wang Defa continued to vocally support. If we kill Xiang, we can eat just as well as he does. Ling attempted to say more, but at that moment, a homeowner rushed in. Crying and wailing, he bent over, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, It's bad. Bossy. Someone's attacking. The brothers on lookout have been taken down. Ling was instantly alarmed. Could it be that others could no longer resist the temptation of food and were turning against him? His mind raced as he sternly declared, If Xiang is using this tactic against me today, he will one day use it against you as well. Think carefully. Our immediate priority is to repel the attackers. The crowd exchanged glances, contemplating Ling's words. Lin Xiaojia, sensing Ling's brief recovery, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Yet he maintained an unhurried demeanor as he remarked, Boss, he is correct. Xiang is holed up in his villa, attempting to sow discord among us with mere food. You have consumed Boss He's meat soup, while Xiang has contributed nothing, and yet you would aid him? Reflect on your conscience. Is this right? The homeowners began to awaken to the truth, and Su Baofu shouted, That's right. This is Xiang's scheme. What do they call it? Ah, yes, sit back and watch the tigers fight. Ling supplemented, feeling grateful for Su Baofu's simple wisdom. With a hint of relief, he cast a thankful glance at Lin Xiaojia, who had at least stood up for him. As the crowd began to calm, Ling discreetly reached behind to feel his back, only to discover his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. He instructed Wang Defa to closely follow him and led the group downstairs. He was eager to confront whoever had the audacity to come directly to their door. The group descended the stairwell and arrived in the lobby of the first floor. The homeowner who had brought the alarming news was one Wu Hailong had sent back. Wu Hailong was seated on a sofa in the lobby, intent on clarifying the situation. Both parties stood armed, facing each other. The Wu Hailong's group was unified with iron rods, while He Ling's side wielded a variety of weapons that He Ling approached Wu Hailong slowly. Scrutinizing him carefully, Wu Hailong, though not particularly imposing in stature, emanated a palpable sense of authority as he lounged on the sofa. His skin appeared somewhat rough, the dark complexion marred by the scars of past street battles. Beneath a slightly disheveled mane of black hair, a glint of malice lurked in his eyes. Even though it was not their first encounter, He Ling felt a chill run down his spine from Wu Hailong's aura, an enigmatic presence that spoke of years spent in the gray areas of life. Although He Ling felt a weight of pressure, he quickly reminded himself, in these apocalyptic times, who would coddle Wu Hailong? Moreover, He Ling's numbers surpassed Wu Hailong's, and his people were united in purpose. Thus, He Ling chuckled heartily, stepping forward with outstretched hands, intending to clasp Wu Hailong's in greeting. "Brother Long, what brings you here?" To his surprise, Wu Hailong offered no courtesy, remaining seated with a cold, scrutinizing gaze fixed on He Ling. Feeling somewhat awkward, He Ling rubbed his hands together and lit a cigarette, inhaling quietly. The swirling smoke obscured He Ling's eyes from Wu Hailong's view. Wu Hailong parted his legs, leaning back slightly, raising his chin in a condescending manner, his eyes casting a critical gaze downward. Observing this demeanor, He Ling felt a surge of annoyance. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, then tossed the remaining half to the ground, crushing it underfoot. He slowly exhaled the smoke, which seemed to carry his discontent and challenge, drifting directly toward Wu Hailong. Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Erzhuang flanked Wu Hailong, immediately stepping forward to disperse the smoke as it billowed forth. Zhao Dashuang glared at He Ling, demanding, "What the hell do you mean by this?" At that moment, Wang Defa stepped past He Ling and stood before the crowd, pointing at Wu Hailong and cursing. "What do you mean by this?" He Ling did not intervene, instead retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it up. Wu Hailong then gestured for Zhao Dashuang to step back. He inquired, "He Ling, is it?" He Ling squinted with a smile and nodded slightly. Wu Hailong straightened up and asked, "I want to know, is Yi Xiaoxiao in your possession?" "Oh, what relationship does Yi Xiaoxiao have with Long Ge?" He Ling asked with keen interest. Wu Hailong momentarily faltered, uncertain how to respond. "Girlfriend? Lover? Perhaps merely a mistress?" He was caught in a dilemma. He Ling continued, "As far as I know, Yi Xiaoxiao is Li Xiang's girlfriend." "Are you, Wu Hailong, foolish enough to believe the nonsense Li Xiang spewed in the group, or do you wish to be his lapdog?" Wu Hailong was somewhat perplexed by He Ling's insinuations. Upon hearing about the supplies at Li Xiang's villa, they had rushed over without noticing Li Xiang's subsequent bounty announcement in the group. Growing impatient, Wu Hailong reiterated, "I ask again, is Yi Xiaoxiao in your hands? What if she is, and what if she isn't?" He Ling replied dismissively. After all, Yi Xiaoxiao was Li Xiang's girlfriend. Such a significant leverage was not something He Ling would easily relinquish. Coincidentally or not, the aurora outside shifted in color, casting a greenish hue upon Wu Hailong's head. Wu Hailong glared at He Ling with a darkened expression. "You think you can give me orders?" He Ling's demeanor turned icy as he retorted, "Do you still think this is the past? If it weren't for the rule of law saving you back then, who knows where you would be reincarnating now?" Wu Hailong sneered. "You know it's the apocalypse now. There are no laws, yet you dare to speak to me like this." Before he could finish, Wu Hailong sprang up and drew a steel rod from his waist, swinging it towards He Ling's head. Fortunately, Wang Defa was quick-witted and had been monitoring Wu Hailong's movements. He pulled He Ling aside, just in time to avoid the forceful blow. Anger and fear entwined within He Ling's heart as he watched the scene unfold. Wu Hailong acted without hesitation, leaving him no chance to react. Had Wang Defa been any slower, He Ling's head would have been split open. With a fierce glare, He Ling turned to the property owners. "Kill them. Tonight, we feast on meat." Upon hearing that there would still be meat for dinner, the property owners' eyes glimmered with greed and anticipation. Wang Defa charged forward, with the others following closely behind. Soon, chaos erupted. The two sides clashed, fists flying and iron rods swinging. The metallic clangs mingling with the cries of the people, creating an intense scene. If it weren't for Wang Defa's reckless courage, one might say that heaven had endowed him with sheer combat prowess over common sense. Wang Defa single-handedly confronted Zhao Dashuang, and Zhao airs Wang, wielding his shovel with precision, landing blows on the Zhao brothers' advance. Zhao Dashuang found his iron rod ineffective, while Zhao airs Wang attempted to launch a sneak attack on Wang Defa. However, Wang Defa offered no such opportunity. As time passed, the Zhao brothers visibly began to falter, their breaths growing labored and their attacks becoming disordered. Seizing the moment, Wang Defa capitalized on a mistake made by Zhao Dashuang, stepping forward and delivering a heavy blow from his shovel to Zhao Dashuang's chest. Zhao Dashuang felt an immense force strike him, as if he had been struck by a giant hammer, sending him flying to the ground. Wang Defa, with no time to spare for the brothers, surveyed his surroundings and noted the large number of property owners. However, against Long Ji's crew, seasoned in street brawls, they were evidently lacking. While the owners were somewhat nourished and could muster a degree of combat strength, their excessive satisfaction dulled their resolve to persevere. Under conditions of hunger, one might unleash untold potential. Meanwhile, Wu Hailong maneuvered through the property owners with his cronies, attempting to take them down one by one, yet Wang Defa, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, disrupted Wu Hailong's formation with sheer force. Wu Hailong assessed the situation and realized that without Wang Defa, even with their smaller numbers, they could easily overpower this group. However, this one individual was simply too brave, charging through the crowd without regard for his own safety. With a clenched jaw, Wu Hailong retrieved something from his pocket. A loud bang resonated as he fired a homemade gun towards Ling's side. He did not aim directly at Wang Defa, as he had been tempted by the prospect of acquiring such combat power amidst the apocalypse. The gunshot reverberated, instantly stunning the brawlers. Why did Wu Hailong not draw the gun sooner? The reason was simple. This homemade firearm posed safety risks. Issues such as jamming could arise during firing, and the materials were prone to wear and tear, sometimes even leading to catastrophic failures that endangered his life. Furthermore, given the strict control before the apocalypse, he seldom used it in confrontations. The shot did not strike Ling, but instead felled an owner standing in front of him, who was evidently on the brink of collapse. Staring down the dark barrel of the gun, Ling finally comprehended that possessing human hearts without strength was utterly futile. He lamented internally, realizing that had he known about the gun, he would have refrained from confronting Wu Hailong. If he had drawn the gun immediately, none of this would have transpired. The realization dawned on him that while he thought it was a contest of two fierce competitors, one was merely a fool. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Ling's faction appeared notably diminished. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, with the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Wu Hailong resumed his seat on the sofa, aiming the gun at Ling and signaling him to approach. Ling offered a wry smile and, reluctantly, stepped closer to Wu Hailong. "Long Gu, what do you wish to command?" Ling quickly donned a flattering demeanor, eager to please. That Wu Hailong responded by slapping Ling across the face. "Weren't you quite the hotshot just a moment ago? Where's that bravado now?" Ling stumbled back from the blow, but quickly regained his footing, still grinning. "You flatter me. No one can compare to Long Gu." The circumstances dictated his humility. Wu Hailong ignored him and barked at the other property owners. "Damn it, throw down your weapons." Upon hearing this, the owners hurriedly dropped their arms to the ground, despite Wu Hailong wielding only one gun. The number of bullets it contained was unknown, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion among the crowd. Even if Wu Hailong intended to kill, how many could he realistically take down? Each person harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Wu Hailong would target Ling first. In their minds, it was better to make a mistake without panic, as there was someone tall enough to bear the weight of the falling sky. After all, the first to stand out would be the target of the GUN.B. Why not resisting? They believed they would escape being singled out as an example. Zhao Dashuang and Zhao Airs Wang, along with their brothers, collected the discarded weapons and tossed them out of reach. Only Wang Defa remained, clutching his shovel defiantly, glaring at them. Zhao Dashuang rubbed his chest where Wang Defa had struck him, still feeling the sting and struggling to catch his breath. "Damn it, this kid hits hard." He picked up a steel rod, ready to retaliate against Wang Defa. "Dashuang," Wu Hailong called out, stopping the agitated Zhao Dashuang, that he still harbored intentions of bringing Wang Defa into his fold. Zhao Dashuang shot Wang Defa a fierce glare before snatching the shovel from his hands. Only then did Wu Hailong turn his cold gaze back to Heling. "Where's Yi Xiaoxiao?" Heling, fully aware that there was no escaping the situation, reluctantly admitted that it was he who had captured Yi Xiaoxiao. He promptly instructed Su Baofu to ascend the stairs and bring Yi Xiaoxiao down. In no time, Su Baofu appeared, dragging Yi Xiaoxiao along. The moment Yi Xiaoxiao laid eyes on Wu Hailong, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She broke free from Su Baofu's grip and rushed towards Wu Hailong. Her voice piercing as she cried out, "Dragon brother, why did it take you so long to arrive?" Yi Xiaoxiao flung herself into Wu Hailong's embrace. Sobbing softly, Wu Hailong held her close, caught a whiff of her scent, and questioned, "What is that smell?" At his words, Yi Xiaoxiao froze, as if time had stopped. The other homeowners exchanged awkward glances, each of them acutely aware of the unpleasant odors emanating from their own bodies. Perhaps due to the differing hues of the aurora, Wu Hailong took a flashlight and shone it on Yi Xiaoxiao's face, revealing the dirt that marred her skin. She had arrived in haste, and given the current weather conditions, it was clear she had no opportunity to wash herself. Leaning closer, Wu Hailong sniffed her again, then recoiled in distaste, pushing her away. Yi Xiaoxiao, already reeling from the immense shock, had been desperately awaiting Wu Hailong's rescue. Yet, all she received in return was his disdain, causing her to crumble emotionally. Wu Hailong gestured towards Heling and Wang Defa, indicating they should remain. He turned to the other homeowners and said, "I only wish to speak with Heling. You may leave for now. No, they cannot be allowed to go." Yi Xiaoxiao wailed, her heart-rending cries echoing around them. "Kill them. Eliminate them all. Curse them. Just do it." She approached Wu Hailong, shaking his arm, pleading fervently. Wu Hailong's expression turned cold as he shook off her grasp, commanding the homeowners to depart. They cannot be harmed, at least not now, Wu Hailong thought to himself. If they were to act against the homeowners now, it might incite public outrage, and any fierce resistance from them could lead to further damage. They could be released for the time being. If the time comes to eliminate them, it could be done gradually. Wu Hailong offered no explanations to Yi Xiaoxiao, merely waving his hand to dismiss the homeowners. Lin Xiaojia left alongside the others, casting one last lingering glance at Heling, as if to convey that this might be their final encounter. Yi Xiaoxiao sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Wu Hailong, feeling a surge of irritation, instructed Zhao Das Wang and Zhao Er's Wang, "Take her wash up. Make sure she cleans up well." Zhao Das Wang, somewhat slow-witted, asked, "Brother, where do we get water to wash her?" Wu Hailong kicked him lightly, exclaiming, "No water? Then use snow. Give her a proper scrubbing." It's absolutely revolting. Zhao Erzwang quickly pulled Zhao Daswang away, sensing that Wu Hailong's mood was less than favorable. They took Yi Xiaoxiao, who was still muttering "kill, kill, kill," and departed. Wu Hailong then turned his attention back to the remaining Heling and Wang Defa, particularly drawn to Wang Defa, whose demeanor only seemed to grow more defiant. Wu Hailong paid no heed to this, directing his questions toward Heling. "Why did you capture Yi Xiaoxiao? Also, what was that information shared in the group? Do you know who leaked the news about Li Xiang's supplies?" Heling contemplated his response, hoping to use his cleverness to survive under Wu Hailong's scrutiny. He began to explain the reasons behind Yi Xiaoxiao's capture, recounting the grievances between him and Li Xiang in detail. Wu Hailong listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. The following morning, Li Xiang indulged in a leisurely slumber. Lin Yuqing had prepared breakfast for him, and, noticing that he had yet to emerge by 9 a.m., began practicing yoga in the living room. Today, Lin Yuqing's attire diverged from her usual style. She wore a light blue satin blouse, the buttons straining against her figure. Her lower half was clad in American low-rise, fitted A-line denim shorts, the frayed edges teasingly resting in between. Her shapely, fair legs extended gracefully. Xiang stretched lazily and made his way down the stairs. Upon seeing Lin Yuqing, his eyes lit up. Goodness, this neighborly lady had transformed into a vision of both sensuality and allure, exuding the essence of a mature woman. This unexpected sight left him momentarily flustered. Lin Yuqing shot him a flirtatious glance before continuing her stretching routine. Calculating the days, Li Xiang realized today marked the 3rd day of Lin Yuqing's menstrual cycle. He would have to endure 4 more days. No, he thought, Today he must find a moment to be with Lin Yuqing. First, he would eat, and then prepare accordingly. After all, the two activities were not quite the same. Lin Yuqing, having felt neglected by Li Xiang in recent days, couldn't suppress her yearning. She had deliberately dressed up, hoping to entice him. As Li Xiang passed by, he playfully pinched her sides, eliciting a cascade of giggles from Lin Yuqing, settling into the sofa. Li Xiang surveyed the table laden with an array of meats. Handheld meat, traditional dried meats, meat boxes, buns, fried rice, milk skin, milk tofu, milk strips, and milk tea. A sumptuous feast of prairie delicacies awaited him. Xiang retrieved a chunk of butter, allowing it to melt in the pan before adding fried rice, expertly tossing it until each grain was enveloped in the rich aroma of butter. He then incorporated some beef jerky, continuing to stir. Finally, he poured in the milk tea he had prepared earlier, filling the pot with a delightful fragrance as it began to boil. Xiang sliced some handheld meat and placed it in a bowl, pondering that perhaps he was still adjusting to his newfound status. Otherwise, he would have let Lin Yuqing handle the breakfast preparations. He would have to thoroughly spoil her in the future. Before long, the milk tea reached a boil, and he added milk skin and milk tofu. Stirring them in with a spoon, he ladled a portion over the handheld meat, the milky fragrance wafting through the air. Li Xiang blew on the steaming milk tea and sipped from the bowl. Refreshing. In this frigid weather, consuming high-protein and high-fat foods was vital for maintaining energy and warmth. He soaked a bun in the savory milk tea and took a hearty bite of the meat box. Savoring the exquisite flavor, as he enjoyed his breakfast, he perused the lively chat records in the various homeowner groups. It had been ages since such excitement filled the air. Everyone was eagerly discussing the situation surrounding Li Xiang's villa. Look at the temperature displayed in the picture. It's a staggering 28 degrees. What on earth is happening? I heard that the homeowners in Group 6 had their supplies confiscated by the neighborhood committee. Why haven't they taken Li Xiang's? Thankfully, we in the other groups haven't added any members from the neighborhood committee. Otherwise, we might have faced the same fate. Xiang's home must be stocked with plenty of food. Just look at him still eating crabs. I can tell at a glance that those crabs are fresh. He might even have a stash of them. Indeed, I've heard he's raising pigs and sheep at home. Who knows how they manage to live there? It must be unbearable with the stench. Upon reading this, Li Xiang silently criticized the absurdity of the pig-raising comment, thinking, how could that possibly be true? They must be joking. His fingers continued to glide across the screen. How does Li Xiang possess so many things? He even built a fireplace. I can only use a brazier at home. Had I known, I would have preferred to return to the countryside, where there's a large heated calm. It's far more comfortable than the city. Middle-parted hair and suspenders. Li Xiang. How much stuff do you have at home? Share some with everyone. Xiang snapped a photo of the sumptuous spread before him and shared it, captioning it. Why should I share? His home had been stocked with countless supplies, having received truckloads of food previously. Had they forgotten? Could it be that he already knew the apocalypse was coming? Is he an official spy? How could he be so unscrupulous? Why did he not inform everyone about this matter? Had we been adequately prepared, we could have effectively confronted this natural disaster. Li Xiang, this inhumane individual. Why is he hiding the truth? Indeed, Li Xiang, do continue to speak. Members of various groups began to tag Li Xiang. The crowd attributed the current dire situation entirely to him. Li Xiang, with his phone in hand, typed, "Oh, if I had told you, would you have believed me?" Upon seeing Li Xiang's response, the crowd immediately retorted, "Whether we believe it or not is our concern. But your failure to inform us is your issue." Li Xiang, initially intending to argue with them, ceased typing altogether and opted for voice messages. Yes, everything you say is correct. Besides, why should I inform you? Your survival is of no concern to me. I have only ever seen bound feet, but never bound minds. Today has truly broadened my horizons. You resemble the beautiful sheep on the verdant pastures. Lost and unable to find your mother after over 3,000 episodes. That moment. A homeowner tapped Li Xiang. What does that mean? I said you have no mother. Li Xiang quickly replied. Now do you understand? You. Turn left upon exiting. Go to the nearest market and buy yourself a mother for $3.80 before speaking to me. As a seasoned veteran of verbal battles, Li Xiang's phone keypad had already constrained his expression. Had a keyboard been available, he would have left the crowd utterly bewildered. Some homeowners, indignant, protested. Xiang, how can you still insult others? Do you possess no morals or decency? Xiang swiftly responded with a voice message. Morals? Are you attempting to impose a moral obligation on me? As long as I lack morals, you cannot bind me with guilt. Each of you stand atop your moral high ground, pointing fingers. You are nothing. Insult you? Which of my words could you possibly interpret as an insult? My ire is directed at individuals, not you. You seem to lack intelligence. Your mother must have departed early, failing to endow you with a brain. I played seesaw with your mother. I am heavier. Thus I lifted her. Do you suffer from infection that has sealed your mouth? The group chat quickly descended into chaos, with numerous homeowners devising various retorts against Xiang. After sending those messages, Xiang promptly exited the group, bidding them farewell. Lin Yuqing stared at Xiang, somewhat stunned. She had never witnessed such a style of insult. Master, you are amazing. Xiang set down his phone. Continuing to sip his milk tea with an air of tranquility. To be fair, it was rather delightful. Ding, ding, ding. Even after leaving the group, more and more individuals were adding Xiang as a friend. He picked up his phone to check his friend request that it does not eat cilantro, sent a friend verification. Brother Xiang, I have lost 20 pounds over these past few days. Could you please share a meal with me? I beg you, brother. Xiang opened the image and was taken aback. Losing 20 pounds and still looking that good, her figure was quite curvaceous. Could there be hidden talents within this neighborhood? He accepted the request, center-parted hair, and suspenders. Is that really you in the photo? It does not eat cilantro. Brother Xiang, you finally accepted me. That photo is indeed me. Center-parted hair and suspenders. You're not deceiving me. Are you? It does not eat cilantro. It's true. If you don't believe me, I can send you more pictures. Xiang clicked through the images, and to his surprise, she was indeed quite attractive. Lin Yuqing observed that Xiang was entirely absorbed in his phone, occasionally chuckling to himself. She pouted, abandoning her yoga to approach him. Lin Yuqing nestled into Xiang's embrace. Master, what are you looking at that's making you so happy? Look, isn't she beautiful? What if I were to invite her over? Xiang replied with a hint of excitement. After all, considering the monthly cycle of women, if one woman were to stand in line for 7 days, he would require at least 4 women over the course of a month. Lin Yuqing, curious, glanced at the image, eager to see what woman could enchant Xiang to such an extent. She then pointed out certain features in the photo. Master, look at the shapes of these areas. There are no floor tiles that are curved. Furthermore, how can a light switch be so long? And this door frame, this. Lin Yuqing continued to highlight numerous inconsistencies. Xiang, puzzled, compared the height of it does not eat cilantro in the image to that of his own door frame, suddenly feeling deceived. Yet he held a glimmer of hope and continued to inquire. Center-parted hair and suspenders. Is this image edited? The wall appears distorted. Does not eat cilantro. Oh, brother Xiang, girls edit photos to enhance their appearance. I only made slight adjustments. I am still quite beautiful in person. Center-parted hair and suspenders. Really? I don't believe you. Xiang initiated a video call. On the other end, Zhu Mimi hesitated, maximizing the beauty filter before answering the video call. Zhu Mimi's voice emanated from the phone. Brother Xiang, do I look like my photo? Upon seeing her, Xiang thought, this is nothing alike. This is a completely different person. It was a living embodiment of Snorlax. Xiang stifled his disgust and asked, you look nothing like your photo. You edited it too heavily. How much do you weigh? Zhu Mimi feigned indignation, speaking in a high-pitched voice. Oh, brother Xiang, don't you think it's inappropriate to ask a girl her weight? I just turned 18. I am 155 centimeters tall and weigh 255 pounds. I'm just a bit chubby. I assure you, I have some beauty. Look at my features. They're truly lovely. While speaking, Zhu Mimi squeezed her facial features together, which were clustered on her face. Those photos, I merely enhanced my eyes, applied filters, slimmed my face, smoothed my skin, and beautified myself. There was no excessive editing. As she spoke, Zhu Mimi displayed her curvaceous figure to Xiang. Upon seeing her, Xiang retracted his earlier statement. This was no Snorlax, but rather a demon resembling a blob. Oh my goodness, this is truly an affront to honest individuals. If she were to jump in the building, The tremors would be felt even in the villa. Xiang promptly ended the video call and swiftly blocked a does not eat cilantro. Lin Yuqing watched Li Xiang's rapid actions, unable to contain her laughter. Ha ha ha, master, who told you to always seek beautiful women? Look at what happened now. You've crashed and burned. In a moment of realization, Li Xiang felt a chill run down his spine, and the beef in his bowl suddenly lost its appeal. He glanced at Lin Yuqing, who was still chuckling at him, and playfully pulled her closer, raising his hand to swat at her denim shorts. Lin Yuqing gasped in surprise. Master, stop it. Hee, please cease. Ding, ding, ding. Li Xiang's phone continued to ring incessantly. Master, let me see what they are saying. Lin Yuqing picked up Li Xiang's phone and noticed someone had added him back to the group. She began to read through the messages that I in the group. It does not eat cilantro was frantically tagging everyone, including Li Xiang. It does not eat cilantro. Oh my goodness, everyone, a truly absurd thing has occurred. Li Xiang just accepted my friend request, claiming he wants to share food with me. He even wanted a video chat, saying he appreciates me. I am utterly speechless. He is truly a fool. After the video, he actually blocked me. Does anyone understand this? He has seen my body, yet he does not want to take responsibility. I am genuinely shocked. I am truly aghast. Everyone, please be sure to protect yourself. Do not fall for a man's tricks. After all, a man's words are nothing but deceit. Her astonishment. Others in the group echoed her sentiments. Exactly. What kind of man is Li Xiang? After a man's encounter, he still refuses to take responsibility. Sister, you are absolutely right. Men are no good. Jime, it is truly arduous to maintain composure. You must hold on and never lose heart. There are indeed people in this world who cherish you, sending you a comforting embrace. Moreover, some gentlemen, upon glimpsing the avatar of Zhu Mimi, mistakenly assumed it belonged to a beauty and immediately rallied to her side. Li Xiang, it is one thing to hoard your abundant resources without sharing with others, but now you even bully the girls. Are you still human? Beautiful lady, do not weep. If Li Xiang does not want you, your brother shall. Lin Yuqing also found it hard to bear. Master, come quickly. She is slandering you. Li Xiang took the phone, a wry smile playing on his lips, surprised to find such a peculiar situation. He shared the screenshot from the earlier video along with the chat records in the group. Saying nothing that he highlighted the details of the individual who stood at 155 centimeters and weighed 255 gene with a doodle pen. Suddenly, the group fell into a profound silence. Those gentlemen who had just defended Zhu Mimi hastily apologized. This is truly a shocking sight. I retract my earlier statements. The fact that Li Xiang could still video chat with her is the mark of a true man. I, on the other hand, could not manage such composure. As for the ladies, they too found it exceedingly difficult to hold their ground, having not anticipated such a turn of events. Engaging in verbal sparring among women is one thing. But if this group of tanks were to strike a blow, would they not align themselves with the tanks? Li Xiang had certainly not forgotten about Xiao Lan and Wang Xingxing, adhering to the usual practice. He hung boxes of meals, water, and warm packs beneath the drone and sent them over. He also received valuable information provided by Xiao Lan and Wang Xingxing. Concurrently, Li Xiang swiftly assimilated and analyzed the meticulously gathered intelligence from Xiao Lan and Wang Xingxing, as well as the distribution of surrounding forces. Firstly, the 23rd building where Xiao Lan resided was jointly managed by the building leader Chengdu, and one at IT was understood that they commanded several hundred individuals, with Chengdu generally issuing orders while Wanda, rumored to have practiced martial arts at Shaolin Temple for a time, often led the charge. Wanda willingly submitted to Chengdu's arrangements. Chengdu did not exhibit much astonishment regarding the supplies stored in Li Xiang's villa. After all, he perceived the villa district as a bastion for the wealthy, and such reserves were only reasonable. Their intent was merely to negotiate with Li Xiang for the exchange of some supplies. Due to the unique nature of their circumstances, neither had ever harbored any improper thoughts towards Xiao Lan, leading her to momentarily believe her allure had waned. However, their subordinates each harbored their own ambitions, and it was fortunate that Wanda's martial prowess maintained a semblance of order. Adjacent to the 23rd building on the left was the 22nd building, overseen by Chu.